Traversing the world of pirates. After 16 years as a privileged heir, my system has finally activated. However, it seems somewhat amiss. The interface is rudimentary, and the very first step urges me to recharge. 18,000 berries vanished in an instant, yielding merely a chakra tutorial, until I open the novice card pool, summoning the Naruto characters. Behold Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, clad in Susanoo, fiercely confronting Kaido and Big Mom's Overlord of the Sea. Witness Naruto and Sasuke joining forces with Luffy, delivering a crushing blow to Akainu during the Marineford War. Rescuing Ace, and I, Chun Shiojia, shall amalgamate the abilities of all ninjas. Ascending to Mariehua, pointing at him's nose, asking, "Would you care to dance?" Chapter 1, System Activation. Year 1518 of the Sea Circle. In a nameless coastal town of the East Blue, within a magnificent manor, a handsome youth with a stylish black bob, standing at 6 feet tall, reclines on a hillside, gazing vacantly at the clouds above. 16 years. The damned system is finally loading. The young man, named Chun Shiojia, joined the illustrious ranks of time travelers due to unforeseen circumstances. Arriving in the world of One Piece, fortune favored him. Having been reborn into this realm, he proudly became a third-generation wealthy heir. Previously, he toiled as a mere worker on Blue Star. Yet in the world of One Piece, he now enjoys the luxurious life he once dreamed of. Naturally, as part of the time-traveling army, one cannot be without a golden finger. From the moment of his birth, he could perceive a panel, though it displayed only a single phrase. System loading. Remaining time, 140160:00:00. Beyond that, there was no further information. Upon first seeing the panel, Chun Shiojia was exhilarated. But it was only at the age of 5 that he realized the damned system would take an astonishing 16 years to fully load. However, as Chun Shiojia knew, the protagonist of One Piece, Monkey D. Luffy, officially set sail in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle, while he himself was born in 1502. By the time the system completed loading, it would be 1518, leaving a mere 2 years until the narrative commenced. With the assistance of the system, 2 years would be ample time for his development. Today marks his 16th birthday, and the system has only 8 minutes remaining until its complete activation. 00:05:00. 1 minute, 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. System fully loaded. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Naruto summoning system. The system shall serve you faithfully. At last, my golden finger is finally usable. Haha, and my golden finger is Naruto. How splendid. As one of the 3 major labor-themed comics of Japan, Naruto is widely recognized, and Chun Shiojia is among its fans. Now, in the world of One Piece, he envisions using various ninjutsu from Naruto to combat the diverse devil fruit powers of pirates. What an exhilarating prospect. Eagerly, Chun Shiojia opened the system, revealing a 2D animated scene of Naruto and Sasuke's final clash at the Valley of the End. In the lower left corner, a lottery button beckoned, while the lower right corner bore the word reputation, and the upper right corner displayed a berry icon, currently shown as Zero. Accompanied by a plus sign. This background appears quite high-end and sophisticated. Yet this lottery, this reputation, and that unmistakable recharge button icon, how simplistic. Chun Shiojia couldn't help but scoffed. It's no wonder Chun Shiojia reacted this way. The system's interface clearly invested heavily in the background image, yet lacked the funds for other components, resorting to a haphazard assembly akin to a cash grab game. Please, host, initiate the novice tutorial. The system ignored Chun Shiojia's sarcasm, merely insisting he commence the novice tutorial. Does this shoddy system really require a tutorial? Who do you take me for? Even a 3-year-old could operate this simplistic interface. Please, host. Initiate the novice tutorial. Fine. I'll start the novice tutorial. Chun Shiojia sighed, contemplating the system's artificial ineptitude, and initiated the novice tutorial. Please. Host. Click the recharge button in the upper right corner. The system's voice was cold and unyielding. Seriously? Your intentions are painfully clear. What kind of novice tutorial begins with a recharge instruction? Are you genuinely a cash-grabbing system? Chun Shiojia was utterly speechless. No reputable system has a novice tutorial that begins with a recharge prompt. Observing the system's lavish background and simplistic layout, He harbored serious doubts about encountering a fraudulent system poised to abscond at any moment. Can we skip the recharge and explore other functions first, please? Host. Click the recharge button in the upper right corner. Huh? Are you doing this on purpose? Please. Host. Click the recharge button in the upper right corner. Shun Shiojia was completely at a loss. It seemed this system could be diagnosed with artificial incompetence, wholly incapable of comprehending human speech. Reluctantly, he ultimately clicked the recharge button. The screen transitioned. The initial lavish background vanished, replaced by a stark black screen featuring only an input box and a recharge button. The corners of Shun Shiojia's mouth twitched slightly. He contemplated deleting the system and quitting the game. This system was exceedingly rudimentary. Detected. Host possesses 185. 600 berries. Would you like to recharge? The system's voice remained icy. Yet Shun Shiojia discerned a hint of eagerness and impatience. System. You are indeed a cash grab system, aren't you? Shun Shiojia's teeth clenched in frustration, struggling to suppress his anger. Detected. Host possesses 185. 600 berries. Would you like to recharge? Shun Shiojia was utterly speechless. This system seemed fixated on money. Nonetheless, having endured 16 years for this system, he decided to give it a chance. Then I'll recharge. Recharge of 185. 600 berries completed. Thank you, Host, for your successful first recharge. Unlocking the backpack module. Novice rewards have been distributed to your backpack. Please check. 500. Let's give it a try. Before Shun Shiojia could finish his thought, the system instantly drained all his berries that he had intended to recharge only 500 to test the waters. Yet this insatiable system consumed all his funds in one go. System, are you really that desperate for money? Shun Shiojia erupted, unleashing a fervent freestyle tirade directed at the system interface. 0.5 minutes later, Shun Shiojia ceased his outburst, not because he had calmed down, but because he was utterly speechless. He had ranted for a solid 5 minutes. Yet the system remained unresponsive, displaying a demeanor of silence and indifference. What could he do in such a situation? Shun Shiojia licked his parched lips and resignedly opened the backpack. He was curious to see the novice reward the system provided, not wanting his money to go to waste. What greeted him was an image of a package with a simplistic design. Taking a deep breath, Shun Shiojia opened the package, and a flash of light revealed 3 items. A chakra refinement tutorial, a method for practicing the shadow clone technique, and a ninja tool backpack. Inside the ninja tool backpack, there were 10 kunai, 0.10 shuriken, 0.10,000 needles, 0.5 explosive tags, and 5 smoke bombs. System, you are the most miserly and rudimentary system I have ever encountered. Is this truly all you offer? Are you treating me like a beggar? I deposited 180,000 berries. And this is the return? Shun Shiojia felt his lips twitch once more. The novice rewards were indeed merely for beginners, consisting of equipment standard for an ordinary ninja, particularly one devoid of any background. The chakra extraction tutorial is fundamental in the world of Naruto, as is the shadow clone technique. The system remained unresponsive, as if it were lifeless. Impressive, I concede. I hope the other features of the system can bring me some joy. Shun Shiojia once again suppressed his frustration. After all, he aspired to be a ninja, and patience was a virtue in that regard. He stowed his backpack and returned to the system's initial interface. Examining the lottery and reputation options, he chose to view his reputation, due to the host's insufficient reputation points. The reputation system is currently unavailable. Please strive to enhance your reputation. The cold, mechanical notification from the system added several more dark lines to Shun Shiojia's forehead. Insufficient? Then why provide me with a button? Are you trying to deceive me? This system does not deceive the host. Please cease your slander. With such a meager offering, how can it not be considered deception? Wait, you haven't even implemented the reputation system, have you? Shun Shiojia was taken aback when the previously silent system began to counter his remarks. He suddenly realized a critical point. It was possible that this wretched system did not even have a reputation system in place. System, have you defaulted? By my word, could it be that I have hit the nail on the head? Shun Shiojia paused, genuinely contemplating reporting the system. Yet regrettably, there was no option for such a thing here. Resigned, he clicked on a lottery, which opened a new page. The background depicted Naruto receiving his headband, with buttons for single and 10 draws at the bottom. Centrally displayed was a notice stating newbie card pool limited to 30 draws. System, come forth and explain. Stop playing dead. I paid for this service. Surely you can provide something better. Chun Shiojia realized that this wretched system was solely motivated by monetary gain, oblivious to the underlying logic of its two-armed design. Fixated on extracting funds, this page features the newbie card pool. Each draw costs 18,000 berries, allowing for a total of 30 draws. The pool comprises a mix of all ninjas from the Naruto universe, whom the host can summon to the pirate world to aid in better growth. The probability of drawing an S-rank ninja fragment is 5%. An A-rank fragment is 10%. A B-rank fragment is 15%. And a C-rank fragment is 20%. Every 100 draws guarantees a ninja. Every 100 fragments can be exchanged for a ninja of the current level. The probability of drawing an S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll is 5%. An A-rank scroll is 10%. A B-rank scroll is 15%. And a C-rank scroll is 20%. Additional rewards include kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools to ensure the host's survival. The newbie card pool guarantees at least one B-rank or higher ninja fragment in every 10 draws. And 30 consecutive draws guarantee at least one A-rank or higher ninja. Does the host wish to proceed with the lottery? Chapter 2. The First Summon Ninja. Yamato. After reading the system's lengthy exposition, all Chun Shiojia could discern was the phrase, "Please spend money," devoid of any substance. Merely a demand for monetary investment. System. Are you even a system anymore? No task list. No rewards, that only the need for monetary expenditure? Have you become blinded by greed? Chun Shiojia was utterly speechless, realizing that this system was only about spending money, not putting in effort. Does the host wish to proceed with the lottery? The system remained silent, persistently urging Chun Shiojia to draw, gazing at the panel displaying his balance of 585,600 berries. Just enough for 10 draw. He thought, since I've already spent it. Not. Drawing would only be self-defeating. I might as well give it a try. With that resolution, Chun Shiojia decisively pressed the 10 draw button. 10 black cards appeared on screen, radiating a mysterious glow that enticed him to click. He gently tapped the first card, which burst forth with a blue light. Upon flipping it over, he found an image of a kunai, accompanied by the numeral 1. Recognizing the familiar yet strange lottery interface, Chun Shiojia grasped the situation quickly. Blue signifies a common item. Next should be purple. Then gold, and finally red, right? System, could you at least make this cheap lottery interface more appealing? Chun Shiojia felt utterly drained of sarcasm. Merely wishing for the system to be reliable and provide him with something worthwhile, he continued to click on the cards. Yet the next 6 were all blue, leaving his expression somewhat gloomy. 3 cards remained. Surely, he couldn't be so unfortunate as to draw no purple at all. Upon clicking the 8th card, a flash of purple light emerged, bringing a hint of color back to his face. Thank goodness. Finally a purple. I hope it's something good. Chun Shiojia murmured. As the purple glow dissipated, the card revealed an image of a mineral, still marked with a numeral 1. Chun Shiojia was puzzled. What mineral could possibly qualify as a purple item? Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 gram of chakra metal, the system announced abruptly. Chun Shiojia fell into silence. He knew that chakra metal was quite rare in the Naruto world, and placing it among purple items was reasonable. But what could 1 gram accomplish? 1 gram wouldn't even suffice to forge a kunai tip. System, 1 gram of chakra metal? Is that even enough to craft a kunai? Are you treating me like a beggar? Disillusioned by the system's stinginess, Chun Shiojia had little hope for the remaining draws. He casually opened the last 2 cards, and to his surprise, both revealed purple light. An unexpected twist. System, have you changed your ways? 3 consecutive purples? No, this must be my luck, and has nothing to do with your miserly nature. Chun Shiojia attributed his fortune to luck. Considering the system's stinginess, how could it possibly yield 3 consecutive purples? Let me see what good items I've drawn. He glanced at the panel, where the last 2 purple cards revealed a B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll and a B-rank ninja fragment. Not bad. Not bad. A B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll. Seeing the B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, Chun Shiojia finally felt that his 18,000 berries were not wasted. In his mind, B-rank ninjutsu was already quite powerful. For instance, Naruto's signature technique, the shadow clone technique, is B-rank, while the multi-shadow clone technique is merely A-rank. This 10 draw was surprisingly rewarding. I suppose I will need to continue investing. After reviewing the results of his 10 draws and noting the remaining 20 draws in the newbie card pool. Chun Shiojia swiftly returned to his room, where he kept approximately 2 million berries in his safe, savings amassed over 16 years as the sole child of the family, which afforded him the luxury of not worrying about money. Detected that the host currently possesses 2 million berries. Would you like to recharge? Observing the system's eagerness to prompt him to recharge immediately after acquiring the berries, Chun Shiojia once again recognized the system's insatiable hunger for money. After some contemplation, he decided to return 1 million berries, retaining another million for himself, and instructed the system to recharge. Congratulations. Hosted on, successfully recharging 1 million berries now. Let's proceed with the lottery. Chun Shiojia once again opened the lottery interface, resolutely opting for 10 consecutive draws. This time, he chose to reveal them all at once. A flash of brilliance illuminated the screen, resulting in a bounty of 9 blue cards and 1 purple. Chun Shiojia was not taken aback by this outcome. It was, in fact, to be expected. The solitary purple card, unsurprisingly, turned out to be an B-grade ninja fragment. With these final 10 draws, it is certain that at least one A-grade ninja, or even an S-grade ninja, will emerge, given the system's tendencies. The likelihood of obtaining an S-grade is quite slim. However, some A-grade ninjas possess formidable strength. Chun Shiojia decisively initiated the last 10 consecutive draws from the novice card pool. As the array of 7 blue cards and 2 purple cards gleamed, a flash of golden light graced the final card. Gazing upon the guaranteed appearance of the card radiating golden light, he beheld Shippuden Yamato, Tenzo. Chun Shiojia was astonished to find that he had drawn Yamato, one of the few ninjas within the Naruto universe capable of utilizing wood release. Although readers often jested about Yamato, stating that while the first Hokage wielded wood release to conquer the world, Yamato merely used it for afforestation. Despite being from the Shippuden era, Yamato's prowess should not be underestimated. As the acting leader of Team 7, he possessed the strength of an elite jonin and extensive experience in leading missions, making him a significant asset for Chun Shiojia at this stage. Congratulations. Hosted on successfully acquiring the A-grade ninja Shippuden Yamato, Tenzo. You may summon Yamato to your side. Summoning an A-grade ninja requires the consumption of 1 A-grade ninja summoning slot. The system grants 1 summoning slot for C to S-grade ninjas, which currently does not require any expenditure from the host. The system's cold notification resonated at an opportune moment. What is this? Summoning a ninja requires a summoning slot, and I have to pay to unlock it? This system is outright extortion. Chun Shiojia was thoroughly exasperated with this money-driven system. Yet there was little he could do. After all, he was the one entangled in it. System that will summoning Yamato have any impact on the Naruto world? This system extracts a counterpart of the ninja from the timeline of the Naruto world, with no repercussions on the original world, and will bind to the host. The summoned ninja will exhibit unwavering loyalty. Additionally, the system will assist the summoned character in understanding the current world. That aspect is indeed quite considerate. Chun Shiojia mused, stroking his chin as he continued to inquire. What are the consequences if the ninja dies? If the summoned ninja perishes, they will transform into a random quantity of ninja fragments, and the host will forfeit any abilities gained from that ninja. Does that mean if the ninja dies, all the money I spent is wasted? And what does gained abilities mean? Chun Shiojia questioned. Puzzled, with each summoned ninja, the host will acquire 1 ability from that ninja, including but not limited to bloodline limits and ninjutsu. However, this is limited to the first summoning of that ninja. So if I summon Yamato, I could potentially acquire the wood release bloodline limit? There's a probability. Then, let's summon Yamato, Chun Shiojia declared, initiating the summoning in his room before him. A complex, magical array materialized on ground, and Yamato soon appeared at its center. Yamato slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Chun Shiojia before kneeling respectfully on one knee. I greet you, Master Shiojia. Please rise, Yamato, and refrain from calling me master. Chun Shiojia extended a hand to assist Yamato to his feet, for he felt no need to adopt an air of superiority. After all, that the summoned ninjas were entirely loyal to him, making any display of dominance unnecessary. Moreover, he required Yamato's guidance for his training. Having an elite jonin as a mentor was an extraordinary opportunity. Congratulations. Hosted on successfully summoning Shippuden Yamato, Tenzo. Please proceed to extract Yamato's ability. Extract. Chun Shiojia pressed the extraction button with resolve as the spinning wheel of options appeared before him. Would release secret technique. Would release secret technique. Would release secret technique. Chun Shiojia fervently prayed. For among all of Yamato's abilities, it was the wood release secret technique that he most eagerly anticipated. Possessing this technique would alleviate his concerns regarding his combat prowess before entering the new world. The wheel gradually slowed to a halt, finally resting precisely on the wood release secret technique. Yes, 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 that's it. Stop. Excellent. Chun Shioji exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as he watched the wheel come to a halt on his desired option. However, the wheel unexpectedly spun once more, ultimately stopping on a different option. No, system. It had already stopped. Why did it move again? Chun Shiojia shouted in frustration, but the system offered no explanation, nor did it acknowledge his outburst, merely prompting him to review the ability he had obtained. Watching the wood release slip away, Chun Shiojia felt a profound sense of loss. Yet there was nothing he could do, having missed the opportunity. He reluctantly shifted his gaze to his newly acquired ability. Congratulations. Hosted on acquiring the Hashirama Cell. 10. Chapter 3. Only through investment can one become stronger. The Hashirama Cells. Chun Shiojia gazed in astonishment at the newfound abilities he had acquired, never anticipating that such a thing could be drawn forth. Yamato, as a subject infused with Hashirama cells, naturally possessed them. Yet the system's capability to extract these cells as a skill was nothing short of remarkable. For Chun Shiojia, this enhancement rivaled the wood release secret techniques. It is worth noting that Hashirama cells are, in the world of Naruto, akin to a game-breaking element. The vitality of Hashirama cells is exceptionally robust. The original's ability to regenerate without hand seals is intricately linked to these cells, which also reduce the cooldown of the Mangekyo Sharingan and enable the awakening of the Rinnegan. Among other benefits, the personal panel has been activated. Please check it. Host. System, I genuinely suspect a novice programmer crafted you. Activating the personal panel only now is quite absurd, Chun Shiojia lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. The system indeed resembled something produced by an amateur, or perhaps an outsider. Opening the personal panel. Host. Chun Shiojia. Bound. Chakra amount. 0 cards. 1 card equals the chakra required to activate the Sharingan in its standard state. As demonstrated by Kakashi, not yet trained, chakra attributes. All attributes ninjutsu. Chakra refinement technique. Pending learning. Body flicker technique. Pending learning. Taijutsu. None jinjutsu. None special. Hashirama cells. 10. Not integrated. Summoned beasts. None tailed beasts. None ninja. Yamato from Naruto. Shippuden. Tenzo. Ninja fragments. 6 C rank. 4 B rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. 1 B rank ninjutsu learning scroll chakra metal. 1 gram berries. 645. 600 as Chun Shiojia surveyed this almost blank panel. A twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he were branded with 5 useless products on his forehead. However, he was fortunate to possess an all-attribute chakra constitution, which could be considered a stroke of luck. The novice card pool has concluded. Please check the new card pool. Upon hearing the IC prompt, Chun Shiojia exited the personal panel and began to explore the new card pool. The initial novice card pool had transformed into 3 distinct pools: the B and C rank ninja card pool, the A rank ninja card pool, and the S rank ninja card pool. System, what is the meaning of this? Chun Shiojia questioned, gazing at the panel in confusion. This system categorizes ninjas into 4 tiers, S and C ranks. The B and C rank card pool costs 180,000 berries per draw, guaranteeing a B rank item with every 10 draws and a B rank ninja with every 100 draws, with a small chance of obtaining a C rank ninja. The A rank pool costs 1.8 million berries per draw, ensuring an A rank item with every 10 draws and an A rank ninja with every 100 draws, with a slight chance of acquiring a B or C rank ninja. The S rank pool costs 18 million berries per draw, guaranteeing an S rank item with every 10 draws and an S rank ninja with every 100 draws, with a small chance of obtaining A, B, or C rank ninjas. C rank items include kunai, shuriken, senbon, smoke bombs, flash bombs, soldier pills, C rank ninja fragments, C rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. B rank items include explosive tags, chakra metal, 1 gram, B rank ninja fragments, B rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. A rank items include chakra metal, 10 grams. A rank ninja fragments. A rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. S rank items include S rank ninja fragments, S rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. Both the S and A rank pools can yield B and C rank items. The maximum number of items obtainable in a single draw is 3, while the minimum is 1. Every 100 ninja fragments can be synthesized into a ninja of the corresponding rank, with the outcome being random. Please invest early, host, to acquire the ninja you desire. Well, it seems I am destined to become a spendthrift. Shinshojia fully grasped the situation. Only through monetary investment could one alter their fate. The road ahead is long and arduous. He sighed, but this was a favorable beginning, now that his golden finger had been activated and a guide had appeared. The remainder depended on his own efforts. Yamato, do you possess some understanding of this world? Shinshojia inquired, glancing at the silent Yamato he had just helped up. It was evident that Yamato would become his future mentor. Yes, Lord Shinshojia, I have begun to comprehend, Yamato replied, regarding the 16-year-old boy before him with a sense of incredulity. While the concept of transmigration was bewildering, he resolved to embrace it, and thanks to the system, experiencing the culture and customs of another world might be a splendid adventure. Just as I require a teacher to guide me, I will be relying on you from now on, Teacher Yamato, Shinshojia stated solemnly. Having a good mentor can significantly reduce the number of detours one must take. Much like how Luffy, through his battle with Kaido, not only learned Haki, but also successfully awakened his devil fruit powers. Thus, a teacher is essential. And Yamato proved to be an excellent mentor, possessing abundant practical experience and leadership skills, more than capable of instructing a novice like Shinshojia. Lord Shojia, are you prepared to commit to arduous training? Yamato asked, observing the serious demeanor of Shinshojia. Despite their initial meeting, Shinshojia had extended him such trust. And in a moment of reverie, he saw a reflection of Naruto. They were of similar ages, and he resolved to honor that trust. I am ready, Teacher Yamato. Then let us commence our training. Yes, young master. The elder requests your presence. The sudden voice interrupted the burgeoning camaraderie, reminiscent of the fiery bond between Kai and Lee. All right, I understand, Grandpa Ford. I will be there shortly, Shinshojia responded, momentarily forgetting that he was still in his room. Very well, young master. As he listened to the receding footsteps outside the door, Shinshojia exhaled in relief, realizing that Yamato currently lacked a suitable identity. It would not do to train in secrecy. It appears he needed to converse with his grandfather to establish a proper teacher-student relationship, providing Yamato with a legitimate identity. Teacher Yamato, it seems we will need to postpone our training for a while. I must arrange a reasonable identity for you to facilitate our studies. Shinshojia shared his thoughts with Yamato, who agreed, acknowledging the necessity of a legitimate identity rather than remaining in the shadows. Fortunately, this world did not conduct a population census. He could simply claim that Yamato hailed from a distant land. Please rest here for now, teacher. I will discuss this matter with my grandfather, Shinshojia said, ensuring Yamato was settled before heading to his grandfather's room. Grandpa, you called for me? As Shinshojia opened the door, he found an elderly man with graying hair, yet spirited presence, standing by the window. Ah, little Jia, you've arrived. The elder remarked upon hearing Shinshojia voice, turning to face him with a wistful expression. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. 16 already. He ruffled the boy's hair as he spoke. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. Shinshojia protested, attempting to tame his now disheveled hair. You troublesome boy. To me, you will always be a little brat. That is your 16th birthday gift. Go take a look. The elder chided playfully. Humph, old man, always underestimating me. Shinshojia grumbled. Yet he could do nothing about it. After all, he was his grandfather. Now, don't be upset. What I have brought you this time is a new sea chart and some maritime materials. When do you plan to set sail, navigator? The elder teased, well aware of his grandson's passion for nautical knowledge. In recent years, Shinshojia had accompanied him on several voyages. Soon, very soon. By the way, Grandpa, I wish to find a mentor to teach me combat. Shinshojia chuckled, seizing the moment to voice his request. A teacher to teach you combat? Why? To enhance my capabilities, of course. The seas are far from calm these days, teeming with pirates. Surely, you wouldn't wish for your grandson to be abducted, Shinshojia explained. Isn't it sufficient to hire the Navy when the time comes? Grandfather, relying on others is never as reassuring as having your own strength. No one can guarantee perfect protection. If they could, my parents would never have met their fate. At this point, Shinshojia expression darkened. His parents had fallen victim to pirates. Despite having hired the Navy, they were unable to safeguard them. Alas, once your grandfather learns of this, he will surely find a powerful master for you, the old man mused. Sharing in the sorrow of losing a child, a pain that weighed heavily on him. Thankfully, Chun Shojia provided him with a sense of purpose. Grandfather, I will take these with me. Please remember to help me find a teacher. Chun Shojia gathered the maps and nautical texts, turning to leave while reminding his grandfather. Go ahead. I will send out a notice shortly to secure a formidable teacher for you. Chapter 4. The commencement of training soon after. Chin's grandfather issued a notice seeking instructors. Within just 3 days, 7 or 8 individuals had applied, including Yamato. Meanwhile, Chun Shojia was not idle. He began earnest practice of the chakra refining technique, for it was the cornerstone of becoming a ninja. Given that his body had likely undergone modification by the system, it was essential to harness chakra, a gift from the chakra fruit and the sage of 6 paths, enabling everyone to refine chakra. Initially, Chun Shojia feared he might be unable to harness chakra, but fortunately, he succeeded. After 3 days, he successfully entered the realm of refining and extracted his first strand of chakra. The next step was a matter of proficiency and accumulation, requiring time and dedication. Additionally, during these 3 days, he successfully integrated the cells of Hashirama, a significant advantage in the world of Naruto. The integration of Hashirama's cells made him feel as though his body was rapidly refining chakra, and the amount was considerable. Host, Chun Shojia, bound, chakra amount, 0. 5 cards 1 card chakra attributes. All attributes ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Learned, 3 body technique. To learn, taijutsu. None jinjutsu. None special. Hashirama cells, 10. Merged, summoning beasts. None tailed beasts. None ninja. Yamato, Tenzin, ninja fragments. C rank 6 pieces. B rank 4 pieces ninjutsu learning scroll. B rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 1 chakra metal, 1 gram berries. 645, 600 upon examining his personal panel. Chun Shojia realized that with his current physique, he possessed approximately 10 times the chakra of Kakashi. Truly, Hashirama cells were remarkable, even at just 10. His chakra amount exceeded Kakashi's by 10-fold. Today appeared to be the assessment day. Chun Shojia glanced at the time. It was time for evaluations, though not for himself, but for the instructors who had applied. The assessment was straightforward. The most capable would remain. Chun Shojia had no concerns that Yamato would be dismissed, as few strong contenders existed in the East Sea. Before long, the butler, Grandpa Ford, summoned Chun Shojia to the reception room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Yamato seated opposite his grandfather. Upon seeing Chun Shojia, the two exchanged a knowing nod. Little Jia, come and meet your teacher, Chin's grandfather called out, urging him to greet Yamato. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yamato successfully settled in at Chun Shojia's home, and the following day, their formal training commenced. Your chakra refining is commendable. Continue to strive for improvement, Yamato remarked, feeling there was little to critique in Chun Shojia's chakra refinement. However, your taijutsu leaves much to be desired and requires serious training, Yamato pointed out incisively. There's no secret to taijutsu. It simply requires practice. So, let us start with 50 laps to warm up, Yamato declared with an unwavering demeanor. 50 laps? Chun Shojia gazed at the standard-sized training field, feeling fatigue already creeping into his legs. Too few? Then make it 100 laps. Wait, 50 is fine, I'll run now. The once amiable Yamato transformed into a relentless taskmaster, complemented by an ominous soundtrack that sent chills down Chun Shojia's spine. Completing the 20,000 meter run took Chun Shojia over 3 hours. Upon finishing, he collapsed on the ground, but thanks to the integration of Hashirama's cells, his recovery and endurance had significantly improved. He merely rested for a mere 10 minutes before regaining his energy. Once Chun Shojia had recovered, Yamato swiftly moved on to the next lesson, hand sign practice. As a fundamental course for ninjas, Chun Shojia grasped the basics quickly, mastering the signs in just half an hour. Although his speed was still lacking, he was determined to endure the monotony of rigorous practice. The session then transitioned to combat training, alongside throwing techniques for shuriken and kunai, with Yamato providing guidance as he demonstrated various moves. By evening, they returned to chakra refining, another essential part of their curriculum. After completing these tasks, a thoroughly exhausted Chun Shojia fell into a deep sleep. For him, This was merely the first day of his training journey. Time flowed like water. 2 months passed swiftly under Chun Shiojia's diligent efforts. Now he could complete the 20,000-meter run in half an hour, and his hand sign speed had considerably improved, allowing him to form 3 to 4 signs in a second. His combat skills had also progressed significantly under Yamato's tutelage, evolving from being unable to withstand a single move to now being able to counter 30. He could confidently claim superiority over his past self from 2 months prior, and his chakra training yielded promising results, with his chakra amount reaching 1.5 cards, an increase of 5 cards since the integration of Hashirama's cells. He had inquired with the system, which confirmed that this was due to his body fully adapting to the Hashirama cells, leading to natural growth. Over these 2 months, Chun Shiojia also conducted 10 consecutive draws from the B-tier card pool, spending 1.8 million berries, a fortunate outcome of his grandfather's generous increase in his allowance. Previously, he received 100,000 berries a month, but now his grandfather had tripled it, claiming it was to support his training endeavors. With an additional 1 million berries from his savings, he invested 1.8 million berries into the B-tier card pool for the 10 draws. This round yielded him 2 C-rank ninja fragments, 1 B-rank ninja fragment, an explosive tag, and a collection of kunai, shuriken, and senbon. Overall, this 10-draw result was quite favorable, netting him 3 ninja fragments and an explosive tag. Host, Chun Shiojia. Bound, chakra amount, 15 cards chakra attribute. All attributes ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique. 3 body technique, to be learned, taijutsu. Ordinary ninja combat technique jinjutsu, none special. Hashirama cells, 10, summoning beast, none-tailed beast, none ninja. Shippuden Yamato, Tianzong, ninja fragments, 8 C rank. 5 B rank ninjutsu learning scrolls, 1 B rank ninjutsu learning scroll chakra medal, 1 gram berries. 445600, Chun Shiojia opened the panel, gazing at the pitifully low amount of berries that barely amounted to a 10-fold draw. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, money flowed like water. Over 2 million berries had vanished so easily, and relying on his family for funds to participate in the lottery was unsustainable due to the exorbitant costs. The thought of the A-rank card pool requiring 1.8 million berries for a single draw sent shivers down his spine. To possess an A-rank ninja, one would need 1.8 billion berries, and he seriously doubted whether liquidating his entire family's assets would suffice to draw an S-rank ninja. Of course, he could also opt to eliminate one of the 4 emperors and use their bounty for lottery draws, which would at least allow him to procure 2 S-rank ninjas. However, this thought left Chun Shiojia feeling disheartened. The 4 emperors were but 4 individuals ruling the vast sea, and with his current strength, he was hardly even worthy of being a mere target. This realization led to a lapse in concentration during his training, resulting in him being easily bested by Yamato. Yamato noticed Chun Shiojia's unusual demeanor and, after inquiring about the matter, promptly delivered a sharp reprimand. Listen here, young lad, you are aiming far too high. You can't even defeat a low-ranking ninja who has graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet you aspire to challenge those who may be even more powerful than the shadow level? Graduates from the Ninja Academy start with the simplest of tasks. Your priority should be to hone your skills and strive to graduate from my tutelage first. With another swift reprimand, Yamato left Chun Shiojia with tears in his eyes, yet also sparked a realization within him. Indeed, he had time to train and grow stronger, and there was no need to confront the 4 emperors right away. This world was teeming with pirates. Even those with a meager bounty of a few million berries could accumulate to fulfill his card-drawing needs. It seemed inevitable that, once his training bore fruit, he would become a pirate hunter. He would earn his first fortune by taking down those nefarious pirates, and, as he grew in strength, perhaps he too could become the Pirate King, leaving behind a legend of his own in this world. With renewed determination, Chun Shiojia resolved to pursue greater power, even if it meant confronting those pirates. Chapter 5. Lower Ninja Chun Shiojia. Since the enlightening reprimands from Yamato, Chun Shiojia's dedication to training intensified. Over the following 6 months, after solidifying his foundational skills, he began practicing the 3-body technique. Though it was merely a basic E-rank ninjutsu gifted by the system, its strategic value was irreplaceable. For instance, its transformation technique could effectively substitute for Bon Clay's imitation fruit, albeit falling short compared to the canine fruit's 9-tailed fox form. It is important to note that this was merely the lowest level E-rank ninjutsu, while the other two techniques were also commendable. Though the shadow clone technique was inferior to other higher-level variants, it was sufficient for an ordinary ninja's use. As for the final substitution technique, it was a rare and invaluable skill used to evade attacks, making it nearly irreplaceable, as many ninja strategies revolved around its application. Chun Shiojia initially focused on mastering the shadow clone technique, dedicating approximately a month to fully grasp this ninjutsu, achieving a flawless replication of himself. Following that was the transformation technique, which he mastered quite adeptly in just half a month. In a humorous twist, he even transformed into his grandfather in an attempt to swindle some money for card draws, only to inadvertently encounter the old man before he could execute his plan. This incident earned him a scolding from his grandfather, and his allowance remained unchanged, as the family had a multitude of expenses, making 300,000 berries a month the absolute limit. Thus, Chun Shiojia was further motivated to train diligently. With only the substitution technique left to master, he understood that timing was crucial. Summoning the substitute too early would render it ineffective, while summoning too late would still result in injury. The choice of the substitute object also required careful consideration. It could not be too far from the original body, or the summoning would fail. Conversely, if it was too close, the original body would not have enough time to reach safety. To perfect this technique, Chun Shiojia devoted 2.5 months, ultimately achieving a level of proficiency that satisfied both Yamato and himself, despite enduring considerable hardship along the way. In the beginning, he sustained injuries nearly every day. Yet thanks to the remarkable healing properties of the Hashirama cells and the robust physique typical of this pirate world, he often woke up feeling significantly improved. By the second month, his injuries became less frequent, and in the final days, he managed to evade Yamato's attacks unscathed. Thus, his training in the three-body technique was deemed successfully completed, surpassing the proficiency of the average Ninja Academy student. After all, the academy did not have elite jonin as instructors, and it could be said that Chun Shiojia's training in this technique matched that of some special jonin. Following this, Yamato acknowledged Chun Shiojia's capabilities, affirming his status as a qualified lower ninja. After completing the three-body technique, Chun Shiojia utilized the acquired B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll to study the shadow clone technique, which could be considered a game-changing ninjutsu due to its ability to inherit learning experiences. During this period, Chun Shiojia attempted to train ninjutsu independently, but regrettably, without a ninjutsu learning scroll, his progress was dismal. No matter how hard he tried, he could not utilize the techniques, prompting him to lament the system numerous times. Over these 6 months, Chun Shiojia successfully accumulated 1.8 million berries, sufficient for a 10-fold draw in the BC level card pool. This time, the 10-fold draw yielded him 1 B-rank ninja fragment, 1 gram of chakra metal, 2 C-rank ninja fragments, along with shurikens, kunai, and other items. After learning the shadow clone technique, Chun Shiojia's training accelerated. He began summoning a shadow clone each day to refine his control over chakra, practicing tree climbing and water walking, while his original self continued training in taijutsu and the three-body technique. Simultaneously, he also commenced swordsmanship training to enhance his close combat prowess. Yamato began teaching Chun Shiojia about elemental transformations. Although Chun Shiojia still could not master his ninjutsu, early exposure was beneficial. For months passed, and Chun Shiojia successfully learned the transformations of water and earth elements, mastering chakra control to a level comparable to Yamato's. However, his progress in swordsmanship was minimal, as Yamato was not particularly skilled in this area, and the family could not find a teacher to guide Chun Shiojia, leaving him to navigate this path on his own. As the year drew to a close, Chun Shiojia celebrated his 17th birthday 2 months prior. In light of his birthday, he once again managed to accumulate 1.8 million berries, allowing him to initiate another 10-fold draw in the BC level card pool. This time, his luck remained consistently favorable, as he obtained 1 B-rank ninja fragment, 2 C-rank ninja fragments, and a C-rank ninjutsu learning scroll. In consideration of the world of One Piece, he learned the C-rank ninjutsu, Water Chaos Wave, through this C-rank ninjutsu scroll. This might yield unexpected benefits when facing certain devil fruit users. Presently, Chun Shiojia's status has undergone significant changes. Host, Chun Shiojia, bound, ninja rank, Genin chakra amount, 16 cards. 1 card equals Kakashi's normal Sharingan activation, chakra attributes. All attributes ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique, body replacement technique. Shadow clone technique. Water chaos wave taijutsu. Standard ninja combat technique. Shuriken throwing technique Jinjutsu. None special. Hashirama cells. 10 merged. Summoned beasts. None-tailed beasts. None ninja. Yamato. Tenzu. Ninja fragments. 12 C rank. 7 B rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. None chakra metal. 2 grams berries. 445. 600 observing the considerable distance to acquiring a B rank ninja. Chun Shiojia felt compelled to seek profitable endeavors. Relying solely on his allowance from home proved to be insufficient. He had drawn only 30 times, with 70 draws remaining to reach 100, and he needed a staggering 12. 6 million berries. It was time to take action. Chun Shiojia believed his current prowess permitted him to attempt capturing pirates with bounties of around 1.2 million berries, which would serve to enhance his practical experience. Additionally, with Yamato by his side, he felt reassured against potential mishaps. Yamato concurred with his thoughts. After all, a ninja must see blood. Only through trials of fire and blood can true growth be achieved. However, Chun Shiojia had somewhat underestimated the situation. The East Blue, recognized as the weakest sea in the pirate world, harbored far fewer pirates than the other 3 seas. Following the new year, both Chun Shiojia and Yamato joined the family fleet, learning navigation skills while also taking on the role of guardians. For a full 2 months, they encountered not a single pirate, primarily because their shipping route was fixed and traveled within the protective sphere of the Navy. After all, business thrives on stability, and the fleet comprised ordinary individuals who would avoid perilous areas. Moreover, the Navy routinely patrolled these routes, discouraging pirates from attempting their luck in such well-guarded waters. Thus, Chun Shiojia's aspiration to earn pirate bounties for the sake of drawing rewards failed. As time passed, over a year and 4 months since activating his abilities, with nearly a year remaining until Luffy set sail, he had summoned only Yamato, and the next ninja seemed a distant prospect. His family could no longer provide additional funds, and he urgently needed to venture out to seek pirates for bounties. His strength had reached a plateau, and the system restricted him from self-learning ninjutsu. To enhance his power, drawing rewards was necessary, yet he lacked money. To earn, he must go to sea. There were indeed high bounty pirates in the East Blue, such as Arlong and Buggy, each with bounties in the millions. Capturing just one would alleviate his immediate financial troubles. Thus, it was time to set sail. Chun Shiojia resolved to no longer squander time in his hometown. The call of the sea was urgent. The Grand Line, here I come. And to the pirates, prepare your necks for the bounty I shall claim. Chapter 6. Setting sail. A fortunate day for departure as thoughts of departure filled his mind. Chun Shiojia wasted no time and directly presented his intentions to old Chun, who was well aware that his grandson was destined to set sail. Thus, he had made early preparations. A medium-sized sailboat, akin to the Going Merry, adorned with the symbol of the Leaf Village, was ready, accompanied by a crew of seasoned sailors. Essential supplies, and 1 million berries. This was the utmost old Chun could provide. Chun Shiojia accepted the provisions, but chose not to take the crew aboard, as it would only serve to distract him from his focus on battle. Moreover, he intended to summon more ninjas in the future, which would complicate explanations for their sudden appearance. Old Chun offered no objections, repeatedly reminding him to prioritize safety, not wishing to lose his only relative. Yet, he did not deter Chun Shiojia from pursuing his maritime ambitions. After all, the boy had grown and harbored a desire for adventure, a sentiment that was entirely natural. Observing Chun Shiojia's progress and strength, he believed that perhaps in this vast ocean, his grandson could carve out a name for himself. On April 18, 1519, Chun Shiojia and Yamato officially set sail, with the entire Chun family bidding them farewell from the shore. Shiojia, remember, no matter what happens, this will always be your homeland. You can return at any time. Old Chun called out, watching the ship fade into the distance, with Chun Shiojia shrinking in size. Grandpa, I will remember. I shall make this ocean resound with my name. Chun Shiojia could no longer suppress his tears, loudly proclaiming his promise. Mr. Yamato, I entrust Shiojia to you. Old Chun turned to Yamato, recognizing the man's extraordinary strength, suspecting he might possess a devil fruit ability, which was one reason he consented to Chun Shiojia's departure. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will take good care of Shiojia. Though Yamato was not the devil fruit user Old Chun envisioned, his prowess surpassed that of ordinary users, and it was his duty to safeguard Chun Shiojia, especially since it was he who summoned Yamato into this world. As the familiar horizon faded from view, Chun Shiojia composed himself and entered the helm, which he had named Konohamaru. Their destination was clear, the starting point of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Along the way, he was particularly eager to visit Kokoyashi Village, home to Nami. He had always admired Nami's character and wished to meet her, while also resolving the issue with Arlong, thus earning a bounty and freeing Nami in the process. Whether he would invite her aboard remained uncertain, a matter to be decided in due course. As for Luffy, he was not yet at sea. According to Chun Shiojia's knowledge, Luffy would set sail in 1520, the following year. Windmill Village was not a direct route, so he could only hope to encounter him later. Next was Lobe Town, an essential check-in point for any fan of the series. It would be a disservice not to visit, especially since traveling to Reverse Mountain would inevitably lead them through Lobe Town. The voyage across the sea was monotonous, characterized by endless ocean views and occasional passing birds. Chun Shiojia recharged his funds with 5 million berries, eager to continue his draws. He no longer held high hopes for the characters he might acquire. He felt he had exhausted his luck due to his transmigration, as his draw rates were disappointingly low. Great Sage of the Six Paths, your devoted follower prays for your blessing. May this next draw yield abundant rewards. Chun Shiojia felt it was time to engage in a bit of mysticism. After all, when drawing ninjas, one must beseech the Sage of the Six Paths. With fervent hopes, Chun Shiojia decisively opened the draw page and unhesitatingly clicked on a 10 draw option. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 C-level ninja fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 B-level ninja fragment. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 C-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 explosive tags. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 kunai. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 soldier pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 shuriken. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 books. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 smoke bomb. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 smoke bombs. Chun Shiojia gazed at the items he had retrieved from this tenfold draw, and indeed, they surpassed the meager rewards of his previous attempts. In those 30 draws, he had scarcely received more than 1 item. He had never encountered a situation where he received more than 2 at once. Today, however, he had acquired 3 explosive tags in one go. Without further ado, he initiated another tenfold draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 B-level ninja fragments. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 B-level ninja fragment. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 C-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 books. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 kunai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 flash bombs. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 shuriken. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 books. Congratulations to the host for obtaining C-level ninja rock, Lee, from the Chunin exam. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 soldier pills. It's happening. It's happening. Chun Shiojia was astounded by the appearance of the new ninja, Rock Lee. He never anticipated that this tenfold draw would yield a ninja, especially considering the system labeled it as a low probability event. Typically, when the system refers to something as low probability, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Grateful for the blessings of the Sage of Six Paths, Chun Shiojia felt that perhaps there was some truth to the metaphysical. Indeed, his luck had surged. Not only had he acquired a new ninja, but he also received 3 B-level ninja fragments and 1 C-level ninjutsu learning scroll, which could be deemed a tremendous windfall. Once more, Chun Shiojia proceeded with another tenfold draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 C-level ninja fragment. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 B-level ninja fragment. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 C-level ninja fragment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 shuriken. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 kunai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 kunai. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 soldier pill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 books. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 flash bomb. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 smoke bomb. It seems that his luck in this round of draws had reached its limit, yielding primarily single items. After reviewing the results of this tenfold draw, Chun Shiojia noted that aside from the 3 shuriken, all other items consisted of singular acquisitions. Evidently, the emergence of C-level Rock Lee had exhausted his luck for the day. Yet it was still quite satisfactory, as he had indeed secured a Lee. No losses here. Having only charged a total of 30 draws, Chun Shiojia intended to recharge later. as he wished to reserve some funds for purchasing supplies. He exited the draw interface, curiosity piqued, and clicked on Rock Lee's card information. He was puzzled by the power classification of the C-level ninja. Daimao had drawn an A-level ninja, despite the prefix indicating he was from the Wind Arc, and the disparity in strength was minimal. However, during the Chunin exam, Rock Lee could indeed unlock the 5th gate, which would classify him at least as a B-level ninja. Yet here he appeared as a C-level ninja, leading Chun Shoujia to suspect he might have received a version of Rock Lee with significantly diminished abilities. Character: Chunin exam Rock Lee level, C ninjutsu, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Rising Wind, Leaf Gale, Front Lotus, 8 gates of bypass, Rest Gate. Upon reading this, Chun Shoujia understood that he had indeed obtained a version of Rock Lee with curtailed abilities, while other martial arts skills were largely unaffected. The crucial 8 gates of bypass technique was limited to the 2nd gate, the Rest Gate. As anticipated, it was somewhat acceptable. After reviewing Rock Lee's profile, Chun Shoujia found it quite reasonable, considering the system's notorious frugality. System: Summon Rock Lee. Chun Shoujia made his way to the deck, where Daimao was also present, and he summoned Rock Lee. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the summoning array, Daimao understood that a new companion had been brought forth by Chun Shoujia, though he was uncertain who it would be. Should he have a choice, he would hope for the arrival of his senior, Kakashi. As the brilliance of the summoning array faded, Rock Lee from the Chunin exam period materialized. Daimao recognized him immediately by his distinctive watermelon haircut and green tracksuit. Master Shoujia. Little Lee respectfully bowed to Chun Shoujia, having acquired knowledge of this world from the system. There's no need for such formality. We shall be comrades from now on. Chun Shoujia helped Little Lee to his feet. This is Daimao, who arrived in this world before you. You should get to know one another. At this moment, Little Lee had yet to meet Daimao, although Daimao recognized Little Lee, albeit as an adult. Teacher Daimao. Little Lee instantly recognized Daimao's attire as that of a jonin, though Daimao had also acquired some casual clothing. He primarily retained the style from the past. To celebrate Little Lee's arrival, let us hold a party tonight. Chun Shoujia proposed. I concur. So do I. Chapter 7. The first windfall delivered to my door. Though only 3 individuals participated, the atmosphere of the party was quite delightful. During the festivities, Chun Shoujia elaborated on his abilities. Upon learning that they might encounter other companions in this world in the future, Little Lee became even more invigorated, while Daimao felt a sense of anticipation. After indulging in food and drink, the trio established a rotation for their duties and subsequently retired to their respective quarters. Chun Shoujia returned to his room, accessed the system, and prepared to extract Rock Lee's abilities. Among all of Little Lee's abilities, Chun Shoujia was particularly keen on acquiring the 8 gates of bypass technique. He had perused the system's ninjutsu list, noting that the 8 gates of bypass could be learned with merely an A-level ninjutsu learning scroll. However, the skills within required additional ninjutsu learning scrolls. Specifically, the Morning Peacock necessitated an A-level ninjutsu learning scroll, as did the Day Tiger, while unlocking the 8th gate, the Death Gate. For the Evening Elephant and Night Guy required S-level ninjutsu learning scrolls. Fortunately, the system had eliminated the fatal drawback associated with opening the 8th gate, allowing Chun Shoujia to sustain only severe injuries when utilizing the technique, significantly enhancing its practicality. However, he was uncertain if Guy experienced the same effect while employing the technique. System: Extract Rock Lee's ability. As the extraction commenced, congratulations to the host for obtaining unwavering determination, enhancing the efficiency of physical training by 10. What on earth? Chun Shoujia found himself at a loss. Is this truly considered an ability? He was perplexed. What kind of absurdity was this? The concept of unwavering determination, something so intangible, could be drawn? Truly, this was the system at work. Yet, this ability undeniably offered a notable boost to physical training. Additionally, Little Lee's techniques, Leaf Whirlwind, Great Whirlwind, Rising Wind, Gale, were all self-learnable, but the Front Lotus was not. Chun Shoujia speculated that this was due to the Front Lotus requiring the 8 gates of bypass for execution, rendering it impossible for him to learn. Moreover, he had drawn 2 C-level ninjutsu learning scrolls today, allowing him to learn 2 additional techniques. Without hesitation, Chun Shoujia utilized the 2 C-level ninjutsu learning scrolls, respectively learning Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, perfectly complementary to one another. In the days that followed, The three of them practiced diligently while sailing, likely due to the use of the learning scrolls. Shinshojia quickly mastered fire release, great fireball technique, and earth release, earth flow wall. However, he refrained from frivolously embellishing his earth flow wall with a canine motif as Kakashi had done, for to him, the practicality of ninjutsu was paramount. He preferred to forego the ostentation. The voyage upon the vast ocean is not laden with amusement, but rather with solitude. Today marks the 5th day since they set sail, and thus far, they have not encountered any other vessels, nor even a single island. "My lord Xiujia, there is a ship ahead," exclaimed Xiaoli. Initially, Chen Xiujia anticipated yet another fruitless day, but Xiao Li's exclamation piqued his interest. Encountering a ship amidst the endless sea is no trivial matter. "Xiaoli, can you discern what kind of ship it is?" Chen Xiujia hoped it might be a pirate vessel, thus enabling him to procure his first fortune. "My lord Xiujia, I can see clearly now. It is not a pirate ship, but rather a merchant vessel." After scrutinizing through his telescope, Xiaoli reported. "A merchant ship? Are you certain?" In recent days, Chen Xiujia had educated Xiao Li and He on the characteristics of pirate ships, so he trusted Xiao Li's judgment. "I am certain, my lord Xiujia. I do not see a pirate flag, but rather the insignia of a merchant ship." "Oh no." Chen Xiujia sighed, hand resting on his forehead. "Isn't this supposed to be the age of pirates? Why have I yet to encounter a single one? Or has Carp been so ruthless as to eradicate all pirates in the East Sea?" "Very well, Xiaoli, continue your observation." "Understood, my lord." Chen Xiujia retrieved a nautical chart, cross-referencing their position with that of the merchant vessel, discovering that both were headed towards the same island. They required provisions and fresh water, and fortuitously, the island housed a naval base. He mused whether he could capture a pirate before reaching it to exchange for a bounty. "Heavenly Father, send me a pirate," Chen Xiujia murmured. He genuinely desired to capture one, for money was but one motivation. Testing his own prowess was another. His skirmishes with Xiao Li and He could only be deemed as sparring. They lacked the essence of true combat. Moreover, how could a ninja who had never tasted blood be considered a genuine ninja? In this regard, Xiao Li surpassed him, having taken lives during missions in the Leaf Village. Xiao Li too felt a tinge of disappointment. He wished to assist Chen Xiujia in capturing a pirate, perhaps even bringing Teacher Kai and Ning Xi into this world. "My lord Xiujia, something seems awry. That merchant ship is suddenly approaching us." While envisioning the lively atmosphere that would ensue upon Teacher Kai's arrival, Xiaoli noticed the ship ahead veering towards them and quickly alerted Chen Xiujia and He. "Is there an enemy presence?" He, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the cabin to stand alongside Chen Xiujia at the bow, gazing at the advancing merchant ship. "It is uncertain. Typically, merchant ships do not alter their course abruptly, especially upon encountering an unidentified vessel such as ours." Chen Xiujia felt a flutter of excitement. He sensed that pirates were indeed aboard. As the two ships drew closer, when they were approximately 300 meters apart, the merchant ship unexpectedly opened fire upon them. "It appears we have indeed encountered foes. Xiao Li, He, prepare for battle." With the enemy having fired the first shot, Chen Xiujia and his companions no longer hesitated. After He created a wooden clone to oversee their vessel, the three of them leapt from their ship, skimming across the surface of the water towards the suspected merchant vessel. 10 minutes earlier, upon Xiao Li's discovery of the ship, the crew aboard had also noticed Chen Xiujia and his companions. "Lads, it seems we have yet another plump sheep to slaughter," bellowed a burly man dressed in typical pirate garb, rallying his ragtag crew for another heist. They had just plundered this merchant vessel 3 days prior, eliminating anyone who dared resist them. Their own pirate ship was sunk due to counterfire while raiding the merchant vessel, forcing them to commandeer this ship. They had yet to modify it, hence the merchant insignia remained, and their captain intended to use it as a cover while fishing for bigger prey. Chen Xiujia was that prize. As the two vessels neared, the burly man commanded his underlings to fire upon Chen Xiujia's ship, intending to sink it straight away, though their aim was lacking, with 3 consecutive shots missing the mark. "Ha! It seems we have stumbled upon a bunch of timid landlubbers who jumped ship," the burly man guffawed, urging his crew to hasten towards them. However, their laughter was short-lived as they beheld 3 living beings sprinting atop the water. "Am I still asleep? Is there truly someone capable of running on water? It couldn't be that everyone was dreaming, could it? Monsters. They are monsters. No, they are demons." In an instant, panic swept through the pirate crew, each shouting in terror. "Enough. Silence. Open fire." Whether they are human, monster, or demon, obliterate them. The burly man roared, quelling the doubts and fears of his crew, decisively commanding them to fire, for even if they were demons, they would be reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. A volley of cannonballs flew towards Jie and his companions, yet they adeptly evaded each shot, the projectiles merely exploding into plumes of water without further consequence. Dahi, hold the line. Xiao Li and I will engage. Xiao Li, spare no effort. These individuals are clearly pirates. The distance of 300 meters vanished in an instant as Jie strategized, placing Dahi in a supportive role. These pirates were evidently not formidable, and he and Xiao Li alone could easily dispatch the 30 or so crew members. Understood. With a great leap, Jie soared onto the merchant ship, and before he landed, he hurled 8 shurikens, sending 8 pirates tumbling to the ground. Leaf Whirlwind. Xiao Li, not to be outdone, delivered a powerful kick that sent a pirate who had charged at Jie flying. He plunged into the fray, dispatching the remaining crew members with his bare hands. Dahi remained composed, standing at the bow and observing Jie and Xiao Li, casually eliminating any foolish enough to approach him with hostile intent. The burly man, wielding a 2-meter-long axe, roared as he charged at Jie. Just as Jie sent 2 more thugs flying, he felt a shadow loom over him. Looking up, he saw a giant man, at least 3 meters tall, swinging his axe towards him. Jie leapt backward, easily avoiding the blow, and in midair quickly formed hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, dog. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a 5-meter diameter engulfed the giant, whose anguished screams echoed as he plummeted into the sea. Who says fire release can't kill? Jie spat the remaining embers from his mouth, turning to charge into the dwindling ranks of pirates. Dahi, retrieve him. Do not let him drown. Rest assured. Dahi extended his hand, wooden planks sprouting from his wrist to haul the fallen giant from the depths. Monsters. They are monsters. The remaining crew, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly paralyzed with fear, frantically preparing to leap overboard for survival. Jie would not permit this band of pirates to escape. Several shurikens flew forth, claiming their lives. My lord Jie, the task is complete, Xiao Li announced, having dispatched the other underlings. Excellent. Let us see if there are any other survivors. Yes. Chapter 8, 5. 3 million acquired. The next target after confirming that there were no survivors, Jie and his companions entered the ship's cabin to investigate. While they did not encounter any pirates, they did find 7 or 8 individuals bound and gagged. Upon inquiry, they learned that these were the original owners of the merchant vessel. The ship's guards had been killed by the pirates, and the owners were left behind in hopes of extorting a ransom from them. After thoroughly searching the ship, Jie and his companions also discovered over 3 million berries, a significant amount that had been pillaged from the pirates, thus yielding an unexpected bounty. We are truly grateful to you. Had it not been for your timely rescue, we cannot fathom the losses we would have incurred, perhaps even our lives, expressed Charlotte Tunnen, the original owner of the ship, with immense gratitude. Upon learning that Jie and his companions shared the same destination, he invited them to travel together, insisting on giving them a portion of the supplies on board. Charlotte's cargo included food and daily necessities, which, although somewhat ravaged by the pirates, was still more than sufficient for Jie and his crew. A day later, both vessels arrived at their destination, and Jie and his companions decided to take a brief respite on the island. They disembarked and made their way to a tavern in town, intending to indulge their appetites. To be honest, their culinary skills were rather mediocre. They could manage to fill their stomachs, but the food was far from delectable. As they awaited their meal, they listened to various tidbits of gossip circulating in the tavern. Did you hear? The town to the west was attacked by a band of pirates, and many lives were lost. One patron lamented. Thank goodness we have the Navy stationed here, otherwise, we might have met the same fate. That Charlotte fellow, who was kidnapped by pirates, somehow returned alive. Word has it he was rescued by a group of bounty hunters. Another chimed in. Recently, there has been talk of a thief among the pirates, one who specializes in stealing their treasures, and many pirates are eager to capture this elusive rogue. I even heard this thief has stolen nearly 100 million berries. Is that true? I heard it from someone else. Who knows if it's genuine? I must say, this thief has quite the audacity. Jie, sipping on juice and savoring the taverness offerings, suddenly perked up at the mention of the thief. If all goes as expected, this thief should be Nami. He pondered. recalling how this quirky girl had captured his affection in his past life. Yet her plight had filled him with profound sympathy. Kokushiya village seems to be nearby, and with Luffy still a year away from rescuing Nami, perhaps I should intervene to help her escape this wretched existence sooner. Chun Shoujiya resolved his course of action. After finishing their meal, the trio split up. Xiao Li and Dei went to procure their necessities, while Chun Shoujiya headed to the Navy base to collect the bounty for the pirate they had eliminated and to acquire some wanted posters. As such information was not available in his hometown, the primary objective of their visit to this island was to obtain some wanted posters, thereby alleviating the aimless search for pirates. Chun Shoujiya, carrying a package containing the head of the pirate leader, strode directly toward the Navy base. Halt! Upon reaching the entrance, 2 Navy personnel called out. "What brings you here?" One inquired. "I have come to claim a bounty," Chun Shoujiya replied calmly, "and to request some wanted posters." "You're a bounty hunter? You don't look the part. Come on in." The officer scrutinized Chun Shoujiya, who appeared more like a pampered young master than a desperate bounty hunter. Chun Shoujiya paid no mind to their judgments. As long as he could exchange for money, he was indifferent. "Sir, a bounty hunter has arrived to claim his reward." Soon, they arrived at the bounty exchange area, and after the announcement, Chun Shoujiya successfully received his bounty. Bounty for pirate Francis Medley. 3 million berries. "Impressive. You've taken down quite the high-profile pirate on your first attempt," remarked Sergeant George Lagrin, glancing at the wanted poster and then at Chun Shoujiya's youthful visage with admiration. "Care to join the Navy?" George Lagrin always sought to recruit incoming bounty hunters. With pirates rampant, every additional ally strengthened their forces, and he had high hopes for Chun Shoujiya. "Thank you, but I have no intention of joining the Navy at this moment," Chun Shoujiya firmly declined. He preferred his current lifestyle and was wary of how to explain his unique abilities should the 5 elders discover them. They might consider him a subject for experimentation. "Very well. Should you ever consider enlisting with the Navy, you are always welcome." George Lagrin expressed his regret, but had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to prepare the bounty. "Thank you. I also require some wanted posters. Could you arrange that for me?" "Of course." Soon, both the bounty and the wanted posters were handed to Chun Shoujiya. After confirming their accuracy, he left the Navy base and, on his way, purchased several sea charts, as those he had brought from home were insufficient. As a navigator, this was an essential task. Upon returning to the ship, Konoha Maru, Xiao Li and Dei arrived back as well, each laden with a variety of items, primarily fitness equipment. To facilitate their training, Chun Shoujiya had instructed Dei to use wood release to reinforce a room dedicated to their practice. However, prior to summoning Xiao Li, they had not prepared any fitness gear. As Chun Shoujiya had previously focused on ninjutsu training, which could be practiced by the sea. With Xiao Li now aboard, it was essential to have equipment for physical training. After transferring the items onto the ship, Chun Shoujiya began to peruse the wanted posters in search of his next target. There's even a wanted poster for a mountain bandit. The bounty is quite substantial, 10 million berries, and it's not far from here. Quickly, Chun Shoujiya identified a suitable target. Mountain bandits were considerably easier to locate than pirates, as they were often territorial. However, many mountain bandits were also pirates, making them somewhat indistinguishable. "Dei, Xiao Li, we depart tomorrow to deal with this mountain bandit." Chun Shoujiya handed the wanted poster to Dei and Xiao Li, deciding to rest for the night before seeking trouble with this bandit the following day. "Understood, Lord Shoujiya," Xiao Li responded while doing push-ups. 10 million berries is indeed an attractive bounty. Dei nodded in agreement, estimating that a bandit worth such a bounty would likely be manageable for the 3 of them. That previous pirate was rather weak. I hope this mountain bandit proves to be a pleasant surprise. Chun Shoujiya tucked away the wanted poster, wishing for the 10 million berries to reflect the bandit's strength, allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. After assigning Dei to keep watch for the night, Chun Shoujiya began his daily training regimen, focusing on chakra refinement. Once completed, he contemplated his upcoming card draw arrangements. Thus far, he had conducted 60 draws from the BC level card pool, yielding only 1 C-rank ninja. He required another 40 draws to unlock a B-rank ninja, which would amount to 2 million berries. In other words, if all goes well tomorrow, a B-rank ninja could be acquired. However, a pressing question remains. Should I conserve this 10 million berries until I accumulate 18 million to draw from the A-rank card pool? After all, the A-rank pool has a chance of yielding B-rank ninjas, and the bounty earned thereafter will undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, The probability does not guarantee that this tenfold draw will be successful. Currently, there are only 3 of them aboard, which feels rather insufficient. Although Chun Shiojia and Yamato can utilize shadow clones to bolster their numbers, creating clones consumes chakra. This is manageable when not engaged in battle. But what happens when they are? Not everyone can be like Naruto, summoning thousands of clones at once. Chun Shiojia can only manage to create 3 shadow clones, while Yamato's wood-style clones can only number 2 at most. Thus, augmenting their ranks is imperative. It seems I must first expend this 10 million on the BC card pool, hoping to summon a formidable ninja. Chun Shiojia prayed to the great sage of the 6 paths. The night passed uneventfully. On the following morning, Chun Shiojia and his companions set forth towards their target island, greeting the rising sun. As dusk approached, they successfully arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, they encountered a desolate village, strewn with dilapidated houses, exposed corpses, and signs of plunder everywhere. This was a scene Shao Li had never witnessed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yamato remained silent, but the fury in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. It appeared to be the handiwork of scoundrels. Let us proceed, and as before, leave no survivors. Chun Shiojia's expression was stoic, yet his voice brimmed with an ominous bloodlust. Chapter 9. 100 draws achieved. The trio dashed towards the mountain bandits' lair, where the flickering lights and raucous sounds suggested a celebration was underway. They swiftly split up, quickly neutralizing the sentries. After dispatching the lookout bandits, they arrived at a vantage point from which they could observe the entire hideout. These ruffians, brazenly reveling in their debauchery, witnessing the lively scene. Shao Li's teeth ground in hatred. He longed to descend and shatter their skulls with his fists. Are we certain there are no other exits? Chun Shiojia's voice was icy. He too wished to eliminate these scoundrels swiftly, but to ensure a complete annihilation, they took their time searching the hideout. Rest assured, unless they sprout wings and fly away, their only fate is death. Yamato's gaze, as cold as that of a corpse, remained fixated on the raucous bandits below. He had already positioned wood-style clones at another exit to ensure none could escape. Then let us send them to the afterlife. Chun Shiojia deftly hurled a kunai affixed with an explosive tag into the heart of the bandit lair, while Yamato and Shao Li followed suit, launching their own explosive kunai into various locations within the hideout. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames erupted, and the reveling bandits suffered tremendous casualties, their screams echoing like haunting melodies. Onward. Leave no survivors. The bandit leader is mine. Chun Shiojia charged from his hiding place, racing towards the wanted poster's depicted leader. Leaf Whirlwind. Shao Li leaped into the fray, diving into the panicked bandit throng, with Yamato not far behind. Who are you? The bandit leader, Barrett Joshi, glared at Chun Shiojia, his face bloodied from the recent explosion. There is no need for the dead to know too much. Chun Shiojia replied tersely, brandishing his kunai as he lunged at Barrett Joshi, employing ninjutsu to eliminate him. It was far too merciful. Chun Shiojia intended for him to meet a torturous end. Get lost. Barrett Joshi, seizing a massive sword nearby, swung it down at Chun Shiojia. Chun Shiojia deftly sidestepped, launching a wood-leaf rising wind that sent Barrett Joshi soaring into the air, followed by a powerful leaf great whirlwind that embedded him into the stone wall. With a sputter, Barrett Joshi coughed up a copious amount of blood, struggling to rise. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he charged at Chun Shiojia. You little brat, with such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Watch as I cleave you in two. Barrett Joshi swung his enormous blade at Chun Shiojia. Chun Shiojia swiftly released several shuriken, which scattered as Barrett Joshi deflected them with his sword. Frowning slightly, Chun Shiojia formed hand seals with urgency. Water style, water chaos wave. A torrent of high-pressure water erupted from Chun Shiojia's mouth, smashing Barrett Joshi into the central watchtower of the lair, knocking some unfortunate bandits unconscious, while the sword slipped from his grasp, landing at Chun Shiojia's feet. Why, you are a devil fruit user? Barrett Joshi trembled as he clambered to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Chun Shiojia. Chun Shiojia picked up the sword, unperturbed by Barrett Joshi's query, advancing step by step towards him. Onward. Everyone. Attack. Barrett Joshi, witnessing Chun Shiojia's approach, felt the grim footsteps echoing like the call of death, instilling terror in his heart. He seized a nearby minion and hurled him at Chun Shiojia, urging the other lackeys to charge as well. The underlings, intimidated by Barrett Joshi's threat, reluctantly surged forward to obstruct Chun Shiojia, while Barrett Joshi turned to flee. With deliberate strikes, Chun Shiojia dispatched the advancing minions, swiftly pursuing Barrett Joshi and severing one of his legs. Ag. Barrett Joshi fell to the ground, howling in agony, yet dared not pause, crawling away inch by inch. If you escape like this, then there's no need for me to venture out to sea. Chun Shiojia's voice was frigid as he stomped down on Barrett Joshi's remaining leg, executing a clean cut, then severing his arms, reducing him to a mere human stick. With both hands and legs lost, Barrett Joshi struggled to flip over, incessantly murmuring, "Devil. You are a devil. If I truly am a devil, then let this devil cleanse the world of scoundrels like you." Chun Shiojia delivered a decisive blow, severing his head, thus concluding Barrett Joshi's nefarious existence. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Yamato had dealt with the remaining bandits, ensuring that no one was left alive in the hideout apart from the three of them. Collect the spoils, then we shall return to the naval base. Chun Shiojia secured Barrett Joshi's head, and he and Xiao Li began gathering treasures and kunai, while Yamato sought out any hidden treasures. Ultimately, they amassed a bounty of 1 million berries. It was evident that this bandit group was impoverished, with little worth, the bulk of the reward being Barrett Joshi's bounty. As they departed, a great fire engulfed the entire bandit hideout, utterly obliterating the nefarious group. A day later, after Chun Shiojia delivered Barrett Joshi's head to the naval base, the Navy began to take notice of him and his companions, compiling their information. However, aside from Chun Shiojia's well-documented background, Yamato and Xiao Li remained nearly enigmatic, with only their names known and nothing else. Chun Shiojia, a native of the East Blue, born in 1502, with a grandfather who was a merchant, orphaned, and possessing a clean background. A year ago, he did not possess the formidable strength he holds now, but after Yamato's arrival, his power surged dramatically. Yamato, with an unknown origin, arrived at Chun Shiojia's residence a year prior, assuming the role of his mentor and guiding him towards growth. He is suspected to be a user of some ability that allows him to generate wood, and it was precisely his presence that catalyzed Chun Shiojia's rapid advancement in strength. Li Lok, of unknown origin, appeared to be merely 13 years of age, seemingly materializing on Chun Shiojia's vessel out of nowhere, a master of physical techniques. Commander, this is the information regarding Chun Shiojia and his companions, a naval officer announced loudly, while a naval colonel listened intently. Continue the investigation and maintain surveillance. Let us hope they do not turn to piracy. Understood, Commander. The trio managed to annihilate a bandit group of over 100 individuals. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Although their methods were rather gruesome, the naval colonel mused silently. It is a pity they are unwilling to join the Navy, otherwise, they would at least be candidates for the rank of major. Unbeknownst to Chun Shiojia and his companions, the Navy had begun to take an interest in them. Even if they were aware, they would remain indifferent, for during their recent capture of the bandit, they had not exerted much strength. As for the claims of them being capable users, such erroneous intelligence would certainly lead to consequences for some. After receiving the bounty of 10 million, Chun Shiojia invested it entirely into the system, which indicated the necessity of an upgrade that would take a day. Finally, the upgrade was complete. Let me see what has been updated. Chun Shiojia thought as he accessed the system, only to be greeted by celebratory fireworks on the main page. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated a total recharge of 10 million berry, successfully upgrading to VIP 1 and gaining weapon crafting privileges. Weapon crafting? Chun Shiojia pondered as he observed the VIP 1 status on his panel, curiously clicking on the weapon crafting introduction. You can customize a unique weapon bound to the host, requiring 2,000 grams of chakra metal. Currently, you possess only 2 grams. What? Is the system playing tricks on me? I have only 2 grams of chakra metal, and you require 2,000 grams for customization? Could you not enhance the drop rate of chakra metal for me? Congratulations, host. Your reputation has reached 1,000, and you have obtained the summoning beast, Pakin. Congratulations on acquiring a summoning beast and successfully opening the summoning realm. The system disregarded Chun Shiojia's grievances, merely presenting the notifications. Faced with the system's indifference, Chun Shiojia could only amuse himself and continue reviewing the upgrade details. The prospect of weapon crafting seemed distant. He could only hope for a higher yield of chakra metal in the future. The increase in reputation was good news, for obtaining Pakin was quite favorable. Though Chun Shiojia could not see what additional benefits would come from the reputation upgrade, he believed that further increases would yield even more valuable rewards. Let us proceed with the lottery. After 40 draws, I will have exactly 100 draws. Who will the B-rank ninja be? Chun Xiujie quickly finished reviewing the system upgrades and began the card draw. With a fervent prayer, he unhesitatingly initiated a 10 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 C-rank ninja fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 B-rank ninja fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 chakra medal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 explosive tags. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 kunai. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 soldier pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 shurikens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 armed shuriken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 smoke bomb. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 smoke bombs. The first 10 draws were rather unremarkable. Perhaps the system had heard Chun Xiujie's complaints, as he did receive chakra medal this time, albeit only 1 gram, still far from the requirement for weapon crafting. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 C-rank ninja fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 B-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 C-rank ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 kunai. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 soldier pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 shurikens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 explosive tag. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 armed shuriken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 flash bomb. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 smoke bomb. The second 10 draws yielded no significant rewards, prompting Chun Xiujie to close his eyes and repeatedly click for 2 more sets of 10 draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-rank ninja Ambu Kakashi Hitaki. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 B-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host. You have obtained C-rank ninja Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exam. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 C-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 chakra medals. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 soldier pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 7 shurikens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 explosive tags. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6,000 armed shurikens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 flash bombs. As Chun Xiujie slowly opened his eyes, he was immediately drawn to the B-rank ninja, Ambu Kakashi Hitaki, at the forefront. We have struck gold. It's Kakashi, the copy ninja. Chapter 10. Ambu Kakashi Hitaki Character. Ambu Kakashi Hitaki, 19 years old. Rank, B Ninjutsu. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Raikiri, White Fang Swordsmanship. Copy Ninja 3 Tomo Sharingan. If it were the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi would likely be rated as an A-rank ninja, Chun Xiujie mused as he examined the details displayed on the card. Alongside the Sharingan, Raikiri, and White Fang Swordsmanship, there was an additional skill named Copy Ninja. Copy Ninja, due to Kakashi Hitaki's ability to replicate over 1,000 techniques using the Sharingan. He can freely utilize all known non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Why must I require a ninjutsu learning scroll to learn techniques? If it weren't for this restriction, all of Kakashi's techniques would be enough for me to learn. Chun Xiujie felt compelled to voice his frustrations at the system, which had made it impossible to learn ninjutsu without the scrolls, a source of lingering annoyance. In order to motivate the host to invest more, the system coolly interjected. What? System? Do you hear yourself? Chun Xiujie exclaimed. This system is not human, so it naturally does not speak human language. It merely translates into words you can comprehend. The system replied, Goodness, you're arguing with me now. Chun Xiujie seethed in frustration, ultimately deciding to ignore the system and redirect his focus to the C-rank ninja. Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exam. Character, Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exam rank. C ninjutsu. Byakugan, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Return heaven gazing at Niji Hyuga before him. Chun Xiujie nodded in satisfaction. The 10 million berries spent was well worth it. Not only had he acquired 2 ninjas, but he had also obtained 2 ninjutsu learning scrolls, a significant windfall. Without hesitation, Chun Xiujie used the ninjutsu learning scrolls to learn the B-rank water release, water dragon bullet technique. Known for its numerous hand seals, and for his C-rank technique, he opted for wind release, vacuous bullet. Thus, Chun Xiujie's panel transformed to Host, Chun Xiujie, Bound, Ninja Rank, Genin Chakra Amount, 16 cards Chakra Attributes, All attributes ninjutsu. Chakra refinement technique, body replacement technique, shadow clone technique. Water chaos wave, water dragon bullet, great fireball, earth wall, vacuous bullet taijutsu. Leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, leaf gale. Leaf rising wind jinjutsu. None special. Hashirama cells, 10, summoning beast, summoning dog pack and tailed beast. None ninja. Umbu Kakashi Hitaki, Yamato, Tenzo, Chunin exam Li lock. Chunin exam Niji, Hyuga ninja fragments. 28 C rank, 17 B rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. None chakra metal. 6 grams berry. 3, 245. 600 as Chun Shiojia gazed at the growing array of ninjutsu and ninjas on his panel, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. Perhaps one day, he might even transport the entire Hidden Leaf village into his possession, in a realm beyond the ordinary, where the excitement of Konoha intertwines with the possibility of encountering ninjas from the other 4 villages. Chun Shiojia contemplated the future. He summoned Kakashi and Niji, their figures materializing as 2 summoning circles appeared on the ground. Master Shiojia, they greeted in unison. Welcome to the world of pirates, Yamato, Lee, our companions have arrived. Chun Shiojia beckoned Yamato and Lee to gather around Kakashi and Niji to enlighten them about their current world and their aspirations. The 2 looked at Chun Shiojia with eager anticipation, and he understood their desires. He promised to bring them along in the future, assuring them it would merely take time. While Yamato and Lee lacked the urgent need to summon lost loved ones, Kakashi and Niji were different. They both yearned to reunite with cherished individuals. Kakashi, in particular, longed to see many, willing to sacrifice everything for that chance. Let us celebrate Kakashi and Niji's arrival with a party tonight, Chun Shiojia declared, deciding they would feast in the town to honor their presence. After indulging in a hearty meal, he arranged for Kakashi and Yamato to share accommodations. While Niji and Lee paired up, Chun Shiojia then began to explore the special abilities he had acquired from Kakashi and Niji. From Kakashi, he gained a 10 boost in ninjutsu learning speed, enhancing his already rapid learning. However, from Niji, he received the Byakugan bloodline of the Hyuga clan, granting him the ability to activate the Byakugan. Byakugan. Chun Shiojia eagerly activated the technique, witnessing the transformation of his once dark eyes into a brilliant white. Is this the world of the Byakugan? He mused, observing the black, white, and gray hues around him. As he traversed the ship's cabin, he saw Kakashi conversing with Yamato, while Niji and Lee engaged in playful banter. Gazing towards the distant naval base, he could discern every individual within, his Byakugan revealing a 360-degree field of vision. Unlike Niji's limited view, uncertain of the reason behind this enhancement, he deemed it a fortunate development, especially since he had inherited the Byakugan from Niji. The system's timely intervention clarified his query. Your body contains Hashirama cells, the bloodline of the Senju clan, which has perfected your Byakugan. Ah, I see. Does this imply that if I were to acquire the Uchiha bloodline, I could awaken the Rinnegan? He pondered, to which the system cautioned. Given your current possession of Hashirama cells, the likelihood is minimal. Nonetheless, the mere possibility thrilled him. The Rinnegan. How exhilarating. As he deactivated the Byakugan, his eyes returned to their original hue, and he commenced his daily training regimen. Over the course of the following month, Chun Shiojia and his companions sailed forth, returning to the island with a naval base, relentlessly vanquishing pirates and bandits. However, these were merely small-time pirates, often taking a week to traverse the distance to the island, resulting in more time spent on the journey than engaging in combat. Despite this, they successfully defeated 13 pirates, earning a bounty of 35 million berries and acquiring treasure valued at approximately 10 million. The island's vicinity was now devoid of pirates, their fearsome reputation having driven them away. Chun Shiojia and his companions never spared their enemies. They eradicated all pirates who committed heinous acts, thus earning the moniker Bloody Konoha. Unfazed by the title, they found it rather formidable. It seems we must proceed to our next location. We have lingered here long enough, Chun Shiojia remarked. As they had gone 5 days without a bounty, he calculated their recent gains, totaling 3 million berries. After deducting 2 million for card draws and 180,000 for a C-rank battle position, he was left with 92 million berries. He intended to draw from the A-rank pool. As while the B-rank pool offered 2 B-rank ninjas, the allure of A-rank ninjas was far greater. Yamato, despite not being as formidable as Hashirama, was still a noteworthy A-rank ninja, and it was anticipated that Hashirama would appear in the S-rank pool. However, the S-rank pool was exorbitantly priced at 18 million for a single draw, requiring 1.8 billion berries for one S-rank ninja. At his current pace, it would take him at least 30 months to amass enough for just one draw. 2 years is far too long. Some opportunities may wither away. I must accelerate my progress and venture into the Grand Line sooner. Their next destination was set, Kokoyashi Village. Chapter 11. Encountering the thieving cat Nami with their destination established. Chun Shoujia and his companions resumed their journey towards Kokoyashi Village. They were determined to remain vigilant. Should any foolish pirates cross their path, they would swiftly deal with them to collect bounties. Desperate for funds, pirates, come forth. Deliver yourselves to the afterlife while I endure this world's materialistic stench. Chun Shoujia mused, eagerly anticipating the arrival of nefarious pirates to satiate his thirst for battle. As the days passed, it had been 7 days since their last encounter with pirates. Whether due to their notorious reputation or the recent compliance of pirates, the voyage was unusually tranquil, devoid of any pirate sightings. How dull. A pirate would be a welcome distraction, Chun Shoujia lamented, leaning despondently against the ship's railing. It had been over 10 days since his last confrontation, and he felt restless, craving an outlet for his pent-up energy. Shoujia, it is essential to take breaks. Becoming consumed by violence can lead to losing oneself. Yamato's serious voice broke through, concerned for Chun Shoujia's well-being. He recalled his own past as a root ninja, where, without Kakashi's guidance, he could have easily devolved into a mere killing machine. Reflecting on this, Yamato glanced at Kakashi, who was engrossed in reading Paradise of Affection. He felt a deep gratitude towards Kakashi, recognizing that without his influence, he might not have become the person he was today. What is on your mind, Yamato? Kakashi noticed Yamato's gaze, appreciating the growth he had witnessed in him. Ah, nothing, senpai, Yamato replied, scratching his head, before returning to his reading. I might as well train with Lee and Niji. Observing the inexplicable atmosphere between the two, Chun Shoujia shivered involuntarily. While he understood that they held an extraordinary admiration for Kakashi, there was an undeniable aura of camaraderie that permeated the air. Chun Shoujia leapt onto the lookout tower, as the task of vigilance was entirely entrusted to him due to Niji's Byakugan. His teammate and rival, Lee, naturally accompanied Niji in the lookout, and the two alternated their duties, occasionally sparring to validate each other's progress. Lee, who had managed to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates, could now hold his own against Niji, yet he still could not open the 3rd gate, and the 5th gate remained an unattainable goal. In addressing this matter, Chun Shoujia explained that once he drew the 5th gate version of Rock Lee, Lee would be able to unlock the 5th gate. Or if he drew the Shippuden version of Rock Lee, he would still be able to access that power. Lee, let us engage in a spar. Upon arriving at the lookout tower, Chun Shoujia called for Lee to join him. No problem. I will give it my all. Lee responded eagerly, adopting his signature fighting stance and gazing intently at Chun Shoujia. Since his arrival in this world, Lee had taken on an additional goal, to keep pace with Chun Shoujia. Thus, he frequently sought Chun Shoujia's company for training, and Chun Shoujia welcomed him without hesitation. Over this period, they had sparred no less than 50 times. Beginning with Lee's ability to suppress Chun Shoujia, transitioning to a draw, and now to Chun Shoujia's dominance. It could be said that he had witnessed Chun Shoujia's growth while simultaneously being captivated by his prowess. In no time, the two commenced their physical contest, the sounds of impact ringing out. Niji observed their exchanges throughout, and upon discovering that Chun Shoujia could also utilize the Byakugan, he was initially taken aback, mistakenly believing Chun Shoujia to be of the Hyuga clan. However, after Chun Shoujia's explanation, he came to understand that this ability stemmed from the unique power that enabled Chun Shoujia to traverse into this world. At Chun Shoujia's request, Niji began to teach him the gentle fist technique. While Chun Shoujia could not master the 8 trigrams 64 palms, he was still able to learn the fundamentals of the gentle fist. During this time, Niji also bore witness to Chun Shoujia's development, observing his progression from ignorance of the gentle fist and the Byakugan to a harmonious integration of both martial styles. In Konoha, he was lauded as a genius, a title he accepted with pride. Yet, the existence of a caged bird reinforced his belief in the concept of fate, while Naruto's emergence made him realize that destiny could indeed be shattered. As for Chun Shoujia's presence, it provided him with the opportunity to fulfill his long-cherished dreams. Niji, stop daydreaming, Join us. Gentle fist. Chun Shoji exclaimed. Wow, Niji, you sneaky one, launching a surprise attack. He added, behold my Konoha whirlwind. Feeling that sparring with Lee alone was insufficient, Chun Shoji called upon Niji to join them, and Niji wasted no time, diving into the fray. Thus ensued a thrilling melee among the three. Fortunately, Day reinforced the lookout tower with wood release, or it might not have withstood their vigorous antics. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Day, stationed on the deck, exchanged amused glances as they listened to the commotion emanating from above, recognizing the exuberance of youth. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the trio finally ceased their raucous activity, leaving the lookout in a state of disrepair. Niji, you little rascal, when did you learn to sneak attack? Chun Shoji remarked, covering his slightly bruised right eye, a testament to Niji's handiwork. Seizing the opportunity during a moment of struggle with Lee, Niji had unexpectedly landed a blow, catching him off guard. Hee. Niji merely chuckled in response, attributing his newfound tactic to Chun Shoji's influence. Had it not been for the last time Chun Shoji had outsmarted him, Niji might never have adopted such underhanded methods. But he couldn't deny the thrill of a surprise attack. And you, Lee, you truly are stubborn, targeting just me. This is a free-for-all, not a one-on-one, Chun Shoji remarked, turning his attention to Lee when Niji offered no retort. What can I say? With your increasing strength, I stand no chance alone, Lee admitted candidly. That's right. I haven't been slacking off. Chun Shoji replied with a chuckle, feeling the strain of his training as his next target was the formidable Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Previously, the highest bounty they had encountered was a mere 10 million berry bandit, but Arlong's power, as evidenced by his ability to bite through steel, was not to be underestimated. Looks like it's time to call for Day to repair the lookout again. Feeling sufficiently rested, Chun Shoji arose and surveyed the wreckage they had caused. Thank goodness for Day. Otherwise, this ship would have been doomed long ago. Lee remained sprawled on the floor, still catching his breath and needing a bit more time to recover. Indeed, with Day's wood-release abilities, he was unrivaled in terms of greenery. Though Chun Shoji felt exhausted, he couldn't resist teasing Day. Master Shoji, if you keep saying that, Day will surely be displeased, Niji interjected, attempting to halt Chun Shoji's banter. But it seemed a tad too late. I heard that, Shoji. Tonight, you shall stand watch alone. Day's ominous voice resonated, prompting Lee and Niji to spring up and offer their apologies. Ha, you two are quite the characters. Chun Shoji laughed heartily, only to be met with Day's swift reprimand, which swiftly assigned him the night watch. Nonetheless, Day still managed to repair the lookout tower using wood release. At 1 o'clock in the morning, as Chun Shoji kept vigil while Kakashi and Day succumbed to slumber, a small boat silently approached the Konoha Maru. A shadow stealthily climbed onto the deck, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a girl. She tiptoed toward the captain's quarters and began rummaging through every nook and cranny of the cabin. Ultimately, she discovered a safe tucked away in the corner of the captain's room. Seemingly thrilled, she produced a thin wire and deftly picked the lock. Just as she was about to fully open the safe, a gentle voice resonated from behind her. Hey, stealing is not something a lovely lady should be doing. Chapter 12. Nami stays aboard. Hey, stealing is not something a lovely lady should be doing. Chun Shoji leaned against the doorframe, observing the girl with short orange hair before him, clad in a sky-blue sailor uniform and matching short skirt. Her feet adorned with orange high-heeled sandals that mirrored her hair color, her figure was truly enchanting, embodying the quintessential dream girl for many young men. The girl before Chun Shoji was none other than Nami, known as the cat burglar. He never anticipated that Nami would attempt to steal from his ship. When her small boat approached, Chun Shoji had noticed her presence, yet upon realizing it was Nami, he chose to remain hidden, following her to discern her intentions. As expected, Nami was there to pilfer treasures from his vessel, and it was fortunate that he was on watch. Had it been someone else, she might have met a dire fate. At the moment Nami heard a sound behind her, her delicate body involuntarily trembled. However, years of experience in thievery quickly steadied her nerves. She slowly rose, turned around, and offered an awkward smile. Oh dear, caught red-handed, haha. Sir, would you believe me if I said I got lost and accidentally came aboard your ship? Despite her attempt at nonchalance, Nami felt somewhat uneasy. After all, being caught stealing left little room for plausible deniability. Yet, she had to try, perhaps she could evade capture. Is that so? Yet you arrived on my ship, searching here and there, eventually opening my safe. It hardly seems like you were lost, does it, little thief Nami? Chun Shouja bluntly revealed Nami's identity. Recently, he had heard plenty of gossip about her. Almost everyone passing by that naval base had something to say about the treasures stolen from them, often accompanied by tales of being outsmarted. Someone had even learned her name, coining her the fitting nickname Little Thief Cat. Who are you? How do you know my name? Nami's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. She couldn't recall ever meeting this man. If she had, she wouldn't have infiltrated his ship to pilfer treasure. Of course, it was the victims of your thefts who spread the word about a charming yet cunning young lady, easily identified by her striking orange hair, Chun Shouja casually remarked, recalling the stories he had gathered from past traders and pirates regarding Nami. Haha, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be such a villain? Nami laughed awkwardly, inwardly cursing herself. No wonder she had been failing lately. Her cover was blown. It seemed she would need to venture further afield in the future. Really? But didn't you just admit you are Nami? Chun Shouja scrutinized her, unflinchingly exposing the contradiction in her words. Haha, that's impossible. How could I be Nami? Nami wanted to argue further, but upon seeing the playful glint in Chun Shouja's eyes, she realized she likely couldn't outwit him. It seemed she would have to resort to her trump card. All right, it's me. Please, show me mercy and let me go. I'm just a girl trying to make my way. Who would choose this life if it weren't for circumstances? As she spoke, Nami presented her alluring figure and a pitiful expression, perfectly embodying her act. Few men could resist such charm. This was her strategy, once caught. She would readily admit her faults and then leverage her femininity to evoke sympathy, thereby securing protection and a chance to escape with some loot. This tactic had proven successful time and again. She was confident this man would fall for it. Chun Shouja, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had to admit, her strategy was quite potent. Had he not already understood Nami's character through comics, he might have already fallen victim to her charm and lost all his belly. Enough with your antics. That won't work on me. Chun Shouja turned his head away, avoiding Nami's gaze. Despite his words, the faint blush on his earlobes betrayed his restless heart. After all, who could remain unfazed by a beautiful woman's playful demeanor? Chun Shouja was no monk. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. He was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. He could not be swayed by a woman. A mind free of such distractions would lead to a sharper blade. Although I hear your rejection, the perceptive Nami noticed Chun Shouja's unease. Internally, she scoffed at men being so predictable. Yet, she followed his directive and concealed her emotions. Since you claim you were left with no choice, let me find you a job. How does that sound? Chun Shouja's clever mind spun, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity to build rapport with Nami. Although he might not be able to invite her aboard, establishing a foundation of goodwill was essential. What job? Nami's guard was immediately raised. She had seen this act before. Suspecting he merely coveted her beauty and sought to take advantage of her. It's simple. You will serve as my maid aboard the ship. Chun Shouja, a paragon of virtue, would never resort to unscrupulous methods. Initially, he had intended for Nami to assist in the kitchen, as none of the 5 men aboard could cook well, and their meals had been rather lackluster. In the original story, prior to Sanji joining, it seemed Nami had taken charge of cooking, and quite well at that. However, upon witnessing Nami's skeptical expression, he decided to tease her a bit. A maid? Nami was taken aback, expecting something far more outrageous. Wait, could it be that this guy has special preferences? She mused inwardly. You may consider it. I will offer you a salary of 100,000 belly each month. How does that sound? Chun Shouja watched Nami's hesitation, throwing out an enticing offer. 100,000? As soon as Nami heard the figure, her eyes gleamed with the desire for wealth. Who cared if he was a pervert? She would secure the money first and then escape. He wouldn't know where she lived. In an instant, she made her decision. Money was paramount, and this bounty brought her closer to her goals. All right, you are truly a kind person. Nami instantly slipped into her new role. Being a maid was no great challenge. Excellent. Now, tidy up this place to restore it to its former state, and you can rest in the adjacent room. By the way, I am Chun Shouja. I will introduce you to the others on the ship tomorrow. Chun Shouja was quite pleased with Nami's response. Although she was likely feigning her innocence, a beautiful woman was undeniably a delight to behold. Very well, Master Chun, good night. Nami respectfully watched as Chun Shouja walked away. Yet, undeterred, she opened the captain's safe, only to find it filled with newspapers, no belly in sight. What the heck? A safe filled with newspapers instead of money? Is this a joke? Nami couldn't help but grumble, and once again entertain the notion of slipping away. After all, Chun Shouji hadn't handed her any cash yet, so leaving wouldn't cost her anything. However, as she stepped outside, she was astonished to see Chun Shouji had effortlessly pulled her small boat onto the ship. This left Nami stunned. Although her boat wasn't large, it still weighed several hundred pounds. How could this seemingly slender man possess such strength? At that moment, Chun Shouji turned to smile at her, and Nami was compelled to smile back, then returned to organize the captain's quarters. She sensed that Chun Shouji was no ordinary person, and the ruckus he had made pulling the boat had gone unnoticed by the others on board, stirring her curiosity about the crew aboard this ship. After stowing Nami's small boat in the cargo hold, Chun Shouji returned to the lookout tower, where Kakashi and his companions had been waiting for some time. In truth, when Nami had first approached, the crew had noticed her presence, but Chun Shouji had intervened, choosing to quietly observe her as she searched the ship. It was only when she reached the captain's quarters that he revealed himself, leading to the events that had just transpired. At the lookout, Kakashi and the others overheard the conversation between Chun Shouji and the others. Although they didn't fully comprehend Chun Shouji's thoughts, they had no intention of intervening, as they trusted him and believed his actions held significance. The girl mentioned is named Nami, a name you might be familiar with. Chun Shouji began to explain, asserting that while he could choose not to elaborate, it was beneficial for everyone to have a clear understanding. The group nodded, having recently heard of Nami and possessing a slight familiarity with her. However, she bore another identity closely tied to their current objective. In truth, she was a member of the Arlong Pirates. Chun Shouji calmly relayed the information he possessed. What? To be precise, she had been coerced into joining. And Chun Shouji began recounting Nami's tragic past. Oh, Nami is truly unfortunate. Arlong is despicable. Upon hearing Nami's plight, Xiaoli was moved to tears. And even Niji found it hard to bear. Hey, calm down. You don't need to cry so much, Niji remarked with a hint of disdain. But Nami is really pitiful. Xiaoli continued to sob, her face streaked with tears, while Niji, despite his irritation, also felt a sense of sympathy for Nami's circumstances. Thus, my subsequent plan is as follows, Chun Shouji stated calmly, fully aware that emotional individuals like Xiaoli would react in such a manner. He then outlined his plan, which was met with agreement from the four, who proceeded to refine it. All right, let us act according to the plan. Yes, the success or failure hinges on what unfolds next, Chun Shouji murmured as he gazed through the lookout at Nami, who was finishing her cleaning and preparing to rest. Chapter 13. Xiao Li's revelation of strength upon arriving at the room assigned to her by Chun Shouji. Nami began to ponder how she could locate the treasure aboard the ship. She had yet to inspect the other rooms, having been caught by Chun Shouji, so the treasure was likely hidden in those unexamined spaces. Conveniently, she could leverage her identity as a maid to thoroughly investigate tomorrow. Lying on her bed, Nami envisioned her plans for treasure hunting and escape, gradually drifting into slumber. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Nami was still dreaming of counting her treasures when the Arlong suddenly appeared, snatching them away and pinching her face, shouting in her ear, "Lazybones, get up." Nami jolted awake to find Chun Shouji's handsome face inches from hers, one hand pinching her cheek. "Ah, pervert," Nami screamed, retaliating with a swift strike aimed at Chun Shouji's face, but he easily evaded her attempt by leaning back. "Hey, lazy pig, the sun is already shining on your backside. You still sleep? Do you need your employer to wake you up? You're not fit for this maid job at all," Chun Shouji teased, observing Nami's disheveled appearance from her restless sleep. "Do you even know what time it is? Huh, this is not how you exploit your employees," Nami retorted angrily, pointing at the brightening sky outside. "And what of it? I'm hungry. Go prepare me breakfast," Chun Shouji commanded, disregarding Nami's indignation. "Ah, I'm going to fight you." Nami lunged at Chun Shouji, only to have him effortlessly hold her forehead, rendering her attempts futile. "Do you still want your wages?" Chun Shouji scratched his nose, hitting Nami's sore spot with his words. Hearing this, Nami halted, glaring at him with an expression that seemed to threaten to carve a piece of flesh from him. Chun Shouji smiled slightly and produced a stack of berries, waving it in front of her. "Here, this is 100,000 berries, a prepayment for 3 days' wages. So, can you prepare breakfast now?" From the moment Chun Shouji revealed the berries, Nami's gaze remained fixated on it, her eyes following the movement like a kitten mesmerized by a dangling toy. "Hey, stop staring and go prepare breakfast." Chun Shiojia found this amusing and teased her a bit longer before tossing the stack of berries to her, urging her to hurry. All right, boss, what would you like? Sandwiches? Or bread and milk? Nami's face brightened with a cheerful smile as she eagerly inquired. Sandwiches, please, along with a glass of milk. Got it, boss. I'll make sure you're satisfied. By the way, remember to prepare 6 servings. I will be introducing other companions to you later. Absolutely. Nami turned to head for the kitchen but paused and asked, boss, where's the kitchen? All right, I suppose I'll show you, Shinshuja sighed. Covering his face with one hand, and reluctantly led Nami to the kitchen, then sat at the dining table, waiting for her to prepare breakfast. During this time, Kakashi, Yamato, and others arrived in the kitchen and greeted Chun Shiojia before taking seats at the table. Half an hour later, 6 servings of sandwiches and milk were presented before everyone. Looks decent, but I wonder how it tastes? Chun Shiojia took a bite of a sandwich, nodding in approval. Not bad, but the egg is slightly burnt. Make sure to pay attention next time. He offered his feedback on Nami's cooking. Okay, boss. I'll be more careful next time. Nami replied, though internally she was plotting against Chun Shiojia. By the way, these are my companions. This white-haired fellow is Hatake Kakashi. Yo. Kakashi waved at Nami. Dressed in his usual blue attire and an overcoat reminiscent of the Jonin uniform he wore while leading Naruto and the others. Nami was curious to see Kakashi's face beneath his mask. She planned to catch a glimpse while he ate, but when Shinshoja called her, she missed the opportunity. And by the time she turned back, Kakashi had already finished. Hello. Nami thought it was a pity and returned a simple greeting. This is Yamato, Chun Shiojia introduced, pointing to Yamato beside Kakashi. Hello, Miss Nami. Hi. This is Hyuga Niji. He is in the same class as Shaoli. Chun Shiojia introduced Niji. Pleased to meet you, Miss Nami. Ah, you too. Nami gazed curiously at the young man, particularly fixated on his white eyes, having never seen anyone with such unusual irises before. All right, Nami, go tidy up. Chun Shiojia's timely interruption broke her focus. My apologies. Nami realized her rudeness and quickly apologized to Niji. No worries, Miss Nami, Niji reassured her, understanding that his unique eyes often attracted curious glances. Also, remember to clean the deck later. As Nami was tidying up the dishes, Chun Shiojia suddenly spoke up. Hey, the deck is so spacious. Just as Nami was about to retort, she noticed Chun Shiojia pointing at her pocket. I have already paid you your salary. All right, Nami replied through gritted teeth. Don't worry, you won't be cleaning alone. Xiao Li and Niji will assist you. After saying this, Chun Shiojia turned and returned to his room, exhausted after a sleepless night, seeking rest. Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to clean the deck by herself, Nami sighed in relief. After finishing with the dishes, she made her way to the deck, where she found Xiao Li and Niji already hard at work. Nami joined in, eager to gather some information. She glanced at both Xiao Li and Niji, ultimately approaching Xiao Li, who seemed easy to extract information from. Xiao Li, where are you from? Nami casually inquired as she helped with the cleaning. We hail from the land of fire, Miss Nami, Xiao Li replied without hesitation. The land of fire? What country is that? Nami paused, realizing she had never heard of such a place. It seemingly didn't exist in her knowledge of the East Blue. Perhaps it's too remote for you to have heard of it, Miss Nami. Xiao Li awkwardly chuckled, quickly fabricating an excuse. Oh, Nami didn't suspect anything. After all, the world was vast, and it was entirely normal not to have heard of every place. I heard Chun Shiojia mention that you and Niji are classmates. Are you like brothers? Well, sort of. We do have the same teacher. Xiao Li scratched his head. What do you study? Nami asked curiously. We are both ninjas from Konoha. Konoha? Ninjas? Nami gazed at Xiao Li in astonishment. Konoha is the name of our village. Ninja is akin to pirate hunter. Xiao Li's obliviousness led him to divulge too much, prompting Niji to step in to save him. Oh, so you are all pirate hunters? You're so young. Nami understood but felt a pang of sympathy seeing Niji and Xiao Li, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Miss Nami, don't let our age fool you. We are quite powerful. Xiao Li flexed his muscles and continued. If you have any pirates you wish to be rid of, you can tell us. Wait, Niji, Xiao Li exclaimed, clutching his head as Niji shot him a glare. Shut up, you fool. Niji delivered a swift punch to Xiao Li's head, halting his words, as this enthusiastic buffoon nearly disrupted their plan. Oh, I'm sorry. Xiao Li realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth. My apologies, Miss Nami. This fellow has no filter. I apologize on his behalf. Niji bowed slightly. I'm sorry. Miss Nami, Xiaoli quickly echoed. Oh, there's no need to apologize. I have no pirates in mind to eliminate, so why apologize? Nami laughed, although her voice betrayed a hint of her desire for vengeance. Seeing this, Niji took Xiaoli and continued cleaning the other parts of the deck, leaving Nami alone, lost in thought by the ship's railing. From Xiaoli's earlier words, she sensed that Chun Shiojia and his companions knew quite a bit about her. Whether it was Chun Shiojia paying her with berries to keep her on the ship or Xiaoli's mention of eliminating pirates, it was evident they had some understanding of her, particularly concerning her enemies. Who exactly are you? Nami pondered as she gazed at the others on the ship. At that moment, the sea suddenly rippled, and the ship began to shake violently, startling Nami, who instinctively clutched the nearby mast. Looking up, she was horrified to see a colossal sea creature resembling a tuna, over 30 meters long, charging towards their ship. Sea King, quickly, turn the ship. Otherwise, we'll be swallowed whole. Nami cried out in terror. Would release, silent binding technique. Just as Nami was screaming, a voice rang out from the bow of the ship. Day stood at the forefront, hands forming seals, as thick wooden vines erupted from the ship's bow, swiftly ensnaring the approaching Sea King. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi appeared at the bow, his right hand crackling with blue electricity, producing a thunderous roar akin to 1,000 birds. He dashed along the extending wooden vines towards the head of the bound Sea King. With a resounding thud, Kakashi plunged his entire arm into the creature's head, unleashing a torrent of electricity that transformed its brain into a pulpy mess. The beast's body slackened as it plummeted into the depths. The crisis was averted under Day's command. The wooden vines gradually retracted, and the fallen Sea King crashed into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Nami watched in shock as Day and Kakashi stood triumphantly atop the creature's head, unable to believe her eyes. Someone could summon lightning and control such growing wood? Could it be that you are devil fruit users? Nami suddenly recalled the legends of the sea regarding those who wielded such powers. Devil fruit users? We are not. We are merely a group of ninjas. Chun Shiojia's voice came from behind Nami, clarifying the spectacle she had just witnessed. Ninjas? Chapter 14, The Promise with Nami. Ninjas? Is that truly the case? Nami thought back to Xiao Li's earlier words. It appears we have struck gold with this tuna. Kakashi, collect the finest pieces for our meal. Chun Shiojia remarked, glancing at the Sea King, suddenly inspired. Tonight, we feast on grilled tuna. Xiao Li, Niji, you two help out. Yes. Nami watched in astonishment as Xiao Li and Niji walked across the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground. This scene left Nami utterly shocked. How could anyone walk on water? This contradicted everything she believed. It further piqued her curiosity about who Chun Shiojia and his companions truly were. Suppressing her questions for the moment, she knew it wasn't the time to ask. If she were to inquire, it would have to be with Chun Shiojia, for he appeared to be the captain of the ship. Moreover, she sensed something different in the way Chun Shiojia regarded her, though she couldn't articulate it. As time swiftly passed, night soon fell. After enjoying the grilled tuna, Nami resolved to approach Chun Shiojia, for she had many questions to ask. Knocking on the door, she heard a voice say, "Come in, the door is unlocked." Chun Shiojia was seated at his desk, diligently sketching a nautical chart, and without turning his head, he spoke. Creaking open the door, Nami stepped inside but remained silent, simply observing Chun Shiojia's back. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will answer anything within my capacity. Chun Shiojia stated, still not turning around, fully aware it was Nami who entered. Nami remained quiet, and Chun Shiojia continued his work on the chart, leaving them in a shared silence. As moments ticked by, tension thickened until Nami finally broke the ice. What do you know about me? Chun Shiojia slowly halted his pencil, turned to face her, and gazed into her eyes. If I tell you everything, will you believe me? I will. Oh, why? Chun Shiojia asked, intrigued. Uncertain. Yet from your understanding of my preferences and their attitudes towards me, I deduce that you must possess some knowledge. Moreover, I perceive compassion and sympathy in your gaze. Nami calmly analyzed the situation. She could indeed sense an extraordinary empathy and concern emanating from Chun Shiojia. It was as if he knew her innermost thoughts, akin to a parasite residing within her. Coupled with the information gleaned from Xiao Li and Niji, she was certain that Chun Shiojia held a comprehensive understanding of her past. However, it baffled her that she had never encountered him before, leaving her to ponder how he could possess such profound insight into her life. Your acute powers of observation and analysis are truly remarkable, Nami. Indeed, I am well aware of your history. including your aspirations and the reasons behind your relentless pursuit of wealth, Chun Shiojia remarked, genuinely impressed by her exceptional perceptiveness. You feign allegiance to the Arlong pirates to safeguard your village, and you have even struck a deal with Arlong, agreeing to purchase the village for 100 million berries. Who are you really? Nami's body trembled. She had confided this secret only to her sister Nojiko, besides Arlong himself. How then could this man possess such knowledge? Arlong coveted your cartographic skills, coercing you with the lives of everyone in the village to compel you into servitude. His current formidable power is partially attributable to your efforts. Chun Shiojia continued, unperturbed by her mounting anxiety. Silence. Do not utter another word. Nami exclaimed, brandishing her weapon, a trio of short rods that she swiftly combined into a single long staff, poised to strike Chun Shiojia. Even now, the shadow of Arlong loomed large in her psyche, an indelible fear etched into her dreams. She was perilously close to amassing the funds necessary to reclaim her village, with only 18 million berries remaining. She feared that her words might reach unintended ears, jeopardizing her chance to liberate her home. Chun Shiojia remained composed, seated calmly as Nami brandished her weapon. Huff, huff, huff. Nami panted, her staff hovering just before Chun Shiojia's nose. In the final moment, she chose restraint. Who are you? She reiterated, plagued by this haunting question. Does my identity truly matter? Is it not more significant that I am aware of your story? He replied, Humph. And what if you know? Do you intend to inform Arlong of my secrets? He would hardly believe you, for I am indeed a member of the Arlong pirates. Nami retorted, or do you seek to exploit this knowledge to manipulate me for your own undisclosed purposes? Nami scoffed, convinced that Chun Shiojia was merely a charlatan attempting to coerce her compliance. I have encountered many like you, a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. This is your money. I have no interest in it. Keep it. She brandished the 100,000 berries Chun Shiojia had given her earlier, hurling it at his face. Please, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to finish my explanation. Chun Shiojia grasped her wrist, halting her actions. Humph. What is there to discuss, you sneaky rat? When have I been deceitful? I have already disclosed my name. And who said I would use this information to blackmail you? I am an honorable man. Chun Shiojia expressed his bewilderment at how the narrative had deviated so drastically from his intentions. He had merely sought to propose a pact with Nami and resolve the Arlong issue, yet she had misconstrued him as a lecherous rogue. Ugh. Nami struggled to free herself from his grasp, but her efforts proved futile, and she shot him an exasperated glare. You must have heard from Xiao Li and the others. We are, in fact, a group of ninjas and pirate hunters. Our purpose for venturing into these waters is to hunt the Arlong pirates, Chun Shiojia explained, resigned to clarify their mission. Moreover, you must have heard of our moniker, the Bloody Konoha, he divulged, referencing their notorious reputation among pirates and the Navy. Though the name might sound somewhat crude, it accurately reflected their ruthless style. You are the Bloody Konoha? Nami gazed at him in astonishment. She had indeed heard whispers of the Bloody Konoha, rumored to be merciless executioners who spared no pirate and exclusively targeted the nefarious. Must we appear fearsome to be deemed credible? Chun Shiojia retorted, releasing her wrist. I am aware of you, yet I remain unconvinced, Nami mused, massaging her wrist. Unconvinced of what? Do you know what kind of individuals compose the Arlong pirates? Nami inquired. Aren't they merely a band of fishmen? Then are you not afraid to hunt the Arlong pirates? Do you not fear for your lives? Chun Shiojia soon realized that Nami was concerned about their ability to confront Arlong. Ha ha ha, Nami, you underestimate us. With Arlong's prowess, he is hardly capable of besting us. Moreover, you have witnessed our ease in dispatching that Sea King, transforming it into a feast. Chun Shiojia laughed heartily, dismissing Arlong as a minor challenge in his eyes. Boasting is easy, anyone can do that. Nami scoffed, though she found herself somewhat persuaded by his confidence. Whether I boast or not, time will reveal the truth. But do you genuinely believe that once you gather 100 million berries, you can purchase Kokoyashi village from Arlong? Chun Shiojia posed a question that plunged Nami into contemplation. That cannot be. Arlong promised me that if I could amass 100 million berries, he would spare Kokoyashi village. He is a pirate, a villain who sees humans as mere insects. I have yet to encounter a pirate who keeps their word, he replied. No, that is not possible. He promised me. Nami screamed in a fit of despair, clearly grappling with the terrifying realization she was reluctant to confront. She feared the shattering of her frail hope, however distant it might be. Do you truly believe he will let you go? Given your exceptional navigation skills and cartography, I doubt Arlong would allow you to escape so easily. The best way to maintain control over you is to offer you hope, yet ensure you never reach the culmination of that hope. Chun Shiojia's words resonated like a devilish whisper, peeling back layers of grim reality, leaving Nami with no choice but to accept the truth. No, I refuse to believe it. I am on the verge of success. I have already gathered 80 million berries. I only need 18 million more. I am truly close to achieving my goal. Nami collapsed, weeping profusely as she sank to the ground, her iron staff falling beside her. Deep down, she understood that Arlong would not relinquish her so easily, yet she was terrified to entertain that notion. Let us make a pact, Chun Shioji suggested, rising to assist Nami, who wept with despair. I recognize that you cling to a shred of hope. Allow me to shatter that illusion. I shall provide you with 18 million berries, and then you can return to Arlong, claiming you have gathered the necessary funds. Let us see how he reacts. Chun Shioji presented a treasure chest, opening it before Nami, revealing a staggering 18 million berries. Nami, taken aback, gazed at Chun, bewildered by his intentions. If Arlong agrees to spare you and the entire Kokushia village, then consider this 18 million as my support to help you fulfill your dreams. Should Arlong refuse, and you lose all your possessions, it will only serve to prove my point. At that moment, if you seek vengeance, come to me. I will assist you in eliminating Arlong and the evil dragon pirates, thereby restoring your freedom. Chun grasped Nami's shoulders, his gaze unwavering, awaiting her decision. All right. Chapter 15. Arlong. I am here to fulfill our pact. Upon hearing her tearful affirmation, Chun smiled faintly, reaching for a tissue from the table and offering it to Nami. Wipe your tears. Your face is all smeared. Oh. Nami's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly accepted the tissue, turning to dab away her tears. Then, her eyes fell upon the unfinished nautical chart on the table. Do you enjoy drawing nautical maps? Indeed, it is one of my many passions, and I must say, I am quite skilled, Chun replied with unabashed pride. Really? But you've made an error here, Nami chuckled, having quickly identified a minor mistake in Chun's work. What? No way. There should be no issues, Chun exclaimed, hastily checking his chart, having meticulously studied the terrain throughout their journey. Just teasing you. You brought this upon yourself, Nami retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Ah, how dare you deceive me? Chun laughed. You know, I once had a dream to draw a complete world map one day. Is that so? That is indeed a magnificent aspiration. Now, I finally have the opportunity to pursue it, Nami expressed, her face relaxing with relief. But why are you helping me? We have only just met, Nami questioned, puzzled by his generosity. Explaining this is rather complicated. I have been observing you for quite some time, which is how I came to know your story. Chun scratched his head, grappling with how to convey his knowledge without revealing his true origins. But we have never met before. Consider it my special ability, he suggested vaguely. Is ninjutsu really that extraordinary? Perhaps, maybe? Chun stammered, eager to change the subject as time was slipping away. You should head back to rest. Fine, if you don't wish to elaborate, I shall take my leave. Yes. Go on, Chun replied. I truly appreciate your gratitude. Nami bowed deeply before turning back to her room. By the way, I would like some grilled meat tomorrow. Remember to prepare it. Understood, he affirmed. Time passed, and 2 days later, Chun and his companions were nearing Kokushia village. Throughout their journey, Nami had let go of her burdens, engaging in playful antics with Chun and the others, releasing emotions she had suppressed for 7 years. Alas, it is time for a brief farewell. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Take care of yourself until I return, Chun said as he escorted Nami to the small boat she had arrived in. Although Nami recognized the wisdom in Chun's words, her determination to try was unyielding. She could not abandon her quest without giving it a chance. Chun, in agreement, thought that attempting it posed no great risk. Even if Arlong sent Captain Mouse to seize Nami's possessions, he would retrieve them. As for Captain Mouse, he and Arlong could meet their demise together. Such scum wasted precious air and were better off feeding the fish. Rest assured, Chun had no desire for Nami's wealth. He would return everything to her. Besides, Arlong would not harm Nami. He needed her to fulfill his ambitions, so her safety was assured as long as she did not act recklessly. If what you say is true, you will come, right? Nami asked, looking at Chun. Have faith. I keep my promises, Chun assured her, watching as her small boat gradually receded from view. Let us also visit Kokushia village and explore Nami's homeland, Chun called to Kakashi and the others. suggesting they take the opportunity to allow Nami to validate her convictions before reuniting and confronting Arlong, completing their journey splendidly. Meanwhile, Nami navigated her small vessel alone toward Kokushia village, intent on retrieving the berries she had amassed over 7 years, along with the funds Chun had provided. With this wealth, she could purchase the village from Arlong, granting freedom to all and allowing her to pursue her dreams. She already had a ship in mind for that pursuit. "No, Kigo, I'm back," Nami joyfully shouted as she raced towards the orange grove, calling for her sister even before entering. No, Kigo, watering the plants, turned to see Nami approaching, her face alight with joy. "No, Kigo, I've saved enough money. Can you believe it? I finally have enough," Nami exclaimed, enveloping her sister in an exuberant embrace. "Really? But you were still short 18 million, weren't you? How could you have done it so quickly?" No, Kigo asked, incredulous. "Hee, I met an intriguing person on my journey. He lent me this money. And guess what, no, Kigo? He knows my secret. How strange is that? I've only shared it with you." Nami's radiant smile, reminiscent of her childhood, stirred nostalgic memories in No Kigo, transporting her back to the days they spent with Belmir. Life had been challenging, yet it was filled with joy. And now Nami's smile was a reminder of those cherished times. "That is wonderful. You can finally escape the evil dragon pirates." No Kigo laughed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Enough with the tears, No Kigo. You should be happy. Freedom is just around the corner, for us and the village." As Nami observed her sister's tears, her own eyes welled up, and they embraced, both weeping freely. For this day, Nami had endured 7 long years, suffering under Arlong, who had taken her mother's life. Throughout that time, Nami had attempted to assassinate Arlong through various means, poison, ambush, and more, but to no avail. Reluctantly, she had agreed to the pact of 100 million berries, and now she had finally saved enough to rescue the village and herself. After sharing a heartfelt moment of tears, Nami and No Kigo worked together in the orange grove, unearthing the treasures Nami had accumulated over the years. The berries, stained with her blood from countless thefts, symbolized her struggles. Yet, gazing at the 100 million berries before her, Nami felt every hardship had been worth it. "No Kigo, await my good news." Nami set sail with 100 million berries, embarking on a journey to fulfill her promise to Arlong. "You must return safely," Noki shouted, envisioning a brighter future for the village, though a sense of unease lingered within her. Yet, everything seemed to be progressing positively, and she reassured herself that it was merely her overthinking. "Noki, did Nami just come back?" A voice called from behind her. "Ah, Mr. Aiken." "Yes, Nami just returned." Noki greeted Aiken, a resident of the village, with joy. "Is something happening?" Aiken inquired, puzzled by Naki's exuberance. Could it be that this year's orange market is thriving? But it's not even harvest season yet. Nami has saved enough money. Do you know? She's gone to Arlong Park to redeem the village. Noki shared the delightful news with Aiken. In truth, the villagers were all aware of Nami's plan and had been supporting her. The occasional theft of their money was a collective effort towards buying back their home, even though their contributions were modest, considering they still had to pay Arlong monthly. They simply hadn't informed Nami. What? Really? How could it happen so quickly? Wasn't she far from her goal? Aiken was astonished. After 7 years of frugality and Nami's thievery, they had only managed to save over 80 million. How could she suddenly accumulate so much? Nami told me someone learned her story and funded her, enabling her to gather the money so swiftly. Noki explained what she had heard from Nami. Is that true? Who is this benefactor? They must be a wonderful person. But wait, Nami hasn't made any strange agreements again, has she? Aiken's astonishment morphed into concern. Fearing Nami had made another unfavorable pact. She hasn't mentioned anything of the sort. Noki realized, recalling Arlong's past treachery. Let us wait for Nami to return and ask her. Hopefully all goes well. Aiken sighed, knowing they could only wait. After bidding farewell to Noki, Nami swiftly arrived at Arlong Park. Gazing at the familiar entrance, she was reminded of the hatred and pain it had once brought her, but today was different. She approached with hope. "Hey, Nami, you're back," greeted Chobro, who was fishing at the entrance. Is Arlong in?" Nami replied, her expression neutral. She bore no fondness for these fishmen, despite Chobro occasionally intervening to spare her from Arlong's wrath. Hatred is not easily dispelled by minor acts of kindness. "Arlong is here. Do you need something from him?" "Yes, I have something very important to discuss. He should be in his room. You can go in." Nami nodded, carrying 2 large bags toward Arlong's chamber. Well, our cartographer Nami has returned. What the harvest this time? Arlong's nauseating voice greeted her as she entered. Arlong, I'm here to fulfill our agreement. I have gathered 100 million berries. It's time for you to uphold your promise, Nami declared resolutely, dropping the bags before him. Here are 100 million berries. Arlong, keep your word. Nami pointed at the 2 large bags filled with coins, her gaze unwavering. Oh, quite impressive, Nami, to have amassed this sum so quickly. Ha. No problem. Kokoyashi village is yours. Arlong, never break my financial promises. His eyes gleamed for a moment, but he quickly erupted into laughter, agreeing to the pact made with Nami. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Nami was incredulous, amazed that Arlong truly agreed. Contrary to what Shinshoji had told her, Arlong was genuinely honoring his word. Ha. How could I deceive you when you've placed 100 million berries before me? My promises are never broken. Arlong chuckled, though a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. That is wonderful. Nami cried, overwhelmed with joy. She turned and ran out, eager to share the good news with her village. Arlong, are you truly letting Nami go? One of the fishmen in the room questioned as they watched her leave. Ha. Of course not. With Nami's remarkable talents, why would I let her go? Arlong replied, his gaze fixed on Nami's retreating figure. But Nami has already placed 100 million berries here, and you promised her the village. Ha, what of it? We are pirates. We can seize it again. Besides, we get an easy 100 million berries. What is not to like? Arlong laughed heartily. Indeed, Arlong. Well said. Ha. Humans are such lowly creatures. They should serve us fishmen. As for Nami, once she charts the entire world for us, I shall grant her freedom, of course. Ha. That will take decades. Not even 100 years would suffice. Ha. It's time to set off for Kokoyashi village. Chun Shiojia glanced at the time, ready to clean up the mess. He hoped Arlong wouldn't be foolish, otherwise. Tonight's dinner would be sashimi, and he preferred to avoid consuming humanoid flesh. Panting heavily, Nami sprinted back to Kokoyashi village, eager to inform everyone that she had succeeded in purchasing their freedom, that they were no longer bound by Arlong. Upon entering the village, she spotted Mr. Aiken, Noki, and other villagers gathered at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Noki waved enthusiastically upon seeing Nami. Everyone. Nami wondered why so many had gathered. How did it go, Nami? Aiken asked hesitantly. What do you mean? Nami was puzzled, though she began to suspect. Weren't you supposed to negotiate with Arlong for the village? Aiken said. You all knew? Nami asked, astonished. Nami, we were aware for quite some time. We just didn't want to burden you with our hopes in case you wanted to escape from Arlong, Dr. Nakao explained. Tears streamed down Nami's face as she heard this. Nami, did you succeed? Noki inquired. I did. I successfully bought Kokoyashi village. Everyone is free now. Nami choked out the news, eliciting cheers from the villagers. Yay. Finally. We are free. Yes. Thank you, Nami. No, it's nothing. As long as everyone is alive, that's all that matters. Though Nami cried. A relieved smile graced her face. Let us have a party tonight. Someone suggested. Indeed, it's time to celebrate. As the villagers enthusiastically discussed the festivities, a familiar and unwelcome voice interrupted. Nami, congratulations on purchasing Kokoyashi village. Arlong's arrogant voice rang out, accompanied by his crew from the Arlong pirates. Arlong, what are you doing here? Nami was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. Nami, why so cold? We are companions after all. Who are you calling a companion? I have already paid you 100 million berries, and I am no longer a member of the Arlong pirates. Nami interrupted Arlong, recalling that had it not been for the village's salvation, she would never have joined the Arlong pirates. She had always dreamed of defeating Arlong to avenge Belmere. Oh, you truly wish to leave the Arlong pirates? Arlong's tone turned icy. Yes. Our agreement was for me to pay you 100 million berries to purchase Kokoyashi village and secure my freedom. Nami gazed at Arlong, her ominous premonition becoming increasingly palpable. Since you are no longer one of us, then? Arlong menacingly raised his head to stare at Nami. Now, we, the Arlong pirates, demand that every citizen of Kokoyashi village pay 15,000 berries each month, and children 10,000 berries. If you refuse, with both hands. Arlong grasped a nearby house and uprooted it effortlessly, sending it flying. This will be your fate. Arlong roared with laughter. Arlong, you are breaking your promise. Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Shinshoji had been right. Arlong would not honor his word, and he had indeed gone back on his word. Arlong, Nami has already given you 100 million berries. How can you go back on your promise? Mr. Aiken shouted angrily at Arlong. Exactly. Exactly. The villagers echoed, outraged that they had already given him the money and that he was now attempting to renege. Arlong, why? I have given you 100 million berries. And you agreed to the terms. Why are you reneging? Nami glared fiercely at Arlong, wishing she could consume him whole. Ahahaha. Nami, we are pirates. And since you are no longer one of us, what is stopping us from pillaging again? Right, guys? Arlong declared nonchalantly, disdainful of humanity, believing they should submit to fishmen, free to toy with them as they pleased. So, Nami, you should obediently return to Arlong Park. If you agree to come back. I promise not to annihilate everyone in Kokoyashi village, so come back, Nami. Ahahaha. With that, Arlong turned and headed back toward Arlong Park, the fishmen laughing uproariously as they followed suit. Arlong. Nami's teeth clenched in anger, her whole body trembling, as did the villagers nearby. They were filled with rage toward Arlong for breaking his promise and for deceiving Nami. Villagers, should we just endure this? Mr. Aiken suddenly shouted. We cannot. We cannot simply stand by while Arlong humiliates Nami. So grab your weapons. Let us fight back. Mr. Aiken produced a hidden sword. Possessing weapons was forbidden in Arlong's territory, and if discovered, punishment would be severe. But Mr. Aiken had kept it hidden, having long desired to confront Arlong. However, he had endured while Nami remained in Arlong Park, unwilling to betray her trust. But today, witnessing Arlong's humiliation of Nami, he resolved to no longer tolerate it, even at the cost of his life. Oh, the crowd echoed in agreement, rushing home to fetch their weapons. No, please, don't. Nami recalled the scene of Belmir's death. She could not bear to see anyone else perish. Yet, she could not stop them alone, and soon the villagers gathered at the village entrance with their makeshift weapons, pots, pans, hose, and sticks. Please, everyone, don't go to your deaths. I don't want anyone else to die. It's all right. I can return to Arlong Park, really. I can go back as long as everyone stays safe. Nami stood before them, desperately trying to dissuade them. She did not want to witness another loss. No matter who it was, she could endure any personal suffering. Nami, you cannot stop us. So, flee, leave this place, and pursue your dreams. Do not let us become your burden. Mr. Aiken gazed at the girl he had watched grow up, once so lively and mischievous. But now, a scoundrel was using them to coerce her into working for her mother's murderer. He could never accept that. No, Mr. Aiken, don't go, Nami pleaded, brandishing a dagger to block their path. Nami, you cannot stop us. No, Kiho added. Nami. Mr. Aiken embraced her. Enough, Nami, you have done enough. So escape. Leave the village and pursue the life you desire. Let us go, everyone. Even if we have no chance of winning, we must show them our resolve. Mr. Aiken shouted, leading the group past Nami toward Arlong Park. Nami collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear and helplessness. She did not know what to do. Just as she could not prevent the villagers from going, she fiercely glared at the Arlong pirate's tattoo on her arm, scratching at it with her fingers, desperately wanting to tear it away, a mark that had brought her so much anguish. But no matter how hard she tried, it would not come off. Suddenly, she picked up the dagger from the ground and plunged it repeatedly into the tattoo, cursing the name that had caused her to lose everything. Arlong. Just then, a hand seized her wrist, halting her actions. I'm sorry, Nami, I'm late. Chun Shiojia appeared behind her, having just arrived in Kokoyashi village. Witnessing Nami attempting to harm herself, he realized everything had indeed transpired. Chun Shiojia, help me, please. Nami cried, tears streaming down her face. She felt lost until Chun Shiojia appeared, the last person she could rely on. She was like a drowning person, struggling desperately until hope emerged. And she could only grasp onto it and plead. Of course, I promised you I would resolve all of this. Chun Shiojia's tone was gentle, but the menace in his voice was enough to crush any foe. Chapter 17. Annihilation of the Arlong pirates. Chun Shiojia frowned as he observed the wound on Nami's arm. He now understood what kind of ninja his team was missing, a medical ninja. They rarely sustained injuries, so the issue had never occurred to them, but now, he truly needed one. Nami, bandage yourself. We will deal with Arlong and the others. Chun Shiojia instructed Nami to tend to her wound, leaving the rest for their return, as the village doctor had also gone to confront Arlong. Okay, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, I will bring every villager back safely. Chun Shiojia ruffled Nami's hair and declared, let us go to Arlong Park. He turned and sprinted toward Arlong Park, followed by Kakashi, Yamato, Lee, and Niji, all wearing serious expressions. This time, like all others, they would leave no survivors. It was their principle. At Arlong Park, Arlong and his crew had returned. A group of fishmen gathered together, laughing raucously, unaware of what joyful matters they were discussing. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away, Mr. Aiken and his group were hastening toward Arlong Park, closely followed by Chun Shiojia and his team. Brother Aaron, the villagers of Kokasia are charging and armed. A young fishman spotted this scene and reported it to Aaron. Oh, how amusing. There are indeed those who fear not death. Let us fulfill their desires and teach them that the lower class remains just that. Humans are meant to be trampled by us fishmen. Ha ha. With a laugh, Aaron rose and slowly approached the oncoming crowd. Aaron, Mr. Aegean bellowed, brandishing a knife and rushing toward Aaron. How dare you hoard weapons? It seems you truly wish to meet your demise, old man. Aaron's eyes narrowed, for he had repeatedly warned against the possession of weapons. The audacity of defying his orders would lead only to death. Perish. Mr. Aegean swung his knife at Aaron, who merely smirked, opening his mouth and, with a crunch, bit down on the long knife. With a bit of pressure, the blade snapped in half. Impossible? Mr. Aegean gasped, astonished. Could a fishman truly possess such strength to crush steel with his jaws? The consequences of such a bite upon a human would be unimaginable. Ha! Die, old man. Aaron opened his massive maw, aiming for Mr. Aegean's neck, intent on severing the head of this old fool to display it upon the village of Kokasia. The other villagers could only watch in horror, powerless against the fishman's oppressive force. Shut your foul mouth. A sudden voice echoed, and a figure appeared before Aaron, kicking the towering fishman away. With a thud, Aaron was sent flying 10 meters, crashing against the wall of Aaron's paradise, dust swirling around him as he lay amidst the rubble. Brother Aaron, the young fishman cried out, as several engaged in battle were also sent flying. Soon, 5 figures stood before the villagers. Leave this place, Mr. Aegean. You are no match for Aaron and his crew. Continuing to advance will only lead to your demise. This battle is now ours, Chun Shiojia stated, his back turned to Mr. Aegean, his tone indifferent. Who are you? We are the reinforcements summoned by Nami. Depart now. The fight ahead is not one you can partake in. Chun Shiojia explained briefly, then ignored Mr. Aegean further. Xiao Li, Ning Ci, deal with these minor nuisances. Kakashi, that octopus is yours, and Dahi, take down the large fellow with the 2 pigtails. As for Aaron, leave him to me. Chun Shiojia commanded, glancing at the fishmen. It felt somewhat excessive to assign Kakashi and Dahi against Xiao Ba and Kurobio, but he did not wish to miss the opportunity to thoroughly defeat Aaron. So he reluctantly delegated them. The remaining minor fishmen were perfect for Xiao Li and Ning Ci to handle. Xiao Li and Ning Ci nodded and plunged into the fray, the cries of the lesser fishmen echoing as they fought. Get lost. Who are you? Aaron slowly rose from the debris, his fierce gaze fixed on Chun Shiojia. We are merely pirate hunters, discontent with your actions, and commissioned by Nami to eliminate you. Chun Shiojia replied coldly. Pirate hunters? You must be part of the bloody Konoha, Kurobio remarked, recognizing the attire of Chun Shiojia's group and recalling recent tales of a band of hunters targeting vicious pirates. A bunch of clueless pirate hunters. How dare you set your sights on me, Aaron? What can a few lowly beings do to me? Dispose of them. Aaron sneered, regarding Chun Shiojia and his companions with disdain. To him, humans were inferior, deserving only to be subjugated by fishmen. Now, that someone dared to resist was an offense deserving of death. Ah, you scoundrels! How dare you injure my companions? You seek death, Xiaoba declared, stepping forward, puffing air from his large mouth. Curiosity piqued, Chun Shiojia and his group observed Xiaoba, intrigued by the unique anatomy of fishmen. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the ocean outside Aaron's paradise began to churn, as if something enormous was approaching. Could it be? It's coming. The villagers of Kokasia watched in terror as a colossal figure surged toward the shore, creating massive waves that crashed against the land, forming a gigantic whirlpool in the waters of Aaron's paradise. Ha! Prepare to become its bait. Come forth, Mumu. Xiaoba laughed heartily. A gigantic sea king with a bull's head emerged, its expression somewhat vacant, yet intimidating due to its immense size. TCH. Just a sea king. Xiaoli scoffed. How dare you underestimate Mumu? Mumu, eliminate them. Xiaoba roared in fury, commanding the creature to attack Chun Shiojia and his companions. With a thunderous roar, Mumu charged at them. Second gate, open. Leaf, great whirlwind. Xiaoli shouted, activating his strongest technique, vanishing from sight. As Aaron's crew searched for him, the next moment revealed Xiaoli at Mumu's jaw, delivering a powerful kick to its right cheek. With a resounding thud, Mumu's massive head fell, sliding slowly into the water, having been knocked unconscious before it could even engage. Aaron's group witnessed an even more astonishing sight as Xiaoli, rather than sinking, stood steadily atop the water's surface, riding the waves stirred by Mumu's fall. How can this be? Someone can stand upon water? How is this possible? The fishmen were baffled. Who were these individuals? It was utterly unbelievable. The villagers of Caucasia shared their astonishment at a mere boy, appearing no older than 12 or 13, able to subdue such a colossal creature. Quite capable, it seems. It's our turn to shine, Kurobio declared, clenching his fists as he approached Ahi. While Ningxi continued to dispatch the remaining minor fishmen, though they were not formidable opponents, their numbers were overwhelming, and these fishmen could withstand more punishment than ordinary humans, requiring extra effort to defeat them. Kid, you dare strike Mumu. Watch this. Eyes blinded, octopus Xiaoba. Xiaoba shouted furiously, spraying ink toward Xiaoli. The fishman named Jio approached Kakashi, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Xiaoli executed a grand leap, effortlessly evading Xiaoba's ink assault, utilizing the power of the second gate to swiftly close in on Xiaoba. The water erupted in a great splash as Xiaoli vanished once more. He vanished again, Xiaoba exclaimed, bewildered as he searched for Xiaoli. Suddenly, Xiaoli reappeared before him, delivering a powerful kick known as the leaf rising wind to Xiaoba's chin. With a dazed expression, Xiaoba was sent soaring into the air, followed by another leaf rising wind strike to his abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge in surprise. Receive this. Orange. Little Li followed closely behind Xiaoba, and together they soared into the sky, having ascended 8 meters above the ground. Little Li unleashed several strips of bandage from his hands, tightly wrapping around Xiaoba's body, thereby gaining control over him. Seizing the immobilized Xiaoba, Little Li initiated a rapid spin as they began their descent. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoba's head struck the ground, creating a 2-meter deep crater before he succumbed to unconsciousness within it. As Xiaoba was gradually submerged by water in the pit, Little Li gasped for breath, nearly exhausted from the exertion. The use of the 8 gates of Duanjia had drained his stamina. With his current strength, he could only employ the blossoming lotus technique once in a short span. A long way off, Along and his companions gazed in shock at Xiaoba, who had been defeated in mere seconds. Xiaoba, you fool! Kurobio bellowed as he charged at Little Li, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his head. Little Li, panting heavily, struggled to evade, but he had reached his limit, his movements sluggish. Just as Kurobio's fist was about to strike a critical blow, Ningxi intervened. Bagua Zhang, return to heaven. A blue hemispherical barrier appeared before Little Li, deflecting Kurobio and sending him crashing into the sea. Little Li, you're too hasty. Let me handle this from here, Ningxi stated coolly, turning his back to Little Li. All right, I'll leave it to you, Ningxi. I need a moment to recover. Little Li responded, collapsing onto the ground. Humph, leave it to me, and this opponent will be dealt with swiftly. Little Li, you can rest, Ningxi declared, addressing Dai without turning around. Fine, I'll entrust this to you, Dai replied as he stepped forward to assist Little Li and guide him towards the villagers. Kakashi soon joined Dai, while the ill-fated fisherman lay motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. It appears our involvement is no longer necessary, Kakashi mused. Indeed, after all, he is a talented ninja from Konoha, strong in his own right, Dai praised. At that moment, Nami, having tended to her wounds, arrived on the scene, weapon in hand. Upon seeing the fallen fishmen, she hurried over to Mr. Ajien and Nokigao, both of whom stood unharmed, observing the battle. Wonderful. Nokigao, Mr. Ajien. You are all safe, Nami exclaimed, rushing into the crowd to embrace Nokigao. Nami, it was your friends who saved us. They are incredibly strong. They sent along subordinates fleeing, and even that sea cow was defeated. Nokigao eagerly recounted the events he had witnessed. Yes, they are indeed formidable. But where is Along? Nami inquired. Over there, Nokigao pointed to the right, where Chun Shioja stood, calmly observing the clash between Ningxi and Kurobio. Along also watched, though his expression was grave, as his subordinates had been thoroughly defeated, leaving only Kurobio to struggle against Ningxi. As Ningxi faced Kurobio, the latter, Having been knocked into the water, clawed his way back onto the shore, his face a mask of fury. "You little brat. You're asking for trouble." "Fishman karate," Kurobiu roared, launching a fierce punch towards Ningxi. "Byakugan." Ningxi's eyes bulged with veins as he utilized the Byakugan to anticipate Kurobiu's movements. He gathered chakra in his hands and struck decisively on the inner muscle of Kurobiu's upper arm. The sudden release of chakra caused Kurobiu's arm to weaken significantly, his punch losing its force and veering off course. Ningxi seized the opportunity to kick Kurobiu back, creating distance between them. Indeed, in a world devoid of chakra, the effectiveness of pressure point strikes diminished considerably. As Master Chun Shiojia had noted, perhaps he should adapt his gentle fist techniques. Reflecting on Chun Shiojia's teachings, Ningxi realized that, since the inhabitants of this realm did not utilize chakra, the advantages of pressure point strikes were rendered moot. Instead, he could focus on targeting joints, soft tissues, and vital points. By enhancing the intensity of chakra release, he could deliver devastating blows to an opponent's joints, throat, heart, or even groin, potentially incapacitating them in a single strike. If he were to learn techniques akin to chakra surgical knives, he could slice through an enemy's muscles or even their heart with a mere gesture, which would be terrifying indeed. These theories were gleaned from Chun Shiojia's studies of martial arts, such as Wing Chun from Hua country. Since pressure point strikes were ineffective, why not directly assault an opponent's weaknesses? The Byakugan's ability to perceive and track dynamic movements provided an excellent advantage, allowing Ningxi to predict his opponent's attacks and target their joints effectively. What kind of technique is this? Kurobiu snarled, clutching his right arm, feeling as if his muscles had been shattered. Although the sensation was fading, he knew it would take another minute or two to fully recover. "This is the gentle fist," Ningxi replied calmly, his Byakugan fixated on Kurobiu's right arm. The previous strike had merely caused muscle spasms, not severed muscle connections. It must be noted that fishmen possess a remarkable physical resilience. Had Kurobiu been human, that blow might have severed the muscle entirely. Kurobiu charged at Ningxi once more, throwing punches and kicks, but Ningxi effortlessly evaded each attack, dodging with slight body movements. In the midst of his evasions, Ningxi countered, targeting Kurobiu's upper arm, elbow, rib cage, throat, and even his eyes, inflicting pain and leaving Kurobiu unable to defend himself. However, it was undeniable that the fishman race possessed extraordinary resilience. Despite the numerous blows from Ningxi, Kurobiu still found the strength to retaliate. "You truly are weak. Is this what the fishman race amounts to? All muscle, no skill?" Ningxi taunted, initially expecting an exhilarating battle, only to find it dull as his opponent failed to land a single hit, being toyed with like a monkey. "Don't think your strange martial arts can defeat me. Face my strongest technique." Fishman karate, Thousand Tiles fist. Kurobiu, overwhelmed by his successive failures, disregarded his muscle pain and unleashed his most powerful move. Bagua Zhang, return to heaven. Ningxi spun once more, releasing a surge of high-intensity chakra, sending Kurobiu flying once again. You little brat." Kurobiu struggled to rise, his eyes filled with malice. "I am of the fishman race. How could I possibly lose to a human? You have completely entered my domain. For my next move, Bagua Zhang, 64 palms. Prepare for your end." Ningxi assumed his classic stance, weary of the battle, yet confident in his mastery of Chun Shiojia's theories. This time, he would focus solely on Kurobiu's weaknesses, delivering a decisive blow. Blinded by rage, Kurobiu discarded all defense, determined to crush the diminutive foe before him. The sound of relentless strikes echoed as Kurobiu was sent hurtling back, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed against the wall, falling unconscious. Ningxi's final move. The 8 trigrams 64 palms had channeled immense chakra into each strike, with the final blow landing squarely on Kurobiu's heart, sealing his fate. "Marvelous, Niji. You have finally fully comprehended the concepts I articulated." Chun Shiojia approached Niji, gazing at him with a sense of pride. Niji truly lives up to his title of genius, having not only grasped the crucial issues I presented, but also synthesized them into a new form of gentle fist. It is all thanks to Master Shiojia's teachings. I merely provide the framework. It is ultimately your own insight that matters, which is no small feat now that your performances have concluded. It is my turn to shine. Chun Shiojia would not recklessly claim credit. He merely offered Niji theoretical guidance, while the practical application rested solely on Niji's shoulders. Now that they had engaged their respective opponents, It was time for the main event to commence. Along, you are the last one remaining. Come forth and let me test your mettle, to see if you are worthy of being called the most fearsome in the East Sea. Shinshojia directed his gaze towards Along, who had been watching his subordinates suffer. It was well known that Along possessed strength far surpassing that of other fishmen, yet he chose to remain a mere spectator, revealing his indifferent nature. You think you can challenge me simply because you have bested my subordinates? The Fishman clan is not something lowly beings like you can compare to. Along's eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze on Shinshojia. Spare me your nonsensical theories. It is only through battle that true capability is revealed. Anyone can boast, but are you merely a pretty face, all show and no substance? Shinshojia impatiently interrupted Along, cutting off his attempt to flaunt his superiority. He despised such individuals, those with mediocre strength yet inflated egos. They simply deserved a beating. You seek death. Along roared in fury, launching a fierce strike at Shinshojia. Water droplets clinging to his hand transformed into projectiles, hurtling toward him. Shinshojia's eyes narrowed, and he executed 2 backflips, evading his previous position. The ground where he had stood moments before was now riddled with small craters, as if struck by a shotgun blast. Seeing his attack evade, Along seized a nearby 7 or 8 meter long stone pillar and hurled it at Shinshojia. Ahaha, do you see this? This is the gap between us. The disparity between the Fishman clan and humans. Ahaha. Along's laughter echoed, reveling in the power of his kind, which he perceived as his source of pride. With this strength, I shall dominate the East Sea, conquer the Grand Line, and ultimately rule the world. And you lowly beings shall be our subjugated slaves. Ahaha. Nami and the other villagers from Kokoyashi looked on in shock as the stone pillar soared toward them, their eyes filled with despair. Is this all you have? Along, you are truly naive. This world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. If this is the extent of your power, I advise you to extinguish your ridiculous ambitions while you can, Shinshojia retorted scornfully. This time, he did not evade. With a swift kick, he shattered the massive stone pillar into fragments. Along, unleash your full strength and entertain me, Shinshojia said with a smirk, his tone frivolous. Chapter 19. The true Along is the dead. Along, you seek death. Along erupted in rage, baring his sharp teeth and lunging at Shinshojia, moving like a cannonball fired from its chamber, closing the distance in an instant. Shinshojia's expression remained calm as he merely sidestepped, effortlessly dodging Along's assault. Along's bite found only the massive stone column behind Shinshojia, which he crushed with ease. The sheer strength required to obliterate such a thick column was beyond human capability. Oh, those teeth are truly impressive, Kakashi remarked, unable to contain his amusement at the sight. Impressive? If Shinshojia had been bitten, he would have surely been torn in half. Nami exclaimed in horror upon hearing Kakashi's words. Aren't you going to help him? If you all joined forces, you could undoubtedly defeat Along, Nami questioned, observing Kakashi and the others showing no intention of intervening. Rest assured, little Jia will not lose. Along is not strong enough to harm him, so just watch calmly, Yamato reassured, falling silent as he focused on the duel. Yet Nami remained anxious. Along's might was deeply engraved in her mind, while her impression of Shinshojia was shrouded in mystery. Do not worry, Miss Nami. Master Shojia has yet to take this seriously. He is merely toying with Along, Lee added, attempting to comfort her. Is that so? Very well. Seeing that Shinshojia's companions remained unfazed, Nami reluctantly settled her worries and continued to observe the unfolding battle. Ah, do you see? Soon, I will crush your bones just as I did this stone pillar. Along spat out the remnants of the stone, turning to Shinshojia with a twisted smile, convinced that a single bite would easily shatter Shinshojia's bones. Oh, is that so? Then come and try? Shinshojia replied, his gaze fixed on Along, clearly enjoying the game, as he had yet to employ any of his techniques, merely evading Along's attacks. With a sinister grin, Along lunged again, his gaping maw wide open, ready to strike. One punch is all it takes to deal with you. Do you know that? Shinshojia did not evade this time. He tightened his right fist and delivered an uppercut that connected squarely with Along's jaw. A loud crack echoed as Along's sharp teeth shattered, sending him flying into a nearby pool, causing a massive splash. Splendid. Nami cheered, exhilarated by Along's defeat and the sight of his scattered teeth, as the villagers around her echoed her excitement. Come forth, Along. I know that punch was nothing to you. Return and continue our fight. Chun Xiujia called out from the edge of the pool, eager for a more engaging contest. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow erupted from the water, charging straight at Chun Xiujia. He leapt into the air, and the shadow crashed with a resounding thud into the nearby building, sending debris flying and a cloud of dust billowing from the gaping hole. You managed to evade that. Impressive, Chun Xiujia. Along's voice echoed from within the rubble. And in the next moment, another shadow launched itself from the hole, hurtling toward Chun Xiujia. Clang! Chun Xiujia wielded a kunai and struck Along's nose with force. The collision produced a metallic sound, and to everyone's astonishment, Along's attack was halted as the two engaged in a contest of strength, neither yielding. Humph! My nose is much harder than steel. Your little dagger cannot cut through. Along grinned, revealing that the teeth Chun Xiujia had shattered were miraculously restored. Yet, Nami and the others had clearly seen the remnants scattered across the ground. Did you know? My teeth can regenerate at will, just like this. While grappling with Chun Xiujia, Along nonchalantly plucked one of his teeth from his mouth, and to the astonishment of onlookers, a new set of teeth sprouted in its place. And the more my teeth regenerate, the tougher they become. Chun Xiujia, this is something you lowly beings can never achieve. Prepare to meet your end. Along brandished the tooth he had just removed, as if it were a new mouth, and swung a powerful punch at Chun Xiujia. A powerful punch struck Chun Xiujia squarely on the head, prompting gasps from Nami and the others, who believed he had been hit. However, in the next moment, Chun Xiujia transformed into a wooden dummy before Arlong, causing the forceful blow to shatter only the substitute, leaving the real Chun Xiujia unscathed. Evading the attack, he swiftly appeared behind Arlong and kicked him into the building of Arlong Park. Yet, Arlong quickly emerged again, charging at Chun Xiujia with his proud nose. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Xiujia swiftly formed hand seals, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing Arlong, who screamed in agony as he fell to the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Water, water, water. Arlong rolled on the ground, unable to extinguish the fire, before finally leaping into a nearby pool, where the seawater doused the flames. What was that just now? How could such a large fire appear out of nowhere? It seemed to erupt from that young man's mouth. How is that possible? No one can breathe fire. Indeed, I saw it too. The villagers of Caucasia murmured, astonished, having never witnessed anyone capable of spitting fire. At this moment, Arlong emerged from the water, his body marked with burned scars, and the faint scent of grilled fish wafted about him. How does it feel to be grilled? Not too bad, I presume. Chun Xiujia smirked, mocking him. You little brat. Are you a devil fruit user? Arlong glared fiercely at Chun Xiujia, knowing that such power was typically reserved for those who had consumed a devil fruit. Think what you will. Don't assume that being a devil fruit user makes you capable of defeating me. My fishman tribe is invincible. Arlong roared, charging at Chun Xiujia like a cannonball once more. Is that all you know how to do? Chun Xiujia observed Arlong's repetitive attacks with growing impatience, evading the assault once again and leaping onto the surface of the water. Foolish human, this one trick is beyond your lowly kind to withstand. Arlong emerged from the dust cloud after missing his target. What use is it to fail to hit me? All you've done is kick up dust. It seems you've accomplished nothing. Chun Xiujia retorted. Curse you, monkey. If you have any guts, don't dodge. Arlong's fury intensified, his eyes turning red with rage. I won't play with you any longer. I'll finish you with my next move. Chun Xiujia shook his head, having grown tired of the game. It was time to put an end to Arlong. It seems you can only boast. What will you use to defeat me? Arlong sneered dismissively. Arlong, you are not the only one who can utilize seawater. So can I. Behold, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Chun Xiujia swiftly formed hand seals, completing the complex sequence of 44 seals in just 5 seconds, a testament to his recent rigorous training, allowing him to perform 9 seals per second with remarkable speed. The water behind him began to churn violently, and soon a massive water dragon, 3 meters in diameter, emerged, roaring ferociously at Arlong. Chun Xiujia stood before it as if he were a dragon master. Arlong stared in shock, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Die, with a mere thought. Chun Xiujia commanded the water dragon, which charged at Arlong, who was caught off guard and bitten by the dragon's head. Under Chun Xiujia's control, the water dragon soared into the sky and crashed down onto the rooftop of Arlong Park. Boom! The entire building collapsed, reduced to rubble. Nami and the others watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that someone could summon a water dragon. To them, it appeared as if Chun Shiojia had conjured it through intricate gestures to launch Arlong into the air. With a cacophony of falling debris, Arlong staggered to his feet from the ruins, bloodied and with his once proud nose broken, yet he survived, thanks to the resilience of the fishman race. What was that technique? Arlong gasped, horrified, recalling how the terrifying water dragon had shattered his bones. He stood only due to sheer willpower and the robust physique of a fishman. Ah, you are still alive. The fishman body truly is formidable, Chun Shiojia remarked, amused. Unwilling to explain further as he formed hand seals once more. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Chun Shiojia inhaled deeply, launching a sphere infused with a massive amount of wind chakra towards Arlong. No, Arlong cried out in anguish, lowering his gaze to discover a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest, revealing the scenery behind him. How could I die at the hands of a human? I refuse to accept this. With that, he collapsed onto the rubble, lifeless. Nami, you are truly free now, Chun Shiojia said, turning to Nami as he looked at the fallen Arlong. Nami buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. But this time they were tears of joy, having finally escaped the nightmare that was Arlong. The villagers of Kokasia erupted in cheers. The demon Arlong was dead before their eyes, and they were truly free at last. Chapter 20, Nami's Rejection. A new promise. The villagers of Kokasia spread the news far and wide, eager to share this monumental victory with all. No longer would this land be plagued by Arlong Park or the tyranny of fishmen. It was Chun Shiojia and his companions who had brought this to an end, and they would ensure the name of their benefactor was known by all. Meanwhile, Chun Shiojia and his friends remained at Arlong Park, beginning to clean up the battlefield. Amid the rubble, Chun Shiojia discovered Nami's measuring room, where she had dedicated 7 years of her life, pouring her heart and soul into countless nautical charts, all reduced to waste paper by his water dragon bullet. Nami, sigh. He glanced at her as she helped to clear the debris, feeling nothing but sympathy for her. He could hardly fathom her experience in this place, creating chart after chart in a room filled with enemies, devoid of warmth. Perhaps only that non-existent promise had sustained her. Half an hour later, they finally completed the cleanup. Their mission to eradicate the Arlong pirates had yielded 500 million berries. Not including Arlong's bounty, it was their most lucrative endeavor yet. True to Arlong, this haul is phenomenal. 500 million. After deducting Nami's share of 100 million, that leaves us 400 million, enough for me to draw 200 times from the A-tier card pool. That means I could acquire 2 A-tier ninjas. Not to mention the potential for B and C-tier ninjas. Chun Shiojia mused, calculating in his mind, pleased with the flawless conclusion to their mission. However, during the cleanup, they found no sign of the initially injured Xiaoba and Mumu. Chun Shiojia scrutinized the surroundings with his Byakugan, but detected nothing. Likely they had slipped away in advance. It doesn't matter, they're insignificant characters. If they fled, so be it, he thought indifferently, knowing Xiaoba bore no bounty, and thus his departure was inconsequential. Moreover, Xiaoba would eventually reappear at a significant event, and Nami could handle him then. As for the other fishmen, few had survived. Those who did met their end at their hands, sent forth to reincarnate, hoping they might emerge as better beings in the next life. Nami, this is your hard-earned treasure. It's yours once more. Chun Shiojia located Nami after 7 years, having saved over 80 million treasures to return to her. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Chun Shiojia. Nami said, her eyes glistening with tears, continuously expressing her gratitude. It's nothing, really, no need for thanks. Even without you, we would have dealt with Arlong. We are pirate hunters. Eliminating Arlong is merely a duty, Chun Shiojia replied, his straightforwardness eliciting laughter from Nami. All right then, I want to thank you, she said. Her tears replaced with a smile as she turned to count her treasure, anxious not to lose a single belly. Chun, I am truly grateful to you, Nami proclaimed, shifting her thanks to Mr. Aijin. Chun Shiojia felt overwhelmed. What good is gratitude compared to belly? Such kindness cannot go unreturned. Please join us in the village for a banquet to celebrate, Mr. Aijin insisted, not merely offering words, but also planning a feast to honor Chun Shiojia and commemorate the day. Yes, Chun Shiojia, let us hold a banquet in the village. Nami chimed in. That sounds delightful. I adore banquets. Chun Shiojia accepted the invitation, recognizing the good intentions behind it. The group packed the collected treasure and returned to Kakoja village together. That evening, the village square was alive with villagers gathering around a bonfire, laughing, playing, drinking, and singing joyfully during the feast, with smiles illuminating every face. Nami persistently challenged Shinshojia to drink, determined not to relent until he was inebriated. Shinshojia, welcoming the challenge, joined her, and soon they both succumbed, collapsing. Xiao Li and Ning Ci, being underage, could only partake in juices, while Dai and Kakashi limited their consumption, engaging instead in conversations with the villagers. Noki Gao and Mr. Aijin occasionally shared amusing tales from Nami's childhood, causing uproarious laughter among the crowd. The village, once shrouded in sorrow, now radiated vitality. Ugh, my head aches. Chun Shioji groaned. Nami, you can really hold your liquor. He lamented, feeling nauseous. As he sat up slowly, he realized it was already the afternoon of the day following the banquet. He had lost all memory of how he returned after drinking with Nami. Where am I? Chun Shioji looked around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, finding himself alone. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a vast orange orchard, the harvest season yet to arrive. Though some green fruits hung from the branches. Am I at Nami's house? How did I end up here? Chun Shioji pondered, still disoriented from the previous night's excesses. You're awake. Nami's voice called from behind him, revealing her in an apron, watering can in hand. Impressive. Your drinking capacity is remarkable. It's been ages since I've encountered someone who could match me, she teased as she approached him. Last night, you were so intoxicated you lay on the ground motionless. I had to carry you here. You were surprisingly heavy and nearly exhausted me. Nami chided him with a playful glare. Haha, is that so? I truly apologize. Chun Shioji scratched his head, feeling embarrassed that he had been out-drunk by Nami. She possessed an unfathomable tolerance. Notably, Kakashi and the others had not returned him to the ship, likely on purpose. Look, Nami exclaimed, eagerly showing off her new tattoo, which bore the symbol of the leaf. What is this? Chun Shioji inquired, perplexed. The Arlong pirates are now a thing of the past, and your leaf has given me a new beginning. So, I asked Dr. Neko to help me change my tattoo to this. Is that all right? Nami smiled at him, her expression radiant. If it pleases you, then certainly. It is my honor, Chun Shioji replied, unable to refuse. What are your plans next? Will you continue hunting pirates in the East Blue? Nami asked curiously. We will likely head to Logtown next, then venture into the Grand Line, Chun Shioji responded. To the Grand Line? Indeed, the East Blue has few pirates left to hunt. The Grand Line is rumored to be teeming with them, and the bounties are substantial, he said, his eyes gleaming with desire for the rewards. What about you? What do you intend to do? He asked Nami. I'm not sure yet. Perhaps I will stay in the village for a while, or maybe set sail to pursue my dreams, Nami replied, feeling uncertain about her direction. If possible, she wished to join Chun Shioji's crew, but she was unsure if he would accept her. Chun Shioji remained silent, contemplating whether to invite Nami aboard. After much thought, he decided against it. His ship was not suited for her aspirations of adventure and exploring the world. His purpose was to hunt pirates, amass bounties, and bolster his strength, which would inevitably lead to bloodshed. Thus, his ship was unsuitable for Nami. A heavy silence enveloped them. If I wish to set sail, may I join your ship? Nami cautiously spoke, noticing Chun Shioji's prolonged silence. Nami, I would love for you to join my crew, but my ship is not ideal for you. Your dream is to traverse the world and chart its seas, while we are pirate hunters destined for bloodshed and turmoil, Chun Shioji explained, meeting Nami's gaze. He preferred to be forthright rather than offer empty reassurances. Upon hearing his refusal, Nami looked down, a single tear escaping her eye. I'm sorry. If you truly wish to sail the seas and fulfill your dreams, you can wait a little longer. Someone will come to accompany you and help you achieve your aspirations. But that person will not be me. He gently patted her head in consolation. Humph. If you want to take me, then don't. Why make it sound so grandiose? Nami sniffled, suppressing her tears, turning away from Chun Shioji. All right, don't cry. Let us make a pact, he suggested, observing her sulking demeanor, reminiscent of a child throwing a tantrum. What pact? Nami turned to face him, intrigued. Let us agree to meet in the Grand Line. I will wait for you in that magnificent place, but you must promise me to find a group of suitable, like-minded companions to join you there. Is that all right? Chun Shioji extended his hand towards Nami. In the orange orchard, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting Nami's hair. She grasped Chun Shioji's hand, looking up into his eyes. her voice resolute. Alright. Chapter 21. The A-Rank Ninja, Akatsuki's Vermilion Bird, Uchiha Itachi. The day following their agreement, Chun Shojia and his companions set sail once more toward Logue Town. Before they departed, Nami gifted Chun Shojia 2 orange saplings as a farewell token. Chun Shojia, I will definitely come to find you in the Grand Line. You must wait for me, Nami shouted, hands cupped around her mouth as she watched the Konohamaru sail away. I will certainly wait for you. Chun Shojia waved farewell to Nami and her companions. Although Nami did not board the ship, a bond had already formed between them, and they would meet again in the near future on the magnificent Grand Line. Kakashi, Yamato, Lee, Niji, we shall meet again. Thank you for your care these past days. Farewell. Nami had not forgotten Kakashi and the others. Despite their brief interactions, their kindness and relentless assistance in helping her reclaim her village remained etched in her memory. Nami, we will definitely meet again. Lee leaped onto the mast at the stern of the ship, waving goodbye to Nami and the others. As the Maki Maru gradually drifted away, disappearing from sight under the gazes of Nami, Nokigo, and Mr. Aiken, a sense of distance enveloped them. Nokigo, observing Nami still gazing into the distance, softly remarked, I know. Nokigo, soon, I too will set sail in pursuit of my dreams and reunite with him in that land of aspirations. Nami continued to gaze in the direction where Chun Shojia had departed, resolutely articulating her visions for the future. Indeed, I support you. You should have embarked on your journey long ago, for your dreams. But what about you, Nokigo? Would you like to join me? Nami looked at her sister, who had grown up alongside her, pondering that she had never spoken of dreams. As for me, I shall continue tending to the orange grove. I do not possess aspirations as grand as yours. This grove is my dream. While I am here, you have a home, a route. If you tire out there, you can always return home to this familiar place, and we can live together. Nokigo contemplated before expressing her decision. Nokigo, let us go. It's time for dinner. Nami exclaimed. Yes, let us go home. Chun Shojia stood on the deck at the ship's stern, gazing at the horizon, letting out a sigh. Master Shojia, why didn't you invite Miss Nami aboard? Lee inquired curiously. Our ship is not suitable for her, Chun Shojia explained before turning to return to his room. What makes it unsuitable? Lee remained puzzled, prompting Niji to pull him aside for clarification. Upon returning to his room, Chun Shojia took out the bounty he had earned, an astonishing 4 billion berries, supplemented by the previous earnings of 92 million berries, totaling 5 billion berries. He had never seen such wealth before, and it was evident that Arlong was indeed quite valuable, not to mention the bounty on Arlong. After some contemplation, he decided to allocate the previous bounty of over 50 million berries to the ship as living funds for everyone. Out of this, 20 million would be used to pay Kakashi and the others, ensuring they had what they needed even if expenditures aboard were minimal. This arrangement would grant each of them 5 million berries, while the remaining 30 million would be utilized for daily necessities, which should last for a considerable time. As for the remaining 4 billion, he intended to invest it all into the system, sufficient to draw 2 A-rank ninjas, including their deployment slots. Moreover, with 4 billion berries and 200 draws, there was potential for acquiring B-rank and C-rank ninjas, suggesting that their ship would soon welcome new members. System. Recharge. With excitement surging through him, Chun Shojia summoned the system to commence the recharge. Congratulations, host, for successfully recharging 4 billion berries. Your VIP level has been upgraded to VIP 2, and you have received 100 G of chakra metal. Congratulations, host. Your VIP level has upgraded to VIP 3, granting you 2 B-rank ninja deployment slots, 1 A-rank ninja deployment slot, and 1 A-rank ninja. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has reached 2,000, earning you the summoning beast, Toad Gigi. Please continue to strive for success and accumulate more berries. Chun Shojia disregarded the system's final remark and turned to inspect the rewards from this recharge. The items gained from the VIP upgrade were quite favorable, whether it be the chakra metal or the ninja deployment slots, both of which were indispensable, especially the chakra metal, as he currently required it. After all, the kunai was too short, and during close combat, he often felt a lack of offensive options. With no guidance in physical techniques, he was left with limited resources, relying primarily on ninjutsu. As for the mastery of haki in this world, Chun Shojia had yet to discover any methods of training. It seemed that his only recourse would be to venture into the Grand Line and seek learning opportunities. Regarding the ninja deployment slots, He realized that the system always demanded payment, and he would take advantage of any free offerings. He anticipated utilizing these deployment slots soon. Great Sage of the Six Paths, God of Ninja, please bless your faithful follower and grant me a bountiful reward in this lottery. Eagerly, Chun Shouji navigated to the A-rank card pool for the lottery, decisively initiating a 10 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 shurikens. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a substantial amount of chakra metal, 2. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 B-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 kunai. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 explosive tag. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 chakra metal. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3,000 books. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 C-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 kunai. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 military rations. Chun Shouji glanced at the results of his first 10 consecutive draws from the A-rank card pool. The contents were mediocre, with only a substantial amount of chakra metal appearing, and not a single A-rank ninja fragment. Surprisingly, the substantial amount of chakra metal amounted to merely 10 G. Was this truly considered substantial? Well, that was the system's definition, leaving Chun Shouji speechless. Fine, let us go for a 30 consecutive draw. I refuse to believe it. Chun Shouji clicked on the newly available 30 consecutive draw button. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 4 A-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the B-rank ninja Tsunade. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the C-rank ninja Uchiha Sasuke with the 2 Tomo Sharingan from the Chunin exams. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 6 chakra metal. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6 B-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 12 C-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5 explosive tags. Congratulations, host, for receiving 12 kunai. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 8,000 books. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 7 military rations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 shurikens. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 smoke bombs. This time, the 30 consecutive draw finally yielded ninjas, and notably, 2 of them. Most importantly, Chun Shouji had drawn Tsunade, perfectly filling the void of a medical ninja in his team. Truly a serendipitous occurrence. Additionally, as one of the protagonists in Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's acquisition meant that Chun Shouji would also inherit the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Excellent. Let us continue with another 30 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 6 A-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 A-rank ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 B-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 chakra metal. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 6 explosive tags. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 9 C-rank ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 C-rank ninjutsu learning scrolls. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 military rations. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 15 kunai. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5,000 books. Congratulations, host, for receiving 6 shurikens. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 smoke bombs. Let us keep going. This 30 consecutive draw must yield an A-rank ninja. Come on, let me see which A-rank ninja it will be. Great Sage, may you bless me. Chun Shouji felt quite satisfied with the items from this 30 consecutive draw, particularly the A-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, which would undoubtedly enrich his current offensive capabilities. The main event was yet to come, the guaranteed A-rank ninja from the 100 draws. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the A-level ninja Akatsuki S Phoenix, Uchiha Itachi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 fragments of A-level ninja. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a substantial amount of chakra metal, 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 fragments of B-level ninja. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 scroll for learning B-level ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 12 fragments of C-level ninja. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 explosive tags. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 soldier pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 kunai. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 shuriken. Finally, after spending 1.8 billion, Chun Shouji has received his rewards. The ninja he summoned this time is none other than the one who is both loved and hated by Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi. Shun Shouji gazed at the card displaying Uchiha Itachi in his Akatsuki attire, his heart brimming with joy, as he finally possessed his second A-level ninja, the illustrious Uchiha Itachi. However, he pondered whether the Itachi he acquired was the healthy version. Today, it seemed he had stirred the nest of the Uchiha clan. As he summoned 2 members of the clan, these 2 might be a bit challenging to manage. Would they engage in combat upon being summoned? Although Sasuke is still a child, a confrontation seems inevitable. Chapter 22. Summoning the Uchiha brothers. Shun Shouji felt somewhat helpless, yet he knew summoning was necessary. As for the disputes and grudges between the 2 brothers, they could be addressed later, provided Itachi reveals the entire truth to Sasuke, thereby dispelling any misunderstandings between them. Shun Shouji reflected on his 100 consecutive draws. He had obtained 1 A-level ninja, 1 B-level ninja, 1 C-level ninja, 40 G of chakra metal, 14 A-level ninja fragments, 26 B-level ninja fragments, 1 B-level ninjutsu learning scroll, 36 C-level ninja fragments, 2 C-level ninjutsu learning scrolls, 18 explosive tags, 29 soldier pills, and numerous other kunai. This 100 draws yielded a remarkable bounty, producing 3 ninjas that he both desired and required. System: open the panel. Host: Shun Shouji, VIP 3. Ninja level: Genin reputation points, 2000 chakra amount, 24 cards. Chakra attributes: all attributes ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique, body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, water wave, water dragon bullet, great fireball, earth wall, air bullet taijutsu, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, leaf gale, leaf rising wind jinjutsu, none special. Hashirama cells, 10, Byakugan, taijutsu training bonus. Ninjutsu training bonus. Summoning beast, summoning dog pakin, summoning beast toad Jiraiya tailed beast, none ninjas. Umbu Hataki Kakashi, Shippuden Yamato, Tenzo, Chunin exam Rock Lee, Chunin exam Niji Hyuga. Akatsuki S Phoenix Uchiha Itachi, not yet summoned. Sannin Tsunade, not yet summoned. Chunin exam Dual Tomo Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke ninja fragments. C level 64, B level 43. A level 14 ninjutsu learning scrolls. A level ninjutsu learning scroll 1. B level ninjutsu learning scroll 1. C level ninjutsu learning scroll 2. Chakra metal, 146 grams. Berries, 221, 045, 600. Excellent. The C-level fragments are soon sufficient for me to exchange for a C-level ninja, and the B-level fragments are also nearing half. Next, I shall summon the ninjas. After reviewing his panel, Shun Shouji decided to summon Tsunade first. At this time, Tsunade should be in her 20s, having just created the 100 heal technique. He muttered to himself, quickly forming a summoning array before him. Soon, Tsunade, clad in her battle attire, appeared at the center of the array. "Welcome to this world, Tsunade," Shun Shouji exclaimed with delight as Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. "You are Shun Shouji?" Upon arriving in the pirate world, Tsunade learned from the system the reason for her appearance here, realizing that this man was the one who summoned her. "Yes, Tsunade, please wait a moment. I still have several companions to summon," Shun Shouji said, beginning the summoning once more. This time, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the array, dressed in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud cloak, and wearing a straw hat. Master Shouji. Itachi too understood everything from the system and greeted Shun Shouji before turning to the quietly waiting Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, it is a pleasure to meet you." Itachi recognized Tsunade at once, as her appearance had not changed over the years. "Who are you?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued, having never seen this individual before. Her vigilance heightened when Itachi removed his straw hat, revealing the forehead protector of a rogue ninja. "Do not worry, Tsunade, he is Uchiha Itachi, sent by the 3rd Hokage to infiltrate, and is not a true rogue ninja." Shun Shouji swiftly intervened, sensing the tension in the air. "I see." Tsunade sheathed her kunai, contemplating Itachi thoughtfully. "It is normal that you do not recognize Itachi. According to your timeline, he should not yet have been born, so you would not know him," Shun Shouji clarified. "What?" Tsunade was taken aback, but soon another thought struck her, and she grasped Shun Shouji's arm, inquiring eagerly. "Does this mean you can bring my granduncle and second granduncle here as well?" "It is possible, but it will take some time." Shun Shouji frowned slightly as Tsunade's grip tightened painfully on his arm, but he still took the time to explain. "I apologize, Shun Shouji. Could I ask you to bring them here?" Tsunade released his arm, her eyes filled with earnest hope. Of course, I will certainly bring them to this world. Chun Shiojia readily assured her, knowing he would summon Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Such powerful ninjas were too significant to overlook, though with the system's tendencies. It was uncertain when they would appear. By the way, Itachi, now that you are in this world, the issues concerning the Uchiha clan can be set aside. There will be no more chaos here. I understand, Master Shiojia. If possible, I also ask that you bring my brother to this world. Itachi spoke after a brief moment of silence. Itachi, you are indeed fortunate, as I am about to summon your brother, Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this point in time, he harbors considerable animosity toward you. I believe it is time for you to share everything with him. There is no need to keep secrets here. Your parents may also have the opportunity to appear before you again. Chun Shiojia smiled gently, delivering this good news to Itachi. I understand, Master Shiojia. I will clarify everything with Sasuke. Itachi initially appeared surprised, a glimmer of joy in his eyes, and after hearing Chun Shiojia's words, he nodded slightly, recognizing that it was time to lay everything bare before Sasuke. Then I will summon him now. The array glowed once more, and Uchiha Sasuke's figure materialized. Master Shiojia. Sasuke opened his eyes to find Chun Shiojia before him, respectfully bowing. Before Chun Shiojia could speak, Sasuke's gaze fell upon the figure beside him, the one he both loved and hated, Uchiha Itachi. Upon encountering his adversary, Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, and he conjured a Chidori in his left hand, roaring as he charged toward Itachi. This is bad. Tsunade sensed the impending conflict and immediately felt alarmed. Just as she attempted to intervene, Chun Shiojia stopped her. This matter must be resolved solely by the two brothers. We cannot interfere. Chun Shiojia grasped Tsunade's wrist and gazed at the brothers, stating, Why? You mentioned they are brothers of the Uchiha clan. How could there be such profound hatred? Tsunade inquired, bewildered. Alas, this can only be described as a tragedy. Chun Shiojia sighed and recounted the brother's story to Tsunade. At that moment, Itachi firmly grasped Sasuke's left hand and, with a slight exertion, interrupted Sasuke's Chidori. My foolish brother. Allow me to reveal the entire truth to you. Realizing everything, Itachi resolved to no longer conceal the truth. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used Tsukuyomi to transport Sasuke's consciousness into a Genjutsu realm. There, he thoroughly explained the reasons behind his actions and revealed their parents' final messages to Sasuke. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade observed the transformation in Itachi's eyes, and as a member of the Senju clan, she instinctively understood the significance of those eyes. After hearing Itachi's tale, she felt a measure of sympathy for the tragic brothers. After all, it was not their fault. It was the village's system that was to blame. Indeed, it is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Chun Shiojia remarked, eagerly looking at those eyes, knowing that soon he too would possess the Sharingan. Before long, after their heartfelt conversation in the Tsukuyomi realm, the brothers turned to Chun Shiojia. Itachi spoke, I apologize, Lord Shiojia. Sasuke is still young and somewhat naive. Please forgive him. I'm sorry, Lord Shiojia. Sasuke added, feeling embarrassed. It's quite all right. As long as your conflict can be resolved, I have no objections. Chun Shiojia waved his hand dismissively. As for this room, he continued, it's a trivial matter. Isn't it merely a few holes made by Sasuke? Shiojia. Lord Shiojia. Several voices called from outside the door as it swung open, revealing Kakashi and others rushing in. Are you all right, Shiojia? Yamato approached Chun Shiojia, glancing around cautiously. I'm fine, Teacher Yamato. Allow me to introduce you to our new companions. This is Uchiha Itachi, an old acquaintance of yours, and his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, along with the esteemed Lady Tsunade. Chun Shiojia gestured as he introduced them. Itachi, Sasuke, and Lady Tsunade. Kakashi and the others stared, astonished at the unexpected arrivals. In such a short span, Chun Shiojia had brought 3 companions. However, Niji and Lee were unfamiliar with Tsunade and Itachi, while the others were well acquainted, having just participated in the Chunin exams together. Kakashi and Yamato were particularly taken aback by Itachi and Tsunade's presence, unaware that Itachi had already defected. All right, let us head to the kitchen and chat while we eat. Chun Shiojia called out, leading everyone toward the kitchen. Before departing, he reminded Yamato to assist in repairing the bedroom. Yamato, feeling somewhat resigned, acknowledged that he had become the ship's designated carpenter. Tsunade, astonished, looked at Yamato, not expecting this young man to possess the wood release techniques that only her great-grandfather could wield. After some understanding, she realized this was all the work of Orochimaru. Yet, she struggled to comprehend Orochimaru's subsequent betrayal, considering they were still comrades who had fought side by side. Tsunade, that is a matter for the future. There is no need to dwell on it. Perhaps next time, you will encounter Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and I might even bring your future self along. Shinshio Jia explained as he enjoyed his lunch. Chapter 23. Digesting the gains after a hearty meal, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Tsunade was assigned a private room, while Itachi and Sasuke shared accommodations. Now, only one room remained unoccupied on the ship, indicating that Shinshio Jia and the others would need to procure a larger vessel in the land of water. It was time to extract the abilities of Tsunade and the others, starting with Sasuke. Shinshio Jia activated the system to begin extracting special abilities from the ninja. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Uchiha bloodline. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate. Shinshio Jia exclaimed with delight. As the system had categorized many aspects of a ninja as special abilities, including chakra, it was no small feat to obtain the Uchiha bloodline. Congratulations. You have successfully integrated the Uchiha bloodline and activated the Sharingan. Excellent. Now I possess two of the strongest ocular jutsu bloodlines in the Naruto world. Moreover, the system allows me to utilize two different bloodlines without interference. If I could also extract Tsunade's Senju bloodline, my Byakugan and Sharingan could potentially be enhanced. Shinshio Jia felt exhilarated by the successful integration notification. With the Sharingan and Byakugan already acquired, and having obtained a portion of Hashirama's cells, if he could secure Tsunade's Senju bloodline, it would be immensely fortuitous. Perhaps he would not even need to transplant the Sharingan to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eagerly, Shinshio Jia approached the mirror within his room. Sharingan. His eyes abruptly transformed from black to a profound crimson, each eye adorned with a tomo. As he embraced the Uchiha bloodline, he sensed his chakra beginning to swell once more. When he had acquired the Byakugan bloodline, his chakra had increased slightly, and now, it was growing at an accelerated rate. He estimated that he would soon surpass 30 chakra points, potentially even reaching 40. System, extract Tsunade's special abilities. After reveling in his newfound Sharingan, Shinshio Jia resumed the extraction process. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the ability for precise chakra control. Would you like to integrate it? Alas, it was not the Senju bloodline, but this precise chakra control ability was still commendable, as it would enhance my chakra manipulation and serve as a significant advantage. Shinshio Jia lamented as he watched the Senju bloodline slip away. He turned to examine the chakra control ability. Shinshio Jia had engaged in similar training before, such as tree climbing and water walking, foundational exercises every ninja must master. He had excelled in these, but advanced chakra control was beyond ordinary reach. It required someone to guide him closely, and the most proficient teacher in this regard was undoubtedly Tsunade. As a renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, her chakra control was exceedingly refined, and the Baika no Jutsu was developed on this very foundation. Initially, Shinshio Jia had intended to request Tsunade's guidance. However, it appeared unnecessary now that he possessed the same chakra control ability as her. This meant he could also utilize the formidable strength of the body flicker technique. As for the Baika no Jutsu, he would still need an S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll to master it. However, Shinshio Jia believed he would not be the first to learn the Baika no Jutsu. After all, for him, the pursuit of eternal youth could take a back seat. Instead, learning Edo Tensei seemed far more appealing than the Baika no Jutsu. Regarding the In release rebirth, once he acquired 100 of Hashirama's cells, it would naturally become his passive ability. Thus, pursuing the Baika no Jutsu seemed rather futile. Alright, lastly, let us see what special ability Itachi can provide me. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the ability to freely utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan. What on earth? Shinshio Jia puzzled over the system's description of this ability. Could it be that there was an issue with his Uchiha bloodline? The use of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not to be taken lightly. However, after examining the situation, he suddenly realized that Shinshio Jia did not merely acquire the ability to freely wield his own Sharingan. Instead, he had the capacity to utilize the powers of any ninja with a Kaleidoscope Sharingan that he had drawn. In other words, if he drew Obito, who had already awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could harness Obito's Kamui. This meant that not only could he awaken his own Kaleidoscope Sharingan abilities, but he could also employ the powers of others who possessed the same. Marvelous. Truly splendid. This extraordinary ability had come at just the right moment. It was indeed a gift from Itachi. Chun Shojia gazed at his newfound power with delight. He had just attempted to use it. But perhaps due to the fact that he had only awakened one Tomo, his ocular power was insufficient to support the use of Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan abilities. Just as he was about to activate his eye, a sharp pain surged through him. Perhaps when he reached the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he would be able to use it with some difficulty. Simultaneously, when summoning Itachi, the system had informed him that the ninjas summoned would possess their physical forms anew, free from any ailments. This meant that the Itachi he summoned was a perfectly healthy, invincible version. Currently, the ship already had a doctor, a navigator, and a shipwright, yet it lacked a chef. It seemed that Choji was the best cook in Konoha. He hoped that in the next 100 draws, he would be fortunate enough to summon him. Chun Shojia pondered his upcoming card-drawing strategy in his room. After this round of 100 draws, he felt it prudent to pause before drawing again, for luck was a constant. The items he had acquired in this round were quite satisfactory, and combined with the 3 special abilities he had gained, it seemed wise to take a break from drawing cards. Additionally, mastering these abilities would require time to integrate them into his own strength, which was the best course of action. He still had 4 ninjutsu scrolls that remained unused. It would be wise to utilize them as well. He glanced at the ninjutsu exchange list and decided to learn the following C-rank ninjutsu: Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, and Water Release. Water Prison Technique. The Lightning Ball, capable of condensing a sphere of electricity for throwing, would explode and paralyze enemies upon impact. He intended to learn this C-rank lightning release technique as a foundation, laying the groundwork for higher-level lightning release techniques. The Water Prison Technique, on the other hand, was aimed at restraining ability users. It is well known that ability users fear seawater and cannot swim. Thus, a single water prison technique would adequately address this need. For the B-rank ninjutsu scroll, Chun Shojia selected Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. This technique, famously executed by Uchiha Madara, left a lasting impression despite being classified as B-rank. Madara's display surpassed that of many A-rank techniques, creating a legendary scene of Madara's fire release against a class's water release. Chun Shojia had long desired to learn this technique. It is crucial to note that the rank of a ninjutsu does not solely determine its power. Much of it is related to the difficulty of learning it. It could be said that as long as one has sufficient chakra, one could unleash the same intensity as Madara's Great Fireball. However, Madara's Great Fire Annihilation is undeniably more spectacular. Finally, for the A-rank ninjutsu, Chun Shojia deliberated between Rasengan and Chidori for quite some time. He wished to learn both, but he currently possessed only one A-rank ninjutsu scroll. Ultimately, he chose Chidori, not only because of Kakashi, the technique's creator, being on board, but also due to his personal preference for Chidori. While it may lack the grand effects of Rasengan, its power is equally formidable. As for Rasengan, he could always learn it next time. He believed it would not be long before he had the opportunity. At this moment, Chun Shojia had finally digested all the rewards from his 100 draws. Once he fully mastered the abilities and ninjutsu he had acquired, his strength would surely reach new heights. And perhaps he could even elevate his ninja rank. Although the lower ninjas of Konoha are the strongest, no one desires to remain a lowly ninja forever. Thus, let the new round of rigorous training commence. Filled with determination, Chun Shojia exited his room and began his ninjutsu training. The first person he sought out was Kakashi, asking him for guidance on lightning release techniques. Upon seeing Chun Shojia's Sharingan, Kakashi willingly agreed to teach him the techniques of Chidori. After dedicating a week to training, Chun Shojia successfully mastered all the techniques related to Chidori and Lightning Ball. Unfortunately, poor Yamato had been tirelessly crafting wooden targets for Chun Shojia's attacks throughout the week, leading to a visibly grim demeanor by the last 2 days, as if he were about to devour Chun Shojia. This was primarily because Chun Shojia not only destroyed the targets, but also left the ship's cabin in disarray, necessitating constant repairs. Although his wood release was costless, such extravagance was unwarranted. Thus, in the final 2 days, Chun Shojia was met with Yamato's frowning face, forcing him to exercise caution during practice. As Chun Shojia concluded this round of training, they were nearing Loketown. Chapter 24, The Floating Restaurant Bartai. Alas, one downside of being at sea is the lack of a training ground. Many ninjutsu cannot be fully unleashed, which is rather disheartening. Chun Shojia leaned against the railing of the deck, gazing at the ocean while swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive ball of flames surged toward the sea, at least the size of 3 great fireballs, covering a distance of 15 meters ahead. This was the limit of Chun Shiojia's current abilities. He simply needed to continue practicing. Once his chakra increased further, he would be able to unleash a great fire annihilation as powerful as Madara's. Master Shiojia, a rather peculiar ship has appeared ahead. Niji's voice came from the lookout above. What does it look like? Chun Shiojia inquired loudly. The bow resembles a gigantic fish head, and there are enormous decks on both sides, resembling a fortress at sea. Niji described what he observed with his Byakugan. Oh, Chun Shiojia immediately became intrigued. Could it be that ship? He leaped to the lookout and, following Niji's direction, used his Byakugan to take a closer look. What came into view was indeed the ship he had surmised, the floating restaurant Baratai. It seemed fortune smiled upon them today. This was the renowned floating restaurant in the East Sea, Baratai. The ship was filled with chefs, and after eating the same fare for some time, he decided to notify everyone that they would indulge in a feast. After taking a look, Chun Shiojia instructed Shaoli, who was stationed at the lookout with Niji, to inform everyone. He then proceeded to the helm, adjusting their course toward the floating restaurant Baratai. Before long, the massive floating restaurant, at least 5 times the size of the Konoha Maru, appeared before them, and they could smell the enticing aroma of delicious food from afar. What a colossal ship! Shaoli exclaimed, gazing at the impressive vessel. Absolutely massive. Let us steer closer and see if it lives up to its famous reputation, Chun Shiojia replied, leading everyone onto the deck of the floating restaurant Baratai. As they stepped aboard, they were greeted by the cacophony of voices emanating from within the restaurant, indicating a bustling business. Soon, 2 waiters approached to guide them to their seats. The restaurant was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of patrons. Chun Shiojia and his companions divided into 3 tables, Itachi, Kakashi, and Yamato at one, Sasuke, Niji, and Shaoli at another, and Chun Shiojia with Tsunade at the last. Today, it's my treat. Feel free to eat to your heart's content. With a grand gesture, Chun Shiojia took care of today's expenses and handed the menu to his companion, Tsunade. Today, Tsunade had exchanged her battle attire for a more casual ensemble, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with denim shorts, complemented by traditional ninja footwear. Her long hair, once cascading freely, was now styled into a high ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Lady first, she said, then I shall not be modest. Waitstaff, please bring me a serving of your signature dishes. Tsunade glanced at the menu, finding every dish tantalizing, making her decision difficult. Ultimately, she entrusted the server to bring all the signature dishes, reasoning that since they were indulging today, they might as well savor everything. Certainly, esteemed guest. Today at the Barati Seaside Restaurant, our signature dishes are Starry Ocean Seafood Rice, Coral Roasted Sea Emperor's Nest, Flame Salt-Baked Abalone, and Tuna Sashimi. Shall we proceed with these selections? The waiter inquired respectfully. Yes, let us go with those, Tsunade nodded. And the waiter departed to prepare the meals. Chun Shiojia surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of a certain golden-haired figure. What are you searching for? Tsunade asked curiously, also scanning the area but finding nothing. Nothing of importance, just looking for someone, he replied. Someone? Indeed, he is the chef aboard this vessel. A person with some similarities to Jiraiya. Chun Shiojia's expression was subtle. Someone like Jiraiya? So, a lecherous fellow, then. Tsunade instantly grasped the implication, her interest waning. You may encounter him shortly, for he never hesitates to shower compliments upon beautiful ladies, Chun Shiojia remarked with a smile. Aware that Tsunade likely had little regard for the individual he wished to meet, he suspected that Jiraiya would find common ground with Sanji. Before long, their ordered dishes arrived, and the sight of the delectable culinary creations stirred both Chun Shiojia and Tsunade's appetites. They eagerly dove into the feast. Delicious. Chun Shiojia, you must try this sashimi. It's exquisite, Tsunade exclaimed, captivated by the flavor and eager to share her delight with him. And this seafood fried rice is equally delightful. At that moment, a magnetic baritone interrupted their meal. Ah, my beautiful lady, it's a pleasure to encounter you here. Your beauty rivals the rarest red wine in the world. Just gazing into your eyes has left my heart intoxicated. May I prepare a special drink for you? The key ingredient is a hint of your smile. Tsunade looked up to see a golden-haired man in a black suit, cigarette in hand. A familiar figure, none other than Sanji, the future chef for Luffy. And you are? Tsunade inquired, her impatience evident upon hearing the cliched pickup line. Although she held a noble status in Konoha, she was not unfamiliar with admirers, and thanks to Jiraiya's influence, she had developed a knack for dismissing such advances. Many a suitor had been turned away by her fists, which was a significant reason for her current single status. With Chun Shojia having forewarned her of the possibility of such an encounter, Tsunade quickly pieced together the situation. Glancing at Chun Shojia, who was still savoring his meal, a mischievous idea took shape in her mind. Darling, look. This fellow is attempting to flirt with me. Aren't you going to do something? She suddenly cooed at Chun Shojia, nearly causing him to choke on his seafood fried rice. Nearby, Kakashi and his companions appeared entertained, eagerly observing the unfolding drama, while Lee, unaware of the situation, was about to intervene when Neji and Sasuke restrained him. Why not? Lee questioned, puzzled as he wriggled free from Neji's grasp. Just eat your food and stay quiet, Neji replied, urging Lee to focus on his meal. Cough, cough. Tsunade you? Chun Shojia was bewildered, while Tsunade smiled sweetly at him. Ignoring Sanji entirely, under the table, she was playfully stepping on Chun Shojia's foot, applying a bit more pressure. Ah, yes indeed, sir. It's rather inappropriate to flirt with my girlfriend, don't you think? Chun Shojia, having been stepped on, had no choice but to play along with Tsunade's banter. After all, one must seize the moment when opportunity knocks, especially when Tsunade was already setting him up for the jest. Tsunade felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks upon hearing Chun Shojia refer to her as his girlfriend. Although she had initiated the teasing, the term still made her shy, as she was at that tender age of burgeoning romantic feelings. Unfazed by the rejection, Sanji remained undeterred. As it was not his first encounter with such a fate, he continued to shower compliments, for it was only natural to appreciate beauty. From behind, Sanji produced a meticulously crafted cocktail, setting it before Tsunade. My lady, your presence evokes the tempest of the ocean, dangerous yet irresistibly captivating. Fear not. My chivalry is as unyielding as steel. I shall ensure you encounter no peril, except for the delightful intoxication of this fine drink. He then presented her with a rose. Observing Sanji's unwavering attention, Chun Shojia felt a surge of irritation. He turned towards the kitchen and called out, Chef Zepp, is this how your apprentice treats guests? In the next instant, a spoon whizzed through the air from the kitchen, striking Sanji squarely on the back of the head. You little rascal. If you continue to disturb the guests, I'll toss you in the pot with that spoiled seafood. Chef Zepp emerged from the kitchen, half-prepared ingredients in hand. Get back to cooking. The kitchen is swamped, and you're busy flirting? He admonished, delivering another swift rap with the spoon. Old man. Sanji shielded his head and glared at Chun Shojia. Humph. Chun Shojia met his gaze defiantly, having witnessed Sanji's relentless pursuit of beautiful women. Had Chef Zepp not intervened, it was likely Sanji would have persisted in his advances. Under the chef's stern watch, Sanji reluctantly returned to the kitchen. All right, Tsunade. May I now be freed from your foot's grasp? It's quite painful. Chun Shojia turned to her, still blushing from the earlier embarrassment. Oh, my apologies. Tsunade finally realized her oversight, having been lost in her thoughts about Chun Shojia referring to her as his girlfriend and not noticing her increasing pressure. Fortunately, you're not wearing heels. Otherwise, my foot would be utterly ruined. Chun Shojia complained, wiggling his foot that had gone numb under her. Humph. You brought it upon yourself by calling me your girlfriend. Tsunade retorted playfully, placing the blame squarely on him. Hey, you started this by teasing me first. I was merely defending myself. That girlfriend remark was just interest accrued. Chun Shojia shot back. Really? Are you certain? Tsunade's grip on her spoon tightened, bending it into an L shape, her expression mischievous as she regarded him. Forgive me. It was my fault. Chun Shojia quickly capitulated, focusing on his seafood fried rice. Humph. At least you know your place. Tsunade replied with a satisfied huff, switching to another spoon to continue relishing her meal. With your violent tendencies, it's no wonder you remain unmarried. Chun Shojia mused internally while outwardly maintaining a facade of compliance, silently finishing his meal and preparing to settle the bill. Before long, the group, having enjoyed a sumptuous meal, returned to the ship Mikamaru and resumed their journey. Sanji, however, did not reappear. It remained uncertain whether he was burdened with an abundance of tasks assigned by Jappu, leaving him with no time to join them. Regardless, there would be future opportunities for a reunion, and there was no rush. Chapter 25. Arrival at Lobe Town after relishing their culinary delights at the floating restaurant Baratai. The group set sail once more, this time with their sights firmly set on Lobe Town, legendary birthplace of the Pirate King, Roger, and the site of his execution. It was an obligatory waypoint for every traveler venturing into this world. Following a day's voyage, they successfully reached Logue Town, a bustling hub that rightfully marked the final stop of the East Blue before entering the Grand Line. The streets were alive with a throng of people, creating an atmosphere of remarkable vibrancy. This is our last stop before entering the Grand Line. Yamato, please escort Sasuke and the others to procure supplies. For those in need, feel free to explore the town, Chun Shouji instructed. Kakashi, please bring me Arlong's corpse. I needed to claim the bounty. Having outlined the general tasks, he allowed everyone to disperse. Kakashi and Itachi decided to take a stroll, while Tsunade chose to accompany Chun Shouji to the naval base. Let us go, Tsunade, Chun Shouji said, carrying the bag containing Arlong's remains as they made their way to the naval base. Inside the naval base, a sailor entered a smoke-filled room to report to a colonel who was puffing on 2 cigars. Colonel Smoker, the dragon pirates of the East Blue have been annihilated. Oh, do we know who did it? Smoker inquired, setting down his lighter and glancing at the reporting sailor. According to reliable sources from the villagers of Kokoyashi, it was the bloody Konoha hunter group. Our investigation confirms that not a single member of the dragon pirates survived. They all perished. Furthermore, we did not find Arlong's south body at Arlong Park. Bloody Konoha? The group that spares no one when slaying pirates? Smoker asked, intrigued. Indeed, Colonel Smoker. There are indications that they may come to Logue Town to claim the bounty. The headquarters has instructed you to attempt to recruit them into the Navy. Is the headquarters so desperate for personnel? They should recruit them themselves, Smoker replied with a furrowed brow, his impatience evident. The sailor appeared troubled, aware that he was merely a subordinate in this matter. All right, I understand. If they do arrive, I will mention it. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Here is the intelligence on bloody Konoha for your review. Where is Tashigi? Lieutenant Tashigi is at the training ground. Go fetch her and tell her I need to speak with her, Smoker commanded. Yes, sir. Chun Shouji, how formidable is the Navy in this world? Tsunade asked. Just call me Shao Jia or Shouji. Addressing me by my full name makes me feel as though I've committed some offense. As for the Navy in this world, their strength is undoubtedly formidable. Then why are they unable to suppress pirates? Why do they allow them to roam freely? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Because among the pirates, there exist individuals whose strength rivals that of the Navy. Some pirates are akin to adventurers. They are merely labeled as pirates for violating certain taboos, Chun Shouji explained. Taboos. Tsunade echoed, intrigued. Yes, this world is not as simple as it seems. Certain taboos are deliberately concealed, but there are always those who unearth these hidden truths, only to be pursued by the world government and branded as pirates. Chun Shouji sighed, reflecting on the 100 years of history that had been buried. In truth, Roger's demise is partially tied to these concealed truths, and his death heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, prompting people to seek out those hidden realities. I see, Tsunade responded, and the two engaged in casual conversation until they arrived at the naval base. After announcing themselves to the guards, they proceeded to the bounty exchange area. Please wait a moment while I fetch our colonel, a sailor said before rushing off to inform Smoker that the members of Bloody Konoha had indeed arrived. This place resembles those underground gold exchanges, Tsunade remarked, observing the somewhat similar establishment. Well, there are distinctions. After all, this is an official establishment and carries more authority. Chun Shouji mused. The two chatted while waiting for the Navy personnel. Colonel Smoker, the members of Bloody Konoha have arrived, and one is carrying a large bag that appears to contain a corpse. They are currently waiting in the meeting room. A sailor burst into Smoker's office, his voice filled with urgency. Oh, speak of the devil, Tashigi, let us go meet this legendary Bloody Konoha, Smoker declared. Yes, Colonel Smoker, Tashigi replied. Smoker beckoned Tashigi, and together they made their way to the meeting room. Upon entering, Smoker's gaze fell upon Chun Shouji and Tsunade. Observing Chun Shouji's youthful visage, he inquired, You are the leader of the Bloody Konoha, Blood Butcher Chun Shouji? Blood Butcher? When did I acquire such a title? Chun Shouji replied, recognizing Smoker as the smoke fruit user, a man with a cigar in each hand and a weapon made of sea stone slung over his shoulder. The headquarters has conferred this title upon you due to your ruthless slaying of East Blue pirates. So, would you be interested in joining the Navy? Smoker probed, straightforwardly extending an olive branch to Chun Shouji. I'm afraid I have no intentions of joining the Navy, Chun Shouji replied, shaking his head in refusal. Very well. Your purpose here is to claim Arlong's bounty, I presume? Smoker deduced, having assessed Chun Shoujia's intentions with a glance at the bag at his feet. Indeed. This bag contains Arlong's remains. I kindly request that you expedite the preparation of his bounty, Chun Shoujia said, tossing the bag containing Arlong's corpse to the soldier behind Smoker. Eager to collect his payment and depart, Smoker gestured for the soldier to inspect the contents, and once confirmed, another soldier entered with a chest of money. Here are 20 million berries. Feel free to verify, he said. No need. I trust the Navy will not cheat me on this matter. If there are no further issues, we shall take our leave, Chun Shoujia replied, accepting the chest without even opening it, intent on leaving with Tsunade. Chun Shoujia, I am curious as to why you choose to slay pirates. Is it merely for the bounty? Smoker suddenly asked. What? Does the Navy have an issue with my actions against pirates? Chun Shoujia paused, turning to face Smoker. No, I am merely personally curious. If you prefer not to share, that is your prerogative, Smoker said with a slight smile. Most bounty hunters pursue this path for monetary gain, just as I do. After all, one cannot survive without money. Can they? Chun Shoujia casually explained as he led Tsunade out of the naval base. An intriguing individual, Smoker remarked, watching Chun Shoujia's retreating figure with a profound expression. Colonel Smoker, do you sense something amiss with him? Tashigi asked, adjusting her glasses in confusion. No, I simply perceive ambition in his eyes. It seems the Grand Line is about to become tumultuous once more, Smoker declared, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Tashigi, inform headquarters of our failed recruitment attempt. Let them deal with the consequences. Yes, sir. Let us also explore Lowtown, Chun Shoujia suggested as he and Tsunade strolled through the town. After passing a clothing store, Tsunade enthusiastically dragged him inside to shop, and by the time they emerged, Chun Shoujia was laden with numerous bags, unable to carry them all. As Tsunade continued to revel in her shopping spree, she firmly grasped Chun Shoujia's hand, dragging him further along the bustling streets. They passed the execution platform, which, despite Roger having met his demise over 2 decades ago, remained a sight teeming with visitors, having transformed into a tourist attraction where people flocked daily to take photographs. Chun Shoujia was no exception. After capturing a moment there, he was once again pulled along by Tsunade, indulging in more shopping until the sky began to darken. Only then did Tsunade, satisfied in her arms laden with bags, lead the exhausted Chun Shoujia back to the ship. How terrifying it is to shop with a woman. Chun Shoujia lamented upon their return. After leaving the naval base, he had fully transformed into a walking payment machine and a human shelf. Occasionally commenting on the aesthetics of Tsunade's purchases, a task far more exhausting than a day's worth of training. Huh. To assist me in carrying my items and settling the bills is indeed your honor, Tsunade remarked disdainfully, poking her finger at Chun Shoujia's forehead as he slumped on the sofa. Yes, serving Princess Tsunade is indeed my privilege. Might I then request the pleasure of your company for dinner, my lady? Chun Shoujia replied, seizing her delicate hand and grinning mischievously. Given your earnest efforts today, I shall reluctantly accept your dinner invitation, Tsunade declared, her lofty tone betraying a hint of shyness as her earlobes flushed a delicate pink. Ever since Chun Shoujia had referred to her as his girlfriend at the seaside restaurant, Tsunade's feelings had subtly shifted. It was peculiar, amidst the numerous people aboard. She felt a distinctly different connection with him, a sentiment that had motivated her to accompany him today to claim their bounty. Could this be the sensation of love? Tsunade pondered, her cheeks warming. Chun Shoujia was quite an admirable person. Perhaps it was worth exploring a romantic relationship with him. Are you foolish? Is it really that easy to fall for him? Tsunade's mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts, leaving her utterly perplexed about what to do. Observing her stand still in contemplation, Chun Shoujia, noticing her flushed face, surmised the tumult of thoughts within her. In truth, he felt similarly. No one could resist Tsunade's beauty and charm. The moment he drew her card, he had resolved to make her his girlfriend. As for her tumultuous romantic history, he would endeavor to change that narrative, promising her happiness. Hey, stop daydreaming. Let us go, Princess Tsunade. Chun Shoujia waved his hand before her eyes, finally rousing her from her reverie. Taking her hand, he led her to the largest restaurant in Rogue Town for dinner. This evening's meal was merely the first step. He intended to gradually win Tsunade's heart, ultimately claiming her entirely, transforming the legendary Princess Tsunade into his wife. Chapter 26, The Reverse Mountain. Successfully arriving at the Grand Line Wake Up, Chun Shoujia, You promised to accompany me to the casino in town. Tsunade knocked eagerly on Chun Shojia's door early the next morning. The previous day, while shopping, she had discovered a casino and intended to enjoy it then. But Chun Shojia had insisted they wait until today, offering to cover all expenses. Tsunade had readily agreed. Now, unable to contain her excitement, she was determined to wake him up. "Hurry up," she exclaimed, banging on the door with increasing fervor, just as it seemed it might splinter. Finally, Chun Shojia appeared, bleary-eyed and slightly disheveled. I'm up, Tsunade. Isn't it a bit early for a casino to be open?" he queried, still half asleep. However, upon catching sight of Tsunade's attire, he was instantly more alert, having promised to take her to the casino only if she dressed nicely. Tsunade had indeed put considerable effort into her appearance. Today, she wore a sleeveless black fitted top that accentuated her curves, paired with black denim shorts and a metallic belt. Her golden hair was styled into twin ponytails, and she completed the ensemble with black ankle boots and a military green hip-hop jacket, exuding a cool girl vibe. "Humph. I did my research. They're open 24 hours, so let us get going. You promised to pay." Tsunade flashed a sly smile, her gaze firmly fixed on Chun Shojia as she tugged him toward the casino. "Oh dear, my wallet is about to take a serious hit," Chun Shojia thought, bracing himself for the inevitable expenses of the day. "Wait, Tsunade." As they passed a weapons shop, Chun Shojia suddenly felt a strong pull and halted, gripping her hand. "What's the matter, Shojia? You're not backing out, are you?" "Of course not. I just want to check out this store first," he replied, striding inside. "Ugh, that brat." Tsunade stamped her foot in frustration, but followed him in. "Welcome, esteemed customer. May I assist you in selecting a weapon?" The shopkeeper greeted with a broad smile as they entered. "I'm just browsing for now," Chun Shojia responded, scanning the items on display until he sensed the peculiar allure that had drawn him in. His eyes landed on a striking sword resembling a Tang's sword, measuring 108 centimeters in length. The hilt was black, while the scabbard was adorned with scales resembling fish skin, and the guard was fashioned in the shape of a brass dragoness head. Chun Shojia approached, taking the sword in hand. The grip felt excellent, and the balance was commendable. "Indeed, you possess an eye for quality. This sword is one of our shop's treasures, known as Tsang Ting, classified among the finest blades," the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced. With a swift motion, Chun Shojia unsheathed the sword, revealing its dark blade intricately patterned with unique designs, reminiscent of lightning coursing along its surface. Holding it produced a tingling sensation, as if the very essence of thunder was imbued within. Legend has it that the sword was forged during a thunderstorm when a bolt struck it, resulting in its distinctive patterns. "Very impressive. How much does this sword cost?" Chun Shojia inquired, performing a few flourishes before returning the blade to its scabbard and offering it to Tsunade for her to inspect. "This sword is our prized possession and belongs to the elite category, priced at 5 million berries," the shopkeeper replied, his smile unwavering. "How much?" Tsunade exclaimed, astonished as she unsheathed the sword. "Honestly, that price is rather inflated. In my opinion, this sword is worth at most 5 million berries, Chun Shojia stated, narrowing his eyes at the shopkeeper, revealing his estimated value. "Dear customer, this sword is a rare find. 5 million is too low. I wouldn't even recover my costs at that price," the shopkeeper replied, his expression strained. 5 million it is. If you genuinely wish to sell, then I will buy it. Otherwise, I'm not interested." Chun Shojia remained firm, unwilling to budge on his offer. "Well, since you are sincere, I will take a loss and sell it to you for 5 million, the shopkeeper conceded, wearing an expression that suggested Chun Shojia had struck gold. After paying the 5 million berries, Chun Shojia secured the Tsang Ting at his waist and exited the weapon shop alongside Tsunade. "Why did you choose to buy that sword?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. "As I passed by that shop, I sensed a faint aura of thunder, perhaps related to my recent rigorous training with the Chidori. This blade possesses that essence." The shopkeeper might have thought that the notion of thunder-infused forging was merely a jest of the blacksmith. Yet indeed, there is a trace of thunder within this knife, suggesting that such a technique might very well be authentic. "I have a premonition that this blade will exhibit excellent conductivity for lightning-based chakra." Chun Shojia gently caressed the hilt, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, how splendid. Alas, this world likely lacks chakra-infused metal. Otherwise, incorporating some during weapon forging would greatly enhance chakra conductivity." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, recognizing the significance of the news. Lightning chakra is renowned for its piercing ability, and when applied to a blade, it could further augment its piercing attributes. Chakra metal, you say? I do possess a minuscule amount, but it is insufficient for weapon crafting, Chun Shiojia mused inwardly. Well, I have completed my business, and now we can set forth to the casino. Let us go. Upon mentioning the casino, Tsunade's attention was instantly diverted, eagerly dragging Chun Shiojia towards their destination. Upon arrival, Chun Shiojia bore witness to the misfortune that befell Tsunade, the perennial gambler. He had never seen anyone with such abysmal luck, losing at every turn. Within a mere 2 hours, Tsunade had squandered over 2 million berries, prompting the casino staff to swarm with insincere hospitality. Reluctantly, Chun Shiojia felt compelled to join the fray, for he needed to recoup some losses. Otherwise, the 10 million berries he had brought would hardly suffice for Tsunade's losses alone. Though not particularly skilled in gambling, he reasoned that with Tsunade present, he could simply bet against her. While victory was not guaranteed, at least there was the potential for profit. As night fell, Tsunade had spent the entire day at the casino, and by then, she had managed to lose over 15 million berries. Were it not for Chun Shiojia's intervention, she would have continued her reckless play. To mitigate the losses, Chun Shiojia intervened, utilizing his Sharingan and Byakugan to recover what Tsunade had lost, even turning a profit. Thus, from an initial 12 million berries, his total grew to 20 million, netting an unexpected 8 million in profit. The casino owner began to eye Chun Shiojia with suspicion, yet, considering Tsunade's substantial losses, he refrained from ejecting them. Had Tsunade won instead, Chun Shiojia would have contemplated finding a place to hide. For her infamous law of gambling, where winning leads to calamity, was indeed terrifying. Today was exhilarating. Tsunade stretched, showcasing her enviable curves. As long as we enjoyed ourselves. Shall we grab some late-night snacks before returning to the ship? Chun Shiojia agreed. Having found the day delightful, not only did he acquire a remarkable weapon, but he also strengthened his bond with Tsunade, marking it as a perfect day. Let us go. I am also feeling hungry, and we still have the night ahead. Tsunade hopped ahead, turning back to Chun Shiojia and making a playful face. Very well. Chun Shiojia chuckled indulgently. Money is no object. Let us indulge. On the 8th day since their arrival at Logtown, it was time to depart for Reverse Mountain. Having rested for a week, Chun Shiojia observed the weather and determined that they should set sail in the morning. After ensuring nothing was left behind, the group of 8 embarked once more, heading towards the starting point of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Initially, the voyage was calm, but as they progressed, the waves grew tumultuous, and the wind began to howl. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as they neared Reverse Mountain, transforming the once serene sea into a tempestuous expanse, accompanied by torrential rain and fierce gales. Chun Shiojia directed the crew to lower the sails and cautiously steered the ship through the storm. After a grueling half-day of navigation, a towering red cliff emerged before them, standing majestically like a wall of size, reaching into the clouds. What is that? That is the Red Line, one of the greatest wonders of this world, encircling the entire planet and dividing it into 4 seas alongside the Grand Line, Chun Shiojia explained. Seeing this indicates we are nearing Reverse Mountain. We merely need to ride the current to reach it, where we shall witness the ocean flowing upwards towards the summit. The crew pressed onward, soon beholding the astonishing sight of the upward flowing water, resembling a blue dragon ascending skyward with a deafening roar. Is it truly possible for water to flow upwards? How extraordinary! Tsunade marveled at the spectacle before her. The Grand Line is rife with such wonders. We shall witness them all in due time, Chun Shiojia assured. Attention! Hold on tight. We are about to ride the current. As the Konoha Maru approached the powerful stream, Chun Shiojia called out. The ship surged upward with the current, flanked by colossal metal gates. A collision at this speed would spell disaster. Yamato, should we veer off course, use your wood release to guide us back. Understood. Yamato clasped his hands in preparation. Everyone remained vigilant, bracing for impact. Throughout the journey, they maintained focus, and miraculously, they reached the summit without incident. As they crested the ridge, a straight path downwards appeared, the water flow here becoming even more rapid. Brothers, ahead lies the Grand Line. We have arrived, Chun Shiojia exclaimed, releasing his joy as the Konoha Maru plunged down toward the Grand Line. Chapter 27, Twin Cape, First Encounter with Laboon with a resounding crash. The Konoha Maru landed heavily upon the ocean's surface, successfully arriving at the Grand Line. So, this is the Grand Line. It doesn't appear particularly remarkable, Sasuke commented, leaning over the ship's railing to observe the waters, which seemed no different from those of the East Blue. Do not underestimate this place, Sasuke. The Grand Line is home to countless wonders, Chun Shouji remarked, using his Byakugan to scan the surroundings for danger before guiding the ship to moor beside the lighthouse at the mountain's base. Let us disembark. We shall rest here for a while. Chun Shouji beckoned to the others. Why must we linger here? Tsunade inquired. Because, within the Grand Line, compasses are rendered useless. To navigate here, we must rely on this. Chun Shouji revealed a log pose. What is that? This is a log pose, specifically designed for navigation in the Grand Line. We can only proceed to the next island when the previous one is saturated with magnetic force. Should we lose this, our fate is to drift aimlessly at sea or be stranded on some deserted isle, waiting for death, Chun Shouji explained. Moreover, in this realm, the climate, currents, and winds are unreliable. The log pose is our only trustworthy guide at sea. You are absolutely right. A mysterious voice emanated from the lighthouse behind them. Who goes there? Xiao Li and his companions immediately became vigilant. Do not worry, he is not a villain. He is the lighthouse keeper, Kuroka's. Chun Shouji calmly halted the actions of Xiao Li and the others, gazing at the slowly emerging bald man adorned with flowers atop his head. Who are you? How do you know my name? I have never seen you before. Others may be unaware of your identity, but I know you well. The ship's doctor of the former pirate king, Roger. Chun Shouji smiled slightly, revealing the identity of the elder before him. The ship's doctor of the pirate king Roger? That was over 20 years ago. Now, I am merely a lighthouse keeper, living off my past. Kuroka's looked up at the sky, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes before dissipating. He then fixed his gaze on Chun Shouji. You, a newcomer who has not braved the storms of the Grand Line, are intrigued by a withered tree stump from over 20 years ago. I merely happen to know some history and could not resist speaking upon meeting a senior. I hope you do not take offense, Chun Shouji gestured, indicating his lack of malice. Moreover, I wish to learn from you, which is why I mentioned those matters. Chun Shouji's tone shifted, expressing his intent. Oh, what do you wish to learn? Kuroka's raised an eyebrow. Senior, this companion of mine is my ship's doctor. I would like her to study medicine under your guidance. Chun Shouji patted Tsunade's shoulder and led her towards Kuroka's. Tsunade was momentarily bewildered, recalling that during their stroll, Chun Shouji had mentioned wanting her to explore the world's medical practices, hoping for inspiration to blend with her medical ninjutsu. Then follow me. Kuroka's scrutinized Chun Shouji for a while before leading Tsunade into a study. Here are all my medical books. Feel free to peruse them. Kuroka's indicated a shelf laden with tomes. Thank you. For Tsunade, medical ninjutsu and her family were her lifelong pursuits. While she awaited her family's arrival, she now had the chance to refine her medical skills. She deeply admired Kuroka's generosity and bowed slightly to express her respect. Kuroka said nothing, waved his hand, and exited the room. Seeing that Tsunade had not emerged for quite some time, Chun Shouji surmised they might linger here for a few days, especially since the log pointer was recharging. He decided to let everyone engage in their own activities. Upon hearing this, Sasuke sought out Itachi for guidance, while Xiao Li and Niji found a spot to train. Kakashi reclined on the observation deck, watching his beloved paradise and keeping an eye on the ship with Yamato. Chun Shouji found a chair and settled next to Kuroka's, comfortably gazing at the distant scenery. Hey, kid, why have you come to the Grand Line? Kuroka suddenly fixed his gaze on Chun Shouji and posed this question. Us. We are a group of bounty hunters, and part of our reason for coming here is to pursue pirate bounties, Chun Shouji replied, his eyes drifting toward the clouds. Another reason is to challenge stronger opponents. After all, only in the Grand Line can one encounter formidable adversaries. It is only in this way that I can ascertain if I can become the strongest. As he spoke, a fervent desire to ascend to the pinnacle of strength shone in his eyes. The strongest? That is indeed a commendable aspiration, Kuroka's remarked. It seems he is not the one you await, Roger. Kuroka's reminisced about Roger's words, pondering whether the person capable of changing the world truly existed. Roger, will the one you are waiting for ever appear? It has been over 20 years, and this world has grown increasingly chaotic. Kuroka's gazed into the distance, his thoughts drifting to the places he once sailed. A deep, piercing roar erupted from beneath the sea, shattering Kuroka's reverie. Near the entrance of Reverse Mountain, the ocean began to churn violently, and a colossal shadow emerged from the depths. What is that? Kakashi and Yamato stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the gigantic creature. A massive whale, over 200 meters long, surfaced, letting out a thunderous roar. This is too enormous. Yamato gaped at the creature before him, which bore grotesque scars across its head, as if from collisions. Laboon. Kuroka's expression turned tense at the sight of the enormous whale. He had just administered a tranquilizer, yet Laboon appeared today, and judging by its demeanor, it seemed poised to ram into the red line once more. Is this Laboon? Chun Shioji murmured, observing the gigantic figure. What happened? What's going on? Tsunade emerged from the study, immediately spotting the massive creature. Such a large whale. Kid, lend me your ship. Kuroka's urged anxiously. Sure, do you need assistance? If you're not afraid, come along. Kuroka's glanced at Chun Shioji, then dashed back into the room, returning with a wooden barrel taller than himself. Tsunade, stay here and wait for Itachi and the others. Kuroka's and I will go. Okay, be careful. Yamato, Kakashi, change course and head towards that whale. As soon as they boarded the ship, Chun Shioji called for Kakashi and the others to hoist the anchor and set sail towards Laboon. Soon, they arrived beside the gigantic whale aboard the Konoha Maru. What should we do? Chun Shioji inquired of Kuroka's. There is an entrance atop Laboon's head. We need to enter its body from there. All right, hand me the supplies. Chun Shioji extended his hand to receive the jar from Kuroka's and sprinted up Laboon's body. Kakashi followed closely with Kuroka's, while Yamato remained to watch the ship. It's over there. Hurry, or Laboon will dive beneath the water. Kuroka's pointed in a direction, and the trio dashed forward, soon encountering an iron gate. Another thunderous roar erupted as Laboon began to dive deep into the water, causing the surface to churn violently. Yamato had no choice but to steer the ship away from that location. A resounding thud accompanied by tremors made Tsunade, standing by the lighthouse, believe that an earthquake had struck. Lady Tsunade, what happened? Was that an earthquake? Itachi, accompanied by Sasuke and the others, appeared at her side. A massive whale just emerged, and then Chun Shioji and the others set off towards it. I'm unsure what they intend to do. The whale has now vanished, and then this earthquake occurred. Tsunade quickly explained the situation to Itachi. Another thud, accompanied by tremors, resonated as the ocean began to surge violently. Meanwhile, the three who had successfully entered Laboon's body stumbled into the spot where Kuroka's would administer the tranquilizer. Laboon, calm down. Kuroka's murmured as he prepared a syringe taller than himself to inject the tranquilizer. The sedative quickly took effect, and Laboon ceased its attempts to ram into the red line. Slowly surfacing. Oh, it's surfacing. What a massive whale. Xiao Li and the others also witnessed the enormous whale, left speechless in awe. As Labu ceased its relentless assault on the Red Earth continent, Kuroka's exhaled in relief, and with Chun Shioji and the others, returned to the lighthouse. In Chapter 28, The Tale of Labu, A Journey to Gaia Island, Tsunade eagerly inquired, what transpired moments ago? What was that colossal whale? And the sudden earthquake? What were you all up to? Senior, please share the story of that great whale, Labu, Chun Shioji suggested, glancing at Kuroka's to prompt him to recount the tale. You are quite intriguing, young one. Allow me to narrate the story of Labu, Kuroka's replied, casting a meaningful glance at Chun Shioji before beginning his tale. I have tended to these two lighthouses for over 50 years. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the mists of Twin Cape, I am greeted by the deep, resonant songs of whales. Looking at Labu, floating upon the waves, its immense eyes seem to long for something lost. 50 years ago, one fateful dusk, a ship, much like yours, descended from the upside-down mountain and docked here due to a malfunction. They called themselves the Rumba Pirates, claiming they sought the greatest music in the world. I must admit, their melodies were indeed captivating. At that time, a young island whale accompanied their vessel. A mere infant Labu, so small it is laughable compared to its current size. Kuroka's gestured to indicate its former stature. During their prolonged stay, the Rumba Pirates forged a friendship with us as they repaired their ship, and Labu remained by our side, bringing us immense joy. However, on the day their ship was finally mended and they prepared to depart, Labu was too small to accompany them. Thus, the first mate entrusted me with its care. That man was quite memorable, sporting an enormous afro, though his name has faded from my memory. Yet, I distinctly recall their signature tune, Binks Brew. They made a pact with Labu and me, vowing to sail around the world and return to meet Labu once more. Labu, a unique island whale that comprehends human language, believed in this promise. Henceforth, it would visit the exit of the upside-down mountain daily, waiting for its companions. Each dawn, it would sing to the horizon, beginning with joyful notes that gradually turned to lament. As time progressed, Labu grew from a small whale to a creature the size of a warship, yet it never encountered its friends again. I had known from the outset that such a promise was unlikely to materialize, for this is the Grand Line, a treacherous expanse where few managed to circumnavigate the globe. However, I could not shatter Labu's faith. Ultimately, the only news that arrived was the devastating report of the Rumba pirates' disappearance. Perhaps they had escaped this cursed sea. I shared this news with Labu, and from that day forth, it began to ram the Red Earth continent, believing that if it could breach the land, it would reunite with them. Ever since, it has come nearly every day, time and again, but how could it ever penetrate the Red Earth? The scars on its head are a testament to its futile efforts. I could not bear to witness Labu perish in such a manner, so I periodically administered tranquilizers to ensure its well-being, allowing it to continue living. Kalokas spoke of this saga spanning 50 years with a calm demeanor, leaving the listeners profoundly moved by Labu's plight. Oh, how touching! Labu! Shaoli wept uncontrollably after hearing the tale, tears streaming down his face. So, those individuals simply fled? Cowards! Sasuke expressed his disdain, unable to respect those who made a promise yet failed to fulfill it, questioning their manhood. Sighing, Kalokas remarked, in this perilous domain of the Grand Line, nothing is surprising. People perish or flee daily. In a place where one can only move forward, hoping to reunite is exceedingly difficult. I firmly believe Labu will wait for those it longs to see, Shinshojia asserted confidently. Shaojia, why do you say that? Mr. Kalokas just mentioned they are missing. We do not know if they are alive or dead, and 50 years have passed. If they were to come, they would have done so by now, Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Perhaps most of the Rumba pirates have perished, yet some may still be alive, albeit lost. It is not inconceivable that, in the near future, someone might appear bearing news of them, offering Labu a glimmer of hope. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Chun Shojia smiled gently, though he did not elaborate further. I detest riddles. Chun Shojia, clarify your words. Tsunade clenched her fists, ready to compel him to speak plainly. She found such enigmatic behavior intolerable. It was far more satisfying to express thoughts openly rather than shrouded in mystery. Kalokas remained silent, observing Chun Shojia, who exuded an air of intrigue, both mysterious and perilous. Very well, I have only heard whispers. It is said that somewhere along the Grand Line, there exists a ghost ship, manned by a moving skeleton with an unusual afro. Songs echo from the ship, and one of them is Bink's brew. Coupled with what Mr. Kalokas relayed earlier, I suspect that skeleton may be a member of the Rumba pirates. Chun Shojia half-jokingly shared his reasoning. How could a skeleton move? It must be a trick. Tsunade expressed her disbelief. This is the Grand Line. It could be the result of some peculiar devil fruit at play, Chun Shojia posited. Perhaps. I hope someone truly comes to fulfill their promise to Labu, Kalokas remarked. Having come to terms with many things over the course of his life, with Labu being the only lingering concern. Young one, which path do you plan to take to reach your destination? Kalokas suddenly inquired. Based on the log pose, our next stop is Gaia Island, Chun Shojia replied. Consulting the nautical chart. Gaia Island? That place is fraught with danger, a lawless territory teeming with pirates. It is said that the sole town on the island is filled with them, Kalokas warned gravely. Perfect. We shall hunt pirates there, for we are bounty hunters. Chun Shojia grinned, undeterred. Just don't meet your end too soon. Rest assured, we are quite formidable, Chun Shojia assured him. Kalokas shook his head, choosing not to continue the conversation. Turning to Tsunade, Chun Shojia asked, once you finish those books, how long will you need? About 3 days should suffice. Very well. We shall rest here for 3 days, Chun Shojia decided after assessing the nearly fully charged log pose. Itachi, Sasuke, Niji, continue with your unfinished training, Chun Shojia added. As he too had much to work on, mastering the Sharingan, honing ninjutsu, and recently embarking on swordsmanship practice. After all, having acquired a rather fine blade, it would be remiss not to put it to use. In truth, Chun Shojia had long desired to engage in a contest with a user of a natural-type fruit ability. He wished to ascertain whether chakra could inflict harm upon such an individual. Should it fail, it would suggest that chakra and haki are fundamentally distinct, necessitating their pursuit of haki to ensure they retain the means to confront formidable adversaries in the future. Regrettably, in the East Blue, Smoker was the only natural-type fruit user. and engaging him was not advisable, as he was not yet a pirate and still required to negotiate with the Navy. Presently, he could only hope for a natural-type fruit user in the Grand Line. He had just consulted the nautical charts, and his log pointer indicated the direction of Gaia Island, the very island that offered passage to Skypiea. Chun Shiojia found this promising. According to the current timeline, the outbreak of the Alabasta incident was still nearly a year away. And at this point, Princess Vivi likely had not yet uncovered the true mastermind, Crocodile. It was perhaps a tad premature to involve himself. So he could first venture to Skypiea, procure a significant amount of gold, and then return to partake in the Alabasta affair. Moreover, Skypiea boasted a formidable opponent in Enel, who possessed the Rumble fruit. Enel's prowess was noteworthy, comparable at least to that of the warlords of the sea. In the earlier segments of the Grand Line, he could easily overpower Gecko Moria, while in a confrontation with Crocodile, they would likely be evenly matched, given they both wield natural-type abilities that could counter one another. At this juncture, Crocodile had nearly forgotten his haki, making it improbable for him to contend with Enel, who, as a newcomer to the concept, likely had no comprehension of haki. Otherwise, he would not refer to observation haki as mantra. Among their group, Itachi should be capable of facing Enel alone, as he could utilize Susanoo to deflect Sasuke's Kirin, thus able to withstand Enel's assaults. And this was the weakened Itachi. The Itachi by Chun Shiojia's side was in peak health and should have no difficulty blocking Enel's strikes. Furthermore, he did not intend to seek out Enel immediately, preferring to allow him some time to develop. Once he awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan, he could harness Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. 2 Susanoo confronting 1 Enel should pose no challenge. As for the priests, they would not stand a chance against Kakashi and the others. As long as they were informed of the principles behind mantra, they could easily manage the situation. Under their diligent training, 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for their departure. These 3 days brought Chun Shiojia significant progress in mastering his 1-Tomo Sharingan, and he sensed that his next Tomo was on the verge of manifesting. His training in ninjutsu also yielded gratifying results, though his swordsmanship remained rather average. While the Stormbreaker enhanced his lightning chakra, it was still not employed with chakra metal, resulting in only moderate conductivity. At this moment, the system delivered delightful news. The previously mentioned weapon forging opportunity would soon be of use. Now, he merely needed to accumulate 500 G of chakra metal to forge his weapon based on the Stormbreaker. This was indeed fortuitous news. Thank you very much, Mr. Crocus, for your medical texts. Until we meet again. The group stood at the stern of the ship, waving farewell to Crocus. An intriguing lad. I hope you reach the end alive, Crocus murmured as he observed the departing vessel. Lubbo, and do you know? Brook may not be dead. He is trapped and will one day return to you, so do not strike the red line again. Chapter 29. A difficult journey to Gaia Island. After bidding farewell to Crocus, Chun Shiojia and his companions embarked on their journey to Gaia Island. Along the way, they truly experienced the capriciousness of the weather. In one moment, the skies were clear and bright, only for hail to suddenly descend, followed by an oppressive heat. It was astonishing to witness such volatile weather. Tsunade leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the sea, as snow began to fall from the sky, rapidly blanketing the vessel. Lee and the others worked diligently to shovel off the snow, while Chun Shiojia remained focused, keeping a vigilant eye on their course. A single misstep here could lead to disastrous consequences. Boom! A series of lightning flashes erupted, revealing a sea of electric storms before them, with dense bolts cascading like raindrops from the heavens. Kakashi, head to the stern. I will take the bow. We must divert the lightning. If it strikes the ship, we will be doomed, Chun Shiojia instructed, his brow furrowed at the sight of the electrified forest before them. He intended to use Chidori to attract the lightning and safeguard the Konoha Maru. Understood, Kakashi acknowledged, recognizing the gravity of the situation and hastening to the stern. Tsunade, you direct our course. Yamato, take charge of navigation with Lee and the others. Itachi, protect the ship and block any lightning we cannot divert. Chun Shiojia tossed the log pointer to Tsunade, assigning each member their critical role. He then positioned himself at the bow, coalescing his chakra into Chidori to redirect the bolts aimed at them, while Kakashi executed a similar maneuver. Any bolts that they could not redirect were intercepted by Itachi's Susanoo. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the tempestuous storm. Kakashi was nearly drained, for the speed of the lightning was formidable, and maintaining his Sharingan while continuously channeling Chidori consumed an immense amount of chakra. This was merely a diversion, not a confrontation. Had they engaged the lightning directly, Kakashi likely would not have lasted. They were fortunate to have Itachi present, or the risk of catastrophe would have been much higher. Alright, the path ahead is relatively safe. Everyone can take a moment to rest, Chun Shiojie remarked, glancing at the nautical chart and surveying the distant scenery. Is this sea truly so fearsome? Tsunade returned the log pointer to Chun Shiojie, asserting that it was best left to the navigator. It is indeed perilous, though not to such an extent. That recent storm was likely due to the proximity of a thundercloud island, he explained as he secured the log pointer. Thundercloud Island? Yes. It is an island beset by perpetual storms. It is marked on the nautical charts, and fortunately, we have avoided it. Otherwise, the log pointer would likely have become ineffective. Why is that? Niji inquired. Because the island is entirely composed of magnetite. If we were to approach, the log pointer would become magnetized and lose all functionality. Does that mean we could easily become lost at sea? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we were fortunate to remain at a safe distance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Chun Shiojie admitted, a hint of apprehension in his voice. After the recent storm, the group felt fatigued. Once they arranged for shifts, they retreated to rest in turns, while the Konoha Maru continued to sail across the ocean. A full moon hung in the sky. Niji remained at his post in the lookout, surveying the surroundings. It must be said, the Byakugan proved invaluable for observation. With a range of vision extending to 1,000 meters, allowing Niji to detect potential issues well in advance. At this moment, the sea was tranquil, the moon reflecting upon the water's surface, casting an aura of serenity. Suddenly, the entire vessel began to sway, and the Konoha Maru halted as if something had grasped it. This is not good. Niji realized something was amiss and immediately alerted the others through the lookout's loudspeaker. What is it, Niji? On duty together. Da and Xiao Li suddenly appeared on the deck, having felt the inexplicable tremor moments ago, yet they discovered nothing amiss. Something has grasped our vessel. Niji, with his Byakugan, was diligently searching but could not discern what it was. This adversary was peculiar, eluding even Niji's keen senses. Hearing the call, Chun Shiojie activated his Byakugan as well. But to no avail. Xiao Li and Sasuke hurled several shuriken into the surroundings, only for them to plummet into the sea without striking anything. In a state of confusion, Itachi noticed something unusual. The sails were marked by distinct traces, as if the Konoha Maru was ensnared by an invisible web. Suddenly, a flash caught Itachi's eye. Amaterasu. He unleashed the black flames upon a void in space, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed in their ears. As the flames spread, they beheld a completely transparent creature resembling a spider, surrounded by invisible threads. Had Itachi not detected the anomaly, they might have perished without ever realizing the existence of such a monster. The creature let out a harrowing wail, thrashing the waters in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames consuming it. Yet, how could the indomitable Amaterasu be extinguished by mere water, even as it submerged? The relentless flames continued to burn, reducing the creature to mere ash. What a fearsome Amaterasu, Chun Shiojie marveled. I'm sorry. It is my fault for not detecting the creature sooner, Niji lamented after their narrow escape. Do not blame yourself, Niji. I too failed to notice the creature. This world is filled with the extraordinary. Who could have imagined the existence of a completely transparent being? Chun Shiojie reassured him. But Mr. Itachi did spot the creature. Niji countered. My Sharingan didn't reveal the creature, only a thread reflecting the moonlight, which led me to its discovery. Itachi consoled Niji. It is not your error. You sensed the danger and alerted us promptly, which was invaluable. Our survival is what truly matters, Chun Shiojie encouraged, patting Niji's shoulder. Indeed, if it weren't for your warning, we wouldn't have so easily dealt with that monstrosity, Tsunade echoed. I will continue to strive in my training, Lord Shiojie. Niji, uplifted by their words, regained his resolve. They set off once more, perhaps as a test from the heavens. A week away from Gaia Island, they encountered yet another peril, a horde of sea kings, numbering in the hundreds, pursuing them as if they were prey. Thus began their frantic escape. Have we shaken them off? Kakashi queried, alert to the surrounding sounds. Beside him, Chun Shiojie's eyes bulged with tension as he scanned beneath the sea's surface. Not yet, but their speed is alarming. It is difficult to evade them in this vast ocean, he replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. I wonder if Itachi is feeling better, Kakashi pondered. He should be fine. It's merely chakra exhaustion. With Tsunade around, recovery will be swift. Had he not incinerated the largest of the Sea Kings with Amaterasu, our escape would have been far more challenging. Suddenly, the tranquil sea began to roil. Chun Shiojia and Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance, hastily steering the vessel away. Minutes later, a vast swarm of Sea Kings emerged, relentlessly pursuing their ship. Despite their strenuous efforts, they could not shake off the relentless creatures. Even as Itachi employed Susanoo to slay 3 or 4 of them, the pursuit showed no signs of abating. After 3 exhausting days, they found themselves in familiar waters. The relentless storm in the distance signaled their location. Just as they contemplated circumventing this perilous area, Chun Shiojia conceived a plan. Why don't we venture into the storm? We could use it as cover to evade these Sea Kings. That is plausible. Within the storm, even at a depth of 300 meters, the lightning is overwhelming. No creature could endure it. Itachi concurred, and the others voiced their agreement. Chun Shiojia fashioned a lightning rod from the Tsongting he had purchased, attaching an iron chain to the ship with a large stone bound to the other end, submerging it into the sea. This would allow the lightning to be channeled safely into the water while they lingered at the storm's edge, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Due to the storm, this area was nearly devoid of life. They remained at the storm's periphery for an entire week before finally evading the Sea Kings. Once certain they had vanished, they cautiously resumed their journey towards Gaia Island. This time, they encountered no further oddities, and after a week, they arrived near Gaia Island. However, just as Chun Shiojia and his companions let their guard down, a sudden upward current thrust their ship into an unknown sea. Fortunately, this current was not overly strong, causing only minor damage, thanks to Da's desperate reinforcement with wood release. They narrowly avoided having the Konoha Maru shattered into pieces. Yet, this current had once again distanced them from Gaia Island. Is there some curse preventing us from reaching Gaia Island? Why do we always encounter such unpredictable events as we approach? Chun Shiojia mused skeptically. They set off once more towards Gaia Island, and after 3 days, they finally reached its western coast. Chapter 30. Assistance from Naval Intelligence at last. At long last, we have finally arrived. Upon stepping onto the soil of Gaia Island, Chun Shiojia released a loud expression of joy. This journey had taken them a total of 23 arduous days to finally reach Gaia Island. They had endured countless trials along the way, witnessing scenes they could never have imagined in the East Sea, each leaving a profound impression. Let us go to the town and feast, while also restocking our supplies. Chun Shiojia called to his companions, for their provisions of food and water were nearly depleted. Had they not reached Gaia Island when they did, they might have faced several days of hunger. While hunger could be alleviated by fishing or hunting birds, the scarcity of drinking water was no trivial matter. Fortunately, they successfully arrived at Gaia Island before exhausting their supplies completely. As per usual, Chun Shiojia and Da each left a shadow clone to guard the ship, while the others ventured to a restaurant in town for a hearty meal. After dining, Da and Kakashi took the 3 younger ones to procure supplies, while Itachi discreetly sought information in the vicinity, leaving Chun Shiojia and Tsunade to wander the town. Let us see if there are any detailed nautical charts for sale, Chun Shiojia suggested, taking Tsunade's delicate hand as they strolled through the town. Tsunade did not decline. The life and death experiences they shared had deepened their bond. Not long ago, they had mutually expressed their feelings, officially becoming a couple. This truly is a lawless zone, teeming with pirates, Chun Shiojia observed as he guided Tsunade through the streets. Every individual here could potentially become their target in the future, necessitating careful scrutiny. Indeed, it appears we stand to reap substantial rewards here. I intend to take a gamble with this newfound fortune, for I have been suffocating with anticipation. Every time Tsunade encounters a pirate, she perceives them as a walking treasure chest beckoning to her. Very well, if we are to indulge in this game, I am confident that I shall reclaim any losses you incur. Along our journey, we are met with an abundance of pirates, countless street brawlers, and an even greater throng of onlookers, with inebriated souls staggering about in every corner. Hey there, lass, come entertain this old man. A drunken pirate suddenly appeared before Chun Shiojia and Tsunade, wearing a devilish grin and reaching out to touch Tsunade's face. Chun Shiojia swiftly intervened, seizing the lewd hand and applying pressure, eliciting a sickening crack as he shattered the pirate's bones. Take a good look at yourself. Who do you think you are to lay hands on my woman? Chun Shiojia's expression darkened, and he kicked the fiend into a nearby refuse heap, rendering him unconscious. Tsunade stifled laughter behind her hand. "Get lost, you scoundrel. Move far away." Chun Shiojie cursed, his earlier good mood marred by the rogue's antics. "Well, isn't this quite the twist? You get to play the hero, and you're not pleased?" Tsunade remarked with a smile, grasping Chun Shiojie's arm. "Indeed. Such a lovely lady deserves some form of reward," Chun Shiojie said, tilting her chin with a mischievous grin. "Humph, dream on. If you hadn't acted first, I would have sent that fool crashing through the wall with a single punch," Tsunade retorted, swatting Chun Shiojie's hand away. "Besides, accompanying you on your shopping spree isn't a reward?" she added with a sly smile, stepping ahead. "Wait, isn't that precisely the reward?" Chun Shiojie called after her. After incapacitating yet another drunken fool who dared to approach, his patience began to wane, and he took Tsunade by the hand to depart from the raucous scene. Their excursion yielded no maps of the sea, and they returned to the ship, where Kakashi and the others had also returned with supplies, though Itachi was still absent. On our way to procure supplies, we encountered several pirates with bounties exceeding 20 million. However, it seems there is no naval base in the vicinity. Where shall we claim our bounties after the hunt? Kakashi shared their observations. This presented a genuine concern, as in a town teeming with pirates, inquiring with the locals could prove perilous, for they might be in league with the very rogues they hunted. Chun Shiojie contemplated, realizing that if this issue remained unresolved, the significance of their hunt would diminish considerably. "Do not fret. I have located the Navy operatives hidden on this island," came Itachi's voice from outside. "Itachi, brother." Itachi entered, accompanied by a woman. "And who might this be?" Chun Shiojie inquired, eyeing the newcomer, who bore the appearance of a bar owner and exuded a rugged demeanor, immediately giving off an unsavory impression. "I am Illustra, a Navy operative stationed here. But since this is a lawless zone, I am the sole representative," Illustra revealed, producing a Navy insignia for Chun Shiojie to see. "Just you alone?" Tsunade questioned, surprised at the notion of a single agent's capability. "Indeed. My mission is to gather intelligence on the pirates here and relay it to the nearby G8 base," Illustra explained, which justified her role as a bar owner, as most pirates would frequent the establishment upon arriving at Gaia Island, providing ample opportunity for gathering valuable information. "You must be aware of our identities," Chun Shiojie stated as he regarded her. "Indeed, we have received intelligence from Colonel Smoker at the G8 base, informing us that the bloodthirsty Konoha has departed from Low Town and is en route to the Grand Line. News of this has reached the naval outposts on the islands at the Grand Line's inception. How fortunate it is to receive such attention from you." Chun Shiojie replied with a cold smirk, harboring skepticism regarding their intentions. "We keep tabs on every formidable crew," Illustra continued, "but very well. Let them keep an eye on us. We intend to hunt pirates on this island, but where shall we exchange our bounties?" Chun Shiojie interjected, not wishing to provoke the Navy further, as they were still their primary patrons. He merely despised the sensation of being scrutinized from the shadows. "The nearby G8 base is where you can exchange your bounties," Illustra responded, realizing the dire fate that awaited the pirates on this island with the notorious pirate hunters present. According to reports from the East Blue, they appear to be in dire financial straits and harbor a profound hatred for pirates, leaving no survivors in their wake. "Please exercise caution. The number of pirates on this island is vast. If they unite against you, it could spell significant trouble," Illustra warned delicately. "Thank you for your counsel. You must possess the bounty notices for all the pirates on this island. Please provide me with a copy," Chun Shiojie requested, regarding Illustra with newfound respect. Despite her unrefined appearance, he recognized her steadfast commitment to justice. "Here are the bounty notices and intelligence I have compiled regarding all the pirates in this area. Please exercise utmost caution." Illustra handed over the meticulously prepared documents to Chun Shiojie. "This is immensely helpful, saving us the trouble of conducting our own investigations," he commented while flipping through the thick stack of information, pondering the effort it must have taken Illustra to gather such intelligence. In this lawless zone, with Illustra's inability to receive assistance in dealing with the pirates, her true desire was to capture the ruthless scoundrels who had taken her loved ones. Yet she found herself powerless, reduced to merely gathering information and waiting for the opportune moment. Now, it seemed that moment had arrived. "I shall make good use of this intelligence," Chun Shiojie remarked, sensing the deep-seated animosity Illustra held towards pirates within the details of the information, which was far too thorough, likely exceeding anything the Navy base possessed. It was evident that Illustra's meticulous compilation of intelligence was driven by her thirst for vengeance, as nearly every ordinary soldier who joined the Navy did so for the same reason. This is a Den Den Mushi. Should you wish to exchange your bounties, contact me, and I shall arrange for someone to assist you, Illustra said, producing a Den Den Mushi and handing it to Chun Shiojia before departing the ship without a backward glance. I have confirmed through Jinjutsu that she indeed belongs to the Navy, Itachi noted after Illustra's departure. Alas, the plight of the common folk brings suffering. Yet so too does their demise, Chun Shiojia sighed, handing the Den Den Mushi to Yamato for safekeeping. Tsunade, intrigued by the small creature, took the Den Den Mushi from Yamato and began to play with it. Xiaojia, what exactly is this Den Den Mushi? She asked, poking the dormant creature. As the name suggests, it is a device for communication. Consider it the black technology of this world. This little snail is alive and can converse with another Den Den Mushi, Chun Shiojia explained. How remarkable! A snail capable of communication is truly fascinating, Tsunade exclaimed, reluctantly returning the Den Den Mushi to Yamato. Yamato-sensei, please remember to feed and water this little fellow daily. If it starves, it will be rendered useless. Ordinary leaves will suffice, Chun Shiojia advised. The young lad, I knew you would never casually hand this over to me. It turns out you had this idea in mind. Yamato shook his head after hearing this, realizing that Chun Shiojia was treating him like a snail feeder. It seems I've troubled you. Teacher Yamato, Chun Shiojia grinned. All right, I understand. I will take good care of this little fellow. Yamato put away his phone bug and playfully gave Chun Shiojia a light punch on the head. Ouch! That hurt, Teacher Yamato. Chun Shiojia protested, looking at Yamato with dissatisfaction but ultimately resigned to his fate. Serves you right. Tsunade chuckled from the side, watching Chun Shiojia reap what he sowed. All right, everyone, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall officially commence our hunting journey. Chun Shiojia rubbed the spot where he was hit and instructed. Understood. Yes. Received. Chapter 31. Drawing cards again upon returning to his room. Chun Shiojia resolved to continue drawing cards that night. He had 100 draws remaining, just enough to replenish his personnel for more efficient pirate hunting. System, draw cards. Chun Shiojia summoned the system and accessed the card drawing page. All right, here we go, 30 draws. Still within the A-level card pool. Chun Shiojia felt assured that he would obtain something valuable. After all, he had been quite unlucky recently, and now arriving at Gaia Island must surely signify a turn of fortune. If not now, then when? Congratulations, host, you have obtained a large quantity of chakra metal too. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 A-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 B-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 B-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 chakra medals. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 explosive tags. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 15 C-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 C-level ninjutsu learning scrolls. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 16 kunai. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 shuriken. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 4 soldier pills. Chun Shiojia gazed at the results of his first 30 draws, frowning slightly. One could only say it was decent, but it was regrettable that no ninja had appeared. Let us continue. Another 30 draws, costing 54 million berries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 A-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a large quantity of chakra metal, 3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 A-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-level ninja. Lee Rock from the Wind Ninja Storm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 7 B-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 chakra medals. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 explosive tags. Congratulations, host, you have obtained C-level ninja Naruto Uzumaki from the Chunin exam. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12 C-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 kunai. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9 smoke bombs. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 shuriken. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9 shuriken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 soldier pills. Finally, a ninja appeared, and 2 at once. Although one was Lee Rock, whom Chun Shiojia already possessed, this version of Rock had matured. At this point, he was capable of proficiently utilizing the 5th gate of the 8 gates, meaning he had gained a formidable ally. This time, he also drew the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki. Although it was merely Naruto during the Chunin exam period, he had already mastered summoning techniques. However, according to the card details, this version of Naruto had yet to embark on his journey with Jiraiya to find Tsunade, implying that he had not yet learned the Rasengan, which was somewhat regrettable. A Naruto without the Rasengan lacked a certain flair. Nevertheless, he should be able to acquire a bloodline, particularly that of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their abundant chakra. Not bad. Let us continue drawing cards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 A-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 A-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-level ninja, Choji Akimichi from the Wind Ninja Storm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 B-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 chakra medals. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 explosive tags. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 16 C-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 C-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 15 shuriken. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 shuriken. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 soldier pills. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 kunai. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 flashbangs. The last 10 draws. I demand an A-level ninja. Shun Shoji glanced at the final 30 draws, and this time he obtained a B-level ninja, Choji Akimichi, adding another member to his ninja army. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-level ninja Kakashi Hitaki from the Ninja World War. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 B-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 chakra medal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 explosive tags. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 C-level ninja fragments. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 C-level ninjutsu learning scroll. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 kunai. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 shuriken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 soldier pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 flashbangs. To think it was A-level Kakashi. Yes. This means I now possess the ability to utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, with the powerful technique Kamui. Shun Shoji gazed at the newly acquired A-level ninja, Kakashi Hitaki from the Ninja World War, knowing that this Kakashi could now proficiently use Kamui, significantly enhancing his strength. With 110 C-level ninja fragments amassed, he could exchange for another C-level ninja. System, exchange for a ninja. Congratulations, host. You have obtained C-level ninja Hinata Hyuga from the Chunin exam. Excellent. The adorable Hinata. This is wonderful. Now, Naruto's little girlfriend is accounted for. Splendid. Shun Shoji nodded with satisfaction at the cute Hinata. It's time to test what enhancements fusion with ninjas will bring. With this thought in mind, Shun Shoji summoned Kakashi and Lee. Is there a mission, Lord Shoji? As soon as he entered, Lee inquired. I have drawn your future selves from the Naruto world. Now, I will fuse them with you, and after the fusion, share your experiences. Understood. I shall begin. With that, Shun Shoji removed the current cards of the 2 from the battle positions, causing them to vanish from the room. Would you like to fuse Kakashi Hitaki from the Ninja World War with Kakashi Hitaki from the Umbu? Fusion. Please select the fusion subject. Using Kakashi Hitaki from the Ninja World War as the main body. Fusion successful. Now to fuse Lee as well. Using Lee Rock from the Wind Ninja Storm as the main body. Fusion successful. Summon. Before Shun Shoji appeared 2 entirely new Kakashi and Lee. Yet their previous memories remained intact, merely supplemented with their experiences in the Naruto world. How do you feel? Has your body changed? Shun Shoji inquired. A portion of memories has been added, my chakra amount has doubled, and my body feels significantly stronger than before, Kakashi remarked, carefully assessing his physique. Moreover, it seems my Sharingan has recovered quite a bit. It had diminished greatly before, but now it has not only recovered but grown even more powerful. Kakashi touched his left eye, which gleamed more brightly than ever. I too, my injured body has not only fully recovered, but has also become even more robust, Lee added. Wonderful. Shun Shoji expressed his admiration, indicating that the more they fused, the stronger Kakashi and the others would become. This is excellent news. Now, let me summon 3 more companions. With that, Shun Shoji summoned Choji, Naruto, and Hinata, watching as the trio appeared in the room, their spirits high. Under Shun Shoji's signal, Lee called everyone over. Before long, Tsunade and her companions arrived, and everyone was delighted to see the suddenly grown-up Lee and the 3 new members. Their team had once again expanded. After everyone introduced themselves, Chun Shiojia began to arrange the tasks for the following day. Dingji, you will be the chef on the ship from now on. I recall your culinary skills are quite impressive. Rest assured, Lord Shiojia, cooking is my forte. I guarantee everyone will be satisfied. Dingji proclaimed confidently. Very well. I entrust this to you. Kakashi, please continue to mentor Naruto and Sasuke. Chun Shiojia observed as Kakashi managed to suppress the tussle that had erupted between Naruto and Sasuke upon Naruto's arrival. Understood, Lord Shiojia. With Dingji temporarily joining your team, we now have a perfect 4-member squad. Dingji, come over here. Naruto called out to Dingji, who had grown significantly since Naruto's last memory of him. Through their earlier conversation, he had learned much, dispelling his confusion about why he and Sasuke appeared so small while Dingji and Lee had matured. Yamato, I leave Lee, Niji, and Hinata in your care. Chun Shiojia directed his gaze at Yamato, assigning him the responsibility of looking after the 3. Understood, Shiojia. Yamato nodded, finally relieved of being the acting class leader, fulfilling a personal wish. I shall team up with Tsunade. Chun Shiojia unceremoniously utilized his privileges to arrange for himself and Tsunade to partner together. I understand. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of so many, despite everyone already being aware of her relationship with Chun Shiojia. Dingji, through Lee's explanation, realized that the Tsunade before him was not the same as he remembered. She appeared much younger. As for Itachi, Chun Shiojia sheepishly said, I must ask you to team up solo for now. Is that all right? He did not wish to forfeit the opportunity for a 2-person dynamic. No problem. I can complete the mission alone. Itachi's calm voice alleviated Chun Shiojia's slight embarrassment. All right, we will commence our hunt for pirates tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to consult your team leader or myself. Chun Shiojia scanned the group, noting that no one raised any queries. We are divided into 4 groups, but one must remain to guard the ship and provide support, rotating as needed. Tomorrow, Itachi, you will be on guard duty. Understood. Our mission on this island is to hunt pirates and claim bounties, with a time frame of 3 months. Afterward, we shall set sail for our next destination. Now, please select your targets. Chun Shiojia distributed the bounty notices. Soon, everyone had chosen their prey. One last reminder. Please prioritize your safety and act within your means. Dismissed. Chapter 32. The hunt begins after the others departed. Chun Shiojia extracted special abilities once more from Naruto, Hinata, and Dingji. As expected, he acquired the bloodlines from both Naruto and Hinata. The Uzumaki bloodline significantly enhanced his chakra reserves, while Hinata's Byakugan bloodline fortified his Byakugan, though he still fell short of achieving the Rinnegan. Regarding Dingji, Chun Shiojia obtained a secret technique from the Akimichi clan, the expansion technique. This technique required a B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll for study, but he had managed to obtain it directly, marking it as a profitable endeavor. Chun Shiojia also utilized the A-rank and B-rank ninjutsu learning scrolls he had acquired. He refrained from using the C-rank scrolls, as he had already mastered most of the elemental techniques and found nothing else appealing to learn. Secret techniques could only be learned through B-rank scrolls. The system provided the following recommendation. 10 C-rank ninjutsu learning scrolls could be exchanged for 1 B-rank scroll, and the same principle applied to other ranks. Thus, Chun Shiojia decided to accumulate C-rank scrolls for future exchanges for B-rank ones. He decisively selected the Rasengan from 1 A-rank scroll, fulfilling his previous regret of not learning it. After much contemplation, he chose the Water Release, Great Waterfall technique from another. For the B-rank ninjutsu, he opted for Water Release, Water Barrier. Consequently, all the rewards from his 100 draws were transformed into his foundation. System, open the panel. Host, Chun Shiojia, VIP 3, Ninja rank, Genin reputation points, 2000 chakra amount, 60 units chakra attributes, all ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique, body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, water chaos wave, water dragon bullet, great fireball, earth wall, air bullet, lightning release, water prison technique, great fire extinguishing, chidori, expansion technique, Rasengan, great waterfall technique, water barrier taijutsu, Konoha hurricane, Konoha great whirlwind, Konoha gale, Konoha rising wind jinjutsu, none special, Hashirama cells, 10, enhanced Byakugan, taijutsu training bonus, ninjutsu training bonus, Sharingan, fine chakra control. Free use of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki Bloodline Summoning Beast. Summoning Dog Pakken. Summoning Beast Toad Jiraiya Tailed Beast. Nun Ninjas. Kakashi Hitaki from the Ninja World War. Yamato, Tenzo, from Shippuden. Itachi Uchiha from Akatsuki. Tsunade Senju. Dingy Akimichi from Shippuden. Rock Lee from Shippuden. Niji Hyuga from the Chunin exams. Sasuke Uchiha from the Chunin exams. Naruto Uzumaki from the Chunin exams. Hinata Hyuga from the Chunin exams. Ninja Fragments. 10C rank. 66B rank. 28A rank Ninjutsu Learning Scrolls. 4C rank Chakra Medal. 204 grams belly. 18. 885. 600 having spent nearly all his money. It was just in time to start earning tomorrow. Chun Shiojia contentedly closed the panel and lay down, drifting into slumber. The next morning, Chun Shiojia stood at the ship's bow, waving his hand as everyone dispersed to pursue their targets. The Iron Claw Pirates, led by Iron Claw Krog with a bounty of 22 million belly, was a former Navy interrogator who formed a pirate crew after being dismissed for torturing prisoners. His weapon was a retractable steel claw gauntlet, with a weakness of an over-reliance on his right-hand claw and a left arm injury that hampered movement. The first mate, the Strangler Vera, had a bounty of 6.8 million belly, formerly a contortionist in a circus, capable of using specially designed silk ribbons to perform joint locks. Her specialty was rapidly weaving death traps between the masts, but she had a reflexive tendency to perform backflips upon hearing a whistle. The Iron Claw Pirates consisted of 13 members, aside from the captain and first mate. None held bounties, making them a fairly ordinary pirate crew. The East Sea was indeed the weakest ocean, where even average pirate crews boasted bounties exceeding that of the notorious Arlong. Chun Shiojia could not help but scoff at the detailed intelligence that even outlined their weaknesses. Alice has indeed excelled in gathering intelligence. Her thorough investigations have greatly facilitated our pirate hunting. Tsunade remarked while perusing the information, acknowledging Alice's outstanding capabilities. Currently, this band of pirates was on their ship, rarely disembarking, suggesting possible traps aboard. Chun Shiojia carefully analyzed the intelligence. Before long, he and Tsunade arrived at their destination, a pirate ship adorned with a blood-dripping iron eagle claw tearing through the sails, where 3 or 4 individuals could be seen patrolling. Allow me to take a look first. Chun Shiojia activated his Byakugan, his vision penetrating the ship's hull to clearly observe the locations of every member of the Iron Claw Pirates. At the stern of the ship, 3 individuals were stationed. 6 occupied the cabin, 2 were at the bow, 1 was positioned in the lookout tower, and another was absent from the vessel. However, this was of little consequence, for both the captain and first mate of the Iron Claw Pirate crew were present, while the missing individual was merely a subordinate. Chun Shiojia swiftly reported the numbers. Let us be swift and decisive. You head to the stern, I will take the bow and the lookout tower, and we will regroup in the cabin. Chun Shiojia rolled his eyes and exchanged a glance with Tsunade, forming hand seals. With a bang, 2 shadow clones materialized, and in an instant, figures vanished. Having employed the body flicker technique to board the Iron Claw Pirate crew's ship. As ninjas, assassination is a fundamental combat skill within a mere 3 minutes. The pirates at the bow, stern, and lookout tower were dispatched without a sound. Chun Shiojia and Tsunade arrived at the cabin deck, exchanged a glance, and with the guidance of Chun Shiojia's shadow clone, they began their incursion into the cabin. Perhaps years of living as a pirate had instilled in Krog a sense of caution. His quarters were located deep within the ship, adjacent to the first mate Vela's room. To access his room, one would have to traverse through the 2 rooms in front. As Chun Shiojia and his companion breached the cabin, Krog sensed something amiss and quietly opened his door to investigate. Upon peering out, he discovered unwelcome guests, figures swiftly dispatching his crew members one by one. Realizing the imminent danger, Krog promptly activated the ship's defenses. Suddenly, numerous rotating claw blades emerged within the cabin, transforming it into a whirling trap. The shadow clone, leading the charge, was caught off guard and vanished with a resounding thud. Alarmed by the turn of events, Chun Shiojia swiftly drew his sword, Sangtian, and with a few precise strikes, shattered the claw blade array. Tsunade, not idle, unleashed a punch imbued with immense strength, obliterating the cabin and exposing Krog and Vela. Who are you, boy? We seem to have no grievances, Krog said, adopting a combat stance and glaring at Chun Shiojia and Tsunade. Vela, still groggy from sleep, remained bewildered by the chaos unfolding around her, Yet it was clear that something was terribly wrong. Krog, captain of the Iron Claw pirate crew, bounty of 22 million berries. Vela, first mate, bounty of 8 million berries. We shall collect your bounties. Chun Shiojie stated coldly, and without further ado, he charged at Krog with Sangtian, while Tsunade lunged towards Vela. Damn bounty hunters. Die! Krog shouted, using his left iron claw to block a powerful strike from Chun Shiojie, while his right claw lashed out violently. Chun Shiojie's Sangtian was suddenly enveloped in a layer of blue chakra, enhancing its already formidable sharpness. With a mere flick of his wrist, he severed Krog's right iron claw, and in a moment of shock, he brought the blade down, decapitating Krog. Chun Shiojie elegantly wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it, only to witness Tsunade deliver a punch that struck Vela's abdomen. The force shattered her internal organs, causing the cabin beneath her to crack open. Water began to surge into the ship. Exchanging a knowing glance, Chun Shiojie and Tsunade swiftly surveyed the battlefield. From the outset, Chun Shiojie had discerned the location of the Iron Claw pirate crew's treasure with his Byakugan, and they quickly gathered their spoils, taking Krog's head and Vela's corpse before leaping from the sinking vessel. Tsunade, I rely on you. Chun Shiojie retrieved a scroll and handed it to Tsunade, who laid the two bodies on the open scroll. With hand seals, she performed the sealing technique, encapsulating the corpses within the scroll. The sealing technique, a highly practical B-rank ninjutsu, can be utilized to store a multitude of items, yet Chun Shiojie had not mastered it. He lacked a B-rank ninjutsu scroll to learn this technique, thus requiring Tsunade's assistance for this task. All right, let us proceed to the next target, Tsunade said, playfully handling the scroll, a smile adorning her face as she gazed at Chun Shiojie. Let me see, yes. The Sandstorm Pirate Crew, Captain Sandstorm Tarkhan, bounty of 5 million berries, weapon, a chainblade sand shovel forged from meteorite iron, weakness, a heat dissipation valve on his back that must be activated every 5 minutes for 20 seconds. Originally an exiled engineer from the Desert Kingdom. First mate Iron Maiden Helen, bounty of 5 million berries, weapon, a cloak embedded with 600 poisonous spikes. Sniper Rifled Roy, bounty of 5 million berries, weapon, a sniper crossbow modified from a ship cannon, fires grappling hook acid pouches and sleeping gas arrows. Weakness, his left shoulder was pierced by a sea stone bullet, limiting the angle of his draw. The crew consists of 18 members, armed with a plethora of firearms and artillery. It may be a bit tricky, but it should not pose a significant challenge for us, Chun Shiojie remarked after reviewing the information. Then let us set forth. Chapter 33. Confrontation with the Navy Lieutenant. A busy day soon came to a close. That night, Chun Shiojie and Tsunade returned to their ship. Throughout the day, they had eliminated 2 pirate crews, the Iron Claw pirate crew, with a total bounty of 8 million berries, and the Sandstorm pirate crew, totaling 5 million berries. Both crews had proven relatively easy to deal with, largely due to their detailed intelligence and the Byakugan's penetrating vision, which made their hiding spots abundantly clear, streamlining the process of resolution. Considering the potential for excessive pirate casualties to incite a mass exodus or a retaliatory uprising, they had refrained from dispatching too many pirates. In total, they had amassed 3 million berries, and this was merely the haul for the 2 of them on this day. It was undeniable that the profits were substantial, truly. The path of violence and chaos was lucrative indeed. However, neither crew possessed significant treasures, with the total loot found on their ships barely exceeding 1 million berries, leaving Chun Shiojie somewhat bemused. Yet, reflecting upon it, it was reasonable. Having chosen the life of piracy, it was expected that any fortune would likely be squandered in revelry. And a lack of wealth was not uncommon. Before long, Kakashi and his team returned as well. Their focus had been more on training Sasuke and his companions. Each team had targeted a separate pirate crew, collectively reaping approximately 50 million berries. Thus, all told, Chun Shiojie and his team had earned close to 100 million berries in a single day, achieving half of what was needed for the 100 draws. Yamato, please contact Alice and see how we might proceed with the exchange, Chun Shiojie suggested, stroking his chin. Yamato produced a den mushi and swiftly dialed Alice's number. Hello, your efficiency is truly impressive. You have eliminated 4 pirate crews in just one day, each with a bounty exceeding 20 million berries. So, are you contacting me to exchange bounties? Alice's slightly excited voice rang through as soon as the call connected. It was no surprise that Alice was elated. The efficiency and execution demonstrated by Chun Shoujia and his team were remarkable, managing to eradicate entire pirate crews without sustaining any casualties. Given the nature of pirates, who were often embroiled in vendettas and treasure disputes, the disappearance of a few crews would hardly raise an eyebrow. Conversing with an astute individual is a breeze. We wish to exchange bounties. What steps must we take? Chun Shoujia appreciated dealing with someone so perceptive, who grasped his intentions without the need for excessive elaboration. Well, there are two options. First, you could send someone to accompany me to the G8 Navy base to exchange the bounties. Second, if you trust me, I could go to the G8 base on your behalf to exchange the bounties. Those are the two current options. How far is the G8 base from Gaia Island? Round trip, it would take nearly a day. Let us do this. Tomorrow, you shall accompany one of our members, and thereafter, we shall proceed on our own. Chun Shoujia suggested, stroking his chin. Very well, I shall meet you in the morning, Alice replied before ending the call. Tomorrow, I will go with Tsunade. Your team will be responsible for guarding the ships. Chun Shoujia swiftly organized the plan. Upon understanding, everyone dispersed to rest. The following day, Alice arrived early, steering a small boat that carried Chun Shoujia and Tsunade towards the G8 base. During their casual conversation, Chun learned that Alice hailed from the North Sea and had come to Gaia Island a decade prior, embedding herself within the Navy to gather intelligence on all pirates who set foot on the island. Typically, such detailed intelligence would not be shared with bounty hunters like Chun and his companions, as many bounty hunters, in times of financial hardship, resorted to piracy themselves, plundering the innocent and subsequently blaming it on a specific pirate to inflate that pirate's bounty, only to then hunt them down for a lucrative reward. These bounty hunters were hardly distinguishable from pirates, leading the Navy to withhold comprehensive pirate intelligence, preferring to let bounty hunters and pirates engage in mutual destruction. In contrast, the Navy sought to ally with those bounty hunters who genuinely pursued pirates, encouraging them to join their ranks. Of course, there existed righteous bounty hunters who shunned the Navy. For these individuals, the Navy exhibited a similar disregard as they did for those who would stop at nothing for monetary gain. As no one could predict whether they might suddenly turn rogue, the Navy's only recourse was to prevent such eventualities. Alice's actions 2 days prior had already transgressed Navy regulations. Her motivations, however, were both simple and heartbreaking. Alice's parents, husband, and child had all perished at the hands of pirates, leaving her as the sole survivor. Driven by vengeance, she enlisted in the Navy, fighting against pirates on the battlefield, but after suffering a gunshot wound in combat, she was relegated to a logistical role. Unwilling to accept this fate, she requested a posting here to gather pirate intelligence, hoping to support her comrades on the front lines. However, Gaia Island was a lawless zone. Despite her extensive intelligence gathering, the Navy would not intervene as long as the pirates remained within the area. Initially, she understood this reasoning, as it was purportedly to maintain balance. Tightening the noose on pirates could lead to unforeseen repercussions, as the depths of their depravity were unpredictable. Yet, after a decade, Alice found herself unable to endure the situation any longer. Each day, she watched the very pirates she loathed roam freely before her, forcing herself to wear a smile. She had repeatedly reported to her superiors that she had compiled all relevant pirate intelligence, urging them to take action against these scoundrels. Yet, her pleas met with constant dismissal, with orders to wait a little longer. Desperation drove her to quietly assist some righteous bounty hunters before Chun and his group arrived. But those she aided either fell victim to pirates or were betrayed, nearly exposing her intentions. After that, she refrained from sharing intelligence with bounty hunters until the arrival of Chun and his companions rekindled that hope. Having witnessed their exploits in the East Sea, she felt compelled to gamble once more, and this time, her gamble paid off. Chun and his companions were indeed formidable and, as reported, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. After hearing Alice's tale, Chun Shoujia felt a profound sense of empathy, and Tsunade was equally moved by her story. Rest assured, Ms. Alice, we shall endeavor to eradicate the pirates from Gaia Island as thoroughly as possible, Tsunade vowed. Thank you, but please also prioritize your safety. I would not wish for anyone to sacrifice themselves due to my request. We have arrived. This is the G8 base. Upon disembarking, Alice led the trio to the office of the G8 base's commander. Report. Colonel Jealous, Sergeant Alice has brought 2 bounty hunters to see you. A naval soldier announced to a naval officer, who appeared to be around 60 years old, and was tending to plants. Alice, has she violated regulations again? Very well. Let them wait in the reception room, Jealous replied in a gravelly voice, pausing his gardening. Before long, Jealous entered the reception room to find Alice, Chun Shouji, and Tsunade awaiting him. Alas, Alice, why are you so impatient? The world of piracy cannot be so easily cleansed. Jealous sighed deeply upon entering. Having dedicated nearly 40 years to the Navy, he had encountered countless pirates and apprehended many, yet the problem persisted. Pirates continued to emerge endlessly. Unless someone could fundamentally alter the world, piracy would never be fully eradicated. Their duty, he believed, was to protect civilians and minimize their suffering. Shall we merely stand by as those pirates revel unchecked? I cannot accept that, Alice retorted, gritting her teeth. Enough. I did not come here to argue with you. These individuals are bounty hunters from the Bloody Leaf, and I brought them to redeem bounties, she clarified. Ah, my young friend, forgive me for the interruption. Which bounties do you wish to redeem? Jealous sighed. Having long been at an impasse with Alice, their encounters often devolved into heated disputes. From their exchange, Chun Shouji discerned much. Alice was evidently of a more radical mindset, believing that the extermination of pirates would halt all troubles, while Jealous maintained that pirates were an endless scourge, and their primary focus should be civilian protection. Both perspectives held merit. However, their extremities led to discord. Here are the corpses of the pirates whose bounties I wish to redeem. Chun interjected, feeling no need to partake in their ideological clash. He gestured for Tsunade to produce the scroll, summoning the bodies of the pirates. Very well. Someone, verify these, and then bring forth the bounties, Jealous instructed, casting a glance without further comment as he directed a soldier to carry out the verification. My young friend, if you are influenced by Alice, I urge you to temper your actions. Excessive slaughter could incite a pirate uprising, and that would lead to dire consequences, Jealous cautioned suddenly. You Jealous. Alice's eyes widened in anger as she stood up to glare at him. Colonel Jealous, our course of action is none of your concern, Chun Shouji interjected, his tone devoid of warmth. If your reckless killings provoke a pirate uprising that endangers civilians, how are you any different from the pirates themselves? Jealous countered. Ha ha, that is the most absurd jest I have heard. Do you believe that by refraining from hunting pirates, they will spare the civilians? Chun retorted, incredulous at the illogical reasoning. At least the civilians are safe for now. Ha ha, how amusing, Jealous. You are but a dog with a shattered spine, yet you advise others to follow your example? It is truly laughable. If I were you, I would have long discarded this uniform and buried myself in a place where I would no longer need to pursue pirates. Chun mocked. You insolent wretch. Whether I wear this uniform is not for a lowly bounty hunter like you to judge. Take your bounties and leave promptly. Should you provoke a pirate uprising that results in civilian casualties, I will certainly petition the higher-ups to classify you as pirates as well, placing you on the wanted list throughout the seas. Jealous retorted, tossing the prepared bounty at Chun Shouji with little courtesy. Scoundrel! Sundara was infuriated, unable to tolerate the endless absurdities spewed by the old man. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a powerful punch that sent Jealous crashing into the wall. The reception room lay in ruins, and a multitude of soldiers, alerted by the commotion, burst into the scene. What has transpired? Colonel Jealous, sound the alarm. There is a disturbance. Amidst the cacophony and the surge of naval soldiers, Chun Shouji activated his Sharingan. Tsukinomi, his right eye transformed into a pinwheel shape, employing Itachi's Tsukuyomi. During the perilous month-long journey, Chun Shouji had successfully awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to use Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, albeit for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. The advancing soldiers were entranced by the Tsukuyomi, collapsing one after another, leaving the area in eerie silence. Jealous. How I deal with you is of no concern to you, but do not provoke me. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of bloodshed. Chun Shouji approached Jealous, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Let us go. With that, he grasped Sundara's hand and exited the naval base, while Alice, realizing the soldiers were merely unconscious, hastened to follow them. Chapter 34. The hunt continues. Targets in sight. I apologize, Chun Shouji, Alice said, her voice tinged with embarrassment, but was interrupted by Chun Shouji. It's of no concern to you. Just a spineless dog barking without dignity. I won't be bothered by it. He waved dismissively to him. Jealous was merely an old dog that could be easily disposed of, though he preferred not to antagonize the Navy at this juncture. And even if he did, what of it? Worst case, he could become a pirate, akin to Luffy and his crew. Although they were labeled pirates, they were not much different from adventurers. The world government simply branded Luffy and his ilk as pirates. Jealous, I hope you possess some wisdom. Otherwise, Chun Xiujia cast a cold glance back at the distant G8 base. Xiaojia, why did you hold me back? I should have given that old fool another punch. Sundara expressed her disdain for Jealous, who had been spouting nonsense, pretending to be righteous. There's no need to stoop to his level. We simply need to focus on our own affairs, Chun Xiujia reassured her, holding her hand gently. Moreover, your punch was indeed powerful and satisfying, he added with a smile. By the way, after we dealt with that old man, he won't hinder our bounty collection, will he? Sundara suddenly recalled this concern. Not at all. If need be, we can simply switch to another naval base for our bounty. I refuse to believe that the Grand Line is solely filled with cowards like Jealous. Chun Xiujia comforted her with a pat on her hand. Chun Xiujia, rest assured. I will report today's events accurately. Not all in the Navy are like Jealous. So leave the bounty matters to me, Alice assured them. Then I shall entrust it to you, Alice. It's nothing. It pertains to me as well. It is my duty to handle this. Vice Admiral, we have received a communication from the G8 base. Colonel Jealous reports that a group of bounty hunters has caused a ruckus, injuring numerous soldiers, and requests a manhunt for them. Vice Admiral, the intelligence officer stationed at Gaia Island, Alice, reports that Colonel Jealous insulted the leader of the bloody Konoha hunter group and was subsequently struck by one of its members. After that punch, the bloody Konoha did not harm any soldiers and simply departed, urging headquarters to investigate Colonel Jealous, suspecting he has colluded with pirates. Jealous? That old conservative stubborn? And Alice? The intelligence officer who has been stationed for a decade? Indeed, Vice Admiral. Interesting. Have they clashed with the bloody Konoha? Reject Jealous and Alice's request. Instruct Jealous to report to naval headquarters immediately. He has lingered in that position for too long, his spirit depleted. Let Major Logan from headquarters take over his position. Inform Alice to gather as much intelligence as possible on all members of the bloody Konoha and let her convey to their leader that this is a one-time affair. The Navy's dignity is not to be trifled with, and this shall not happen again. Understood, Vice Admiral. Is the bloody Konoha unwilling to join the Navy? Quite intriguing. Pass the word down to ensure all branches of the Grand Line keep a watchful eye on them, treating them as friendly as possible. Yes, Vice Admiral. Upon returning from the G8 base, Chun Xiujia resumed their simple yet exhilarating journey of hunting pirates. On the third day after their return, he learned from Alice of Jealous reassignment, along with a warning issued from the naval headquarters. Chun Xiujia scoffed at the warning and casually burned it to ashes. What a joke. Why should I heed the naval headquarters warning? If they want to issue a manhunt, let them. I am not afraid. They continued their pirate hunts as usual. But not every day. Constant slaughter was not beneficial for one's mental and physical health. They opted for a pattern of 1 day of rest for 4 days of activity, allowing time for training while putting their skills to the test in practical scenarios. Eliminating pirates and earning money, a fourfold benefit. Thus, a month passed, during which Chun Xiujia mastered all newly acquired ninjutsu. His swordsmanship improved in practical combat, enabling him to cleave through steel without infusing it with lightning chakra, though the aerial slash remained a distant ambition. Throughout the month's hunts, they amassed a bounty of 400 million. While the number of pirates on Gaia Island was considerable, most were worth around 10 million, with few exceeding 20 million. After all, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million was already considered a significant threat. Furthermore, not every hunt yielded rewards. Some pirates slipped away before they could be caught, making their achievements rather commendable. As Chun Xiujia and his companions continued their hunts, the number of pirates on Gaia Island dwindled, prompting the remaining foolish pirates to realize something was amiss. Now, only about 12 pirate crews remained on Gaia Island, the strongest being the 34 Swamp S Fury led by Glorin Mard, a mudman with the nature-type mud fruit, boasting a bounty of 50 million berries. He also had a feline first mate, Sandra, who had consumed the animal-type cat fruit. Glorin Mard summoned all remaining pirates to discuss the current situation. Mard, why have you called us? A shrill voice called from outside, belonging to Riengar, the captain of the Steelmane Pirates, a honey badger man who had consumed the animal-type honey badger fruit. You're late, Riengar. Sandra, the catman, remarked. Riengar, you sure have a high opinion of yourself. Making us wait for you, muttered Dolan, the captain of the Blood Puppet Pirates, who had consumed the Stitch fruit. Is that not expected? You all waiting for me? Riengar retorted defiantly. Do you seek death? Sandra unsheathed his claws, glaring menacingly at Riengar, while Dolan brandished a long, formidable needle. Come on, whoever backs down is a coward. Riengar transformed into his beast form, baring his teeth and growling. Meow, Sandra screeched, also shifting into his beast form. Enough. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a deep voice interrupted them. Captain, he provoked us first. As Sandra reverted to her human form, she turned her gaze towards the figure seated at the head of the table. Enough. I summoned you here not for self-destruction. Mad's sharp glance silenced Sandra instantly. Mad. Humph. Rengar also transformed back into his human form, taking his rightful place. Today, I have gathered you to inform you that we are being targeted by a group of bounty hunters. Mad's subsequent words sent the assembled pirates into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Mad. When did you become so timid? A mere group of bounty hunters has frightened you? Rengar laughed heartily. This group of bounty hunters has already annihilated several pirate crews over the past month, with the highest bounty being 30 million berries, Mad said coldly, delivering the grim news. What? Are you saying the Sandstorm pirates were taken down by them? Dorang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is said that there were only 2 of them at the time. That is impossible. 2 people took out the Sandstorm pirates? They had 18 members, including 2 with bounties apart from the captain. Exactly. How could they possibly be defeated by just 2 individuals? Silence. Mad, do not deceive you with false information. The sole purpose of summoning you is to devise a plan to eliminate these bounty hunters. A pirate captain with a 10 million bounty inquired. Do you know the name of these bounty hunters? To my knowledge, they belong to the Bloody Leaf Hunters from the East Sea, led by the ruthless Chun Shiojia. What? The Bloody Leaf? A pirate captain from the East Sea gasped. Speak of what you know. Mad fixed his gaze on the pirate captain. The Bloody Leaf is notorious in the East Sea, known for leaving no survivors. Every pirate crew they target has perished. He spoke with evident terror. It is said that each member possesses abilities, as witnesses claim they can conjure flames, water, and lightning. The number of pirates who have died at their hands in the East Sea is at least 200, and they were responsible for the downfall of the strongest group. The Dragon Pirates, a crew composed entirely of fishmen. All of them possess abilities? How could that be? Does that mean we are all doomed? The pirates began to murmur amongst themselves, a palpable fear of death creeping in. Everyone be quiet. This is merely hearsay. What are you all afraid of? Mad bellowed, attempting to quell their terror. I called you here to eliminate these bounty hunters, so silence. No, I don't want to die. I need to escape. One pirate, unable to bear the atmosphere, shouted and rushed towards the exit. Swamp Vortex. Mad unleashed his fruit ability, and suddenly, a bottomless swamp appeared beneath the pirate's feet, pulling him in. Please. No, I was wrong. Captain Mad, spare me. I don't wish to die. Soon, the pirate vanished before the eyes of the others. Fleeing from the battlefield leads only to death. This is your fate. Mad glared fiercely at everyone present. Humph, it's just a group of bounty hunters. We can take them down easily. Rengar declared fearlessly, eager for the bounty, keen to test his fangs and claws. Captain Mad's intention is for us to attack together? Dorang suggested. Indeed, since they have chosen to eliminate pirate crews one by one, it indicates they lack the strength to take us all down at once. If we charge together, we can undoubtedly defeat them, Mad stated. Moreover, as I understand it, they have amassed 500 million berries from hunting pirates. And that money is currently on their ship. If we defeat them, we shall reap great rewards. Mad grinned wickedly, as if the 500 million were already in his grasp. 500 million. Upon hearing that figure, the pirates gasped, their breaths quickening. That amount was enough for them to live lavishly for a lifetime. Let's do it. Captain Mad, we, the Steelmane Pirates, are willing to join. Riengar's eyes gleamed with greed for the bounty. We, the Blood Puppet Pirates, shall join as well. Dorang added, let us do it. It's just a group of bounty hunters. We have so many people. How could we possibly fail? All right. Tomorrow we shall annihilate this group of arrogant bounty hunters. Mad laughed heartily, sealing their pact. Chapter 35, 11 verses 156. The advantage is mine. Bad news. Chun Shiojia, you all must flee. That evening, Alice called in a panic. What happened, Alice? Chun Shiojia inquired, puzzled, fearing it might be the Navy's intervention. Mad from the Swamp Vortex Pirates has gathered the remaining pirates on the island, planning to exterminate you all tomorrow. Alice exclaimed in alarm. Oh, they finally reacted. I thought they would be foolish enough to let me eliminate them one by one. This works out well. I won't have to hunt them down individually, Shouji remarked with a raised eyebrow. Alice, do not underestimate them. Mad is a Logia-type devil fruit user. Not easy to deal with. Along with the Zoan-type users Sandra, Rengar, and the Paramecia-type user Dorang, there are already 4 devil fruit users. Not to mention the other pirates with bounties in the millions. They total 156, while you only have 11. Even with sheer numbers, they could overwhelm you. Alice hurriedly relayed the information, hoping to dissuade Shouji from engaging Mad. Haha. Don't worry, Alice, truly. And after tomorrow, there will be no more pirates on this island. Shouji laughed heartily, knowing Alice was genuinely concerned for him. However, he had hunted pirates for so long without truly showcasing his strength. Shouji, do not be reckless. You only have one life. Do not throw it away for something so ephemeral. Alice continued to urge him. Really, there is no need for concern. You can come to watch tomorrow. I will thoroughly deal with them. That's it. I'm hanging up. Shouji concluded, ending the call, sighing as she heard the call disconnect. Alice realized she could not sway Shouji. She could only hope he would emerge victorious the next day. You all heard, right? Tomorrow there will be a great battle, so everyone should prepare early. At that moment, Shouji lay comfortably on Tsunade's lap, relishing the soothing cushion. They had just concluded a barbecue party. And it must be said that Dingxi truly excelled at grilling, producing meat that was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with flavor. Rest assured, Brother Shouji, a mere small pirate is easily dealt with. Naruto, his belly round and full, lazily proclaimed while lying on the deck. Ha ha ha, we shall see how you fare tomorrow, Naruto. Shouji laughed, and Tsunade smiled as well. Foolish Naruto, don't boast too much. Sasuke retorted, as usual, to Naruto. Kara, you insufferable Sasuke. Let us have a contest tomorrow. I will defeat more pirates than you. Naruto exclaimed, springing up, pointing an accusing finger at Sasuke. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Sasuke shot back, the two of them locking horns. As their banter escalated, Shouji had a mischievous idea. He discreetly nudged Naruto. Boom. In the eyes of their companions. Naruto and Sasuke unwittingly shared their second kiss. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from everyone present, with Shouji laughing the loudest. Upon witnessing the kiss shared between Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata's face flushed crimson, displaying a mix of shyness and curiosity, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. Who pushed me? You idiot, Sasuke. Can't you stay away? Naruto gagged a few times before leaping to his feet, shouting in search of the culprit behind his embarrassment. After a fruitless search, he redirected his ire towards Sasuke. You fool, Naruto. It's all your fault. Go to hell. After heaving, Sasuke became equally irate, and the two began to bicker. Their playful squabble continued until Itachi and Kakashi intervened, separating them while both cast indignantly accusatory glares at one another. The festivities concluded amidst the cacophony of their antics. I hope you can bring me some surprises, pirates. Shouji mused as he gazed at the sky, obscured by clouds. Indeed, such expansiveness. The following day, in the central square of the town, Mard and his crew gathered, a formidable assembly of 156 individuals. Listen up, everyone. Recently, a band of bounty hunters has descended upon Magic Valley Town, mercilessly slaughtering our pirates. Can we tolerate this? Mard proclaimed from a height, flanked by Rengar and Doran. No, came the resounding reply. What shall we do? We must eliminate them. Yes, blood for blood. The chant echoed fervently, eliminate them. Blood for blood. All right, let's move out. The pirates surged forth behind Mard, heading towards the location of Shouji and his crew. Soon, they arrived at the encampment of Shouji and his companions, where 3 tables and 11 chairs stood under a large sunshade in front of the ship, a clear testament to Yamato's handiwork. Shouji and his crew lounged in their chairs, each with a glass of juice, basking in the sun. Oh, they're coming. Sensing the arrival of the pirates, Shouji lazily sat up, removing his sunglasses to survey the approaching horde. You all are too slow. I've finished my drink waiting for you. Shouji remarked nonchalantly. Humph. Shouji, since you were already aware of the news, why didn't you flee? Do you have a death wish? Mard glared at Shouji, whose relaxed demeanor only fueled Mard's anger. Flee? Why would I? With a bunch of misfits like you? Shouji scoffed. You talk a big game. Do you think 11 of you can take down over 150 of us? Mard surveyed his numerous followers, his initial anxiety dissipating. They could easily overwhelm Shouji's small group. We shall see soon enough. Enough chatter. Let us eliminate you to claim the bounty, Chun Shouji declared, eager to engage in the fray. You seek death. Charge, men, Mard bellowed, and his pirates surged forward. Gunfire erupted, bullets and cannonballs hurtling towards Chun Shouji and his companions, as well as the ship, the Konoha Maru. Earth release, earth flow wall. Chun Shouji clapped his hands, and a massive earthen wall rose abruptly behind him, shielding the Konoha Maru from stray shots. The incoming projectiles were painfully slow to Chun Shouji and his crew. They deftly deflected the bullets with kunai, while the cannonballs posed no threat at all. There are a few too many of them. Allow me to thin their ranks. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke formed hand seals, sending a 5-meter-wide fireball towards the advancing pirates. What? Ah! Cries of anguish filled the air as the attack claimed numerous pirate minions. Damn you, Sasuke! How dare you strike first? Naruto shouted, feeling slighted, and he too began forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 50 clones of Naruto sprang forth. Brothers, charge! We cannot be outdone by Sasuke. Naruto's original self shouted, and the multitude of clones raised their arms in unison, rushing towards the pirates. The pirates were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. Some were so stunned they stood frozen in place. Despite being only 12 years old, Naruto's strength far surpassed that of the inept pirates. With just a few punches, he dispatched one, and within moments, 20 of them lay defeated, though many of his clones were similarly vanquished. Foolish Naruto, Sasuke muttered, joining the fray, his skills sharpened by Itachi's training, and with the Uchiha clan signature throwing techniques. He eliminated pirates with the sudden appearance of shurikens. Well, it seems the show has begun. Brothers, shall we join in? Chun Shouji observed the competitive display between the two young men and stood to stretch his limbs. Oh, I'm in. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee shouted enthusiastically, charging into the fray. Niji followed suit with a huff, joining Lee in the melee. Meatball battle car. Choji transformed into a massive meatball, rapidly rolling over the pirate minions. Naruto-kun. Brother Niji. I can't fall behind. Hinata, inspired by her friend's valor, activated her Byakugan and dove into the fray. Ha ha ha, I'll take that one. The strongest among you. Chun Shouji boldly declared, choosing Mard as his opponent. The largest one is mine. Tsunade designated Rengar as her target. I'll take him, Kakashi casually remarked, selecting the Catman Sandra. I'll handle that guy, Itachi decided, pointing at the last opponent, Doran, the blood puppet user. Yamato, I'll leave the others to you. Chun Shouji entrusted the task of looking after Sasuke and the rest to Yamato before they charged into battle. Let us see who can defeat their opponent faster. Tsunade proposed. Agreed, and the last one standing will handle the ship's chores for a week. Chun Shouji added whimsically. No problem. Let us go. Chapter 36. The overwhelming battle. Mard scowled at the battlefield, where Naruto and his companions displayed their prowess, his brow furrowing in disbelief. They are all abilities users? Impossible. Where did they acquire so many devil fruits? Mard's heart swelled with disbelief and envy. If only I had access to such powers, my crew could become invincible. Perhaps I could even claim the title of Pirate King. Captain Mard, what should we do? Doran inquired, observing the one-sided battle unfolding. Ha ha, we haven't even joined the fray yet. Let them witness my true strength. Mard was about to speak when Rengar, brimming with arrogance, was suddenly sent flying by Tsunade's punch, crashing into a building. No worries, if you won't come out, we shall come to you. Chun Shouji's voice echoed ominously before Mard could react, startling him into a backward leap. Upon looking up, he found Chun Shouji and Tsunade standing before him, while the downed Rengar struggled to rise from the rubble. The vile woman actually dared to strike me. I shall take your life. Rengal's face bore a massive bruise, nearly shattering his jaw as he roared in fury, transforming into his beastly form and charging at Tsunade. To think someone of your size could possess such a shrill and piercing voice, Tsunade remarked, raising her hand to block Rengal's powerful blow. Die! His rage ignited. Rengal unleashed his claws, wildly swinging them in a frenzied attempt to rend the woman before him to shreds. Yet in the next moment, his claws were seized by Tsunade, rendered immobile. How is this possible? I cannot be outmatched in strength by a mere woman. No way. Veins bulged on Rengal's body as he struggled in vain, unable to budge Tsunade an inch. Is this the extent of your power? Tsunade taunted, suddenly exerting her strength, twisting and slamming Rengal heavily to the ground, repeatedly. creating deep craters in the earth. Tsunade's might was undeniable. Meanwhile, as Tsunade relentlessly battered Raingao, Shinshojia and his companions did not relent, each selecting their opponents and engaging in fierce combat. Sandra's attack style mirrored Raingao's. Transformed into his beastly form, he slashed at Kakashi with his claws, swiftly inflicting numerous gashes upon him. Ha ha ha. With your skills, you could never catch a cat person like me. Prepare to be tormented to death. Sandra laughed maniacally as he attacked. Oh, is that so? Kakashi's voice echoed from nearby, and as Sandra focused, he was startled to find that the figure he had just attacked had transformed into a wooden log, while Kakashi stood aside, observing him as one would a monkey. How dare you mock me? Meow? In a fit of rage, Sandra fully transformed into his beast form, a 3-meter-long cat materializing before Kakashi. To perish at my most formidable form is your honor. Meow? Sandra lunged at Kakashi, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Oh, what a large cat. Rivaling a tiger. Kakashi teased, his tone dripping with mockery, dismissing Sandra's assault entirely. As Kakashi toyed with Sandra, Itachi had already concluded his skirmish and sat nearby, watching Sasuke's battle unfold. The moment Dorang laid eyes on Itachi, he fell into a Jinjutsu. Within the illusion, Dorang's head was severed, while in reality, his brain lay lifeless, a swift and effortless victory. One could only say that Itachi's Jinjutsu was utterly insurmountable. His opponent perished without even realizing how he met his demise. As for Shinshojia, he was still experimenting with whether his chakra could affect a user of a natural fruit ability. He wielded Sangtian, slicing Mad into multiple segments. But Mad quickly transformed into a puddle of mud, slithering to the side and reconstituting into human form. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. I am a mudman who has consumed the mud fruit. With your feeble strikes, you cannot even wound me. Mad laughed heartily, launching his attack. Behold, mud cannonball. Mad spat out dozens of mud projectiles the size of human heads, which became exceedingly viscous upon impact, appearing utterly repulsive. Naturally, Shinshojia wished to avoid contact with such a disgusting substance, incinerating the projectiles with a fireball jutsu, reducing them to fragments that fell to the ground. How infuriating. You can breathe fire too. This means you are also a power user. Mad exclaimed, realizing the predicament he was in. The flames posed a significant threat to his abilities, as scorched mud would merely turn to dirt, losing its effectiveness. Moreover, if subjected to fire, he would perish, as the moisture in his body would evaporate, leaving him a mere husk. Swamp hell. Mad thrust his hands into the ground, rapidly infusing it with mud, conjuring a 10-meter-wide swamp that steadily expanded, causing anything above it to sink. Is this all you've got? Shinshojia stood on a large rock that was slowly sinking, glancing at Mad with disdain. Humph. Once you fall into my swamp, let us see if you'll still be so brazen. Shinshojia shook his head, leaping off the stone to stand firmly on the surface of the swamp, strolling towards Mad intended to mock Shinshojia for jumping off the rock. But upon witnessing this scene, he was left in shock and confusion. How is this possible? How can you not sink into my swamp hell? Mad roared incredulously. What follows will be even more astonishing. Allow me to demonstrate. Shinshojia approached Mad, wielding Sangtian, directing it at one of Mad's arms. Channeling his lightning chakra into the blade, and with a swift motion, severed an arm, sending it flying. Ah, impossible. How could you injure me? A user of the mud fruit, with a blade? This cannot be. Mad screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb as he collapsed to the ground. Alas, foolish child. Did you truly believe that consuming a natural fruit would render you invincible? There are myriad ways to harm a natural fruit user. It seems you are simply ignorant of them. Shinshojia shook his head, not blaming Mad for his naivety. Haki is a concept known only in the New World. It is scarcely seen in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone in the other seas. Furthermore, his chakra had now proven to have the same effect as Haki, meaning they need not specifically learn Haki. After all, both are merely manifestations of physical energy. Hence, if Haki can affect natural fruit users, so too can chakra. However, those with the opportunity to learn Haki should still do so, apart from Conqueror's Haki, which awakens through personal realization. Both observation Haki and armament Haki can be learned, especially observation Haki, for not every ninja is a sensory type. Mastering it would enable any ninja to become a sensory type. Well then, I have conducted all the experiments I desired upon you. Now, please meet your end. Shinshojia pressed his blade against Mad's throat. Wait. Do not kill me. I can become your subordinate, and all my treasures will be yours. I beg you, spare my life. Mad pleaded desperately. I have no need for that, and by killing you, your treasures will become mine, as will your bounty. Chun Shiojia replied without hesitation. No, no, no. I beg you, do not kill me. I must not die. Mad continued to plead, but as he covered his chest with his hand, it began to writhe. Dark, gun-like muzzles slowly emerged, along with a massive cannon barrel. In the next moment, he let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by multiple gunshots. And a cannonball shot forth, striking Chun Shiojia with great force, enveloping the area in smoke. Ha ha, fool, you have still fallen to my hand. Ha ha, worthless bounty hunter. Mad cackled, believing he had succeeded in taking Chun Shiojia's life, despite his severed arm. Ha ha, in the end, I have triumphed. But as Mad continued to laugh, a sharp blade pierced through his heart. Struggling to turn around, Mad gazed in disbelief at Chun Shiojia, who had appeared behind him. How is this possible? I clearly saw you. Are you certain of what you witnessed? Fool, take a closer look. Chun Shiojia said with a wicked gleam in his eye. How can this be? Mad glanced back at the Chun Shiojia he had struck, only to find a pile of shattered wood where he once stood. In the next life, one should refrain from laughing too boisterously until one is certain of the opponent's demise, for such folly may render one rather foolish. Chun Shiojia abruptly drew forth Song Ting and coldly declared, You, Mada, have fallen to the ground, struggling for a moment before reluctantly drawing your last breath. Simultaneously, Kakashi pierced through Sandra's feline head with a raikiri. As Kakashi withdrew his hand, Sandra, who had transformed into a large cat, gradually reverted to her human form, though the massive void in her head rendered her identity somewhat indistinguishable. Ultimately, it was our Princess Tsunade who brought the battle to a close. It must be said that the honey badger fruit had granted Rengar exceptional resilience. He served as a perfect punching bag, enduring numerous blows from Tsunade before finally succumbing. The battlefield was littered with great craters, all created by Rengar's body. Indeed, his demise was the most tragic, resembling a mere pulp. Were it not for the intactness of his skull, one would scarcely recognize him as Rengar. Upon witnessing the resolution of Mada and his associates, the pirate minions hastily began to flee, each wishing for an extra pair of legs, yet they gravely overestimated their ability to escape. None could evade the bloody onslaught of Konoha, with Chun Shiojia himself descending into the fray, dispatching foes with a swift stroke, claiming the final heads. Chapter 37. A bounty of 7.5 billion. Awaiting opportunity. Chun Shiojia, you truly annihilated all the pirates on this island. You are immensely powerful, exclaimed Alice as she disembarked from the Konoha Maru. She had arrived on their ship that morning, intending to persuade them otherwise. But Chun Shiojia had insisted she stay to witness a grand spectacle. Realizing her attempts to dissuade him were futile, Alice remained, contemplating lending her aid against the pirates, even if it meant perishing on the battlefield. Yet, upon witnessing how effortlessly Chun Shiojia and his companions dispatched so many foes, she comprehended the absurdity of her previous thoughts. I told you not to worry. These misfits are easily dealt with, Chun Shiojia remarked while searching for the corpses of bountied pirates. Meanwhile, Yamato had dispatched Naruto and the others to scavenge the treasures of the vanquished pirates, though he suspected there was little to find. He reasoned that even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. By the way, who lost earlier? Chun Shiojia mused as he searched. It seems it was Lady Tsunade, Kakashi replied, casually perusing the last volume of Isekai'd Paradise left behind by Jiraiya. Oh, is that so, little Tsunade? Chun Shiojia glanced at Tsunade, grinning. Humph. It was merely a cleanup duty. I accept my defeat. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression slightly defiant. However, it was true she had arrived a tad late, missing the chance to surpass Kakashi. Despite his tendency to be tardy, he transformed into a master of punctuality when it mattered most. Do not fret, Tsunade. I shall accompany you, Chun Shiojia promptly offered, eager to appease her. Humph. I do not require your assistance. Tsunade huffed, her cheeks puffing adorably as she snorted in irritation, reminiscent of a small kitten deprived of its fish treat. Oh, little Tsunade, your anger is utterly charming. Chun Shiojia approached her, unable to resist gently poking her cheek. Tsunade, already somewhat vexed, shot him a glare. I cannot endure this cuteness. My heart may burst. Chun Shiojia dramatically clutched his chest, feigning distress. Uffed. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, though she quickly remembered her indignation deliberately maintaining a stern expression, ignoring him. All right, little Tsunade, cease your fuming. I shall assist with the cleanup, I promise. Chun Shoji took her delicate hand gently. This is what you promised. Tsunade, finding a way to relent, glanced at Chun Shoji and tightened her grip, though her strength was a tad excessive, causing his face to twitch. Rest assured, I always keep my word, Chun Shoji assured, his voice slightly trembling, yet smiling through it all, as he led Tsunade toward the Konoha Maru, leaving Kakashi and Itachi exchanging glances. Wow, is love truly this complicated? Jiraiya's novels did not depict it this way, Kakashi remarked, observing Chun Shoji and Tsunade retreating. It does appear a bit troublesome, Itachi instinctively chimed in. However, I have never seen Lady Tsunade in such a light. It contrasts greatly with my previous impressions, Kakashi continued. What was your impression of Lady Tsunade? Itachi's curiosity piqued. Self-reliant, responsible, composed in the face of adversity, possessing a big heart, but lacking the demeanor of a delicate woman, Kakashi contemplated before responding. Lady Tsunade must be of considerable age. Then, Itachi noted. Well, she is probably in her 50s, yet Lady Tsunade has mastered the art of maintaining her youthful appearance. She resembles her current self quite closely. Kakashi mused. The Lady Tsunade we see now appears to be in her 20s, Itachi observed. The two exchanged knowing glances, as if coming to a realization. Indeed, only through enduring experiences and the passage of time does one attain maturity. Before long, Yamato and the others returned, and as anticipated, they had uncovered scant treasures, nearly 5 million in total from the collection of several ships. Not to worry, the bulk of the wealth lies in their bounties. What can be salvaged from the ships is merely supplementary, Chun Shoji remarked nonchalantly, for he had anticipated this. Nonetheless, the bounty amassed from this skirmish was substantial. Mada's bounty stood at 50 million berries, his first mate Sandra at 22 million, the blood puppet Dolan at 30 million, Rengar at 29 million, and a dozen others around 10 million, totaling a staggering 2.5 billion. Coupled with the bounties they had gradually accumulated over the past month, they now boasted a grand total of 7.5 billion berries, reinvigorating Chun Shoji's previously depleted purse. I entrust the collection of these pirate bounties to you, Alice. Chun Shoji handed over the neatly arranged pirate corpses to Alice, who had been assisting him with bounty exchanges since their last encounter. As he wished to avoid the Navy for now. Not a problem, I shall set off at once. This news is too significant to delay, Alice replied, eager to relay the information personally. Now that we have dealt with all the pirates, I declare a bounty of 10 million berries for each of you. Chun Shoji announced grandly, distributing a fortune. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Lord Shoji. The crew cheered, and given the day's momentous events, they resolved to continue the evening with a celebration. Yes. By the way, Naruto, go fetch Captain Mont-Blanc Kurikai. Let us gather together. Chun Shoji instructed. Understood, Brother Shoji. I shall be swift. Mont-Blanc Kurikai, the descendant of Norland who guided Luffy and his crew to Skypiea, was someone Chun Shoji had not overlooked in his quest upon arriving at Gaio Island. After all, he was the one most knowledgeable about the timing of the ascending currents and which eruption was the most opportune. Upon learning that Chun Shoji intended to journey to Skypiea, Mont-Blanc Kurikai agreed to assist him, having reinforced Chun Shoji's ship and crafted foldable wings during this time. In his speculation, Chun Shoji estimated that he and his companions would need to wait approximately another 2 months. With a month already passed, it implied that by the end of this month, they would have a prime opportunity for an eruption aided by ascending ocean currents, making it the perfect time to ascend to Sky Island. Upon learning that Chun Shoji was clearing out the pirates from this island, Mont-Blanc Kurikai expressed immense admiration for him, promptly offering their assistance in times of difficulty. Although Chun Shoji did not require their help, such gestures fostered a bond of friendship, leading him to invite them to join in festivities from time to time. Before long, Naruto and Mont-Blanc Kurikai arrived with their allied forces from the Monkey Mountain. Chun Shoji, you truly made a grand achievement today by vanquishing so many pirates. Mont-Blanc Kurikai exclaimed upon arrival. It's a minor affair. Tonight we celebrate and shall not return until we are inebriated. Chun Shoji laughed heartily. Indeed, we shall not return until we are inebriated. With everyone's collaborative efforts, the party preparations were swiftly completed, and at Chun Shoji's command, the festivities commenced. The joyous moments of the celebration passed all too quickly, and soon it was the following morning. Alice arrived bearing the bounty that belonged to Shinsho. The Navy headquarters, upon hearing that Shinsho had indeed cleared out Gaia Island, was astonished and promptly ordered Major Logan, stationed at the G8 base, to deploy forces on Gaia Island, transforming this previously lawless territory into a Navy-protected island. Thus, 3 warships anchored alongside Shinsho's vessel. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shinsho. I am Major Logan. Upon arrival, Major Logan sought out Shinsho as a representative of the Navy headquarters to extend their gratitude for his remarkable actions. Had the Navy undertaken the task of clearing Gaia Island themselves, they would have likely suffered considerable casualties without the guarantee of capturing all the pirates. Hence, the Navy headquarters wished to inquire if Captain Shinsho would consider joining the Navy. If you were to join, you could attain the rank of Navy Colonel immediately, and your crew would remain intact, accompanying you into the Navy. Logan, a courteous Navy officer, recognized that Shinsho's prowess likely exceeded initial perceptions. According to Alice, Shinsho and his companions effortlessly dispatched Mad and his crew, who was a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Although Logan was aware that there existed means to harm natural-type devil fruit users, he himself possessed such knowledge, leading him to suspect that Shinsho might possess Haki, an ability known only to those in the New World. It was a mystery how Shinsho acquired such skills, especially since Logan, a mere major, had only just begun to grasp the concepts, let alone apply them in combat. Apologies, Logan, but we do not wish to join the Navy, Shinsho politely declined, noting that this marked the 3rd attempt by the Navy to enlist them. Very well, that is indeed unfortunate. Here is your bounty, please accept it. Thank you. Shinsho accepted the box without inspecting its contents, trusting the Navy would not engage in deceit in such matters, as it served no purpose. All right, Captain Shinsho, we shall meet again. We must attend to our duties now. Understood, I shall not see you off. Goodbye. After seeing off the Navy, Shinsho found himself at leisure. With no pirates to hunt recently, they had acquired a vacation of approximately 15 days. After working diligently for so long, it was time to rest. As for drawing cards, should he wait a bit longer? Perhaps he should save up to 20 billion and draw from the S-rank card pool for S-rank ninjas. A bit of a dilemma. Shinsho pondered over his amassed wealth. Apart from the bonuses allocated to Kakashi and the others, he retained 50 million for supplies aboard the ship. This meant he currently possessed 600 million berries available for recharge. The question was whether to draw from the A-rank card pool or to save for the S-rank pool. He found himself indecisive. Perhaps I should save up. It would be ideal to test the S-rank pool. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to accumulate resources, for he was not particularly in need of combat power at the moment, and thus it would be prudent to save for a chance at the S-rank lottery. A long-awaited holiday. How should it be spent? Perhaps he could ask Tsunade out on a date tomorrow? Chapter 38, A Unique Date. Missed opportunities. Gaia Island now thrived with vibrant scenes. The Navy diligently constructed a new naval base, while the island's inhabitants enjoyed a respite from the pirates. This newfound tranquility felt somewhat foreign to the residents, yet they believed that soon enough, their home would resemble other peaceful islands. Tsunade had accepted Shinsho's invitation for a date, yet her vision for this outing diverged from what Shinsho had in mind. Early in the morning, she led him to a secluded valley, adorned with breathtaking scenery and the sweet melodies of birds, a perfect spot for a picnic. Though they were not there for such a purpose, what Tsunade desired was straightforward. She wanted Shinsho to serve as her sparring partner. Shinsho had envisioned a romantic stroll hand-in-hand along Gaia Island's beach, followed by a delightful meal and a visit to the casino Tsunade had longed to explore. Yet, now he found himself dragged into a training session, a testament to how her last gambling defeat had affected her, despite her unfortunate luck at games of chance. As Tsunade's boyfriend, all he needed to do was accompany her in whatever she wished. The key was Tsunade's willingness. As long as she was eager, he would face any challenge, undeterred. Tsunade, shall we focus solely on a physical match today? Shinsho proposed, observing her warming up on the opposite side. Absolutely. It's an excellent opportunity for me to assess your chakra control, she replied. As Shinsho's girlfriend, Tsunade was privy to many of his secrets, including the existence of the system. However, even Naruto, with his notorious tendency to gossip, would not divulge this secret to others. Thus, Shinsho had not concealed much, sharing only with Tsunade. Moreover, The characters he drew were not incapable of self-training to grow stronger. For ninjas who did not rely on specific states to enhance their abilities, progression was indeed feasible, as it was a gradual process of growth. However, for those who depended on momentarily activating certain states to amplify their power, they would lose the ability to learn those techniques. Take Lee, for instance. When Chun Shio-jie first drew him, Lee transitioned from a ninja capable of opening 5 gates to being restricted to only 2 gates due to the system. Though he attempted to break through his limits, he seemed to have lost the capacity to unlock the 3rd gate. The system provided an explanation. It restricted the ability to forcibly surpass limits through sheer determination. At the time, Lee was merely a C-rank ninja, and his upper limit allowed him to open only the 2nd gate. This was all designed to encourage Chun Shio-jie to spend more, to draw more cards. Otherwise, if he drew a C-rank Naruto and released his seal to unleash the 9 tails, allowing it to fight in his stead, it would mean that Chun Shio-jie had gained an S-rank ally for the price of a C-rank ninja. The system would never permit such loopholes to acquire powerful ninjas. One must invest and draw accordingly. There was no opportunity for shortcuts, not even a glimmer of possibility. Xiaoli's aspiration to unlock the 5th door of the Du Min necessitates waiting for Chun Shio-jie to draw a card that embodies the essence of unlocking this door. Fusion is the only path forward. In contrast, characters like Tsunade face no such constraints. Even if Tsunade activates the Byakugan technique, it merely grants her an additional ability of unmarked regeneration, allowing her to endure more blows without transcending her power tier. Furthermore, Chun Shio-jie has inquired with the system, discovering that Tsunade possesses A-grade cards available for selection, with the only divergence from her current B-grade self being the magnitude of chakra and her experience level. Hence, Tsunade can enhance herself through diligent training, which leans more towards combat experience and mastery over her own body. I am ready. Tsunade, here I come. With that declaration, Tsunade surged forward, leaping high into the air, her right leg raised as she gathered strength for a powerful downward strike. The ground where Chun Shio-jie had stood moments before immediately caved in several meters, leaving behind a massive crater with shattered stones scattered about. Hey, Tsunade, is such force really necessary? Chun Shio-jie, sensing the impending danger, swiftly dodged Tsunade's charged attack. Otherwise, that kick would have surely embedded him into the earth. Stop talking nonsense. Shio-jie, training requires one to give their all, especially when facing a stronger opponent. Tsunade, now in the crater, looked up at Chun Shio-jie with a faint smile. And in the next moment, she unleashed a punch aimed squarely at his face. Chun Shio-jie barely managed to lean away, but the tree behind him was not so fortunate, as Tsunade's punch shattered it in half. Whoa, that was close. Tsunade, are you trying to disfigure your boyfriend? Chun Shio-jie exclaimed, leaping backwards to distance himself, patting his chest in relief. Rest assured, with me as your medical ninja, even if you were to be disfigured, I could restore you. So keep going. Tsunade continued to throw punches at Chun Shio-jie, each strike causing the ground to tremble. The earth either formed craters or sent rocks flying, while Chun Shio-jie could only evade, too fearful to retaliate. Chun Shio-jie, are you even a man? Attack. Stop dodging. Or do you underestimate me, Tsunade? Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Tsunade taunted him. All right, Tsunade, I will strike. Chun Shio-jie realized that merely evading wasn't a form of training, and it was time to engage seriously. Here I come. Tsunade watched as Chun Shio-jie took his stance, excitedly throwing another punch. This time, Chun Shio-jie did not evade. He braced himself with both hands crossed over his chest and absorbed the blow, the ground beneath him yielding like soft tofu, leaving 2 deep impressions. Tsunade's onslaught did not relent. She continued her relentless barrage of punches, while Chun Shio-jie defended, occasionally countering with restrained strikes. Tsunade, growing more fervent with each blow, landed solid hits, pushing Chun Shio-jie to the brink of exhaustion. Chun Shio-jie, if you can defeat me, I will grant you a wish. So retaliate, do not just defend. Tsunade, noticing Chun Shio-jie's lack of fighting spirit, devised a plan. Really? Any wish? Chun Shio-jie's eyes lit up. It was not that he didn't want to fight back, as Tsunade was his girlfriend, making it hard for him to go all out. But with this tempting offer, his desire to win ignited. Of course. But it must be achieved using only taijutsu. Tsunade added a condition. Fine. Tsunade, watch out. Chun Shio-jie's gaze shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, he executed a high whip kick towards Tsunade's head. Though Tsunade sensed the incoming attack and prepared to defend, she was still propelled away by the sheer force of Chun Shiojia's kick. Adjusting her posture midair, she charged back at him, delivering a powerful downward kick. This time, Chun Shiojia did not evade. Instead, he blocked the strike, seizing her ankle and forcefully throwing her towards a nearby tree, following up with a punch. Boom! The tree collapsed with a resounding crash, while Tsunade, struck, transformed into a wooden stump, having utilized the substitution technique at the moment of impact. Tsunade suddenly appeared behind Chun Shiojia, delivering a kick to him. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped them. Tsunade's kick met only air as Chun Shiojia had evaded using his own substitution technique. While Tsunade surveyed her surroundings in search of Chun Shiojia, he suddenly materialized behind her, locking her in a hold by crossing his arms beneath her armpits, immobilizing her securely. By the time Tsunade realized what had happened, it was too late, trapped. She struggled in vain, ultimately having to concede defeat. All right, Xiaojia, I admit defeat. Please let me go. Oh, you concede, Xiao Tsunade? Chun Shiojia whispered close to her ear, their position becoming intimately close. Tsunade's ears flushed crimson, and after a futile struggle, she sighed in resignation. Yes, I concede. So can you let me go now? And what about the promise you made? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. I am not like some people. Tsunade replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Hey, I didn't. Chun Shiojia began, but as he loosened his grip, he did not release Tsunade entirely. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist, defending his stance. Who was it last time that rolled the dice and promised not to use the Byakugan, only to do so secretly? Tsunade's irritation resurfaced, prompting her to attempt to break free from his embrace. Yet Chun Shiojia knew he could not let go just yet, holding her tightly as he defended himself. I didn't mean to do it last time. It was an accident, and anyway, didn't I admit defeat afterward? Enough. Let me go? Tsunade huffed. Shall I release you? But you must not renege on your promise? Chun Shiojia inquired cautiously. If you don't let go, I will renege. Tsunade shot him a warning glance. All right, I'm sorry. Chun Shiojia immediately released his hold, adopting an innocent demeanor. It is not impossible for me to agree to your request. However, Tsunade turned to face him, lightly tapping his nose with her finger. You may not make any excessive demands. I want to go to the casino in town. Blushing, Tsunade voiced her request, fearing Chun Shiojia might ask for something outrageous. Additionally, she had not visited the casino in a while, and her gambling instincts were itching. Xiao Tsunade, what do you take me for? Am I that impatient of a man? Chun Shiojia replied, feigning shock, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, knowing there would be ample time in the future. Really? Tsunade regarded him skeptically. Indeed. I swear. Chun Shiojia nearly pledged an oath. Is that so? What a pity. I was going to say that if someone wanted, I could help him in a different way, but it seems he is not interested. Forget it. Tsunade feigned regret, turning to head towards the direction of the Konoha Maru. Wait. Xiao Tsunade, don't do this. Are you trying to corner me? Can I not change my mind? Chun Shiojia cried out, trailing after her in desperation. Once missed. It is truly missed. Please, I can accompany you to the casino 2 more times. 3 times. And I will cover the expenses. 5 times is out of the question. Dream on. Don't. Chapter 39. Enchanting Atmosphere. Unexpected visitor Carp. A week had passed since Tsunade and Chun Shiojia had their sparring session, and the day of their departure for Sky Island was drawing nearer. Today, Tsunade finally consented to fulfill the promise she made after losing to Chun Shiojia. Initially, that night, Chun Shiojia had hoped for her to uphold her commitment, but Tsunade, claiming to be injured, postponed it, stating she would consider it when she felt better. This left Chun Shiojia lamenting her lack of integrity, while Tsunade merely stuck her tongue out at him before retreating to her room. In the days that followed, Chun Shiojia persistently nagged Tsunade to honor her pledge. Ultimately, Tsunade, overwhelmed by his insistence, reluctantly agreed. The moment she acquiesced, she sensed a twinge of foreboding. Yet there was no turning back. A promise is a promise. Chun Shiojia revealed his carefully contemplated request. He wanted Tsunade to don a maid outfit and serve him for a day. Tsunade, initially unaware of what the attire entailed, blushed furiously upon seeing the outfit Chun Shiojia had prepared. She chased after him, playfully hitting him, but eventually, under his pleading gaze, she donned the outfit. As Tsunade emerged dressed in the black and white maid ensemble, Chun Shiojia's eyes transformed into 2 pulsating hearts. She wore a short skirt that accentuated her figure, complemented by a matching headband and golden pigtails. The low-cut dress showcased her alluring curves, nearly captivating Chun Shoujia entirely. Her fair, smooth legs were adorned with thigh-high white stockings, embellished with delicate black lace, creating an irresistible sight. The ensemble was completed with black high-heeled shoes, stirring within Chun Shoujia an overwhelming desire to admire her beauty. She looked utterly enchanting. He could not bear the thought of anyone else laying eyes on her. "Come, let us retreat to my room," he exclaimed, his possessiveness flaring up. "Shoujia, do I have to wear this? It feels rather awkward," Tsunade said shyly upon being pulled into the room. She was unaccustomed to such attire, typically favoring practicality for missions. "Just for a little while, please," Chun Shoujia implored, unwilling to let her change so soon. "Fine, but just for a moment. And keep your hands to yourself." Tsunade finally relented, though she felt an impulse to retaliate against his roguishness. You're the best, Shao Tsunade. Just a little touch. I promise." Chun Shoujia persisted, undeterred by her protests. "Enough. Where do you think you're touching? Are you looking for a fight?" Tsunade glared at Chun Shoujia, feeling exasperated. However, she knew very well the man she had chosen as her boyfriend, even if he could be a bit too forward at times. In a sudden motion, Chun Shoujia lifted Tsunade and gently placed her on the bed, his hands gliding over her smooth thighs, causing her cheeks to flush. "Stop. That tickles," she exclaimed, only for him to shift his hands to her waist, holding her close as he gazed into her evasive eyes. Encouraged by the ambience, Tsunade had even applied a light touch of makeup, and her alluring red lips proved irresistible to Chun Shoujia, who could no longer contain himself and kissed her passionately. For a brief moment, Tsunade was taken aback, but soon she wrapped her arms around him, responding to his fervor. After a long, tender kiss, they parted breathlessly. "My other self hasn't departed yet," Tsunade remarked shyly, unable to meet Chun Shoujia's gaze. "Don't worry, there will be more opportunities. I'm not in a rush. After all, I've already chosen you, Tsunade. You are the one for me," he assured her. "What's wrong, Shoujia?" she inquired softly. "You are truly beautiful. I adore you," Chun Shoujia expressed earnestly. "I feel the same, Shoujia. I adore you too," Tsunade replied, her eyes shimmering with affection as they drew close again for another intimate kiss, lasting 5 minutes. Just as Chun Shoujia contemplated further mischief, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. "Shoujia-daran, a battleship has arrived, and their commander requests an audience with you," Niji's voice called from outside, causing both Chun Shoujia and Tsunade to panic momentarily as they hastily composed themselves. "Who dares to interrupt me at such a time?" Chun Shoujia grumbled, his voice filled with irritation. "They say he is a vice admiral, and I saw him wearing a dog-headed hat, but I'm not sure who that is," Niji continued. A flash of realization struck Chun Shoujia. Could it be him? "Very well, Niji, inform them that I shall be there shortly." Despite his annoyance, the prospect of meeting the notable figure prompted him to comply. "Sorry, Tsunade, but it seems I must step out. A high-ranking naval officer has arrived," he said apologetically as he turned to her. "It's fine. If it's a big deal, you should go," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. She wasn't the type to be petty. After all, Chun Shoujia wouldn't be going anywhere. "Will you wait for me here? Or join me in meeting this vice admiral?" he asked. "Let us go together. I'm curious to see this important figure you speak of," Tsunade decided after a moment of contemplation. Chun Shoujia pointed out her outfit, and Tsunade, blushing, quickly returned to her room to change. Thankfully, Chun Shoujia's room had direct access to hers, and soon she emerged in her usual attire, ready to accompany him. Upon reaching the deck, Chun Shoujia spotted a robust figure standing at the ship's bow, clad in a coat emblazoned with the word justice and wearing a dog-headed hat. It was indeed him. Chun Shoujia thought to himself, "I didn't expect to see Vice Admiral Karp. What an honor," he exclaimed as he approached, extending his right hand in greeting. However, the figure remained unmoving, neither speaking nor acknowledging Chun Shoujia's gesture, leading to an awkward silence. "Hey, old man, can't you hear? My brother Shoujia is greeting you." Naruto's displeasure shattered the stillness. "Silence, Naruto," Kakashi admonished, though his gaze towards Karp was tinged with discontent. After all, Chun Shoujia was their captain and had led them to this world. Karp's behavior could be perceived as a provocation. Karp remained unyielding, and Chun Shoujia did not withdraw his hand. "Hey, you old man," Naruto fumed, ready to charge forward, but Kakashi restrained him. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind Karp raised their weapons, aiming at Chun Shoujia and his companions, while Sasuke, Niji and others assumed defensive stances. The atmosphere became tense, charged with impending conflict. Suddenly, a loud snore shattered the stillness of the atmosphere, prompting everyone to search for its source. Eventually, they discovered that the sound emanated from the direction of Chun Shojia and Carp. Chun Shojia stood frozen in place, his right hand still extended. And since he had just finished speaking, it was clear that the snoring could not have originated from him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Carp, who had somehow fallen asleep while standing. Chun Shojia twitched his mouth in disbelief. Truly, he was Luffy's grandfather, unreliable at the most inconvenient times. They had almost come to blows, and here he was, soundly asleep. Both the Navy and Chun Shojia found Carp's antics utterly bewildering. "Hey, wake up, Vice Admiral Carp," Chun Shojia shouted, hoping to rouse the old man who could sleep anywhere. "Huh, I'm awake. Oh no, I fell asleep again." Carp suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had dozed off. "You are Carp?" he asked, looking at the young man before him with confusion. "Weren't you supposed to meet me? I am Chun Shojia, the captain of the Bloody Leaf Hunter Corps." A few black lines appeared on Chun Shojia's forehead, yet he patiently explained. "Oh, I remember. You're the one who wiped out all the pirates on Gaia Island. Ha ha ha, you're quite impressive. How about joining the Navy?" Carp bellowed with laughter, finally recalling the purpose of his visit, eager to recruit Chun Shojia. "No, thank you. I prefer my current situation." Chun Shojia decisively rejected him, marking the fourth time he had declined an invitation from the Navy. "Why doesn't anyone want to join the Navy?" Carp asked, feigning hurt. "For no particular reason. I simply don't wish to, and joining the Navy means sacrificing my freedom. I dislike having someone overseeing me," Chun Shojia casually explained. "Well, it doesn't matter. If you don't want to join, then so be it." Carp laughed heartily, quickly dismissing the subject. "So, the illustrious Navy hero, Vice Admiral Carp, besides trying to recruit me, do you have any other business?" Chun Shojia inquired. "I was merely passing through, heard your story, and wanted to see what kind of person you are. If I could recruit you, that would be fantastic," Carp stated simply, wanting to meet the pirate who had slaughtered an entire island. "Oh, and what do you think of me?" Chun Shojia asked, curiosity piqued. "You? Just a man filled with ambition. The world is not lacking in people like you," Carp assessed, casting a glance at Chun Shojia. "In this era, those with power tend to have ambition, don't they?" Chun Shojia retorted. "Indeed, this era is like that. Well, I've seen you now. It's time for me to leave. I have tasks to attend to." Carp sighed, turning towards his ship, the Doghead battleship. "Kid, I hope you don't become a pirate. If you do, this sea might witness another emperor-level figure. I hope our paths do not cross." Carp's voice echoed from afar. "An emperor? That's an underestimation of my aspirations. My goals extend far beyond that," Chun Shojia murmured, watching Carp disappear into the distance. Chapter 40. The moment arrives. Preparing to depart for Sky Island, Carp had truly come merely to glimpse Chun Shojia, and after that, he left without any hesitation. Aside from Chun Shojia, the others were left utterly baffled by Carp's demeanor. Only Chun Shojia, having read the original story, understood him. It was no wonder Luffy inherited his grandfather's unpredictable nature. They both shared the same principles. Such individuals are easy to get along with and make for the best companions. However, Chun Shojia pondered whether Luffy had set sail yet. Calculating the time, it was now the end of the year 1519 in the sea calendar. In a week, it would be the new year, ushering in 1520, the year Luffy was meant to set sail. According to Chun Shojia's knowledge, Luffy was supposed to depart in May. But he wondered if his arrival as a time traveler might have influenced Luffy to embark earlier. 5 months. By then, I might have already reached the new world. Chun Shojia mused, stroking his chin. Yet, he resolved not to wait for Luffy. He had his own journey and pursuits, while Luffy had his own rhythm. If they did not meet here, perhaps they would in the future. The time spoken of by Mont Blanc Kurikai was drawing near, coinciding perfectly with the last day of the year. Chun Shojia and his crew had been idling on Gaia Island for almost half a month, and in a week, they would set sail once more. Because of his presence, no pirates had dared to approach Gaia Island, a fact reported in the newspapers by the Navy, which further elevated Chun Shojia's reputation to 3,500. As events continued to unfold, his renown only seemed to grow. Reaching a reputation of 3,000 granted Chun Shojia another spiritual beast, a blue serpent, a welcome addition. As of now, he had yet to summon them, primarily due to a lack of necessity. He anticipated that when his reputation reached 80,000, the system would reward him with a guardian crane. Yes, you read that correctly. 80,000 would yield a tailed beast. To acquire all the tailed beasts, one must enhance their reputation, making Chun Shoujia particularly invested in increasing his renown. Due to the knowledge that Chun Shoujia and his companions remained on Gaia Island, no pirates dared to approach. The few who did were terrified of being targeted by Chun Shoujia and his crew. Meanwhile, several formidable pirates sought to test their mettle against Chun Shoujia, eager to ascertain whether the rumors about him were true. However, the unique nature of the Grand Line, coupled with the Navy's blockade, rendered it impossible for them to turn back and confront Chun Shoujia. They could only hope for an opportunity to encounter him down the line. The week flew by, and soon it was the eve of Chun Shoujia's departure. Yet, he felt as though he had forgotten something significant, something important, but the details eluded him. How strange. What could it be? Chun Shoujia pondered, nibbling on roasted meat while stroking his chin. What's wrong, Shoujia? Tsunade, seated beside him, inquired. There's something vital, but I can't recall what it is. Chun Shoujia expressed his frustration to Tsunade. Mont Blanc Kurikai, overhearing his plight, approached and patted Chun Shoujia on the shoulder. Could it be that you're feeling anxious about heading to Sky Island tomorrow? He chuckled. How could that be? It's just Sky Island, Chun Shoujia replied dismissively. Ha. Don't worry, my friend. We've reinforced your ship perfectly. It will undoubtedly reach Sky Island intact. Furthermore, the location you're headed to is marked on the nautical charts. Mont Blanc Kurikai reassured him, but suddenly stopped, as if struck by a realization. Oh no, I remember now. There's something you must do, and it's imperative. Mont Blanc Kurikai exclaimed in a flurry. What is it? You need to catch a bird identical to this one from the island's jungle. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the sea current point tomorrow. Mont Blanc Kurikai said, producing a golden sculpture of a bird, a south-south bird, known for its ability to point south. That's right. That's what I forgot. Chun Shoujia exclaimed, finally enlightened. How did you know? Mont Blanc Kurikai asked, puzzled. In a nautical journal I once perused, there was a vivid description of a bird that possesses an innate ability to guide, never erring in its direction. I pondered whether it might be worth capturing one to keep as a pet, remarked Chun Shoujia. Had you not reminded me, I would have nearly forgotten. All right, brothers. Let us set forth into the jungle to catch some birds. Chun Shoujia set down his skewers and called upon everyone to embark. In the dense forest, Chun Shoujia and his companions dispersed, each seeking the elusive Nan-Nanjian bird. From Meng Bulang Kolike, they learned that the Nan-Nanjian bird emits peculiar calls. Chun, Ningji, and Hinata activated their Byakugan, diligently scanning their surroundings, while Naruto, more direct in his approach, unleashed 1,000 shadow clones, charging into the thicket, his chakra abundant and his spirit unyielding. Eureka! Hinata was the first to spot their quarry through her Byakugan. Naruto, it's perched on that tree at your 10 o'clock. Naruto, who was maneuvering alongside Hinata, sprang into action upon hearing her cue, sprinting toward the tree and, upon raising his gaze, beheld the Nan-Nanjian bird. Yosh! I shall capture you now, Naruto exclaimed with glee as he lunged toward the bird. However, the Nan-Nanjian was no fool. Upon sensing Naruto's approach, it swiftly flapped its wings and fled, leaving Naruto to stumble, inadvertently snapping a branch and tumbling down. Chirp! The Nan-Nanjian flapped its wings, emitting a mocking, human-like laugh, deriding Naruto's overconfidence. Cursed bird! I shall capture you! Enraged, Naruto bellowed, pursuing the taunting creature. Meanwhile, the scattered shadow clones rushed to encircle the Nan-Nanjian from all sides. Chirp! As the Nan-Nanjian continued its taunts, it remained blissfully unaware of the multitude of Naruto's closing in. In the next moment, it was caught by a shadow clone that sprang from the shadows. You thought you could escape? Naruto rejoiced as he secured the Nan-Nanjian and returned to camp with Hinata, where the others had also gathered upon hearing of his success. What do you think, Sasuke? Am I impressive? Naruto could not resist flaunting his achievement before Sasuke. TCH, it's just a bird. Had I encountered one, I would have captured it too, Sasuke scoffed, feeling slightly unlucky for not having crossed paths with any. Humph, Hinata and I make the most formidable duo. You're just too inept, Sasuke. Naruto was eager to share the credit, acknowledging that without Hinata's keen eyes, he would not have succeeded. Naruto-kun. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson at this moment, feeling as though she might faint. Well, this is a stroke of good fortune. Everything now hinges on tomorrow. Chun Shoujia mused. feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he gazed at the captured Nanjian. The afternoon of the next day soon arrived, and Chun Shojia and his comrades aboard the Konoha Maru, along with the Sara Mountain Allied forces, advanced toward the site where an upsurge of ocean currents was anticipated. Suddenly, a dark cloud, reminiscent of a cauldron's bottom, loomed in the sky. Chun Shojia, do you see that enormous cumulonimbus ahead? It heralds the imminent eruption of the upsurge, exclaimed the monkey man. Oh, the sky has turned ominously dark. Kakashi observed the distant heavens, feeling the weight of nature's majesty, realizing humanity's fragility in the face of such phenomena. Report. The direction of the current has been determined. At 3 o'clock, a massive whirlpool is forming. Good. All hands. Turn the ship towards 3 o'clock, swiftly. In an instant, the sky darkened further, and the once calm sea became tumultuous, waves crashing toward Chun Shoujia's vessel. Hurry. We must advance against the waves. Otherwise, we shall be too late. Quick. This is a precursor to the eruption, and the winds and waves are intensifying, revealing a vast whirlpool on the surface. That colossal whirlpool resembled an eye of the deep sea, immense and formidable, with Chun Shoujia's ship appearing as a mere insignificant insect within it. Chun Shoujia, you must navigate with the current until you reach the whirlpool's center. Our escort ends here. Safe travels. The monkey and gorilla bid farewell. Oh, thank you. We shall meet again. Chun Shoujia waved, and the crew followed suit. Farewell, Uncle Gorilla. Naruto shouted, having frequently visited Mangbulang Kulike and listened to their tales of Norland, moved by their spirit, and firmly believing in the existence of the land of gold and the golden bell. Rest assured, Naruto, I shall accompany you in the quest for the land of gold they speak of, Chun Shoujiya declared, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's head. Indeed, I trust you, Brother Shoujiya. The Konoha Maru began to glide along the current, gaining speed, akin to an object in a washing machine, drawn toward the abyssal center of the whirlpool. Wow, this is exhilarating, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stood at the ship's railing, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the whirlpool. Exercise caution. Should you fall in here, you would truly vanish without a trace. Chun Shoujiya cautioned. Understood, Brother Shoujiya. Naruto, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly jumped down from the railing and steadied himself on the deck. At last, the Konoha Maru was entirely engulfed by the whirlpool, yet they inexplicably emerged into a tranquil sea. The whirlpool has vanished? Naruto searched his surroundings. It's true, the whirlpool has disappeared. Ningxi confirmed. Attention, the eruption is imminent. Everyone, grasp the ship tightly with your chakra, Chun Shoujiya shouted. In the next moment, the sea surface began to rise slightly, and their vessel ascended with it. The crew waited in anticipation, and as the ship swayed gently, the sea suddenly erupted. Boom! A colossal pillar of water shot skyward, and the sea surged violently, pushing the Sara Mountain Allied forces' ship backward, while nearby Gaia Island trembled from the force of the impact. Wishing you safe travels. Mont Blanc Kalike observed the soaring water column from Gaia Island, his thoughts racing. The Konoha Maru soared with the current, ascending steadily under Chun Shoujia's command, setting sail toward the Sky Island. Chapter 41. Lost and unfortunate Chun Shoujia, the Konoha Maru traversed through the thick clouds propelled by the rising current. Forewarned by Chun Shoujiya, everyone held their breath in anticipation of breaking through the cloud cover. With a puff, the Konoha Maru finally emerged above the clouds, arriving in the White Sea, where the surface exhibited unusual characteristics, surrounded by a sea of white mist. Well, we have reached the periphery of the Sky Island. Do take heed, as the air here is thin, and we may need to acclimate. Some jutsu may not be as easily executed as they were in the Blue Sea, Chun Shoujiya explained, observing the surrounding white expanse. Indeed, the air here is quite sparse. Fire techniques may not prove as effective as anticipated, and earth techniques might be rendered futile due to the absence of solid ground. Other elemental techniques should remain unaffected. Itachi took a few deep breaths, recognizing the peculiarities of this realm, quickly deducing which techniques might be impacted and sharing his insights with the group. It's not a significant issue. We merely need to adapt, and soon our physical capabilities will return to their former state, Chun Shoujiya reassured them. So this means Sasuke's fire techniques are weakened? How splendid. Let us see how you measure up against me now. Naruto's thought process is indeed unique. His first instinct is not anything else but to compete with Sasuke. Foolish Naruto, even without fire style, I am still stronger than you. Sasuke shot a disdainful glance at Naruto as he spoke. Humph, we'll see about that, Naruto retorted, dismissing Sasuke's comment. Observing the antics of these two, Chun Shojia and his companions couldn't help but smile indulgently. Competition is a good thing, as it fosters motivation, and they would not interfere with such inconsequential rivalries. The group engaged in some warm-up exercises aboard the ship to help their bodies quickly acclimatize to the thin air of this new environment, ensuring they would not be adversely affected. Before long, everyone had adjusted, and their physical discomfort upon arrival had diminished. However, since Chun Shojia and his team were not following the recorded navigation route, upon reaching the White Sea, they found themselves completely directionless. The path after Gaia Island did not lead them to the Sky Island, but rather to another island. Nevertheless, they opted to head towards the Sky Island, meaning they would have to find their own way there, a matter left to chance. Fortunately, the south-south seeing bird could provide guidance. Otherwise, they might have truly lost their way in the vast whiteness of the White Sea, Chun Shojia remarked. What direction should we head in? Tsunade inquired, surveying the largely uniform environment. Let me take a closer look, Chun Shojia replied, activating his Byakugan. After acquiring Hinata's Byakugan bloodline, his long-distance vision had significantly improved, allowing him to see up to 2 kilometers away when fully exerted. However, as he scanned his surroundings, he found nothing but the endless expanse of white. A troubling premonition creeping into his mind. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed the change in Chun Shojia's expression, prompting Kakashi and the others to look over. How shall I put this? We might possibly be lost. Chun Shojia persisted in his observations, but once again, he found nothing. He turned, his expression somewhat awkward. What? The group exclaimed in unison. I meticulously examined the surroundings and found nothing that could serve as a landmark. Just white, more white, and nothing else. What should we do now? Naruto asked. We may have to take one step at a time. Let's initially head north as indicated by the south-south seeing bird. I will continue to observe closely along the way. Perhaps we will uncover our destination, Chun Shojia suggested, albeit with limited optimism. Let's proceed. Perhaps we might even encounter the indigenous people of this place, he added. The indigenous people? Here? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished at the idea of life existing in such an inhospitable region. Do not underestimate this place. There are indeed creatures here. Just as Chun Shojia finished his sentence, several enormous tentacles suddenly surged from the sea, aiming for the ship, Konoha Maru. Watch out, Sasuke warned, forming hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, vastly different in size from usual, materialized. Due to the thin air, the chakra that could normally produce a 5-meter wide fireball here only manifested as a 3-meter one. To conjure a 5-meter great fireball, he would need to amplify his chakra. Damn it. Sasuke realized that his habitual oversight had led to this critical error. He halted the chakra flow for the great fireball and was about to throw a few shuriken when Naruto, acting quickly, launched multiple kunai at the tentacle Sasuke had targeted. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who grinned, but within that smile lay an infuriating undertone. Sasuke scoffed, sheathing his shuriken. But the anticipated scene of the weapon embedding itself in flesh did not occur. With a loud bang, the tentacle exploded, akin to a balloon being punctured. The other tentacles that had been attacked met the same fate, bursting open like balloons upon impact. What just happened? The group looked at Chun Shojia, bewildered. He signaled to Choji to capture the octopus. Choji, using the partial expansion technique, easily captured the once massive octopus, which now resembled a deflated balloon. Its size reduced to that of a normal octopus. This is the sky fish. They have evolved to adapt to this environment, differing entirely from those in the blue sea. They can expand to enormous sizes like a balloon or flatten out as they are now. Chun Shojia explained, casually discarding the octopus afterward. Let us set off. The group began their journey northward, continually using the south-south seeing bird for direction. After 4 days of travel, they finally realized they had been going the wrong way. If they had continued north, they would have plummeted into the White Sea. Fortunately, Hinata had noticed this in advance, or they would have faced disaster. Reluctantly, they began to head back south. A week later, they reached the edge of the White Sea again, leaving everyone speechless. They had made a poor choice the first time, which was somewhat forgivable, but to make the wrong choice a second time when they had 3 options was maddening. This time, with only 2 options. I believe we cannot be so unlucky. I choose west. Does anyone have any objections? Chun Shojia, undaunted, sought the group's opinions, having made the wrong choices previously. So, which way is west? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. Idiot. It's that way. Sasuke punched Naruto on the back of the head, causing tears to spring to Naruto's eyes. Kara, you jerk Sasuke, do you want to fight? I have no choice. You're just too foolish. Ah, I will kill you, Sasuke. With that, the two began to tussle once more. If there are no objections, let's sail west. Shoujo disregarded the bickering duo, seeing no dissent from the others. The Konoha Maru set sail once more, heading westward. A week later, unsurprisingly, they once again chose the wrong direction, further proving Shoujo's unfortunate luck. They had somehow erred once more in a simple two-choice scenario. Ah, oh heavens, is this intentional? Shoujo shouted at the sky. Last time, I choose east. This time there will be no mistake. Tsunade, upon hearing this, developed several vein marks on her forehead and punched Shoujo, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin. You fool, Shoujo. How can you still say that? If you've erred in north, south, and west, what remains but east? Was it necessary for you to state that? Shoujo whimpered, holding his head, looking at Tsunade with tearful eyes. Little Jia, your luck is truly unparalleled. Surely you haven't been cursed? Yamato remarked, standing beside Kakashi with an odd tone. Is that so? I hope not, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, glancing at Yamato. I too suspect the captain may be cursed. After all, not everyone can be wrong 3 times, Itachi added. His luck is indeed abysmal, especially concerning directional choices. Remember our last journey to Gaia Island? Whenever Shoujo chose a direction, it either resulted in monstrous waves, thunderous storms, or hordes of sea kings. Are such encounters commonplace for ordinary folk? Yamato recalled their previous voyage. Well, your reasoning holds merit, but Shoujo is our navigator and captain. He chooses the direction, and we must follow, Kakashi mused, acknowledging the point, yet lamenting that since Shoujo was both captain and navigator, the crew was bound to his decisions for navigation. Indeed, Sai? Only time will tell if Shoujo will choose the right path next time, sighed Day helplessly. Rest assured, Shoujo is quite reliable, Kakashi reassured him with a smile. Though luck has not favored him, with our strength, we can certainly turn any adversity into triumph. After the previous card fusion, Kakashi had yet to unleash his full potential, and indeed, none aboard had truly engaged in battle. Each member harbored untapped strength. Even if challenges arose, as long as they performed to their fullest, there should be no insurmountable obstacles. Yes, I understand, Day said, observing Shoujo playfully wrestling with Tsunade. Feeling somewhat reassured, his concern stemmed from a place of care, having spent the most time with Shoujo, whom he regarded as his junior. A paternal instinct compelling him to look out for him. Brothers, let us set sail eastward. This time, we shall surely reach Sky Island. After a brief bout of playfulness with Tsunade, they embarked once more, albeit with Shoujo's right cheek slightly swollen and his speech somewhat slurred. A result of his antics in front of Tsunade. All right, the Konoha Maru set sail once again toward Sky Island, and this time, we should not stray off course. Chapter 42. Arrival at the Gates of Heaven. Another week of monotonous sailing passed, with nothing but the endless expanse of cloud seas and peculiar aerial fish accompanying Shoujo and his companions. They managed to catch a few along the way, and the barbecue proved quite delectable. Finally, after drifting through the White Sea for a full 25 days, they beheld something distinctly different, clouds with discernible shapes, and in the distance, a colossal cloud waterfall, beneath which stood a massive gate inscribed with the words "Entrance to Heaven." At last, we see something different. Brothers, that is the entrance to Sky Island. Let us set forth. Shoujo exclaimed, his heart a mixture of affection and frustration upon sighting the Sky Island gate. Relieved they had not gone astray this time, yet vexed that the gate lay to the east instead of the north, leading them astray on so many occasions. Who goes there? Neji shouted, on guard, upon spotting a primitively dressed figure swiftly traversing the White Sea without a vessel. The newcomer wore a native mask, brandished a cannon resembling a rocket launcher, and held a shield, with a pair of seemingly decorative white wings adorning his back. Having sailed through the White Sea for nearly a month without encountering another soul, Tsunade had teased Shoujo about his tall tales. Yet, now, a person had indeed appeared. As Neji caught sight of the primitive man, he also spotted their ship and without hesitation, fired a shot. What style? Day exclaimed, clapping his hands together, causing a wooden beam to erupt from the side of the ship, successfully intercepting the incoming cannonball before it could strike the vessel. How dare you attack us without cause? Naruto shouted furiously, leaping onto the ship's railing, prepared for confrontation. Just then, a bird's cry pierced the air, and a shadow swiftly emerged, blocking the primitive man, who fled at the sight of this figure. The silhouette landed on Chun Shoujia's ship. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Kakashi asked cautiously. "I am the Sky Knight. And this time, consider my assistance complimentary," an elderly figure clad in armor and wielding a lance replied. "You are from the Blue Sea, I presume? Is this your first visit to Sky Island? But first, let us discuss business." "Business? What kind of business?" Tsunade inquired, puzzled. "To be frank, I am a mercenary. And this sea is fraught with peril. Those unfamiliar with the area either fall prey to the guerrilla warriors or become prey for the aerial fish," the elder explained. His appearance indeed reminiscent of a mercenary. "So, for a mere 5 million IQ, I shall come to your aid." "Only 5 million IQ. Very well. Could you provide me with a whistle?" "We shall call for you if needed," Chun Shouji remarked, recognizing the elderly man as Gonfuer, the former deity of Sky Island, who had been usurped by Enel and now lived as a mercenary. "Here, take this whistle," Gonfuer said, tossing it to Chun Shouji. "Blow the whistle when you require assistance, and I shall come at once." With that, he mounted his pink-spotted owl and departed. "Xiao Jia, who was that person?" Deha observed that Chun Shouji seemed to know the elder, not questioning him and merely accepting the whistle. "That elder is the deity of this place," Chun Shouji replied, watching Gonfuer fade into the distance. "A deity? Is there truly a god here?" Tsunade asked. "To call him a god is merely a title. He is an ordinary man who considers himself as such." Chun Shouji shook his head, dismissing the notion of divinity. "His name is Gonfuer, the former god of Sky Island. Or rather, its administrator." "Former?" Kakashi keenly grasped this information. "Indeed, former. Approximately 5 years ago, he was overthrown. The current deity is Enel, and he is our target this time," Chun Shouji explained slowly. "Enel?" Tsunade echoed the name. "Enel hails from the Sky Island Baika, though it has since been destroyed by him." Chun Shouji began to divulge what he knew about Enel. "He possesses the power of the Rumble fruit, a formidable ability. In terms of strength, I believe he could contend with Itachi. As for the outcome, I cannot predict. The Rumble fruit user is indeed a powerful ability. Thunder is a force of nature," Chun Shouji remarked. "I believe Itachi will surely prevail," Sasuke interjected, utterly confident in his brother's victory. "In truth, it would be simple for Itachi to win. All he would need is to catch sight of Enel, and with a single Tsukuyomi, the world yields little resistance to illusionary techniques." Chun Shouji chuckled, firmly believing in Itachi's prowess. With Itachi's Jinjutsu abilities, Enel would stand no chance. We shall discuss that later. Moreover, the person we encountered earlier, resembling a primitive individual, belongs to the Sandia people, guardians of historical texts. However, they have been driven from their homeland by the current inhabitants of Sky Island. "You must have heard the tale of Nolan on Gaia Island, correct?" Chun Shouji inquired. "Yes, indeed. The story of the Golden Land," Naruto responded. "They are the protectors of the Golden Land, though it has not sunk to the ocean depths. Instead, it has ascended into the skies, revealing the true fate of the Golden Land. Our other purpose for coming here is to find the Golden Bell, to ring it and inform Mont Blanc Noland that the Golden Land truly exists, right here in Sky Island. Mont Blanc Noland has assisted us greatly on Gaia Island, and naturally, I wish to reciprocate by revealing to him the true location of the Golden Land. However, we require proof, and that crucial evidence is the Golden Bell. Only by ringing it can we genuinely affirm the existence of the Golden Land. Next, let us arrange the tasks we need to complete after our arrival at the Sky Island. Let us officially embark on our journey." Once everything was organized, Chun Shouji directed everyone toward the Sky Island. After navigating around numerous cloud islands, they finally reached the entrance of the Sky Island, the Gate of Heaven. "What an ominous name," Ding Ci remarked as he glanced at the inscription on the gate. "But it is quite fitting, isn't it? The entrance to the Sky Kingdom," Shaoli explained, attempting to alleviate the strangeness of the name. "But if it is a gate, why is there not a soul in sight? How do we even proceed to the Sky Island?" Tsunade inquired as she surveyed the surroundings. "Do not fret. Someone is approaching," Chun Shouji replied, pointing to a small figure by the gate. It was an elderly woman, her demeanor unwelcoming, and she was incessantly snapping pictures with her camera. "I am the gatekeeper of heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle? Regardless of your intent to enter the Sky Island, you must pay a fee of 1 billion IQ per person. With 11 of you, that totals 11 billion IQ," the Amazonian matron stated, ignoring the group on the ship and solely focusing on the conditions for entering the Sky Island. What? 11 billion IQ? That is exorbitant, Naruto exclaimed, startled by the figure. Although he was unfamiliar with the IQ as a unit, the staggering amount was undeniably outrageous. Of course, if you lack the funds, entry is still possible. Or you may choose not to enter at all. I am neither a guard nor a soldier. I merely wish to know your intentions, the elderly woman continued. What should we do? Do we need to pay? 11 billion IQ seems beyond our means. Tsunade looked to Chun Shojie for guidance. Old lady, how much would it be in Bailey? Chun Shojie inquired. For the Blue Seas Bailey, it would be 1 million Bailey, the Amazonian calculated. Good heavens. So 1 Bailey equals 10,000 IQ. I thought entering the Sky Island would be prohibitively expensive. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. All right, let us proceed, Chun Shojie declared, though he showed no intention of paying. Xiaojia, are we not going to pay? Tsunade asked. Did the old lady not say we could enter without paying? Why should we? Chun Shojie retorted, as if her earlier words justified their decision. But we can gather the 1 million Bailey, Tsunade urged, looking at Chun Shojie's frugality with exasperation. Fine, let's give it to her. Chun Shojie relented, retrieving 1 million Bailey and turning to hand it to the Amazonian matron. We all wish to enter. Please allow us. 11 people? No problem, the Amazonian replied. Just as the ship, the Konoha Maru, began to tremble, 2 enormous pincers grasping the ship's sides. What is this? Tsunade asked. That is the specialty of the White Sea, the express shrimp, which will carry you to the Sky Island, the Amazonian explained. All right, let us set sail. The entire vessel began to swiftly glide along the river of clouds, leading them to their destination, the Sky Island. Report to the omnipotent deity and all the divine officials. 11 tourists have entered the divine realm. Please take note. Chapter 43, Cornus and her father. Forbidden Land Apaya with the assistance of the express shrimp, Chun Shojie and his companions finally arrived at the legendary Sky Island. Before their eyes lay islands resembling clouds. And soon the Konoha Maru docked at the shore. Upon disembarking, they found themselves standing on soft, fluffy clouds, a white surface that felt stable beneath their feet. Is this the island cloud? It is truly wondrous, Tsunade remarked, stepping onto the clouds, captivated by their soft texture. Hey, let us explore the island. This is the Sky Island. The scenery is sure to be extraordinary, Chun Shojie declared, dropping anchor and beckoning the others to join him in their exploration. My reputation has reached 5,000. The reward this time is 300 grams of chakra metal. Upon stepping onto the Sky Island, Chun Shojie received a notification from the system. His reputation had surged after vanquishing the pirates of Ayar Island, and with the Navy's report, it finally reached 5,000. When his reputation hit 4,000, he had acquired the summoning beast, the slug, completing his collection of the 3 legendary summoning beasts. Today, his reputation soared to 5,000, and the 300 grams of chakra metal was a timely boon. He had previously earned an opportunity to forge weapons due to his VIP status, and with the famed sword Song Ting, obtained in Roga Town, he needed exactly 500 grams of chakra metal to forge his weapon. With the additional 300 grams from his reputation and the 204 grams he had accumulated from card draws, he now had precisely 504 grams of chakra metal. System utilized the weapon forging opportunity. Chun Shojie eagerly initiated the process, ensuring that Song Ting would be enhanced with chakra metal, providing him with greater assistance. Shall the weapon be crafted based on Song Ting? Yes. Forging commenced. Time remaining, 2 o'clock. 2 hours. Quite swift indeed, just in time for my battle with Enel. This chakra metal arrived at the perfect moment, Chun Shojie thought to himself, feeling bolstered by the prospect of his new weapon, enhancing his confidence in defeating Enel. Though he had previously felt assured in overcoming Enel, the uncertainty lingered. Given that he wielded a top-tier Logia fruit, caution was paramount. As the group strolled along a pristine white beach, they soon encountered a pavilion where a golden-haired girl with small white wings sat alongside a middle-aged man with similar wings. Both enjoying tea. Greetings. Are you residents of this place? Chun Shojie approached, inquiring. Hi. We are indeed residents here. Did you come from the Blue Sea? The girl greeted them with a peculiar interjection. Yes, we journeyed from the Blue Sea. I am Chun Shojie, and these are my companions, he replied. Welcome to the Angel Beach of the Divine Nation. My name is Cornus, and this is my father. If you have any questions, we will do our utmost to assist you, Cornus smiled warmly. Hi, I am Paigaia. It is a pleasure to meet you, Paigaia greeted politely. The pleasure is ours. We have many questions. This place is truly extraordinary, Tsunade added as she stepped forward. Feel free to ask anything. Would you be interested in visiting our humble abode? We can have a proper discussion there, and even sample local delicacies, Paigaia proposed. That sounds delightful. I just hope it won't be too much of an imposition. Chun Shouji smiled. Not at all. Please follow me, Paigaia replied kindly. The group followed Cornus and Paigaia to their home, marveling at the diverse scenery along the way. From the malleable clouds to the distinct architectural styles that differed greatly from the blue sea, all of which left Chun Shouji and his companions in awe. Here we are. This is my home. Please, come in, Paigaia announced as they arrived, revealing a spacious, picturesque setting with a view of the Konoha Maru docked on the beach. Soon, a variety of dishes, completely distinct from the blue sea cuisine, were served at the table. After sampling the fare, everyone praised it enthusiastically, with Naruto and Choji relishing the meal heartily. Meanwhile, they also experienced the unique culture of this place, characterized by dials, various types of shells, each serving a different purpose. Some could record sound, others could create wind, and some even had the ability to breathe fire. The residents had thoroughly integrated this culture into their daily lives, and various shells could be seen everywhere. By the way, are there any peculiarities here? We are a group of adventurers, after all. And we came to the Sky Island for adventure, Chun Shouji inquired, glancing at Konis and her father. Adventure? There isn't really anything here to explore, Konis replied, a momentary look of unease flashing across her face, but she insisted that there were no adventurous spots. Is that so? Before arriving, we saw a vast jungle to the north of the island. What lies there? Chun Shouji continued. Ah, you surely did not land there, did you? Konis asked, her expression suddenly anxious. No, we merely observed from a distance, Kakashi responded. In our divine realm, that place is one you must never approach. Never approach? Is it a troublesome area? Naruto asked, his mouth full. That is a sacred ground, referred to by the people as the abode of the gods, Appiato. Konis said solemnly. Gods? Are there truly gods here? Lee questioned, bewildered. Yes, this Sky Island is what we call the land of gods, ruled by the omnipotent god Enel. Omnipotent god? Chun Shouji replied with a tone of indifference. Had he not already known that Enel was a user of a natural-type devil fruit? He might have been led to believe in the existence of a deity, as wielding thunder is indeed one of the powers typically associated with gods. However, at this moment, he merely wished to defeat Enel and seize his golden ship, a massive vessel likely crafted from 100 tons of gold. Given that all its mechanical operations relied on the precious metal, he believed even that estimate was conservative. Defeating Enel and acquiring the golden ship could very well alleviate his worries about insufficient funds for the lottery. Enel possesses an all-seeing knowledge of everything in this world. He observes all that we do, Konis continued, sharing her insights about Enel. Hearing this, Kakashi and the others exchanged glances with Chun Shouji, saying little more. Gods. It is a pity that we do not believe in gods, Chun Shouji remarked nonchalantly. To me, a god is merely a person who possesses formidable power. Konis, have you ever encountered the omnipotent god Enel? Never. How could that be? We cannot approach Appiato. It is a forbidden place for us, one we never dare to near. Konis said, her expression complex. What happens if one enters that forbidden domain? Yamato asked. Then, you would never return? Konis fell silent. That is what the residents believe. Never return? Kakashi muttered. It sounds like a rather terrifying god, Niji remarked. Well then, let us venture there, the absolutely forbidden place. How could we not seek adventure on our visit to the Sky Island? Chun Shouji declared decisively. Wait, are you really going? Konis asked, her hands clenching anxiously. If you anger the god Enel, the consequences would be unimaginable. It will be fine, Konis. We are a group of powerful adventurers. We fear no god. Chun Shouji reassured her. They then returned to the location where the Konoha Maru was docked. Ah, everyone, given the current wind direction, it will take a long time to reach Appiato. I apologize, Paigaia said apologetically. Indeed, if we set sail with the current winds, it will take us longer. Chun Shouji acknowledged after gauging the wind direction. What shall we do then? Tsunade inquired. There is nothing to be done but wait. Yamato, take them to purchase some supplies. Our provisions are running low, Chun Shouji instructed, subtly nodding at Kakashi, Itachi, and others. Yamato then led Choji, Niji, and Lee to go shopping. I will also wander around the town. Naruto, do you want to join me? Kakashi suggested, inviting Naruto along. Sasuke, let us go too, Itachi said, looking at Sasuke, who nodded silently, and together the four of them set off. We three will wait for them on the ship, Chun Shioji said to Tsunade and Hinata. Sounds good. Lord Enel stated that 11 tourists have arrived in this country. Oh, has someone arrived? Did they actually pay? How intriguing. Notify the islanders to guide them to Appiato. 11 individuals, how interesting. It seems the distribution will not be even. Luck will decide their fate, haha. Chapter 44. Actively initiating the trials of the divine. In fact, there exists a special route that directly leads to Appiato. As Yamato and the others walked away, Konis suddenly spoke up. Oh, is that so? Chun Shioji raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Yes, if you ride the Cloud River, you can reach Appiato directly. Konis asserted. I can ride the Wiba to guide you, she added. Wiba? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Yes. It is a unique vessel from our land that can sail without wind, Konis explained. Excellent. We shall wait for Yamato and the others to return and then take this route to Appiato, Chun Shioji decided. Then please secure the anchor and wait for them. I'll convey this news to them. Konis smiled as she spoke. Miss Konis, is there really a special route to Appiato? Chun Shioji suddenly asked, his expression growing colder. Why do you ask that, Brother Shioji? Konis responded, a hint of unease crossing her face, yet she forced a smile. You have been trembling unconsciously since earlier, and your behavior seems overly deliberate, as if you are intentionally leading us to Appiato. Chun Shioji pointed out her discrepancies. Is that so? Quite strange, indeed. I told you that it is a forbidden area, yet I also mentioned a special route, as if enticing you to go there. Konis trembled suddenly, ultimately succumbing to her conscience. She chose to reveal the truth. It is our duty as citizens, as well as the will of that great man. He has instructed us to guide every visitor here to Appiato to participate in the trials of the divine, Konis said, her voice quivering as she looked down. In order for you to reach Appiato smoothly, you will be divided into two groups. One group will be sent to the living sacrifice altar as hostages, while the other will be directed to participate in the trials of the divine, she continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. She detested this role, but for the sake of survival, she felt compelled to comply. So we three will be the hostages? How do we reach the living sacrifice altar? Tsunade inquired. As you hoist the anchor, a divine messenger in the form of an extraordinary shrimp will swiftly carry your vessel and guide you to the altar of sacrifice, awaiting the arrival of your companions to rescue you, explained Cornus while kneeling on the ship. What is the trial of the gods? Hinata inquired. Your companions will be directed along an alternate path to Appiato, where 4 priests will guard the way. Only by vanquishing them can they locate you. I am sorry. This is the obligation bestowed upon us by that esteemed being. Failure to comply would result in our demise, Cornus wept. Why are you revealing all of this to us? Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of your deity? Chun Shioji asked curiously, recalling his intrigue while reading the original work, questioning why they chose to inform Luffy now, considering they must have undertaken such actions before. Because I detest such behavior. It feels akin to deliberately sending others to their doom, Cornus lamented through tears. Perhaps due to Enel's current lack of attention. No sudden bolts of lightning descended from the heavens to strike Chun Shioji and his companions. Do not worry, Cornus. Let us proceed as you suggested. We shall confront this so-called god, Chun Shioji reassured her. After all, he had originally come to Sky Island with intentions focused on Enel, seeking little more than to defeat him, seize his golden ship, and ring the golden bell. His concerns lay elsewhere. The trial of the gods. I hope the deity possesses some resilience, yet we must not comply with the god's wishes, Chun Shioji stated, biting his finger to form seals, summoning a giant slug that stood before him. Ah, Lord Slug, it has been quite a while, he exclaimed. Indeed, Master Shioji. Lady Tsunade. The slug greeted respectfully, glancing between Chun Shioji and Tsunade. It is time. Summon Kakashi and the others back. Understood. With that, the slug vanished, simultaneously notifying the smaller slugs attached to Kakashi, Itachi, and Yamato to return swiftly. What was that? Such a massive creature. And it can talk. Cornus gasped in astonishment, having never encountered such a being in Sky Island. Its ability to speak struck her as particularly strange. Was it a specialty of the Blue Sea? That was a slug, my summoning beast. Just wait a moment. Kakashi and the others will be back shortly, and then we shall set forth for Appiato. Instead of participating in the trial of the gods, it would be more prudent to seek out the divine being directly, Chun Shouji elucidated. Is it truly safe? Lord Enel is exceedingly powerful. There is a possibility you may perish. Cornus expressed her concerns. Do not fret. We are formidable in our own right. Soon, Kakashi and the others returned. And after bidding farewell to Cornus and her father, they too prepared to hoist the anchor, awaiting the extraordinary shrimp to transport them to the altar of sacrifice. Oh, what a gigantic shrimp! Naruto exclaimed upon seeing the colossal crustacean, which dwarfed the one that had previously brought them to Sky Island. Such a large shrimp must be delicious. Chun Shouji mused. That claw looks incredibly plump and juicy. Ino remarked, eyeing the massive shrimp, saliva involuntarily pooling at the corners of his mouth. Upon overhearing their intent to feast upon it, the extraordinary shrimp hastened its pace, eager to deliver Chun Shouji and his companions to their destination and escape, fearing that these individuals were too terrifying with their thoughts of consuming it. Father, do you think they will succeed? Cornus asked, gazing at the departing ship. I do not know, but the deity's power is indisputable. We can only hope they survive, Pygaya replied. Let us hope for the best. Our objective is simple, defeat Enel. As for the priests under his command, we shall leave that to you. Chun Shouji stated aboard the ship, succinctly outlining their goal. Rest assured, Master Shouji. We will handle those priests and ensure they do not interfere with you, Naruto confidently declared, thumping his chest. If my calculations are correct, our gains this time will be substantial. Afterward, we can summon more allies to this world, Chun Shouji continued. That would be splendid. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly prepared for the impending battle. Before long, the extraordinary shrimp arrived at the altar of sacrifice, promptly submerging itself after placing the Konoha Maru on the altar, hastily fleeing to avoid being devoured by Chun Shouji and his companions. It ran away so quickly, Ino lamented, having never seen such a massive shrimp before and wishing to savor its flavor, only to see it scared off. All right, we must set forth. Our target is that gigantic vine, Chun Shouji instructed, halting Naruto and Ino, who intended to catch the extraordinary shrimp, leading everyone away from the altar. They easily dispatched a few sky sharks that dared to threaten them, successfully stepping onto the land of Appiato. The group began to sprint towards the location of the colossal vine, while the priests, alerted to their presence, reacted with surprise that individuals from the Blue Sea had dared to tread upon Appiato, intending to breach their defensive perimeter. These Blue Sea individuals display considerable courage, brazenly stepping onto Appiato, and they aim to traverse our domain, one priest remarked. Excellent. They have chosen my territory first. I shall confront them and allow them to witness the terror of the priests. I hope they reach my domain, so I can indulge in the experience, another priest added. Nirvana, why not deliberately allow a few to pass through for us to practice? Shura, that is impossible unless they can survive my trial of the swamp. Shall we notify Lord Enel? No need. Lord Enel has likely detected them through the mind network. True, perhaps Lord Enel is enjoying a splendid performance. In the Divine Temple, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man lounged on a cloud bed, indulging in an apple, as 6 divine attendants reported to him. How amusing. They wish to challenge me, a god. How delightful. Let us see if they possess the capability to reach me. Should their strength prove adequate, I may allow them to join us, he mused, revealing himself as Enel, the current deity of Sky Island. Lord Enel, has something occurred? One of the attendants inquired. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. Continue your tasks and expedite their progress. I desire my ship to be constructed with utmost haste, Enel commanded. Yes, Lord Enel. Chapter 45. The Trial of the Swamp and the Trial of the Rope. Chun Shouji understood that with Enel's mind network capabilities, he would undoubtedly be aware of their actions, allowing them to advance steadily. Given Enel's self-proclaimed godly nature, he would not shy away from challengers, provided they could reach him. Soon, the group arrived at a vast expanse shrouded in mist, where a solitary figure stood in the center. Here we are, the first trial ground, Chun Shouji alerted. Congratulations on arriving at the swamp trial, with a survival rate of 50. I am Priest Nirvana, proclaimed the figure, whose hair resembled a spider's web, clad in a blue suit, striking peculiar poses. Are you a fool? Why engage in such absurd antics? Chun Shouji and the others halted, observing the individual posing in the oddest manner. It is not surprising that they harbor such doubts. After all, anyone who witnesses an individual repeatedly engage in an awkward gesture, uncertain whether to place their hands in their pockets or cross their arms, would naturally ponder the situation. How dare you insult a priest? Such a transgression cannot go unpunished. Nirvana bit down on his lower lip, his expression fierce yet silent. What on earth is he doing? Are all priests such fools? Naruto remarked with disdain. Very well, just a madman, then. Yamato, Ino, you two take care of him. The rest of us shall proceed. Shunshouji did not wish to elaborate further, assigning Yamato and Ino to confront the foe while the others continued their journey. In truth, leaving Yamato and Ino behind was already a gesture of respect towards Nirvana. For in Shunshouji's eyes, everyone on this island, save for Inaru, was worthless. However, allowing Ino and Naruto to hone their skills against him was beneficial, while Yamato served as a safeguard, enabling Ino to fight without restraint. Should Yamato engage directly, the battle would likely conclude in less than a minute. Wait, are you attempting to flee? Nirvana, still oblivious to the fact that he was biting his lip, found himself unable to utter a word, merely watching helplessly as Shunshouji and his companions departed. Perhaps if you ceased biting your lip, you could speak, Ino noted. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Nirvana was silent. This peculiar man had been gnawing on his lower lip since earlier, rendering him incapable of speech. Is there truly such a bizarre individual in this world? Yamato thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow, deeply questioning the priest's sanity. Ah, how foolish of me to forget, Nirvana exclaimed, suddenly realizing his folly. Very well, allow me to deal with you before pursuing them. With that, Nirvana relinquished the idea of chasing after Shunshouji, focusing instead on the two adversaries before him. Ino, are you ready? Yamato inquired. Leave it to me, Ino replied confidently. Do you think you can defeat this priest with just the two of you? Such delusions. Prepare yourselves. Jet punch, Nirvana shouted, unleashing a torrent of gas from beneath his feet as he rapidly approached Ino, simultaneously propelling his elbow forward with a powerful gust, accelerating his punch toward Ino's face. Ino reacted swiftly, firmly grasping Nirvana's fist, rendering his sudden assault ineffective. Is that all? Can such a feeble punch truly harm me? Ino taunted. Do not underestimate me. Nirvana, astonished that someone could catch his jet punch head-on, begrudgingly drew his next weapon, the marsh cloud. From now on, pay heed to your feet. This area is riddled with marsh clouds. Once ensnared, escape will be impossible. Welcome to the trial of the marsh, where survival is a mere 50. Nirvana declared with righteous indignation, though the sight of his own repeated entrapment was comically absurd. Ah, so this is the reason for your 50 survival rate, you fool. Ino and Yamato exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief at Nirvana's foolishness. Ah, my apologies, I forgot again, but it matters not for me. Cloud Burger, Nirvana bellowed, bursting forth from the marsh with the grace of a superhero, his hands emitting a swirling mass of purple cloud. Behold, the Cloud Burger. He hurled the cloud towards Ino. It possesses the weight of a cloud and the nature of a swamp. To encounter it is to meet your demise. Unfortunately, his aim was poor, and it veered towards Yamato, who effortlessly sidestepped the slowly moving cloud. So is he merely a jester? The two mused, having expected a worthy opponent. Ino, let us finish this quickly. Do not waste time, Yamato urged. Understood, Yamato-sensei, Ino declared, invoking the multiplication technique. Instantly, his hands enlarged, and with great force, he seized Nirvana, slamming him into a marshy pit, inadvertently tossing him headfirst into the mire. Is that all? Ino and Yamato observed Nirvana, who was now trapped and struggling to escape, having only succeeded in burying himself deeper with the very technique he had used to free himself moments ago. Is he truly a fool? Surely, not all priests can be so dim-witted. It is possible. Perhaps those who serve the divine are not entirely sane. That makes sense. Let us proceed, then, and pursue Shunshouji. Very well, Yamato-sensei. Meanwhile, after traversing this region, Shunshouji and his companions entered a dense jungle, where they encountered the second priest, Shura. That fool Nirvana allowed you all to come this way, yet it aligns with my intentions. Welcome to the trial of the rope, where survival is a mere 3. A figure adorned with a large bird and wielding a spear sat upon a rock, declaring, Please excuse us. Shunshouji and his companions did not linger, departing without a backward glance, leaving Itachi and Sasuke to confront Shura. Humph, did I say you could leave? Shura scoffed, raising his spear to strike at Shunshouji's back. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Suddenly, a massive fireball surged towards Shura, forcing him to evade and missing the chance to attack Shunshouji. Curse it, another of my kind? Boy, you are quite impressive, but do you think they will leave so easily? This is the trial of the rope, Invisible ropes are scattered everywhere, capable of ensnaring any prey. Shura stood firm, his bird companion, sensing Sasuke's ability to breathe fire, began to emit flames as well, eager for action. Sasuke merely smiled, ignoring Shura's taunts. Just as Shura believed Shinshoji and his group had become ensnared, he turned to find they had already distanced themselves, the ropes having been severed long ago. How can this be? How did you discover it? Shura exclaimed in disbelief. Under the gaze of my Sharingan, your tricks are utterly futile. Allow me to comprehend you. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, launching a flurry of shurikens towards Shura. Shura leaped back, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's probing attack, while his bird, seemingly in sync, took flight, carrying him into the air. Humph. So, you employ a summoned beast in tandem? Very well, I shall try that tactic myself. Sasuke scoffed, leaping to a towering tree and retrieving several kunai from his pouch. Boy, allow me to teach you a lesson and send you on your way. Shura shouted, urging his bird to soar alongside him as he charged at Sasuke. Unfazed, Sasuke focused on Shura, his Sharingan now fully awakened. Having evolved from 2 to 3 tomo during his rigorous training, he observed Shura's movements with clarity. With a light leap, he evaded Shura's assault, discarding kunai. 1, 3, 5. Countless kunai flew forth, some grazing Shura's form, while others were deflected by his spear, disappearing from sight. Is this all you can do? Shura mocked, surveying Sasuke from above as he descended to the ground. Humph. Fool, you have unwittingly fallen into my trap. Prepare yourself. With a disdainful smile, Sasuke swiftly maneuvered his hands, pulling back to tighten countless invisible steel wires towards Shura, ensnaring him in an instant. What? When did this happen? Struggling futilely, Shura found himself bound by the myriad of steel wires, unable to escape, and even the great bird beneath him was similarly immobilized, akin to a specimen fixed in midair, helplessly awaiting its fate. Let you experience the sensation of being trapped, and now this. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fierce blaze that surged along the wires towards Shura. In the next moment, he was engulfed in flames, reduced to ash alongside his great bird. Huh, that was easy. Sasuke exhaled a small puff of fire, turning away with nonchalance. Well done, Sasuke. Itachi, who had been observing from the shadows, praised him. This trial was preordained for them, hence Itachi refrained from intervening, not even making a sound, while Shura remained oblivious to his presence. Hee. It's all thanks to my brother's teachings. Having resolved his inner turmoil, Sasuke had become far more cheerful, no longer consumed by vengeance. While Itachi had fully relinquished his past burdens, dedicating himself to instructing Sasuke, resulting in Sasuke's remarkable growth, surpassing even the current Naruto. Let us seek out Lord Shioji and the others. Hey, Itachi, Sasuke, wait for us. Dave called out from behind. And thus the four of them hastened towards the direction where Shinshoji had departed. Chapter 46. The Trial of Jade and the Trial of Iron. Where is this place? Why are there so many white spheres? Naruto curiously gazed at the white orbs scattered throughout the forest, poking one gently with his finger. Boom. The sphere exploded, revealing a prank toy that startled Naruto, causing him to fall on his backside. Idiot, 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 exclaimed the ugly toy bird, incessantly repeating the word idiot, infuriating Naruto, who jumped up and kicked the toy away, cursing under his breath. Which fool left this here? You scared me. Ho ho ho. I can't wait to see what else will appear. A rotund figure resembling a ball slowly approached Shinshoji and his companions, the slender limbs of this spherical being seemingly defying the laws of physics. These clouds are called scare clouds, and welcome to the Trial of Jade. I am the priest here, Mori no Daigo. You, round dumpling, are the priest here? Fine, let me send you flying, Naruto exclaimed, pointing angrily at the spherical priest. Very well, I'll leave this to you, Naruto. Kakashi, I trust you to keep an eye on him, Shinshoji said, glancing at the confrontation between Naruto and Daigo, before leading Dingji and Shaoli onward. Ho ho ho, trying to escape? Impossible. Mori no Daigo, noticing Shinshoji and the others attempting to leave, manipulated the cloud balls towards them in an effort to block their exit. You're my opponent now, you foolish dumpling. Naruto leapt towards Mori no Daigo, only to be easily dodged, landing instead amidst the cloud spheres. Unintentionally brushing against several scare clouds, chaos erupted with arrows flying, explosions occurring, and various oddities manifesting, leaving Naruto scrambling to defend himself. Yet, amidst the distraction, Chun Shoujia and his companions successfully made their exit. Have they fled? No matter. The next stage is guarded by that guy. I'll take care of these two unfortunate souls, Mori no Daigo mused, watching as Chun Shoujia departed without pursuing them. Instead focusing on the escaping Naruto and the reading Kakashi. Curse that dumpling. I will make sure to send you flying. Naruto, covered in dirt and grime, seethed with fury, charging at Mori no Daigo, who evaded effortlessly. This time, Naruto had learned and avoided touching any cloud spheres, devising a new strategy as he charged once more. Haha. That dumpling is hopping around on a cloud ball, completely disregarding me. Right fist, huh? Mori no Daigo muttered, anticipating Naruto's punch and dodging it with ease. His left hand pressed against Naruto's abdomen as he declared, impact. With a loud thud, Naruto was sent flying, crashing into a tree. It seems he predicted my move. This must be the heart net that Shoujia spoke of, Naruto thought, clutching his belly as he slowly rose, blood spilling from his mouth. Ho ho ho. You can't hit me. Predicting moves? Huh. And that impact shell that Shoujia mentioned. Although Kakashi was engrossed in his book, he remained vigilant, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of danger. Curse it. Watch me. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, and suddenly, over 2,000 copies of Naruto appeared, densely surrounding Mori no Daigo. That kid Naruto. Kakashi remarked in awe at the sheer number of clones, noting the impressive chakra reserves. What kind of trick is this? Mori no Daigo was taken aback, unable to fathom how so many Narutos had manifested, causing his heart net to falter. All right, brothers, take him down. Naruto bellowed, charging towards Mori no Daigo. Raging whirlwind, Naruto. 2,000 consecutive strikes. One after another, the Narutos surged towards Mori no Daigo. Though some inadvertently brushed against the cloud spheres, the sheer number overpowered him, and soon, Mori no Daigo was knocked unconscious, appearing larger than before. Haha, that is how mighty I, Naruto, am. Bow before me. Naruto proclaimed victoriously beside the fallen Mori no Daigo. Idiot Naruto. Stop flaunting like a fool. A voice interrupted Naruto's triumph. Oh, it's you guys. Look, I defeated this priest. Impressive, right? Naruto turned to find Day and the others approaching, with Sasuke being the one who had interrupted. You think you alone defeated the priest? The one I defeated was undoubtedly stronger than this dumpling. Sasuke scoffed, having observed Naruto's injuries and feeling compelled to mock him. Knowing he had remained unscathed while Naruto was battered and bruised, thus proving the disparity between them. Curse you, Sasuke. Your priest must have been weak. Naruto retorted defiantly, reigniting their rivalry. Great. Here we go again, Day sighed, exasperated, as the two continued their bickering. Naruto, Sasuke, enough. We must proceed. Kakashi admonished, halting their quarrel, and the group set off once more in pursuit of Chun Shoujia. We should be nearing the final challenge. Chun Shoujia observed their surroundings, spotting the enormous vine within reach. Knowing that the final trial, the trial of iron, awaited them. Shaoli, Ningxi, this trial is entrusted to you, Chun Shoujia declared. Leave it to us. We're ready. Shaoli exclaimed eagerly, brimming with anticipation. Absolutely. Ningxi nodded in agreement. Oh. Suddenly, a colossal white dog sprang from the shadows, its gaping maw wide open as it lunged towards Hinata. At the same moment, a blade-like white object shot towards Chun Shoujia. Neji and Lee swiftly intervened, thwarting the attacks. Chun Shoujia and Tsunade did not look back but pressed on, their eyes set on Enel, unwilling to waste precious time here. Hinata, observing her brother Neji standing before her, felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Go on, Lady Hinata. Leave this to me and Lee. Neji's voice, gentle yet resolute, echoed without turning back. No longer was he the bitter branch of the Hyuga clan. On the day of the Chunin exams, he had learned the entire truth and embraced the duty of protecting his clan. He would safeguard Hinata, even in this world. Yes, Hinata, go ahead. We will handle this. Lee added affirmatively. All right. Do your best, Neji brother, Lee Kuin, Hinata whispered before departing, chasing after Chun Shoujia and Tsunade. Attempting to flee. How impudent. Use that technique and pursue. A man with a peculiar sword slung over his shoulder commanded from a distance. The white dog, heeding the order, abandoned Neji and sprinted forth, while the ground erupted with white iron thorns, swiftly enclosing the area. What is this? Neji questioned, his gaze filled with concern as he watched the iron thorns sprout from the earth, following the direction of Chun Shoujia's departure. Swish. Chun Shiojia unsheathed the recently reforged Sangting, his chakra surging into the blade, illuminating it with a striking blue glow. With 3 swift slashes, the iron cloud, as hard as iron itself, was effortlessly cleaved apart, leaving a gaping void. Oh, infused with chakra metal, truly remarkable. Chun Shiojia marveled at the Sangting in his hand, swinging it forcefully to unleash a crescent-shaped chakra blade that soared into the distance, an impressive flying slash. Unlike Zoro's brute force, Chun Shiojia's crescent chakra blade possessed the same cutting effect, capable of carrying varied chakra attributes. Indeed, this is a splendid weapon, Chun Shiojia mused as he sheathed Sangting, continuing his journey towards the Shrine of God. What? It can slice through iron clouds. Such a sharp blade. Exclaimed, astonished, recognizing the once formidable iron cloud being severed so easily. Quit dawdling. Your opponent is right here. Lee's voice suddenly interrupted, swiftly followed by a Konoha gale, nearly embedding into the wall had it not been for his heart net. Niji once again confronted the agile, bipedal, boxing-like monstrous dog. Let us settle this first, declared, raising his hand to fend off Lee. The two distanced themselves, poised for an opportunity to strike. Judging from the earlier attack, Ohm's sword appeared capable of extending. He needed to be cautious, especially with the heart net Chun Shiojia mentioned, which could anticipate movements. Lee, focused on Ohm, contemplated his strategy. Ultimately, all must perish. Allow me to guide you to the afterlife. Ohm chanted ominously, his sword elongating as it lunged towards Lee. So fast, Lee sidestepped just in time, closing in on Ohm, but each of his punches and kicks was deftly evaded, leaving Lee wounded by Ohm's sword. A troublesome ability. But if I can outpace your reactions, you 1T predict my movements. Lee wiped the blood from his face, a result of Ohm's unexpectedly softening sword. From their exchanges, he had discerned the path to victory. Fifth gate, opening. Lee shouted, a brilliant green aura erupting around him. The powerful energy stirring up dust from the ground. What is this? Ohm watched in astonishment, bewildered by Lee's transformation. With just one punch, I can end this. Are you ready? Lee asserted, locking his gaze on Ohm. Do not jest. Under my heart net, your movements are crystal clear. Ohm arrogantly retorted. However, before he could finish, he saw a massive fist enlarging before his face. Not good. Ohm gasped, realizing too late as Lee's punch struck with tremendous speed, plunging him into darkness. Boom. Lee's punch sent Ohm crashing into the very iron thorns he had conjured, but Ohm was already unconscious by the time he collided with them. Meanwhile, Niji effortlessly defeated the peculiar dog. Let us go. We must reach the Shrine of God. Perhaps Brother Shiojia has already dealt with Enel, Niji stated. Yes, let us, was the reply. Chapter 47. Divine Enel. While Lee and Ohm battled, Chun Shiojia had already led Tsunade and Hinata along the massive vines to the Shrine of God. The doors of the shrine stood wide open, revealing a man reclining and munching on an apple. Ah, the one who wishes to challenge me, the Blue Sea Man. Enel said nonchalantly. Indeed, Enel, I knew you would be waiting for me, Chun Shiojia remarked, fully aware that Enel, who regarded himself as a deity, would anticipate his arrival. Such a being would await a challenger boldly, but if one could not even overcome the previous 4 trials, they were hardly worth his effort. Your subordinates are quite formidable. All 4 of my priests have been defeated. Impressive. Enel smiled, his heart net sensing the absence of the 4 voices, while the 8 battling voices signified his priest's defeat. State your name, Blue Sea Man. You are the first in many years to dare challenge me. Enel finished his apple, discarding the core. Such arrogance, Enel. However, from this day forth, you shall no longer consider yourself a god, for you will meet your demise at my hands, Chun Shiojia declared, drawing Sangting and pointing it at Enel, unconvinced that Enel had not heard his name through the heart net. An insolent Blue Sea Man. Allow me to teach him a lesson, Lord Enel, boomed the captain of the divine warriors, Deshawn, with a contemptuous snort. Very well, Deshawn, test his strength. Enel replied dismissively, unfazed by Chun Shiojia's provocation. He, being a god, could afford such tolerance, for in his eyes, Chun Shiojia's fate was sealed. Let me, Deshawn of the divine warriors, assess your capabilities. If you cannot withstand me, do not even think of challenging a god. Deshawn, towering at 3 meters tall, approached Chun Shiojia with earth-shaking steps, looking down upon him. Chun Shiojia ignored him, fixated on Enel. You seek death, Deshawn bellowed, enraged by Chun Shiojia's disregard. He leaped high, intending to crush Chun Shiojia with his immense weight. Yet Chun Shiojia remained unmoved, his gaze locked on Enel. "Get away from me." Just as Deshaun was about to strike Chun Shiojia, Tsunade intervened with a single punch, sending him flying, his massive body hurtling towards Enel. "Oh dear. This is quite troublesome, my lady," Enel remarked, swiftly transforming into a bolt of lightning to evade Deshaun's impact. In an instant, he appeared before Tsunade, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Enel extended a finger towards Tsunade's forehead, a spark of electricity flickering at his fingertip. 10 million volts. Yet before Enel could fully unleash his skills, his fingers were suddenly grasped by the unexpected arrival of Chun Shiojia. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from Chen's hand. The crack of thunder resonated between them, blinding the surrounding guards as they failed to comprehend the unfolding events. Once the electric light faded, Enel and Chun stood facing each other. Enel wore a grave expression, while Chun bore a smile. How could anyone withstand Lord Enel's divine punishment? A shocked priest exclaimed, incredulously observing the unscathed Chun. "Is he also a god? That's impossible. There is only one god, Lord Enel. How could one explain his ability to endure Lord Enel's lightning unharmed? Was that lightning you just unleashed?" Enel, transforming once more into a flash of lightning, distanced himself, his brow furrowed in disbelief. It was astonishing that a blue sea person could wield lightning. He began to question whether he had misperceived the earlier events. "Hey, Enel, don't think that consuming the rumble fruit makes you invincible. There are countless things in this world beyond your imagination," Chun Shiojia replied with a slight smile. Indeed, as he had anticipated, his Chidori could counter Enel's attacks. After all, Kakashi's Raikiri could sever lightning, and so could his Chidori, as the two techniques shared similarities. However, Enel's speed was truly remarkable. At present, Chun could only keep pace by activating Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, Enel's attacks were straightforward. Had they been more intricate, Chun would have struggled to react. If Enel had intended to flee, Chun feared he would find it difficult to pursue. "Come on, Enel. Let us settle this once and for all. Show me the limits of the rumble fruit," Chun declared, charging forward with his blade raised. "Humph. You stand no chance of hurting me. I am the lightning man who has consumed the rumble fruit." Enel scoffed, swinging his golden staff towards Chun. The two engaged in a physical combat, and within a few exchanges, it became evident to onlookers that Enel was entirely outmatched, being thoroughly overwhelmed by Chun's superior skills. With a frown, Enel transformed into lightning once more to evade Chun's strike. In terms of physical prowess, he was no match for this blue sea individual. Had it not been for his elemental transformation, he would have sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, his strength did not lie in physical combat, but rather in his fruit's abilities. And he had no need to compete with Chun in that regard. "Humph. You possess impressive martial skills, but let me show you a technique you cannot withstand." Enel sneered. Lightning descends. Enel spread his fingers, directing a massive column of lightning towards Chun, akin to a Kamehameha wave. Lightning slash. Chun raised his blade overhead, channeling a torrent of lightning chakra into his sword, and with force, he cleaved downward, sending a crescent-shaped blade of light soaring forth, splitting Enel's lightning attack in two. The lightning slash, also known as the crescent moon slash, was a technique Chun had conceived during his aerial slashes. Its efficacy had been proven in battle, albeit at a significant chakra cost. That last strike had consumed approximately a quarter of his chakra, a feat only achievable by someone with a substantial reserve like him. Those with lesser chakra pools would be better off relying on ninjutsu. Glaring at the unscathed Chun, Enel's expression darkened. His once unstoppable lightning descents had been effortlessly cleaved apart by Chun. Chun infused more chakra into his sword, this time channeling wind chakra, and with a swift body flicker, he closed the distance between himself and Enel, delivering a scythe-like slash. Enel, already somewhat disoriented, was caught off guard and hastily raised his staff to defend. Clang! Chun's blade sliced through, severing Enel's golden staff in two, leaving a gash across Enel's chest. Had it not been for his precognitive sense, he would have likely been cleaved in half by that strike. How is this possible? I have been wounded by a mere blade. This cannot be. Enel's worldview shattered. How could a god be injured? A god could not be harmed, and yet he had been struck by a knife. He, the lightning man who had consumed the rumble fruit. Chun paid no heed to Enel's astonishment, continuing his assault on the increasingly distressed god. Enel frantically defended himself with the broken staff, but Chun relentlessly pressured him. forcing him to retreat while the staff diminished further under Chin's relentless strikes. Enel's martial skills were indeed mediocre, far inferior to Chin's. His precognitive abilities had been rendered ineffective by Chin's series of shocking actions. As he struggled to fend off Chin's blade, Chun landed a powerful punch infused with chakra directly to Enel's heart, sending him crashing into the massive vines as if he had been struck down. Shaojia. This god is quite ordinary. He cannot withstand a proper fight, Tsunade remarked as she approached Chun. No, the battle is not yet over. Chun knew that Enel possessed a skill capable of reviving him, the electric heart. Indeed, the fallen Enel suddenly crackled with electricity, his heartbeat synchronizing with the flashing lightning. In an instant, he revived. You dare to face me? 20 million volts. Thunderbird. Revived, Enel glared fiercely at Chun, striking his broken staff against the thunder drum, unleashing a Thunderbird that lunged toward Chun. Chun met the approaching Thunderbird with a powerful slash, cleaving it in two once more. Why? Why can you sever lightning? This is impossible. Enel roared in disbelief, witnessing the same outcome as before. Enel, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Unleash all your techniques. Chun taunted. Damn it. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the thunder drum again, sending a thunder dragon hurtling towards Chun. Chun increased the flow of lightning chakra into his blade, causing the entire sword to radiate with electric energy. In Enel's astonished gaze, he swung his sword at the thunder dragon, redirecting it towards the divine priests of the God Society. Why? Why can you also control lightning? This is impossible. The continuous onslaught drove Enel to the brink of insanity as he launched a frenzied attack against Chun, unleashing Thunderbirds and Thunder Dragons without restraint. 100 million volts. Electroshock. Enel relentlessly unleashed his skills, a colossal bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, engulfing both Chun and Tsunade. Boom. After the flash of white light, an orange skeleton emerged where Chun had stood, revealing the unscathed Chun and Tsunade within. How is this possible? 100 million volts could not harm you. Who are you? Enel despaired, staring at Chun, whose attire remained intact. I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, Chun replied. Chapter 48. The Rumble Fruit I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter, Chun stated. Behind him, the skeletal orange figure rapidly morphed, enveloping itself in muscle, then armor, ultimately transforming into a half-figure wielding a shield and holding a gourd. Impossible. 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 I am a god. I am a god. Enel was consumed by madness, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. In a fit of rage, he launched another assault against Chun Shaojia. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. The lightning and thunder he conjured were effortlessly repelled by the 8-span mirror wielded by Susanoo, obliterating the shrine and its guardians, leaving behind nothing but a smoldering wasteland. Even the island clouds were pierced, creating gaping holes in the sky. 200 million volts. Max, the god of thunder. Enel unleashed his ultimate technique, transforming into a being of pure lightning, expanding several times in size, resembling the thunder god from myth. A colossal wave of lightning surged forth, seemingly intent on annihilating the very island of the divine. However, before Chun Shoujia's Susanoo, this display was insignificant. The lightning was completely neutralized by the 8-span mirror, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Chun Shaojia. With deft control, Chun Shaojia directed the gourd in Susanoo's grasp, unleashing an orange beam of light that pierced Enel. I cannot believe I will perish here. I refuse to accept this. My dreams were within reach. Enel gasped, a mouthful of blood erupting from him as he succumbed to death. Slowly, Chun Shaojia retracted the 10-fist sword, sealing Enel's lifeless form within the gourd. Enel was indeed powerful, on par with the warlords of the sea. Had he faced Crocodile, the outcome would have likely been a stalemate. Moonlight Moria might have fallen, for Enel was a top-tier user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Unfortunately, he encountered Chun Shaojia, a rational being from another world. The lightning chakra not only countered Enel's electric attacks, but also allowed Chun Shaojia to unleash a colossal mecha, which not only withstood all of Enel's assaults, but also claimed his life with a single strike. In truth, Enel's defeat was not unjust. In the original narrative, his loss was far more tragic. He was vanquished by Luffy, the rubber man, whose very nature rendered all of Enel's electric assaults ineffective. Ultimately, Luffy, lacking the mastery of Haki, triumphed simply due to the inherent weaknesses of Enel's powers. One might say Enel was never destined to dominate. Suddenly, A flicker of lightning within the gourd caught Chun Shiojia's attention. What could this be? Is that lightning? Contemplating the phenomenon, he scanned the ruins of the shrine and discovered something he desired, an apple. Swiftly, he placed the apple into the gourd, whereupon the flickering lightning, resembling a ravenous creature, eagerly surged towards the fruit, merging with it. The apple transformed, its surface adorned with intricate lightning patterns, evolving into a peculiar fruit, radiant and yellow with electric motifs. Kushina and Hinata observed Chun Shiojia's peculiar behavior, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Indeed, Chun Shiojia remarked, his conviction solidifying regarding the nature of the lightning. It was the essence of a devil fruit ability. Upon the death of its user, the power does not vanish but may reappear in the world. If a fruit is present near the corpse, there exists a chance for the devil fruit to reincarnate nearby. Enel's body was sealed within the gourd of the Ten-Fist Sword, which possesses formidable sealing capabilities, preventing the devil fruit's essence from dissipating. Thus, when Chun Shiojia introduced the apple, the lightning promptly assimilated into it, resulting in the rebirth of the thunder fruit upon the apple. Chun Shiojia withdrew Susanoo, contemplating the unique fruit in his grasp, deliberating whether to consume the thunder fruit. Xiaojia, what is this? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is a devil fruit. Consuming it grants extraordinary abilities, and this particular one is Enel's thunder fruit, Chun Shiojia explained. So, it contains the lightning powers Enel wielded? That is quite impressive, Kushina remarked, though she held little regard for Enel himself, acknowledging the merit of his thunderous abilities. However, there are repercussions. Chun Shiojia scratched his head, revealing the downside. What repercussions? Consuming it turns one into a landlubber, cursed by the sea. Proximity to water will render one powerless, vulnerable to defeat. Is it that severe? Kushina gasped, while Hinata gazed at the remarkable fruit with intrigue. Indeed, yet the flaws do not overshadow its merits. Many are still willing to consume it for the immense power it offers, Chun Shiojia stated. Brother Shiojia. Just then, Naruto and the others arrived at the shrine. How did it go? Was the trial successful? Chun Shiojia inquired, noting that they appeared largely unscathed. It went smoothly. Those priests were no match for us. I defeated that priest who resembled a dumpling with just a few punches and kicks, Naruto proclaimed triumphantly. Humph, you, all muddy and battered, have the audacity to boast, Sasuke retorted, continuing their banter. Damn you, Sasuke. Naruto shot him a glare, feeling somewhat dejected. After all, he was the only one to emerge in such a disheveled state. Lee had merely suffered a scratch, while Sasuke remained pristine. Well, Naruto, defeating the priests is a commendable feat. There is no need to dwell on this moment. There will be more opportunities, Chun Shiojia consoled, ruffling Naruto's hair. Let us go. I'll lead you to the Golden Bell, but first, we need to find a ship. With that, Chun Shiojia guided the group towards the hidden location where Enel had secretly constructed his prophecies. Time shifted back to before Chun Shiojia's battle with Enel at the secluded dwelling of the Scipions in Cloud Village. Chief Weepa was discussing plans for another assault on Appiato when a young girl burst into the tent, panic etched on her face. Aisha, what's wrong? Ranchi exclaimed, enveloping the girl in a protective embrace, concerned for the welfare of the few female Scipion warriors. Sister Ranchi, it's gone. Aisha cried in terror. What's gone? Kamelik asked, puzzled. The priests, their voices have vanished. Aisha's revelation sent shockwaves through Weepa and the others. What? How is that possible? Aisha, you must be mistaken. Ranchi questioned anxiously, aware that Aisha possessed abilities akin to Enel's, capable of hearing distant voices, a natural user of observation haki. It's true. Today, 11 distinct voices entered Appiato. They seemed to be the Blue Sea people Weepa mentioned. After they arrived, the priests' voices began to disappear one by one, Aisha explained, though her nerves were evident. Those Blue Sea people? Weepa recalled encountering the group earlier that morning when his cannonball was unexpectedly thwarted by an unseen force. However, he had been interrupted by Gonfall and left the scene. Let us go. Now is the time. The priests have been weakened, and it's our opportunity to reclaim our homeland. Weepa quickly deduced, realizing that this was the perfect moment to advance, with the priests out of the way, allowing them to approach Enel and eliminate him. Yes, now is the moment. Assemble the troops. We shall depart for Appiato at once. Braham rallied all the Scipion warriors, seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon, the gathered Scipion warriors set forth, gliding across the unique Sky Island footwear, charging towards Appaiato in a grand procession. Shortly after Vipa and his companions set off, Aisha sensed the disappearance of yet another voice, prompting her to scream in terror. The remaining Shandya rushed to her side, anxiously inquiring about the cause of her distress. Another voice had vanished, and Aisha, her face etched with fear, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Whose voice was lost? It was an immensely powerful voice, one that seemed to belong to Enel. After uttering this shocking revelation, which left the remaining Shandya in disbelief, Aisha fainted. Aisha, a group hurriedly attempted to revive her, while the priest cast a worried glance at Appaiato, muttering prayers. Great warrior Calgera, may you bless your people with a safe return. After a period of searching, Chun Shiojia and his companions successfully located the underground cavern where Enel forged the poneglyphs. Inside, they encountered hundreds of industrious figures, dressed similarly to the divine attendants, guarded by numerous celestial warriors. Who goes there? One of the celestial warriors bellowed upon spotting Chun Shiojia and his group. Unaccustomed to introducing themselves, they surged forward, deftly dispatching the celestial warriors. The laboring divine attendants stood frozen, watching. Enel has been defeated. You are now free to return home. Chun Shiojia proclaimed from atop the poneglyph. These individuals were merely unfortunate souls ensnared by Enel to toil as laborers. As former divine attendants of Gonfer, their fate had been to perish once the poneglyph was completed. Now, with Enel's demise, their destinies had been altered. They had survived. Is this true? One divine attendant inquired. Indeed. You may return home and reunite with your families, Chun Shiojia replied. Still in disbelief, the divine attendants exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Undeterred by their hesitation, Chun Shiojia ushered them off the poneglyph before stowing the ship and collecting the remaining gold from the ground, leaving behind the group of uncertain divine attendants. He set off with the others in search of the golden bell. Chapter 49. The resounding chime of the sky and sea upon departing the cavern. Chun Shiojia and his companions ascended the vast vine once more, this time with the destination of the vine's summit, where the golden bell awaited. Upon reaching the apex, they quickly located the golden bell's position, traversing the wooden steps constructed by the Wano people, finally arriving at the island where the golden bell resided. Simultaneously, Vipa and his band of Shandya reached the base of the colossal vine. Along their journey, they stumbled upon the bodies of the 4 defeated priests. Each met with a gruesome end, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Despite their myriad attempts to vanquish the priests, now those who had impeded their progress lay lifeless. Let us proceed to the shrine of the gods. If those Blue Sea people dare to claim our homeland, we shall fight, Vipa declared resolutely. The Shandya once again commenced their advance toward the shrine. At that moment, the imprisoned divine attendants finally mustered the courage to leave the cavern that had held them captive for 5 years, returning to their homes to reunite with their families. Upon learning of their harrowing experiences and the news of Enel's death, the residents of Skypiea began to curse Enel fervently. Did they truly accomplish this? Konis gazed at Paigaia. From the accounts of those divine attendants, it appears they did. I never imagined they would truly defeat Enel, Paigaia replied, astonished. Is this the legendary golden bell? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at the immense bell. He could hardly contain himself as he leaped onto the bell's base and looked toward Chun Shiojia. Ring it, Naruto, Chun Shiojia encouraged, knowing that as a devoted listener of Mont Blanc cricket and a fan of Norland, Naruto was the most suitable candidate to sound the bell. Naruto eagerly grasped the thick golden chain and shook it with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding, profound, and ethereal chime echoed throughout the entirety of Skypiea, a sound unheard for 4 centuries. It bore witness to the enduring friendship between Norland and Calgera, marking the culmination of the 4-century-long strife between the inhabitants of Skypiea and the Shandya. In that moment, all of Skypiea fell silent, with every soul looking skyward, seeking the source of the bell's resonance. Is this the sound that Norland once heard? It is truly magnificent. Chun Shiojia stood still, absorbing the enchanting sound, as if his spirit had been cleansed. Beneath the chime, a profound tranquility enveloped him. What a beautiful sound! Tsunade closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Somewhere in Skypiea, Gonfer paused his watering upon hearing the bell's sound. This is the legendary melody passed down through the ages, heralding the end of war, he exclaimed, calling out to Pierre. Instantly, Pierre soared into the sky, carrying Gonfer toward the source of the sound. Beneath the colossal vine, the Shandya stood motionless, for this sound was the very goal of their relentless pursuit. Returning to their homeland was inevitable, but the chime that had remained silent for 4 centuries was their true objective, a promise sworn by their ancestors to protect. Let us go. The sound seems to be emanating from above. We must investigate. Vipa gritted his teeth, leading the charge toward the vine's summit, with the other Shandya following closely behind. On the island of Skypea, in the town of heaven, is this BAS singing? Konis looked at her father, having never heard such a wondrous sound before. Could it be the legendary melody? Pygaya pondered, recalling the tale. The townsfolk, who had been celebrating moments prior, now listened in hushed reverence to the unheard melody. In Cloudy Village, disbelief washed over them as they experienced the long silent chime, a sound they had nearly given up searching for. The elder chief gazed toward the source of the sound, tears brimming in his eyes, for it was the sound they had long yearned for. Great warrior Kalgera, do you hear the chime of the lantern of Shandora? In a jungle somewhere, a colossal serpent emerged from the forest, the lord of the skies, the king of Appiato. It raised its head to the heavens, tears flowing freely, for it was the serpent that had witnessed the pact between Norland and Kalgera. For 4 centuries, it had remained by Appiato, waiting to hear this bell once more. Interestingly, Chun Shoujia and his group had traversed Appiato without encountering the Lord of the Skies. In the Blue Sea, 10,000 meters from the White Sea, on Gaia Island, Mont Blanc Cricket gazed skyward as the resounding chime reached them. "Boss, is this it?" the gorilla exclaimed, recognizing the long-sought sound emanating from the heavens. Indeed, just as Chun Shoujia said, the land of gold, Shandora, did not sink beneath the waves. It has ascended to Skypea, and the golden bell resides there. Mont Blanc Cricket declared, exhilarated. In this world, only one could produce such a sound, and it was undeniably romantic. Was it not? The land of gold truly resides in the sky. My ancestor, Norland, was no liar. Mont Blanc Kurikai, along with the gorillas and apes, shed tears of excitement. It has been nearly a month since Chun Shoujia and his companions departed, during which there has been no news. They had feared that Chun Shoujia and his comrades had perished beneath the waves. However, today, the long-awaited bell finally tolled, reminiscent of the agreement between Nolan and Kalgera, signifying the completion of their pact. "Brother Shoujia, Uncle Kurikai will surely hear it now," Naruto exclaimed, pausing after striking the bell numerous times to approach Chun Shoujia. "Indeed, they will definitely hear it," Chun Shoujia replied, moving toward the golden bell. He stood before the colossal stone inscribed with historical texts. Although he could not decipher the inscriptions, he knew from the original work that it contained information about the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Adjacent to the historical text, inscribed on the golden wall, was a line attributed to the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, "I have come here to guide this text to the final place." Chun Shoujia silently recited the words, realizing that only by gathering all historical texts could they pinpoint that ultimate location, which held everything, specifically, the greatest treasure known as One Piece. "What does this say?" Naruto, having joined Chun Shoujia, inquired, unable to comprehend the cryptic symbols. "This is a historical text, documenting some invaluable information, but I too cannot understand it," Chun Shoujia said, handing Naruto a bundle of white paper. "Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, Hinata, please make rubbings of these writings. We will need them in the future." "Leave it to me," Naruto confidently replied. Just as they were making the rubbings of the historical text, the group of Shandians finally arrived at the site. Upon spotting the golden bell, Weepa immediately recognized it as the sacred bell mentioned in legends. The one ringing the bell must be the Blue Sea people before him. "Get away from there," Weepa shouted, firing a cannon without hesitation. Yamato reacted swiftly, blocking the cannonball with a wooden barrier. "Yamato-sensei, apprehend them." Chun Shoujia glared at the assailants. As few would appreciate being greeted with gunfire, he had someone else to summon as well. "Understood, Shao Jia," Yamato replied, and in an instant, countless wooden stakes emerged, ensnaring the Shandians, rendering them immobile. "Is this a power user?" Weepa struggled against his restraints. "I can't move," Rangi echoed, as no amount of effort could free them from Yamato's wooden prison. Meanwhile, Chun Shoujia produced a whistle and began to blow it. Ganful, who had been searching below, immediately recognized the sound and, steering Pierre, rushed toward the source. Soon, Ganful arrived, gazing at the familiar faces and the immense golden bell. "Is it you who sounded the whistle?" "Indeed, it is us, Ganful. I summoned you here," Chun Shoujia affirmed. "Weepa and you all." Ganful observed the trapped Weepa and other Shandians, his expression puzzled. Ganful, are they the allies you sought? Weepa's eyes widened with rage. Don't misunderstand. He could never afford us. We are here entirely of our own volition. Chun Shioja interjected before Ganful could speak. Moreover, I called you here to discuss another matter. Weepa, I know you are a descendant of the great warrior Kalgera. Your persistent assaults on Appiato are not solely to reclaim your homeland. You seek this golden bell as well. Am I correct? Chun Shioja gazed firmly at Weepa. Indeed, how did you know? Weepa ceased his struggles, realizing he could not escape, and was baffled as to why this Blue Sea person possessed such knowledge. We are the entrusted descendants of Nolan, come to ring the golden bell. Chun Shioja's words shocked Weepa, who stood frozen for a moment, stammering, are Nolan's descendants also awaiting this bell's toll? Yes. They await this promised sound on the island where the Golden Country resides. Chun Shioja recounted the tale of Nolan and Kalgera, moving Weepa and the others to tears. He then instructed Yamato to release them. He must have heard it. Nolan's descendant, Weepa murmured. Certainly, he will hear it. Chun Shioja asserted confidently. Chapter 50. Chun Shioja's desire to end the war. Ganful, I called you here to address a matter. Chun Shioja began after resolving the Shandian situation, turning his attention to the former ruler of the Sky Island. What matter? Ganful inquired, puzzled. I wish to end the 400-year conflict between your two races and restore peace here, Chun Shioja stated earnestly. Impossible, unless they return Appiato to us. Weepa roared in response. Truthfully, I too desire to conclude this war, yet I remain uncertain of how to proceed. Ganful ignored Weepa, recalling how he had long understood Weepa's stance. In earlier years, as a deity, he could not forsake Appiato and Bass due to personal feelings, as the Sky Island people also required Bass, leading to the collapse of negotiations. However, following Enel's rise, he was forced from power, no longer the aloof deity who had to consider the needs of the Sky Island people. During his period of seclusion, he pondered extensively on how to conclude the war without harming the interests of either the Sky Island or Shandian people, yet he remained at a loss. It's simple. Coexistence is the sole solution to your conflict, Chun Shioja proposed. Coexistence? Ganful's eyes lit up as he regarded Chun Shioja, eager for his subsequent words. Coexistence? How can we relinquish our homeland? They are thieves. Weepa protested indignantly. Weepa, Appiato is vast enough to accommodate both you and the Sky Island people. You have resided here for 400 years and have long since integrated into this land, Chun Shioja implored. Ganful, I believe the Sky Island does not require a deity, but rather a manager. No, 2 managers. Each side should contribute a manager to oversee this place, making the Sky Island more beautiful and prosperous. Yes, Weepa. I believe we need not continue the war. After today, once this bell has tolled, the conflict shall cease. If you wish to avenge the fallen Shandians, you may take my head. Ganful looked at Weepa earnestly. Weepa, reflect upon this. You may consult the elders in your tribe for their opinions. Tomorrow, I will sound the golden bell once more, at which time both sides can sit down to negotiate, Chun Shioja concluded. Very well, we shall meet again here tomorrow. Ganful, I hope your desire to end the war is sincere. Weepa glanced at Chun Shioja and Ganful before turning to lead his companions away. Ganful, you should also go to Heaven's Town to reassure the divine attendants and the Sky Island residents. You mean? Ganful's eyes widened. Indeed, I saved those divine attendants, and they should have reunited with their families by now. Go, and I hope to hear good news tomorrow. Chun Shioja waved, signaling Ganful to depart. Thank you. Ganful and Pierre also departed from this place, while Chun Shioja approached the golden bell and stored it within the system space. Come, I shall lead you to the legendary land of gold, Xiang Duo La. With that, Chun Shioja descended along the vine, and Kakashi and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Xiaojia, why do you wish to mediate their reconciliation? Tsunade inquired, as they had been perplexed by Chun Shioja's actions since earlier. Well, let's just say I am acting out of a generous heart, Chun Shioja replied, somewhat at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that he simply wished to compensate for disrupting the original storyline. In the original narrative, their peace was brought about by the spirit of Luffy and his companions, combined with Enel's tyranny and the fact that Vapor learned of the descendant of Mont Blanc Noland. Waiting for the promised bell, Ganful indeed harbored intentions for peace, and these various factors culminated in the harmony between the two clans. Now, due to his premature arrival, Enel's prophecies had yet to be fulfilled, and the pivotal event of the destruction of Sky Island was absent. Furthermore, Their rapid resolution of Enel's faction left many conditions unmet for the peace talks. Thus, he felt compelled to personally foster this peace. Judging from the interactions today, there was indeed a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Chen Xiujia was reluctant to elaborate, Tsunade refrained from pressing further. Soon, they arrived at the base of the massive vine where the island cloud lay. "Be cautious," Chen Xiujia warned, then directed everyone to begin excavating at the root of the vine. Before long, they unearthed the island cloud, and the true Xiongduo Law revealed itself before them. After toiling for most of the day, they had completely excavated the entire city of Xiongduo La. "This is the ancient city of Xiongduo La," Tsunade remarked, standing atop a tall building, surveying the expanse before her. Although the area appeared desolate, overgrown with vines and moss from years of abandonment, the grandeur of the legendary land of gold remained palpable. "Isn't this place supposed to be filled with gold? Yet, I see not a single golden grain," Naruto exclaimed, surveying his surroundings, which consisted solely of stones. "Enel hoarded all the gold here to craft the ship we previously saw," Chen Xiujia explained. "Let us proceed to place the golden bell properly." Upon inspecting the area, he noticed that the original bell tower's location had been compromised and overtaken by the massive vines, leaving no choice but to position the golden bell in the square. "All right, that settles it. Time is of the essence. Kakashi, take them to catch some fish for dinner. Tsunade, let us retrieve our ship. It cannot remain at the sacrificial altar any longer." Chen Xiujia secured the golden bell, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, and organized everyone's tasks before heading with Tsunade towards the sacrificial altar. "How about it, Xiao Tsunade? Did you enjoy this journey to Sky Island?" Chen Xiujia asked casually as they navigated through the jungle. "It was all right, though I didn't get to engage much, leading to a somewhat dull experience," Tsunade replied thoughtfully. "Ah, but this was meant for Naruto and the others to hone their skills," Chen Xiujia remarked, somewhat taken aback by Tsunade's evident combativeness. Just then, something in the nearby jungle caught their attention, signaling an approaching disturbance. "Xiaojia." Tsunade gestured to Chen Xiujia, who nodded in understanding, activating his Byakugan to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a massive python lunged at them from behind, its gaping maw intent on devouring them whole. Yet, they were not easily ensnared by such a simple attack. With a nimble leap, they evaded the serpentine jaws. Crash! The python, unable to halt its momentum, clamped down on the roots of a large tree, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded a significant portion of the tree's base. "Oh, such potent venom. Truly befitting the Lord of the Skies," Chen Xiujia remarked, admiring the tree. "Leave this opponent to me. Do not interfere," Tsunade exclaimed, exhilarated to finally face a worthy adversary. "Very well, but Tsunade, do not kill the serpent. It is, after all, the guardian beast of this place," Chen Xiujia cautioned, swiftly retreating to allow Tsunade the battleground. "Rest assured, Xiaojia, this serpent appears tough-skinned and meaty. It won't perish so easily," Tsunade assured him as she confronted the Lord of the Skies. The serpent, realizing one of its prey had escaped, focused on the remaining target, its hunger driving it to pounce on Tsunade. With a graceful leap, Tsunade avoided the serpent's attack, landing atop its head and channeling chakra into her leg. Painful heaven kick. With a resounding thud, the serpent's head was driven into the ground, and Tsunade followed up with several punches, eliciting furious roars from the creature as it thrashed its head, attempting to dislodge her. Yet, Tsunade's chakra firmly anchored her atop the serpent, and she delivered 2 more blows, causing the beast to writhe in agony, crashing into trees in an attempt to rid itself of her presence. Note to self: never let Tsunade wear a skirt into battle. The risk of exposure is far too great. As Tsunade battled the Lord of the Skies, Chen Xiujia pondered the implications of her attire, though he felt assured by her formidable strength. Indeed, the confrontation was brief, as the Lord of the Skies soon succumbed to unconsciousness, evidenced by the large bump on its head from Tsunade's blows. "How do you feel now? Are you satisfied?" Chen Xiujia asked, appearing beside Tsunade with concern. "Yes, I feel invigorated. This serpent is remarkably resilient, and judging by its size, it rivals Orochimaru's great serpent," Tsunade said, stretching with delight. "Well, it has lived for about 400 years. It's only natural it would grow to such proportions," Chen Xiujia remarked, swallowing hard as he admired Tsunade's unintentional grace. "All right, wipe that drool away. We must be on our way," Tsunade said, patting Chen Xiujia on the shoulder, signaling him to clean himself up. "Ah, no. You must be mistaken. I am not drooling, Jia insisted, hurriedly wiping his mouth, feigning innocence, which left Tsunade both amused and exasperated. Too lazy to deal with you. I'm leaving, Tsunade said, casting a glance back at Jia as she headed towards the location of the Konoha Maru. Wait for me, Xiao Tsunade. Jia called out, rushing to catch up, leaving the Lord of the Skies lying on the ground. Tears streaming as it lamented its greed, likely pondering its choices in the future. Chapter 51. The handshake of reconciliation between the Sandians and the Sky People soon. Jia and his companions returned to the ruins of Xiangduo La aboard the Konoha Maru, where he and the others had prepared dinner, grilled sky shark and a grand fruit platter, complemented by the unique beverages and juices purchased from the Sky Island. A sumptuous feast commenced. Before long, the satisfied group, having dined heartily, prepared to rest, as a day filled with activity beckoned them to sleep. In the stillness of the night, filled only with the sound of thunderous snores, Jia and his companions awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky the following day. After tidying up, they once again struck the golden bell, its melodious chime heralding the arrival of the day as protagonists, the Sandians led by Veppa and the people of the Sky Island, headed by Ganfu. Here lies Shandora. Veppa and his companions followed the sound of the bell to the ancestral lands once guarded by their forebears, the fabled golden land of Shandora. Previously, this city had remained undiscovered by them. Ganfu surveyed the surroundings, astonished that they had lived for 4 centuries without realizing the existence of such a city. Welcome to the legendary golden land of Shandora, Veppa. I have brought you the golden bell, thus returning it to its rightful owner. Jia proclaimed from the center of the square. Thank you. Veppa expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he gazed at the golden bell behind Jia. So, what is your decision today? Jia inquired, looking at Ganfu and Veppa, eager to ascertain their resolution after the night had passed. I have decided to pursue peace. We shall jointly govern Appiato. After 4 centuries of warfare, I believe it unnecessary to continue. The ringing of this bell signifies the end of conflict, and it is time we sit down for a meaningful discussion, Ganfu replied. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly agree with what Qin Xiaoyu articulated yesterday. Coexistence is the sole solution. I am confident that we will thrive together better than before. What say you, Veppa? What is your decision? After listening to Ganfu's perspective, Jia turned his attention to Veppa and his companions, whose stance would be pivotal to the success of the negotiations. Jia, I wonder, do the descendants of Nolan truly hear the sound of this promised bell? Veppa asked. Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. The descendants of Nolan, Noland, have been in search of the Golden Land to clear his ancestors' name from the stigma of deceit. We are here to help fulfill that wish, Jia explained. May we see the Golden Bell? The elder chief inquired. Certainly, it rightfully belongs to you. Jia gestured for them to examine it freely before stepping aside. The Sandians approached the Golden Bell slowly, mesmerized, while the islanders curiously joined them to admire the exquisite artifact. Is this the Golden Bell? It's truly magnificent. It appears so solemn. Look over there. Is that a historical text? This is the stone our ancestors wagered their lives to protect. The Sandians murmured excitedly, as it was their first encounter with the legendary Golden Bell, tales of which they had only heard from their chief. What a beautiful bell! Incredible that it can produce such a delightful sound. Indeed, upon hearing that bell, my heart feels at peace. The Sky Islanders exchanged thoughts. Chief, what is inscribed upon it? Veppa asked, gazing at the historical text. Sometimes, ignorance is not a misfortune. As long as we convey the true essence to our souls, words are unnecessary. We are the weavers of history, resonating with the chime of the Grand Bell Tower, the chief replied, his gaze profound as he recited the age-old wisdom. What is inscribed concerns the ancient weapon, Poseidon, Jia interjected unexpectedly. Can you decipher these characters? The chief gazed at Jia in astonishment. Your people have dedicated generations to safeguarding this, haven't you? Jia did not respond to the chief's question, but instead articulated the Sandians' ancestral mission, to protect the historical text and await the destined ones. How do you know of our clan's mission? The chief pressed, disbelief evident in his inquiry. Why is the ancient weapon recorded here? The other Sandians glanced at the chief and Jia in confusion. Here too, are characters identical to those in the historical text? One of the Sandians suddenly exclaimed. What is this? I have come here to guide this text to its final destination. Pirate, GOLD, Roger. That is the meaning of this phrase. Shun Shojia clarified once more. Roger? Ganfu murmured, recognizing the name. Chief, this historical text has fulfilled its mission. Completed its mission? Yes. The numerous historical texts scattered across the world, filled with information, are interconnected to complete a narrative. In other words, this text, through its connections, forms the true historical record that has yet to exist. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, has delivered this text to its destination, which means this historical text has accomplished its purpose. Shun Shojia elucidated the significance of the historical texts and the implications of Gold, Roger's words. Does that imply our mission is complete? We need not fight any longer? Thus, the wishes of our forebears have been realized. The chief's eyes welled with tears as he choked on his words, collapsing to the ground. Chief, you must gather yourself. Lan Chi rushed to support him. Concern etched on his face. Wonderful. Our mission is accomplished. Truly wonderful. Indeed, Chief, your mission has been fulfilled. There is no need for further conflict. Shun Shojia reflected on the years the Sandians had fought for their mission, noting that the 400 years of the Sky Island was merely a fragment of their struggle, as they had long battled to safeguard the historical texts. At last, the moment to conclude this mission had arrived, freeing them from the burdensome cost of war. Ganfu, we agree to peace talks. It is time to end the war. The chief composed himself and addressed Ganfu slowly. Ganfu, you shall govern this nation. The chief continued. Rather, it should be you, as this city rightfully belongs to you. Ganfu declined. Let us have you both jointly govern this nation, which shall henceforth be named Skypiea, with the city called Shandora. This land belongs to you all and shall no longer be a source of conflict due to the past. For the past belongs to no one. What is needed here is not a deity, but a spiritual pillar, Shun Shojia interjected decisively. What do you think of my proposal? Shun Shojia surveyed them and the gathered crowd. I believe it is feasible. What say you, Ganfu? The chief responded first. Then let it be as the young friend has suggested. Ganfu extended his right hand, awaiting agreement. Very well. The chief grasped Ganfu's outstretched hand, and the crowd erupted in cheers, joyously dancing, marking the end of war on the Sky Island from that moment forth. Excellent. Now let us celebrate. How about a grand festivity for this day? Shun Shojia proposed. Let today be designated as the Festival of the Sky Island, celebrated annually to commemorate this day. Agreed. Now, let the revelry commence. Thus began a magnificent celebration, and from that day forth, the Sky Island was free from oppression and war, replaced by a hopeful anticipation for their new nation. For the next 3 days, Shun Shojia, the residents of the Sky Island, and the Sandians engaged in joyous revelry, indulging in feasting and merriment, their days filled with laughter and cheer. On the first day, Veppa approached Shun Shojia, eager to challenge him to a contest. Shun Shojia did not refuse. With a few swift movements, he subdued Weepa, impressing this resolute man. In the following days, Weepa rallied the skilled members of the tribe, urging them to indulge Shun Shojia in drink, declaring that while they could not defeat him in battle, they must triumph in the art of drinking. Shun Shojia, ever the good sport, accepted every challenge, soon finding himself intoxicated amidst the revelry. Thus, 3 days of celebration passed, but eventually, the joyous time came to an end. On the morning of the 4th day, Shun Shojia sought out the father-daughter duo, Cornus and her father, to inform them of their impending departure back to the Blue Sea, inquiring discreetly about the route. There is no need to inform others. We shall leave quietly, he advised Cornus. Under their guidance, they arrived at the exit of the Cloud Island leading to the Blue Sea. Brother Shojia, just ahead lies the end of the clouds. You will return to the Blue Sea from there, Cornus announced as she perched atop Weepa. Have we arrived? Excellent. Let us set forth. Brothers, to the Blue Sea. Before them stood an ornate gate, beyond which lay their return to the Blue Sea. Is it time to go back? Naruto expressed a hint of disappointment. I feel somewhat nostalgic, exclaimed Little Lee. Will we ever return to the Cloud Island? Tsunade murmured. There should be opportunities, Shun Shojia responded. Brothers, it is time to bid farewell to this pristine sea. Take care, Brother Shojia. Cornus waved goodbye as the Konoha Maru passed through the gate. You all take care too, shouted Gaia. Please hold on to the ship. We are about to enter the steep descent of 7,000 meters. Soon, the Konoha Maru began its descent along the River of Clouds, the drop exceedingly steep. Looking down, they saw the Blue Sea below, with no cushioning in between, and they were plummeting straight down. Meanwhile, Cornus blew a whistle, summoning a gigantic octopus that caught the Konoha Maru, halting their rapid descent and allowing the ship to glide down as if carried by a hot air balloon. Farewell, brother Shioji. I shall always remember you. Cornus silently vowed as she watched the retreating octopus and Konoha Maru. Chapter 52. The Konoha Maru's severe drift. Hold on tight. Chun Shioji shouted, experiencing this thrilling descent to the blue sea for the first time. A fierce wind swept over, carrying the Konoha Maru far off course. After what felt like an eternity, the tempest finally calmed, and the ship regained stability. Had it not been for Cornus's prior guidance on their return, that harrowing scene could have terrified anyone. Falling directly from the Cloud Island without protection would surely lead to destruction, unless one were bizarrely fortunate enough to survive the plunge, which would reduce the mortality rate of such falls from 100 to 99. Thus, what seemed impossible gained a semblance of possibility. Falling from the Cloud Island would no longer guarantee death. Wow, that was exhilarating, Naruto exclaimed, his heart racing from the rapid descent without any safety measures. You can always experience it again if the opportunity arises, Chun Shioji jested. Little Jia, where is our next destination? Tsunade inquired. Our destination is Longchain Island. Chun Shioji replied, glancing at the navigational pointer. On the Cloud Island, their instruments had gone awry due to magnetic interference. But after consulting the detailed sea chart purchased from Alice on Gaia Island, Chun Shioji confirmed their goal. However, it seems we have drifted quite severely off course. Chun Shioji remarked, assessing their current position with the guidance of the seabird. It appeared they were moving further away from Longchain Island. What? How could this happen? The crew gasped, realizing the futility of correcting their course while airborne. It seems a fierce crosswind blew us off course during our descent. Chun Shioji recalled the wind they had encountered, initially attributing it to the natural descent, but now recognizing that the wind had distinctly come from the side, which was likely the cause of their drift. However, do not worry. I just checked, and we are still on the route, though it may take longer to reach Longchain Island. Let us not fret. Isn't that the nature of the Grand Line? Full of surprises. And we must simply enjoy the journey, Chun Shioji reassured them. As if fate were mocking him, another strong wind suddenly struck, sending the Konoha Maru adrift once more. The crew struggled to maintain their footing as the gale roared, only to eventually subside. We drifted even further. After stabilizing the ship, Chun Shioji checked the sea chart again, delivering more disheartening news. They were straying even farther. Well, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Let us wait until we reach the surface of the sea to reconsider our course, Chun Shioji said with a wry smile. For now, it seems we have no choice. Itachi remarked calmly. I hope there won't be any more winds, Chun Shioji grumbled, but the heavens seemed to be playing tricks on him, as fierce winds continued to buffet them, culminating in a blizzard. I say, little Jia, your mouth is like a magnet for misfortune every time you speak. Calamities seemed to follow. Yamato could no longer suppress his urge to comment, recalling their tumultuous journey to Gaia Island, the Cloud Island, and now encountering yet another bizarre event. Really? Is that so? Chun Shioji scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed noticed this pattern, especially after drawing cards. Such occurrences had become frequent. This was also the reason he hesitated to draw cards after acquiring so much gold. He feared that drawing cards on the Cloud Island would lead to a free fall directly into the sea. Indeed, I've observed that every time Brother Shioji mentions something negative, it tends to manifest shortly thereafter, Little Lee chimed in. That is impossible. I'm not that unlucky. You're all overthinking it. Chun Shioji defended himself, unwilling to bear the label of bad luck. Even if we have drifted off course, we are still all right. And we're about to touch down on the sea, he instinctively said. Don't. Yamato exclaimed in alarm, stop talking. Tsunade's warning came too late. With a sudden pop, the octopus that had brought them down from the Cloud Island shrank dramatically, sending the Konoha Maru plummeting once more. Due to the turbulent winds, their descent to the blue sea was delayed, and ultimately, amidst the blizzard, the octopus balloon could no longer sustain itself, popping and reverting to a size akin to an ordinary octopus, sending the Konoha Maru plummeting straight towards the ocean. Little Jia, this is all your fault, Yamato cried out, his voice filled with resentment. Now is not the time for blame, Yamato, Chun Shioji shouted. Use would release to create a pair of wings on either side of the ship. In the frantic descent, he had a moment of inspiration, instructing Yamato to construct wings to glide down to the sea. Kakashi, Itachi, Little Lee, when the ship stabilizes, raise the sails. Everyone else, hold on tightly. Looks like Brother Shoji really is a harbinger of doom, Naruto remarked unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Chun Shoji cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who immediately covered his mouth, appearing as if he had misspoken. Would release. Upon receiving Chun Shoji's instructions, they sprang into action. Wooden beams sprouted from both sides of the ship, arranged in the shape of bird wings. Soon, these wings extended even longer than the vessel itself, causing the descent speed of the Konoha Maru to diminish. At that moment, Kakashi and the others hoisted the sails, and the entire ship began to glide swiftly with the wind. Shaojia, you are remarkably clever to devise such a method, Tsunade exclaimed as she embraced Chun Shoji in excitement. The others, witnessing the Konoha Maru no longer plummeting at breakneck speed, marveled at Chun Shoji's ingenious idea. However, it was Day who bore the brunt of the effort. Had he not continuously reinforced those wings with chakra, they likely would not have glided so smoothly through the air. Thanks to Teacher Day. Without his wood release, no matter how brilliant my plan was, it would have been futile, Chun Shoji remarked with a chuckle, rubbing his nose. Ultimately, after gliding for quite some time, they landed safely on the surface of the sea. Shaojia, refrain from speaking so freely in the future, it could cost lives. Once they safely reached the ocean's surface, the group began to admonish Chun Shoji. After a series of assurances, he finally managed to calm everyone down. Where are we? Shaojia? As the group surveyed their surroundings, they noted the significantly cooler temperature of the sea, with snowflakes beginning to drift from the sky, giving the impression that winter had arrived. This is the sea near Drum Island. Chun Shoji pulled out a nautical chart and, after a short while, confirmed their location. They were indeed in the vicinity of Chopper's homeland, near Drum Island. Let us proceed to Drum Island. It is renowned as a legendary medical kingdom along the Grand Line. With that, Chun Shoji turned to Tsunade. A medical kingdom? Tsunade's interest was piqued. Having recently absorbed the medical texts acquired from Kuroka's, she had made considerable progress in her healing techniques. This place, being vastly different from the Naruto world, presented her with cases she had never encountered before, igniting her curiosity. Now, hearing Chun Shoji describe their destination as a famed medical realm, she felt an eagerness to explore it. However, do not celebrate too soon. This nation has encountered significant troubles and has fallen into decline. Before they could set foot on the island, Chun Shoji doused Tsunade's enthusiasm with a cold reality check. Why? Approximately 5 years ago. No, it has been nearly 6. The king of this country issued a cruel decree, Chun Shoji explained. What decree? He expelled the vast majority of the physicians from this land, retaining only the top 20 to serve solely him. The people of this nation must appeal to him for medical care, and only when he is in a good mood will he reluctantly treat them. What a despicable king. I will crush him. Tsunade erupted in fury. As a medical ninja, she found such a ludicrous decree intolerable. This is the root of the nation's decline. Come, let us see for ourselves, Chun Shoji sighed, directing the group toward Drum Island. Before long, Drum Island came into view, a land perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, adorned with several towering peaks resembling the shape of drums, hence its name. As the Konoha Maru approached the shore, they noticed the remnants of destruction scattered about, as if the area had recently suffered an attack. What has transpired here? Chun Shoji and the others swiftly disembarked, surveying the devastated village and the injured residents with furrowed brows. Stop! Who are you? Are you Val pirates? Stay back. Approach, and I will shoot. The villagers, having just endured an assault, were like startled birds, brandishing weapons at Chun Shoji and his companions. We are not pirates. We are bounty hunters, Chun Shoji called out, raising his voice in explanation. We mean you no harm. You have many injured. I am here to help. Tsunade, frowning, advanced toward the wounded. Do not come any closer. If you do, we will truly open fire. The villagers, still on high alert, kept their weapons trained on Chun Shoji and his comrades. Tsunade, however, remained undeterred. Her instinct as a healer compelled her to tend to the injured. Itachi, Kakashi. Chun Shoji exchanged glances with Itachi and Kakashi, and the three nodded in silent agreement, each beginning to prepare their ninjutsu. Tsukuyami. Hypnosis technique. The eyes of Chun Shoji and Itachi glowed crimson as their Sharingan began to spin, while Kakashi formed hand seals to unleash the hypnosis technique. The villagers, who had been pointing their weapons at them, gradually closed their eyes and collapsed to the ground, sprawled out on the snow. Teacher Day. Shouji looked toward Day. Would release. 4 pillars house technique. Day silently clapped his hands to the ground, causing the snow-covered earth to rise, and a magnificent wooden house emerged. Xiaojia, bring them all inside. Lying in the snow could prove fatal. Tsunade sighed in relief after examining the injured villagers. Most had merely sustained bruises, scrapes, or frostbite. The most severe case was a fracture. However, the number of injuries was considerable, necessitating more time than she could manage alone. Naruto, it's time to work. Oh, shadow clone technique. With the help of Naruto's shadow clones, the villagers were swiftly transported into the house constructed by Day. Naruto, you and the other boys go find some wood or similar materials to start a fire in the house. Shouji, Hinata, you two assist me. There are too many injured for me to handle alone. Tsunade quickly assumed her role as a doctor, assigning tasks. Brothers, let us get to work. Chapter 53. King Dalton of the Land Before Long. Everyone in the room was bustling about. Tsunade attended to the more severely injured, while Shouji and Hinata cared for those with minor injuries. Hinata had studied healing techniques, and Shouji had exchanged a scroll for a C-rank healing technique, thus serving as temporary medical personnel. Kakashi and Day constructed a fireplace within the room, warming the previously frigid space. Meanwhile, Naruto and Neji were sent to search the village for usable supplies, such as blankets, while Chuji and Lee prepared food, ensuring that the villagers would have hot meals upon awakening. Itachi and Sasuke assumed guard duty, having learned from the villagers that they had been attacked by pirates. To prevent a repeat assault, necessary vigilance was essential, and Kakashi and Day, after finishing the fireplace, also took up positions outside to keep watch. Before long, the unconscious villagers began to awaken. Although initially wary of Shouji and the others, they gradually lowered their defenses upon witnessing the group's tireless efforts to treat the injured and bring hot soup and meals. It was then that Shouji inquired about the truth behind the attack. We were assaulted by 4 individuals. The leader claimed to be Blackbeard. They looted us and destroyed our village in a most bizarre manner, one villager recounted, his eyes filled with terror at the mention of Blackbeard. This is not the first time they have appeared here. A month ago, they attacked another village, and yesterday they returned, another villager added. What about your nation's army? Why haven't they come to rescue you? Shaoli asked, puzzled. That scoundrel Walpole. He fled with his army the moment Blackbeard first attacked our village. The mere mention of this ignited deep fury among the villagers, who wished they could devour Walpole alive. What? Naruto exclaimed, astonished. How could there be a king who abandons his own people and runs away, taking all the soldiers with him? This infuriated Naruto and the others. Meanwhile, not far from the village, a cloud of snow dust rushed towards them, which was spotted by the vigilant Sasuke. Brother, Sasuke called out. Let's go take a look. But be careful. Itachi instantly darted towards the direction of the snow dust, with Sasuke closely following. Soon, they spotted the source of the swirling snow, which turned out to be a gigantic black wild bull, armed with a weapon resembling a boat or charging directly at them with a loud snort. Are you the pirates attacking the village? I absolutely will not allow you to wreak havoc here. The bull bellowed, instantly transforming into a creature with a bull's head and a human body, brandishing its weapon and swinging it heavily towards Itachi. Clang! Itachi deftly deflected the blow with a kunai, just as Sasuke prepared to unleash a jutsu. However, Itachi halted him. Wait, Sasuke, he doesn't seem to be part of that pirate crew, Itachi said in a low voice. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but complied with his brother's words and lowered his hands. Sir, we are not pirates. We happened to pass through here and found the village under attack, so we are just tending to the injured, Itachi explained. Stop lying. How could you be so kind-hearted? Dalton scoffed, clearly unconvinced, for in these times, genuinely altruistic individuals were nearly extinct. It's true. You can go see for yourself, Sasuke chimed in. The two sides found themselves at an impasse. Then can you take me to see the injured villagers? Dalton asked after a moment of silence, sheathing his weapon and reverting to human form. Of course, Sasuke, you take him, Itachi instructed, also putting away his kunai and directing Sasuke to lead Dalton to the makeshift hospital. Who are you? Dalton suddenly inquired during their journey. We are a group of bounty hunters, Sasuke replied thoughtfully. Bounty hunters? What is your purpose for coming here? Our captain heard that this is a medical powerhouse and wanted to come here to learn and exchange medical knowledge. Dalton fell silent at the mention of medicine, and their conversation ceased. Before long, Sasuke and Dalton arrived at the temporary hospital, where Dalton met the injured villagers. Is everyone all right? Dalton inquired as he entered. Oh, Captain Dalton, you've arrived. The villagers greeted him enthusiastically. Thanks to Mr. Chun and Miss Tsunade, we would still be lying in the snow otherwise. The villagers introduced Tsunade and Chun Shiojia, who were still busy tending to the wounded. We are immensely grateful to you. Dalton expressed heartfelt gratitude to Chun Shiojia and Tsunade, almost kneeling in appreciation, but Chun Shiojia pulled him back, as he preferred not to be treated that way. All right, Captain Dalton, this is what we ought to do. Our ship's doctor has never been one to ignore those in need. Chun Shiojia interjected, preventing Dalton from expressing further thanks, indicating that it was merely a small matter. Dalton refrained from saying more and took a portion of the villagers to help clear their village. The most pressing task was post-disaster reconstruction. After all, so many could not be crammed into a temporary hospital. Naruto, unable to sit idle, joined Dalton and the others in their efforts. Just as they were working industriously, another visitor arrived at the village. Two figures approached, one being a reindeer with a blue nose, and the other a coldly dressed blonde woman. Their arrival from the east elicited gasps from the villagers. The witch has arrived. And that monster too. What do they want? Surely they aren't here to take advantage of the chaos? Dr. Kureha, have you come to treat the injured? Dalton stepped forward to inquire. Ah, it's you, Dalton. Yes. I heard there were injuries here and thought to lend a hand, Dr. Kureha replied, sipping from a bottle. Hey, what are you talking about, you strange old woman? Naruto retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Young man, I am a lady. I am only 139 years old. I am not that old. Dr. Kureha tossed the bottle at Naruto, hitting him on the head with a loud thud, causing him to yelp in pain. Ah, you wicked old woman. Don't throw bottles around, Naruto exclaimed, cradling his head and squatting on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Humph, young man, next time be careful not to call a lady an old woman, Dr. Kureha huffed, turning to Dalton. Dalton, where are the injured? Dr. Kureha, the injured have already been treated. It was their people who helped. Dalton gestured towards Naruto. Oh, this boy clearly isn't from the village. It seems external doctors have come to their aid, Dr. Kureha surmised after glancing at Naruto. Indeed, Dalton nodded. Then that's settled. Since there are no injured, Chopper, we should take our leave. Dr. Kureha called to the reindeer beside her, and the two figures departed. Sir, who was that old woman just now? Naruto, still nursing his head, asked Dalton in confusion. That person is the last remaining doctor of this country, Dr. Kureha, Dalton replied. Is she the only doctor left in this country? Yes. Dalton fell silent, then began to recount the events that had transpired in this nation. I was once the captain of the Royal Guard of Drum Kingdom. 20 years ago, when the old king was still alive, I stood outside the prince's palace, watching a boy named Walpole amuse himself by burying a servant's head in the snow. Even then, I had a premonition that this country's future would not be peaceful. After the old king passed away, Walpole ascended the throne, and my fears became reality. The decree expelling doctors was like a dull knife, slowly carving away at the foundation of what was once a world-renowned medical nation. Now, only 20 doctors remain to serve his whims, while the common people can only wail in suffering. As the captain of the guards, I was forced to enforce those absurd laws, until I met that man, the so-called quack doctor. Here a look. I will never forget that day, for it marked the beginning of my change of heart. Just a month ago, when that gang of pirates arrived, Walpole fled with his army, leaving the pirates to rampage through our nation. I fought with all my strength to stop them, but I ultimately failed. After their rampage, they left, and I assumed the role of king, managing this country until today. This morning, I heard that another group of pirates attacked our village last night, and it was the same crew. Thus, I hurried here and encountered you. Dalton recounted the plight of this nation and its recent circumstances, his tone grave, while the villagers around him seethed with anger, harboring only hatred for Walpole. They wished for Walpole to perish at sea, never to return. Captain Dalton, please, truly become our king. Let us rebuild our nation, a villager suddenly spoke. Yes, Mr. Dalton, there is no one more suited for this role than you. If it is Mr. Dalton, I am willing to support you. Mr. Dalton, please become our king. Mr. Dalton. Dalton found himself momentarily at a loss, unprepared for the situation before him. While he wished to contribute to his country, he felt unworthy of the title of king, believing himself to be one of the culprits responsible for the decline of Drum Island. After all, I am one of the reasons for this nation's downfall. I am not fit for such a role, Dalton stammered. Mr. Dalton, you mustn't blame yourself. The villagers exclaimed in unison. Yes, you cannot be at fault. Please, Become our king. They had witnessed Dalton's deeds over the years and firmly believed he would make a good ruler. Let us leave it at this for now. Once our nation has recuperated somewhat, we can elect a more suitable king, Dalton reflected. At this moment, I truly do not feel fit for the role. So I urge you all to refrain from such discussions. With that, he returned to clearing the ruins, leaving the villagers exchanging glances, unsure of what to say but aligning with Dalton's sentiments. Even if an election were to occur, they would undoubtedly choose him. Chapter 54. Medical Exchange. A man of responsibility. Chun Shioja stood at the entrance of the makeshift hospital, observing Dalton's earlier demeanor. He genuinely believed Dalton to be a man of integrity and the most suitable candidate for the throne, albeit Dalton still seemed troubled. Chun was confident that once Walpo returned, Dalton would resolve his internal conflict, marking the opportune moment for him to ascend as king. With time still on their side, he contemplated remaining there for a while, allowing Tsunade to engage in medical exchanges and learning. Having arrived at Drum Island, it would be a disservice not to let Tsunade learn, even amidst the nation's decline. Its foundational knowledge remained intact. Mr. Dalton, I wish to discuss something with you. Chun Shioja finally approached Dalton. Mr. Chun, what is it? Please, go ahead, Dalton replied warmly, appreciating Chun and his companions for their efforts in saving many villagers. He was eager to repay them in any way he could. My companions wish to engage in medical exchanges here. May we? Chun proposed. That is certainly possible, yet currently, apart from Dr. Kureha, there are no other physicians in Drum Kingdom, and her temperament is quite peculiar. I cannot guarantee I can persuade her, Dalton admitted with a wry smile, recognizing the difficulty of the situation. Fear not, we can negotiate with her ourselves. If it proves impossible, then we shall simply forego it, Chun replied dismissively. I will do my utmost to convince her. Additionally, you are welcome to peruse the medical documents we have in Drum City. I will escort you there, Dalton hastily assured. Thank you for your assistance. It is much appreciated, Chun responded. Let us wait until the injured here have healed sufficiently before we proceed, he added. Agreed. We shall follow your lead, Mr. Chun. A week passed, and the injured villagers were nearly recovered, with reconstruction efforts progressing well. Chun and his companions decided it was time to visit Drum City, intending to examine the medical documents. However, Dalton had been unable to locate Dr. Kureha during that week, which troubled him greatly. Before long, Dalton and Chun Shioja took the cable car to Drum City. Upon arrival, Dalton sensed something amiss. There were clear signs of habitation despite this being the former residence of Walpo, now absent. Who could possibly be living here? Dalton. A female voice called from a castle window. The group looked up to find Dr. Kureha, whom Dalton had been searching for in vain. Dr. Kureha, what brings you here? Dalton inquired, surprised to discover she resided here. After Walpo left, I thought it best to take up residence since it was vacant, and there are plenty of medical documents. Dr. Kureha explained with a playful smile. You must be Dr. Kureha. Hello, I am Chun Shioja. I have an unusual request. I would like my companions to engage in medical exchanges with you. Chun introduced himself. Oh, medical exchanges? You are the ones who helped the injured in Cocoweed Village. Correct? That can be arranged, but you must pay, Dr. Kureha declared, taking a sip of her drink. Oh, how much do you require? Chun raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Kid, are you wealthy? Then how about an upfront payment of 100 million berries? Dr. Kureha chuckled, casting a glance at Chun. Dr. Kureha, they are the benefactors of Cocoweed Village. How can you say such a thing? Dalton interjected. And what of it? I might as well blame them for stealing my business. Dr. Kureha retorted sharply. Are you truly a doctor? Tsunade suddenly interjected, her skepticism evident. While charging for treatment is standard, the prospect of healing solely for profit raised her doubts about Dr. Kureha's medical ethics. Little girl, don't question me. I was a doctor long before you were born, Dr. Kureha scoffed. Well, you do seem quite old, Tsunade shot back. I am merely 139 years old. I am still quite youthful, Dr. Kureha exclaimed, tossing a bottle of liquor out the window. I can certainly pay 100 million berries. But how can you assure us that you will share your medical knowledge without reservation? Chun asked, catching the bottle and looking up at her. Humph, if you doubt me. Then so be it, Dr. Kureha replied nonchalantly. Then it's settled. I will pay you 100 million, and you will fully share your knowledge with us. How does that sound? Chun proposed, locking eyes with Dr. Kureha. Ha ha ha, what a wealthy young man. Very well. Chopper, go and let them in. We have a generous patron. Dr. Kureha observed Chun for a moment before speaking. Understood, Dr. Kureha, a voice responded, and soon a small figure appeared at the door. Chopper, please come in. Chopper welcomed them. A talking raccoon, Naruto exclaimed, momentarily stunned. That is not a raccoon, Chopper retorted angrily, transforming into his human form. Fool, that is a gorilla. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. Impossible. Just a moment ago, it was a raccoon. Naruto gazed in disbelief at Chopper's transformation. Enough, you two. He must have eaten a devil fruit to change like that, Shin interjected, calming the bickering duo as he turned to Chopper. My sincerest apologies. My companion did not mean to offend. Shin smiled and offered an apology to Chopper. Ah, no worries, Chopper replied, quickly forgiving Chun, who was among the few who did not fear him. He silently led them into the castle and up to an upper room. Are all of you planning to stay here? Dr. Kureha asked, glancing around. If possible, we would all like to stay here, Chun replied, noticing the many vacant rooms that would comfortably accommodate them. That is acceptable, but you will need to tidy up the rooms yourselves. I am not responsible for that, Dr. Kureha stated, pulling out another bottle to drink. That is perfectly fine. We can manage the cleaning ourselves, Chun said, not concerned about such trivial matters. After all, ninjas often slept outdoors, so having a house to stay in was already a blessing. Chopper, please show them to the rooms, Dr. Kureha instructed. Dr. Kureha glanced at Shin Shoujia and said, follow me. Chopper spoke as he led them to select their rooms. After arranging accommodations for Shin Shoujia and his companions, Dr. Kureha instructed Chopper to take Tsunade to the study to read, while the others dispersed to attend to their own matters, leaving Shin Shoujia to discuss the fees with Dr. Kureha. Young man, not only must you learn my medical skills, but you shall also reside and dine here. Shouldn't that warrant an increase in payment? Dr. Kureha rubbed her fingers together as she spoke. I believe 100 million is reasonable, and since we are exchanging knowledge rather than engaging in a one-sided learning process, 100 million is my bottom line, Shin Shoujia replied, tapping the table. I also feel that 100 million is quite substantial, especially considering they are our benefactors. You cannot charge more, Dalton added. Dalton, whose side are you on? Fine, 100 million it is. Consider yourself fortunate, Dr. Kureha shot an annoyed glance at Dalton before conceding, agreeing to 100 million as the final fee for their learning exchange, which would include room and board. Well then, I must take my leave. I need to patrol the coast to prevent any pirate reappearances. Following the successful negotiation, Dalton wasted no time in departing, as he still had his own patrol to conduct, guarding against potential pirate attacks. You seem quite interested in that child, Dr. Kureha observed as she noticed Shin Shoujia gazing at Chopper. Indeed, he is rather fascinating, is he not? Shin Shoujia retracted his gaze, finding Chopper to be irresistibly adorable. He is no ordinary creature. He is a reindeer who consumed the human fruit and was abandoned by his kin. I adopted him, and now he is my apprentice and my son, Dr. Kureha explained, looking fondly at Chopper. This little fellow has a tragic past. He was cast aside by his reindeer tribe because of his blue nose at birth. When he was born, he could only follow his herd, striving to survive cautiously. Later, he accidentally consumed the human fruit, which allowed him to stand on two legs, but it only made him less favored by his tribe. He had to disguise himself as a human to seek companions, but he never anticipated that his appearance would frighten the villagers, who mistook him for a snow monster and shot at him. Dr. Kureha lit a cigarette, and Shin Shoujia listened quietly as she recounted the tale. It was then that he encountered the person who would change his life, Dr. Hiralik, the quack doctor. He took Chopper home and named him Tony Chopper, granting him an identity and companionship, a paternal figure. However, that old rascal Hiralik passed away a year after taking Chopper in, right in front of this castle. Though, at that time, he had little time left to live. Dr. Kureha's voice faltered slightly, yet she continued, that rascal, before dying, entrusted me with the task of teaching Chopper medicine, and then he was deceived by Walpole's gang and met his end here. Afterward, I took in Chopper and taught him medicine until now. What do you think, young man? Isn't it a splendid story? Dr. Kureha chuckled after taking a sip of her drink. Indeed, it is a wonderful tale, one that I greatly appreciate, Shin Shoujia replied, taking a deep breath. Humph. An interesting young man. I shall intrude upon your lives for the time being, Dr. Kureha. Shin Shoujia rose to leave the room. Well, since you are so generous with your funds, stay as long as you wish. Thank you for the compliment. Thus, Shin Shoujia and his companions temporarily settled on Drum Island, where Tsunade diligently studied medicine, making daily progress. Dr. Kureha also witnessed Tsunade's ninjutsu, marveling at the uniqueness of such abilities. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment at her inability to learn them. Nevertheless, Tsunade's theoretical knowledge proved immensely beneficial to her. However, the two women seemed to be at odds, frequently arguing, mostly over medical matters. Sometimes, they would descend the mountain together to treat the villagers, alternating in their efforts as if competing, often disparaging each other's medical skills, which led to many verbal skirmishes. Caught in the middle, Chopper found himself in a difficult position, unable to offend either woman, becoming a target for their frustrations. He began to realize that women could be formidable beings. Yet, he also learned a great deal, significantly advancing his medical skills. Chapter 55. The first draw from the S-Class card pool. Meanwhile, Shun Shoujia and his companions were not idle. Itachi, Kakashi, and Yamato took Naruto and the others to train in the back mountains. Shun Shoujia occasionally joined them for practical training, but more often he focused on self-practice. He began to experiment with simplifying hand seals and training for single-handed seals to expedite his casting speed, preparing for various situations. Additionally, ninjutsu and taijutsu required extensive practice to enhance performance in real combat. After spending a month on Drum Island, Shun Shoujia finally decided it was time to draw cards again, this time from the S-Class pool. From the ship pledge he brought back from Sky Island, Shun Shoujia acquired a total of 150 tons of gold. While the ship appeared substantial, the materials used were not as plentiful as the golden bells. Moreover, due to the excellent malleability of gold, he did not require as much for shipbuilding. Ultimately, after dismantling the ship, he was left with only 150 tons of gold. Upon consulting the system, Shun Shoujia learned that 1 ton of gold could be exchanged for 1 billion berries. Since he possessed pure gold rather than various processed gold items, the value did not match the treasures Luffy had previously brought back. Thus, Shun Shoujia decided to keep 50 tons of gold as a reserve, while the remaining 100 tons were deposited into the system. Congratulations, host, for successfully recharging 10 billion berries. Your VIP level has been upgraded to VIP 4. And you have received 3 C-Class Ninjutsu Learning Scrolls, 2 B-Class Ninjutsu Learning Scrolls, and 1 A-Class Ninjutsu Learning Scroll. Congratulations on upgrading to VIP 5, earning 1 S-Class Ninja Battle Position. Congratulations on upgrading to VIP 6, receiving 15 C-Class Ninja Fragments, 10 B-Class Ninja Fragments, and 5 A-Class Ninja Fragments. Please continue to strive and recharge more to elevate your VIP level. System, is it really only after 10 billion berries that I reach VIP 6? Honestly, what is the maximum VIP level, and how much is required for the next tier? Shun Shoujia initially believed that recharging 10 billion would elevate him to at least VIP 8, or at the very least VIP 7, yet he found himself halted at VIP 6. It seemed likely that he would need to recharge another 10 billion to ascend to VIP 7. The highest VIP level is 10, and the next level requires a recharge of 20 billion berries. Aside from 6, I have no further comments, he replied to the system. Now draw cards. Shun Shoujia felt thoroughly exasperated with the system's sole focus on monetary gain, yet he refrained from further complaints. Now, all he desired was to draw cards. Feeling a bit excited, here I come, S-Class card pool. Shun Shoujia rubbed his hands together, eagerly opening the S-Class card pool. Great Sage of the Six Paths, revered Lord Kishimoto, grant me a magnificent draw this time. Shun Shoujia clasped his hands in prayer, sensing a wave of blessings. He felt his luck surging, and it was time to draw cards. Opening the interface, the familiar 30 consecutive draws commenced, officially launching Shun Shoujia's first draw from the S-Class card pool. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 S-Rank Ninja Fragments, 6 A-Rank Ninja Fragments, B-Rank Ninja Kushina Uzumaki, 9 B-Rank Ninja Fragments, 2 Chakra Medals, 5 Explosive Tags, 15 C-Rank Ninja Fragments, 2 C-Rank Ninjutsu Learning Scrolls, 15 Kunai, and 9 Shurikens. The results of the first 30 consecutive draws from the S-Rank card pool were quickly revealed. Overall, the outcome was satisfactory, neither exceptional nor disappointing. Perhaps due to prayers to the Sage of Six Paths and the esteemed Kishimoto, a B-Rank ninja emerged, precisely Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother. This serendipitous encounter allowed Naruto, who had never experienced a mother's love, to relish the moment, while Kushina, having seen little of Naruto, could fully embrace her maternal feelings. System, continue. Let us go. Shun Shoujia clicked the 30 draw button again, and a new array of cards appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 2 S-rank ninja fragments, A-rank ninja kisame hashigaki, 3 A-rank ninja fragments, 1 large amount of chakra metal, 9 B-rank ninja fragments, 3 explosive tags, C-rank ninja Naruto Uzumaki, 13 C-rank ninja fragments, 8 kunai, 13 shurikens, and 6 senbon. A-rank ninja has appeared. Chun Shiojia gazed at the shimmering panel featuring Kisame Hashigaki, feeling a surge of excitement. Not only had he obtained an A-rank ninja, but also a C-rank ninja, Naruto Uzumaki. Chun Shiojia was intrigued. This Naruto bore no prefix and looked much like the Naruto he knew, leaving him puzzled about which timeline this Naruto belonged to. Upon closer inspection of the cards, he realized that this was the ordinary Naruto, who had mastered the powerful technique Rasengan and had even fought Sasuke on the hospital rooftop, an enhancement to his acquired Chunin exam Naruto. As for Kisame Hashigaki, Chun Shiojia mused that he was destined to fall to Itachi's hands, forever entwined with his fate. He admired the dedication and meticulousness of this ninja, whose traditional methods of hand seals underscored his status as a righteous ninja. Now, amidst the pirate world filled with water, Kisame could truly unleash his prowess. Chun Shiojia pondered whether Kisame would be able to utilize his shark skin technique. If so, he could effortlessly cosplay as a member of the Fishman tribe, despite their differing species. This 30 draw not only yielded 2 ninjas, but also an S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, a delightful surprise that would allow him to learn formidable S-rank techniques. Frankly, he had long coveted the Flying Thunder God technique. For the final 30 draw, he exclaimed, "Let us continue to summon." Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 S-rank ninja fragments, 1 A-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 3 A-rank ninja fragments, B-rank ninja Niji Hyuga from Shippuden, 9 B-rank ninja fragments. For chakra metals, 8 explosive tags, C-rank ninja Kiba Inazuka, 16 C-rank ninja fragments, 8 soldier pills, and 6 smoke bombs. 2 more ninjas emerged, and Niji, who had been with Chun Shiojia for a long time, finally reached his moment of upgrade, accompanied by Hinata's teammate, Kiba. Additionally, the acquisition of an A-rank ninjutsu learning scroll made this 30 draw quite commendable. In the final 10 draws, anticipation surged. An S-rank ninja was about to appear. Chun Shiojia trembled with excitement as he clicked the 10 draw button. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-rank ninja Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, 1 A-rank ninja fragment, 1 large amount of chakra metal, 1 B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 1 B-rank ninja fragment, 1 explosive tag, 2 C-rank ninja fragments, 1 C-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 2 kunai, and 1 senbon. After 100 draws, an S-rank ninja finally emerged, and it was none other than Minato Namikaze. Coupled with the earlier acquisition of Kushina Uzumaki, this 100 draw was a resounding success for the couple. The S-rank ninja card was exceptionally striking, featuring Minato adorned with the Hokage hat, smiling back in a dynamic animation, while the reverse showcased the Nine Tails attacking the Hidden Leaf Village, with Minato preparing to don the Hokage cloak for battle in another animated scene. Naruto, you are indeed fortunate to have both your parents appear together. This will offer you a chance to experience the familial love you have never known. Chun Shiojia reflected as he held the 2 cards, feeling a bittersweet sentiment. If he were to select a candidate for the most deserving of a darker path among Hokages, he would undoubtedly choose Naruto without hesitation. Born with both parents gone, yet heralded as the son of the village's great hero, he faced disdain from the very people he sought to protect, all due to the 9 tails sealed within him. Yet, he did not succumb to darkness. Instead, he maintained an optimistic outlook. Though harboring resentment was natural, Naruto's resilience was commendable. From being an object of scorn to becoming a revered hero, he truly exemplified the spirit of perseverance. If this narrative were given to Chun Shiojia, he would have succumbed to darkness at the start, unleashing the 9 tails upon the Hidden Leaf Village. However, now, he had granted Naruto a chance to experience the parental love he had sorely missed throughout his journey. It seems I cannot draw cards for a while. The last 10 draws yielded only 1 of each item. I sense that something unfavorable may occur soon, so I must remain vigilant. Chun Shiojia decided to refrain from drawing cards for the time being. Based on his recent streak of misfortunes following consecutive draws, he recognized the risks involved, which could significantly diminish his luck and lead to various calamities. For safety, he resolved to rest on Drum Island for another 2 months to recalibrate before embarking on his next journey. Chapter 56. The First Meeting of Minato, Kushina, and Naruto. Considering the inconvenience of summoning ninjas directly in Drum City, due to the sudden appearance of strangers being rather difficult to explain, Shinshojia informed Dr. Kureha that he would be heading to another island to retrieve his companions. He set off with Itachi, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and Neji, departing from Drum Island. However, they did not venture far, instead anchoring near Drum Island. When Shinshojia mentioned going to fetch his companions, Kakashi and the others understood his intentions and remained silent in mutual agreement. Now, as they halted the boat, they realized Shinshojia was about to commence summoning the ninjas they had drawn. "Brother Shojia, are new companions coming?" Naruto inquired curiously. "Yes, Naruto. A new batch of companions will arrive in this world today," Shinshojia replied with a smile. "When they arrive, I'll rely on you to enlighten them about our current situation." "Leave it to me, Brother Shojia," Naruto declared confidently, thumping his chest. "All right, then I shall begin." The first to be summoned was Neji from the Wind Release Chronicles. After being recalled, Neji vanished, only to merge with the recently summoned version of himself within the system, and emerged once more. This time, Neji had successfully matured, leaving behind his 12-year-old visage and becoming even more handsome. As for his strength, it was needless to elaborate. He was far superior to the Neji of the Chunin exams. Furthermore, he had ascended to the rank of Jonin in Konoha, being the first among the 12 young powers to achieve such a status. "How wonderful, Neji. You've grown so much after just a brief disappearance." "I hope I can grow too," Naruto remarked enviously, for growing up meant enhanced strength, and he was eager to become stronger, unwilling to fall behind Sasuke. Next was Naruto himself, who, after being recalled, merged with the newly summoned version of Naruto. His power increased slightly, primarily because the age gap between the two Narutos was minimal, resulting in only a modest enhancement. However, he gained an additional attack method and a bit more chakra. Upon opening his eyes, the summoned Naruto realized he had not matured at all, remaining in his 12-year-old form, albeit with new memories. In this iteration, he recalled meeting Tsunade, now in her 50s, who appeared quite similar to her current self, as well as the newly acquired jutsu, the Rasengan, and his subsequent rivalry with Sasuke. "Why haven't I grown?" Naruto lamented, while Shinshojia could only shrug, powerless to change the outcome. Following him was the newcomer Kiba, who entrusted the task of explaining their current circumstances to Hinata and the enthusiastic Naruto, as they were classmates. The next summoning was of Kisame Hashigaki, who, upon arrival, immediately spotted Itachi. After greeting Shinshojia, he naturally approached Itachi. Itachi was equally surprised to see Kisame, and the two engaged in conversation. "Naruto, I have a surprise for you," Shinshojia said with a subtle expression. "What kind of surprise?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Take a guess," Shinshojia replied, feigning mystery. "Could it be the pervy sage? Or Sakura? Perhaps Irika-sensei? Or even a grown-up version of myself? What is it, Brother Shojia? Please tell me." With each guess, Shinshojia shook his head, and after much speculation, Naruto, in frustration, exclaimed. Watching Shinshojia deny Naruto's guesses, Kakashi felt a bold thought emerge, disbelief creeping in. His eyes widened, as he believed he had figured it out. Could it be? Kakashi mused, his expression suggesting he was onto something. "What? Kakashi-sensei, are you playing the guessing game too?" Naruto shouted in discontent. "Naruto, if my guess is correct, it would indeed be a surprise," Kakashi said, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of joy. At this time, Kakashi was unaware that the masked man was Obito, nor did he know that Obito was responsible for the sacrifice of Minato and Kushina. Nevertheless, his excitement for the imminent arrival of the person was palpable, as both Minato and Kushina would be a delightful surprise for Naruto. "Naruto, I have brought your parents to this world." Shinshojjia's next words shocked Naruto. At this moment, he was still unaware that the legendary fourth Hokage was his father. As for his mother, he had never heard of her. Though it was said to be for Naruto's protection, it was a bit excessive, to the point where he did not even know who his parents were. Shinshojia struggled to comprehend the third Hokage's perspective on this matter. "My parents?" Naruto murmured, having not pondered that question in a long time. As a child, he had asked the third Hokage about his parents, but had only been told that they were great heroes protecting the village. As a result, he eventually forgot to inquire about their names. Now, hearing that Shinshojia had brought his parents, the buried emotions within him surged forth. "Is it true, Brother Shojia?" Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he grasped Shinshojjia's hand. "Yes, Naruto, I have brought your parents, and they can appear before you now, Shinshoji affirmed. Thank you, Brother Shoji. Naruto cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Kakashi, observing Naruto's tears, sighed, perhaps understanding more than anyone present just how pitiable Naruto truly was. Hinata, witnessing Naruto's emotional turmoil, felt a pang of pain in her heart but hesitated to comfort him, still lacking in confidence. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, enviously aware that Naruto's parents were coming. He had gained a brother and no longer felt as isolated as he once did, yet this moment also stirred memories of his own parents. Naruto looked closely. They are coming, Shinshoji announced as he summoned 2 magical arrays. Moments later, Minato and Kushina appeared from the array. Minato, Kushina, the moment they emerged. The couple locked eyes and embraced each other tightly, for in their perception of time, they had just endured a painful separation, having been torn from their child. In an instant, they found themselves in this place, the darkness of their previous moment making their reunion all the more poignant, as they longed for their newborn child, Naruto, wondering how he was faring. Welcome to the world of pirates, Minato and Kushina, Shinshoji interjected, breaking the couple's affectionate moment. While their reunion was heartwarming, there would be ample time for them to express their love. There was no need to indulge in such displays with many singles present. Although he didn't wish to admit it, he had intentionally interrupted their moment to spare himself from feeling envious. My apologies, Lord Shuji, for causing you to witness such a scene. Minato quickly regained his composure, sheepishly scratching his head, while Kushina stuck out her tongue playfully, laughing in embarrassment. I don't mind. But there are others here who wish to meet you as well. Please, converse with them, Shinshoji suggested, gesturing towards those behind them with eager eyes. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei. It's been a long time. Kakashi greeted first. As Minato's former student, Kakashi had received immense support from him, especially during the period following his father's death when Minato had taken care of him. Thus he held the couple in high regard. Is that you, Kakashi? After a moment of recognition, Kushina finally identified the grown man before her as Kakashi. It was understandable, as she remembered him as a mere child. Had it not been for his distinctive hair and the mask he perpetually wore, she might not have recognized him at all. You've grown so much. You look older than Minato, Kushina remarked casually. Kushina, Minato gently patted her shoulder, then turned to Kakashi. I apologize, Kakashi. It's all right, sensei. Just seeing you both again brings me immense joy. And it's been quite some time since I've seen you, Kushina-sensei. I must admit, I miss those days, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Having lived alone for years, he often reminisced about the joyful times of his past. But those moments and people had been buried in the sands of time and within his memories. To experience them once more was indeed a stroke of fortune. Indeed, Watergate-sensei. Kushina, I must introduce you to her. Kakashi pulled Naruto, who had been hiding behind him for quite some time, into view. Before he could utter a word, Kushina rushed forward and enveloped Naruto in a warm embrace. Naruto, my child. As a mother, she instinctively felt it was her son, the child she had only met once, who had grown so much in the blink of an eye. She could only imagine the hardships he had endured over the years. Kakashi, witnessing this heartfelt reunion, chose to step aside, allowing the Watergate family their moment together. Naruto, my son. He appears to be quite the fine young lad, Watergate remarked, gazing at the boy frozen in Kushina's embrace, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Shinshoji observed this beautiful scene and quietly exited the room, followed by others who also discreetly departed, understanding the need to grant the family some privacy. Let us set sail back to the magnetic drum island. We shall leave this to them. As they stepped outside, Shinshoji spoke softly, and the others returned to their respective duties without further comment. Only Kakashi, as he left, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shinshoji. I sincerely thank you, Lord Shoji, for giving that child a complete life. It is merely my duty, is it not? Shinshoji replied with a smile. Rest assured, Kakashi, perhaps one day. Rin and Obito will also arrive here, surely. He patted Kakashi's shoulder, smiling as he made his way towards the ship's helm. I am profoundly grateful to you, Lord Shoji. Kakashi thought as he watched Shinshoji's retreating figure. Chapter 57. Organizing the first S-Class pool's gains inside the room, the Watergate family sat in a somewhat silent state. Are you truly my parents? Naruto finally broke free from his stupor, gazing cautiously at the weeping red-haired beauty holding him and the smiling blonde man beside her. Yes, Naruto. I am your mother. My name is Kushina, and I will never leave you again. Kushina released Naruto, looking earnestly into his eyes. Indeed, Naruto. We shall never be apart again, Watergate affirmed. Mother. Naruto could no longer contain himself and began to weep. At merely 12 years of age, having never experienced the love of a father or mother, he had often fantasized about this very scene, returning home to a warm meal and having parents by his side at parent-teacher conferences. Yet, for 12 long years, these dreams existed only in his imagination. Now, it was different. He truly had a father and mother. He clung tightly to Kushina and wept openly, releasing all the grievances he had borne for 12 years. Kushina, her tears that had just ceased now falling again, was joined by Watergate, who stepped forward to embrace both Kushina and Naruto, whispering, "We shall never be separated again." Outside, upon hearing Naruto's cries, Shinshoji, Kakashi, Neji, Sasuke, Hinata, and Kiba all shed silent tears. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances. One had long since dried his tears from that fateful night, while the other, more emotionally reserved, understood the gravity of the moment and said nothing. Itachi, this atmosphere is rather pleasant. What is our task? Kisame inquired. Tasks. At present, there are none. It primarily depends on Lord Shioji's intentions. This place is rather relaxed, devoid of stringent rules and obligations. Itachi reflected. I just saw your brother. What about your relationship? Kisame glanced at Sasuke, asking. Yes, everything has been resolved. This is not the former world, and I see no need to conceal the truth. So I have shared everything with him, Itachi replied, his tone gentle as he looked at Sasuke. How rare, Itachi. I never expected you to show such tenderness. Kisame observed silently, realizing this was a side of Itachi he had never encountered before. I find myself looking forward to what this world has in store, Kisame murmured. Kisame, this world is certainly worth your anticipation, Itachi assured him. Just as Shinshoji and the others were nearing Magnetic Drum Island, the Watergate family finally emerged from the room. The first thing Naruto did was seek out Shinshoji to express his gratitude. Brother Shoji, I cannot thank you enough for making my wildest dreams come true. I don't know how to show my appreciation, but I am ready to take on any tasks that come my way. I will complete them splendidly, Naruto declared, his heart brimming with gratitude. Ha ha ha, Naruto, rest assured, I will entrust you with tasks when they arise. Shinshoji responded with a hearty laugh, patting Naruto's shoulder. Lord Shoji, your kindness is beyond repayment. I, Watergate, can only offer my unwavering commitment to fulfill all your directives, Watergate said, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair as he gazed at Shinshoji with resolve. I too, Lord Shoji, Kushina added. There is no need to create such a heavy atmosphere. Watergate, your gratitude is acknowledged. From now on, simply call me Shaoji, as Kushina does, Shinshoji said, for he had not gone to such lengths merely for gratitude. He genuinely regarded Naruto and the others as companions. We are all comrades. I shall do all within my power. And I hope you will consider me your best partner and friend, for we are one big family, are we not? Shinshoji proclaimed, addressing everyone on the ship. Well then, I shall refrain from further words. Upon our return to Magnetic Drum Island, we shall hold a celebration for the arrival of Watergate, Kushina, Kiba, and Kisame. Shinshoji declared with finality. Oh yes, a party, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, and Watergate and his wife no longer pondered how to express their gratitude. Everything was understood without words. Before long, they arrived at Magnetic Drum City, where they introduced their new companions to those who had not accompanied them. Dr. Koreha happened to be out on a house call, leaving only them at Magnetic Drum Castle. Upon seeing Tsunade, Watergate felt a surge of joy as she was one of the few they recognized. However, Tsunade had yet to meet Watergate and did not realize he was Jiraiya's disciple. She had only heard of Watergate's name, knowing him as a prodigy still in school. Watergate was astonished by Shinshoji's extraordinary abilities upon learning that Tsunade was now his girlfriend, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his master, Jiraiya. Yet, he refrained from commenting, as Jiraiya and Tsunade had never been together, and now Tsunade had become Shinshoji's girlfriend. One could only say Jiraiya was not destined for such fortune. Upon meeting Watergate, Yamato displayed evident excitement. Being of a similar age to Kakashi, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was his idol, and encountering him was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Lee and Choji, upon discovering that the fourth Hokage was Naruto's father, could not contain their envy. It was well known that not every Kage-level ninja could be called a Kage, but to become the leader of a village was a testament to unparalleled strength, even more so. Upon seeing the grown-up Choji and Lee, Kiba felt a tinge of envy. For he, like Naruto, wished to grow up faster. However, seeing Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata all his age somewhat diminished that envy, for he had companions with him. Alright, now that everyone is here, let us commence the celebration, Shun Shoji announced, and the crowd immediately sprang into action, grilling meat, preparing dishes. And the atmosphere became lively and exuberant. As the meal neared completion, Dr. Koreha and Chopper returned, joining the revelry that Shun Shoji had so warmly invited them to partake in. Chopper, after a long absence from joy, finally revealed a smile. A stark contrast to the sorrow and hardship that had colored his memories, reminiscent of Naruto's own experiences. However, today was a day of happiness for him. Shun Shoji and the others did not view him as a monster, and Shun Shoji even summoned Parker, the talking dog. The other summoned beasts were too large for convenience, and thus remained uncalled. Chopper's delight grew upon encountering a fellow creature capable of speech. And although he learned that Parker had not consumed a devil fruit, but was instead a unique ninja dog, his spirits remained high, especially with the playful presence of the small Akamaru. In astonishment, Kiba realized that a raccoon could comprehend canine language and speak human words, stirring his curiosity to learn more about Chopper. Midway through the festivities, Dalton arrived and joined the merriment, as the group gathered to engage in drinking games, radiating joy. The celebration continued into the depths of the night, and after everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, they returned to their respective quarters to rest. Lying on his bed, Shun Shoji began to review the results of his card draws for the day. From the 100 draws in the S-card pool, he had acquired 1 S-rank ninja, Namikaze Minato, 8 S-rank ninja fragments, 1 S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 1 A-rank ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, 12 A-rank ninja fragments, 1 A-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 26 grams of chakra metal. 2 B-rank ninjas, Niji Hyuga and Kiba Inuzuka, 28 B-rank ninja fragments, 1 B-rank ninjutsu learning scroll, 2 C-rank ninjas, Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba, 46 C-rank ninja fragments, 3 C-rank ninjutsu learning scrolls, and a plethora of shurikens and kunai, which he chose not to scrutinize further. Moreover, with the additional ninjutsu learning scrolls and ninja fragments gifted from his VIP upgrade, his system panel now appeared as follows. Host, Shun Shoji, VIP 6, Ninja level, Genin reputation, 5500 chakra amount, 70 chakra attributes, all attributes ninjutsu, chakra refinement technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone, water wave, water dragon bullet, fireball, earth wall, air bullet, lightning release, water prison technique, great fire extinguishing technique, Chidori, multi-shadow clone technique, Rasengan, great waterfall technique, water barrier technique taijutsu, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, leaf gale, leaf rising wind jinjutsu, none special, Hashirama cells, 10, Byakugan, enhanced, taijutsu training bonus, ninjutsu training bonus, Sharingan. Fine chakra control, free use of Mangekyo Sharingan, Uzumaki bloodline summoned beasts, summoned dog Parker, summoned toad Jiraiya, summoned blue snake, summoned slug-tailed beasts, none ninjas, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Shinobi World War Kakashi Hitaki, Shippuden Yamato, Tenzo, Akatsuki S Itachi Uchiha, Akatsuki S Kisame Hashigaki, Sannin Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Shippuden Shoji Akimichi, Shippuden Rock Lee, Shippuden Niji Hyuga, Chunin Exam Sasuke Uchiha, Uzumaki Naruto, Chunin Exam Hinata Hyuga, Chunin Exam Kiba Ninja Fragments, C rank 71, B rank 104, A rank 45, S rank 8 Ninjutsu Learning Scrolls, C rank 9, B rank 3, A rank 2, S rank 1 Chakra Metal, 230 grams berries, 8, 035, 105, 600 gazing at the bountiful rewards displayed on his panel, along with the staggering sum of over 8 billion berries, Shun Shoji felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It seemed that his luck had nearly been expended. Continuing to draw cards would likely yield diminishing returns. System, when might I elevate my ninja rank? Surely, I cannot remain a mere genin forever, he lamented, unable to bear the sight of his current rank. Upgrade pathways not yet discovered. Please await the arrival of an opportune moment, the system replied. Great, a useless system, Shun Shoji retorted, feeling helpless as the system offered no immediate solutions. The B-rank fragments could be exchanged for another B-rank ninja, but he decided to wait for a while. As for the ninjutsu learning scrolls, He pondered what techniques would be most beneficial. Perhaps it would be wise to draw for a special ability first. Chapter 58, Flying Thunder God Technique and Impure World Reincarnation. With that thought, Chun Shoujia opened the cards for Minato and the others, noticing the option to draw. System, could you possibly provide more than just superficial upgrades? He grumbled, observing the new extraction interface. This is the new content. Please refrain from disparaging the system, it replied. Fine. Let us get back to business, he said with a roll of his eyes, tapping on Minato's card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flying Thunder God technique. The system's icy announcement jolted Chun Shoujia back to full awareness. Wait, I actually drew the Flying Thunder God technique. Does this mean I've essentially acquired an S-rank ninjutsu for free? He sat up abruptly, eyes glued to the notification on the system panel. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding space-time ninjutsu flooded his mind, along with the various intricacies of executing the Flying Thunder God technique. Each detail contained Minato's vast experience, and with diligent practice, he could effortlessly master these skills. This is remarkable. Now, I can exchange that S-rank ninjutsu learning scroll for a different technique. Let us see what else I can obtain, Chun Shoujia thought, suppressing his excitement as he directed his finger toward the next target, Kisame Hashigaki. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery of swordsmanship. Excellent, just what I need, he acknowledged, nodding with satisfaction at the newfound skill from Kisame. Hoping it would elevate his swordplay to the level of Zoro's during the Sky Island arc, turning his attention to Kushina. He speculated that it would likely be of bloodline enhancement, a conclusion drawn from his previous experiences with draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Uzumaki clan bloodline. Just as he anticipated, this would further strengthen his bloodline, increasing his chakra reserves, potentially allowing him to reach chakra levels akin to Hashirama's. Finally, he approached the last card, Kiba. This one is a mystery. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Sensory Enhancement 5. Sensory Enhancement? What does that entail? Chun Shoujia pondered, intrigued. It enhances all of your sensory abilities by 5 points. That is quite powerful. Chun Shoujia exclaimed, astonished. With all his sensory capabilities amplified, he felt a slight increase in his perception, enough to suggest that with further enhancement, he might awaken observation haki. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Chun Shoujia rejoiced, exhilarated by the day's bountiful gains. The Flying Thunder God technique, mastery of swordsmanship, enhancement of his bloodline, and finally, sensory enhancement, all remarkable abilities that would significantly bolster his strength. Thus, I am free from my inner turmoil. I have chosen the S-rank technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Without hesitation, Chun Shoujia accessed the ninjutsu exchange interface and decisively selected this technique, having already formulated a plan for its application. For the A-rank techniques, he opted for the multi-shadow clone technique and the 8 gates of death formation. Quickly, he finalized his choices for the 2 A-rank ninjutsu. As for the B-rank, he selected the heavy stone technique, lightning release chakra mode, and water release, 1000 killing water flight. The multi-shadow clone technique is an upgraded version of the shadow clone technique, which is precisely why it is classified as a forbidden technique. Not everyone can create thousands of clones like Naruto. The average person can manage only 3 to 5 at most, while some elite ninjas may reach 10. The limitation of chakra is one reason, but another lies in the fact that when a shadow clone dissipates, it transfers its memories back to the original body, overwhelming it with a flood of experiences and sensations that can easily lead to mental collapse. Thus, in the entire Naruto universe, only Naruto has been able to create thousands of shadow clones at once, indicating that his mental resilience is extraordinarily high. The 8 gates of death formation has long been a coveted martial art for Chun Shoujia. He had previously attempted to unlock the gates on his own, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open a single one. It became clear to him that the system had imposed restrictions, necessitating the study of ninjutsu scrolls to learn certain techniques. Now, he could finally learn this martial art, and he chose it without a moment's hesitation. As for the heavy stone technique, it was merely his desire to experience the joy of flight. After all, flying is a dream for everyone, especially the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely. Furthermore, the lightning release chakra mode sparked a bold idea in Chun Shoujia. This mode can maximize physical vitality and grant incredible speed, a closely guarded secret of the Cloud Village. Both the 3rd and 4th Raikage gained fame through this technique. If Chun Shoujia were to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique while in the lightning release chakra mode, Would his speed not increase even further? After all, one relies on physical movement, while the other employs space-time ninjutsu for leaps, and mastering both could prove to be a formidable advantage. Ultimately, he selected water release, 1,000 killing water flight, as he found himself at a loss for alternatives. With fire release already covered by great fire destruction, he had no intention of switching out fire techniques for the time being. He had ample lightning techniques, and with wind release, he decided to wait for the wind release, spiral shuriken. There were no particularly powerful B-rank earth release techniques either. After much deliberation, he settled on water release, 1,000 killing water flight, particularly in a world abundant with water. What else could he possibly choose? Well then, starting tomorrow, there will be plenty to practice. Chun Shouji stowed away the interface and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he stood upon Kaido, effortlessly pinning down Big Mom, causing chaos on the battlefield. Ultimately, he soared through the fray in Susanoo, vanquishing all adversaries. If not for a sudden urge to relieve himself waking him, he might have continued dreaming. After attending to his needs, Chun Shouji gazed at the faint light on the horizon and felt it was time to rise. He should begin practicing his new ninjutsu. Energized as if under a stimulant, he packed his belongings and set off alone to the back mountain, intending to remain there until he mastered all his ninjutsu techniques. Upon reaching their usual training spot in the back mountain, where Yamato had constructed a house for their convenience, Chun Shouji entered the dense woods after setting down his gear. He resolved to start with the simplest B-rank ninjutsu. The multi-shadow clone technique required no special practice, as he immediately created 50 shadow clones upon arrival, commencing his training with lightning release chakra mode and the heavy stone technique. Thanks to his experience with Chidori, he quickly grasped the lightning release chakra mode. Once activated, Chun Shouji became a bolt of lightning, racing through the valley at breakneck speed. He utilized Chidori, enhancing its power beyond his previous capabilities, resembling an alternative version of the Hell Stab technique. Unlike the original, which reduces chakra concentration in the fingers to augment stabbing properties, Lightning Cutter achieves maximum power without such reduction. The heavy stone technique was also easily mastered. After acquiring it, Chun Shouji returned in a flamboyant manner to Magnet Drum City to showcase his prowess to Tsunade. However, after enduring her infamous meat twisting technique, he was left with no choice but to retreat back to his training ground to continue his journey of self-improvement. The 8 gates of death formation could not be practiced using shadow clones, as the violent chakra would cause the clones to dissipate, a conclusion he reached through experimentation. Thus, he had to train alone. After a month of relentless effort, he finally managed to unlock the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit. This achievement was aided by Lee's prior experience. Otherwise, it would have taken him much longer to reach that milestone. He decided not to pursue further gates for the time being, as he still needed to master the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the Impure World reincarnation, it is not inherently difficult to learn. The challenge lies in gathering materials and mastering the technique's intricacies. Currently, Chun Shouji possessed no materials suitable for summoning, so he had only grasped the technique itself without the means to perform the summoning. If only I had left some remains of Enel, he mused, lamenting that the Tenryubito's sword had sealed Enel, rendering him unusable as material. Nonetheless, there were still formidable individuals who could serve as suitable materials. For instance, Whitebeard, who perished during the Marineford War, would have been an excellent choice. Even if he hadn't died in that battle, he would have succumbed to illness eventually. By that time, his body was already in a state of decline, which explained his fierce struggle against Akainu. Neither his haki nor his fruit abilities were at their peak anymore, preventing him from showcasing the strength of his youth, which was why he chose to stay behind in the end. Upon learning of Ace's capture, he understood the likelihood of his own demise in that conflict, but felt compelled to act for the sake of his family, willing to sacrifice his life if necessary. In the future, if he could gather some of Whitebeard's remains during the Marineford War, he could potentially resurrect him. This was the plan Chun Shouji had concocted while exchanging for the Impure World reincarnation. As for Ace, he would not allow him to perish. Even if he did, he could always resurrect him in the same manner as his father, Whitebeard. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Shouji temporarily set aside the idea of Impure World reincarnation and turned his focus to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Thanks to Minato's experience, he learned this S-rank ninjutsu swiftly. He then drew a batch of kunai from the system and inscribed them with his Flying Thunder God mark. After much contemplation, He ultimately designed a symbol incorporating elements of lightning and storms as his unique insignia. After completing all of this training, 2 months had elapsed. On this particular day, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure arrived at Magnet Drum Island. Chapter 59. Ace. On this day, Magnet Drum Island experienced an unusual respite from snowfall, basking instead in a rare, brilliant sunshine. The island's residents took advantage of the lovely weather to stroll about the village. Among them was a man clad in a black trench coat and hat, arriving on the island in search of a particular individual's whereabouts. Upon landing, he made his way to Cocoa Village, and after a thorough search, entered a restaurant without hesitation and took a seat. "Boss, I would like a serving of fried rice and some grilled meat, please." His voice bore an urgency, as if he had been famished for quite some time. "Certainly, sir, please hold on for a moment." The proprietor glanced at the man, whose attire appeared entirely different from that of the locals, and inquired, "Sir, are you from another place?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" The man, curious, inquired about the reason behind the boss's remarks. "Your attire and accent differ greatly from those of the locals. Are you a traveler?" The boss explained. "Well, sort of. Boss, I'd like to ask you something. I heard that your place was recently attacked by pirates. Is that true?" The man responded with a smile. Yet his expression quickly turned serious as he sought further information from the boss. "Indeed, it is true. Approximately 3 months ago, a band of pirates assaulted our village, stealing numerous items and injuring many of our people," the boss recounted, his teeth clenched as he spoke of the marauders. He himself had been a victim of that attack. They had dined at his establishment before wreaking havoc, nearly costing him his life. "Fortunately, thanks to Lord Chun Shojia and Lady Tsunade, I was able to recover and reopen my restaurant. Had it not been for them, you might not have encountered me today," he continued, his tone filled with admiration for Chun Shojia and Tsunade. "Chun Shojia? That name rings a bell. I feel like I've heard it somewhere," the man murmured, but he could not recall where. "Boss, do you know the name of the pirates who attacked you?" he then asked. "Of course, I remember. I shall never forget their names. The leader is called Blackbeard. He was the one who destroyed our village," the boss replied, his voice laced with fury. "Indeed, it is you, Blackbeard." The man's countenance darkened, as if a realization struck him, and he ceased further conversation with the boss. "Sir, your meal is ready. Please enjoy." The boss, noting the man's silence, refrained from speaking further. Just then, the man's order was served, and after pouring him a glass of water, the boss settled down to smoke nearby. Perhaps due to having not eaten in a while, the man devoured his meal with great haste. "Boss, another identical portion, please," he requested, his mouth full but still eager for more. "Certainly, my friend. Take your time. No one is competing with you," the boss said, observing the man who resembled a famished ghost. He felt an unsettling premonition, though he could not pinpoint why. "Boss, is the wine I ordered ready?" At that moment, Chun Shojia entered, as they had decided to depart for their next destination in a couple of days and were busy gathering supplies. He had come to collect the wine he had previously ordered. "Ah, Lord Chun Shojia, what a bother for you to come in person. I could have brought it to you," the boss greeted warmly, engaging in conversation with Chun Shojia. "Isn't your wine delightful? I couldn't resist coming to fetch it myself." Chun Shojia replied with a smile. "Thank you for your patronage. Shall I fetch your wine now?" the boss asked eagerly. "Yes, please," Chun Shojia replied, taking a seat at the bar, adjacent to the man who had just dined. "Please enjoy. I will go get your wine," the boss said, bringing a glass of wine to Chun Shojia before heading toward the storeroom. "All right, thank you," Chun Shojia said, taking a sip of wine while glancing at the man beside him, feeling a strange familiarity about him, especially due to his hat, which evoked a sense of recognition. Who could it be? Never mind, he thought, sipping his drink and pondering, unable to recall where he had seen that hat before. The restaurant fell into silence, save for the sound of the man eating. Soon, the boss returned with several assistants, carrying a barrel of wine. "Lord Chun Shojia, I have instructed the staff to take this wine to your ship," the boss announced. "Thank you. Could I also have a portion of fried rice? Watching him eat so heartily has made me a bit hungry," Chun Shojia said, intrigued by the man's meal. "Certainly, no problem," the boss replied, heading toward the kitchen to prepare the fried rice. Before long, a fragrant serving of fried rice was brought out, a deluxe version brimming with meat and thoughtfully paired with various vegetables. "Please enjoy," the boss said. "Thank you, boss," Chun Shojia exclaimed, picking up his spoon to savor the fried rice, which he found to be exceptionally delicious. "Boss, I have another inquiry," the man seated next to Chun Shojia suddenly interjected. "Please, go ahead," the the boss responded. Have you seen this person? The man produced a wanted poster featuring a boy wearing a straw hat and grinning widely. Is this Monkey D. Luffy? Chun Shouji glanced at the poster, quickly recognizing the character. His iconic smile and that straw hat made him unmistakable. Could this be Portgas D. Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luffy's brother? Chun Shouji realized why that hat seemed familiar. It belonged to Ace. I'm sorry. I have not seen this person, the boss said, gazing at the wanted poster with confusion, having never encountered the boy. Due to the perpetual cold of Magnetic Drum Island, which was almost always snowing, the newspaper birds seldom visited, and they were rarely informed of outside news. Is that so? May I trouble you for a favor? Ace asked. What is it? If this man comes here, please inform him that I will be waiting for him in Alabasta for 10 days, Ace said, placing the wanted poster down before rising to leave the restaurant. Oh, the boss, bemused, picked up the wanted poster, watching Ace exit, only to suddenly realize, oh no. He didn't pay? He shouted. Don't worry, boss. I will cover for him, Chun Shouji said, placing down 10,000 berries before turning to follow Ace out of the restaurant. This is unacceptable, Lord Chun Shouji, the boss exclaimed, hastily pursuing him, but by then, the street was devoid of any figures. How did he leave so quickly? I still wanted an autograph, the boss murmured. In an open area outside Cocoa Village, two men stood facing each other. These two were none other than Ace and Chun Shouji, who had exited the restaurant one after the other. Hey, why are you following me? Ace questioned first. Having sensed someone trailing him as he stepped outside, he deliberately quickened his pace, attempting to shake off his pursuer, but found himself cornered. Portgas D. Ace, second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Am I correct? Chun Shouji stated. Who are you? Ace's demeanor shifted to one of caution. He sensed ill intentions from the newcomer. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries. Throughout his pursuit of Blackbeard, many bounty hunters had targeted him for his head, hoping to claim the reward and enhance their own fame. He suspected this man had similar motives. I am Chun Shouji, a bounty hunter, he replied, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. After months of training without practical testing of his abilities, he now had an opportunity to gauge his progress. It would be remiss not to engage in a confrontation. How tiresome, yet another bounty hunter. Can't you all just take a break? I'm quite busy. Is chasing me truly entertaining? Ace sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Indeed, the saying held true, fame brings trouble. As a prominent pirate, too many bounty hunters sought to eliminate him for notoriety. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind the inconvenience. He actually relished the thrill. However, he was currently too preoccupied with the pursuit of Blackbeard to deal with bounty hunters. Ace, if you wish to leave this place, you must first seek my consent. Go ahead and make your move. Chun Shouji was indifferent to the situation. After all, Ace's fate was to be defeated by Blackbeard and sent to Impel Down. Before that, he intended to enjoy himself first. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Shouji hurled several shurikens straight towards Ace. Ace made no attempt to evade. Instead, he allowed the shurikens to pierce through him, leaving multiple fiery holes in his body. Clearly, the shurikens had not harmed him. Futile effort. I am a man made of flames, having consumed the Mera no Mi. Your little toys cannot inflict any damage upon me, Ace declared with a smile. His hand pressed against his hat. Is that so? Suddenly, Chun Shouji's voice emerged from behind Ace, and in a swift motion, he swung his blade, cleaving Ace in two. Yet, at the point of separation, flames continued to burn. What incredible speed! How did you appear behind me? Ace's form transformed into several clusters of flames, reconstituting not far away as he stared at Chun Shouji, his tone now grave. He realized that his observation haki had failed to detect how Chun Shouji had managed to position himself behind him. Captain Ace, you ought to take this seriously, otherwise, you might find yourself in quite a predicament, Chun Shouji taunted without addressing Ace's question. Interesting, boy. Let us have a contest. Ace's competitive spirit was stirred. He had never shied away from a challenge. Blackbeard's appearance had occurred 3 months prior, so a slight delay would not matter. Fire gun, Ace declared, placing his hands at his waist, forming them into a gun shape. 2 rows of rapid-fire flames shot forth, resembling the onslaught of machine guns, forcing Chun Shouji to evade while simultaneously shattering the fire bullets with his lightning strikes. Chun Shouji was not merely a target to be struck. While defending, he unleashed several slashing attacks, infused with chakra, resembling alternate flying slashes. He anticipated Ace would assume that his Mera no Mi could evade these strikes. Hence he did not target vital areas, merely inflicting superficial wounds. As expected, Ace confidently remained still, believing nothing could harm him. However, he soon faced the consequences. Blood bursting from various parts of his body. One slash even grazed his cheek. Although the wounds were superficial, they compelled Ace to reassess his underestimation. Is that hockey? It feels somewhat different, yet it can indeed injure me, Ace remarked, wiping the blood from his cheek, puzzled. Ace, have you never encountered hockey in the New World? Or do you find it perplexing that a person who has never ventured there possesses hockey? Shouji sheathed his sword, gazing at Ace. I am genuinely curious about how you learned hockey, considering it can only be acquired in the New World, Ace replied, his eyes fixed on Shouji. He himself had only discovered hockey after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, focusing solely on mastering observation hockey. He had not progressed far in that regard, and due to being a Logia-type fruit user, he had neglected the training of armament hockey, as his attacks primarily relied on mid to long-range skills. As for Conqueror's hockey, it had ceased to manifest after he resolved to see Whitebeard ascend to the throne of Pirate King. So Ace, do not presume that being a Logia-type fruit user allows you to belittle others. If you maintain such an attitude in our battle, your bounty will become mine. Shouji warned, gradually lowering his stance, gripping the sword sheath with his left hand, his thumb propped against the guard, while his right hand caressed the hilt. His eyes locked onto Ace. Ace, now acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation, heightened his vigilance. He recognized that this opponent was not an ordinary bounty hunter to be dismissed lightly. He would need to summon all his strength to contend with Shouji. The previous slashes had been withheld, capable of severing his head just as easily as they had slashed his face, prompting him to abandon his careless underestimation. Lightning release, chakra mode. Shouji inhaled deeply, activating his lightning chakra mode. Instantly, a blue chakra aura, akin to a super scion, enveloped him, unleashing a formidable presence. Ace felt the gravity of the situation, flames beginning to envelop him, forming a half-flame state, where he excelled in both offense and defense. I'm coming for you, Ace, Shouji announced, his right hand tightening around the sword hilt. Ace remained silent, the flames swirling around him indicating his readiness. The perpetual snow of Magnet Drum Island began to melt under the heat of his flames, forming a small pool of water between them, with steam rising in the air. This is my first time utilizing this technique. I hope you find it appealing. Lightning release, lightning flash. After uttering these words, Shouji vanished. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck Ace's previous location, causing the earth to fracture. Shouji reappeared, now positioned 5 meters behind Ace. Meanwhile, Ace's form had vanished, leaving only a cluster of flames, before he slowly emerged from the fire. You managed to evade my earlier swift slash, Shouji remarked, surprised. This was a technique he had been refining, designed to work in tandem with his lightning chakra mode, allowing him to instantaneously transform into lightning and deliver a strike so rapid that it was nearly unavoidable. It resembled the flying thunder god slash, but with a greater emphasis on the power of the strike rather than mere teleportation. Yet, Ace had unexpectedly elementalized in advance, transforming into a cluster of flames and evading the blow. Was that foresight? Ace realized what he had done, as his heightened concentration had inadvertently triggered one of the abilities of his observation hockey, Future Sight, allowing him to anticipate Shouji's attack trajectory and elementalize to evade the strike. Future Sight, is it? Quite a troublesome ability, Shouji deduced from Ace's murmurs, understanding why he had missed his target. Future Sight, a rather cheat-like ability, allows one to foresee an opponent's attack and evade or counter it, far superior to Enel's mantra, Ace acknowledged. You are strong, Shouji. I should not have underestimated you. From now on, I will unleash my full potential. Ace turned to face Shouji directly, the prior swift strike having completely dispelled his underestimation, placing Shouji on equal footing as a formidable opponent. Shouji remained silent, activating his lightning chakra mode once more as he charged toward Ace. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a powerful punch, sending a colossal fire pillar, 10 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Shouji. The inferno instantly melted the surrounding ice and snow, engulfing the area in thick fog that obscured visibility. In the nearby village of Cocoa Weed, the villagers witnessed a sudden eruption of flames from the nearby forest, followed by a surge of steam filling the vicinity. What's happening? Is there a fire? I don't know. Let's go take a look. Better not. Our lives are more important. In this region, where snow fell year-round, such a massive fire was an extraordinary occurrence. Many villagers were intrigued and wished to investigate, while others deemed it unworthy of concern, ultimately deciding against it, as their lives held greater value. Could it be that Brother Shiojie is responsible for this? Naruto also saw the pillar of fire on the boat, which was in a similar direction to where Shiojie was headed. Instinctively, he assumed it must have been caused by Shiojie. Perhaps we should go and take a look? Shaoli suggested. I believe Brother Shiojie is fine. He might just be experimenting with ninjutsu. Maybe we should refrain from going, Naruto replied. That's fair. Let us wait for him here. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, a battle was unfolding. On the battlefield, flames continued to spread, igniting the surrounding trees, and a fierce blaze roared. In the midst of the inferno, a blue figure struggled against the onslaught of fire. This force, I cannot breach it. Shiojie could barely move through the flames. Thanks to the protection of his lightning chakra cloak, the fire could not harm him, yet the impact rendered him nearly immobile, forcing him to use chakra to anchor himself to the ground. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by Ace's punch. Water release, water barrier. Observing the melting water beneath him, Shiojie quickly retracted his sword, forming hand seals with haste. A swirling torrent of water materialized, transforming into a wall that blocked Ace's fiery fist. Simultaneously, fire and water clashed, creating a dense mist that obscured the surroundings. Noticing this, Ace withdrew his fist, activating his observation haki to carefully scan the vicinity. Is he also a user of abilities? He doesn't appear to be a Logia type, nor has he transformed. He must be a Paramecia. Ace pondered, assessing the situation. The ability to wield such a multitude of special powers indicated that he was indeed an ability user. Generally, those who relied solely on physical combat, enveloped in Busoshoku, would engage in a direct contest of fists rather than manifesting diverse abilities like Shiojie did. Water release, water dragon bullet. From within the mist, a water dragon surged forth, darting towards Ace. Flame pillar. Ace raised his fist, unleashing a concentrated beam of fire that collided with the water dragon. With a resounding boom, both attacks dissipated into vapor. The already thick mist intensified, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Ace sensed imminent danger and began to flee towards clearer air. Water release, 1,000 kill water wings. In the haze, the suspended water vapor, at Shiojie's command, transformed into countless projectiles that hurtled towards Ace. Chidori. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the fog, his eyes glowing crimson. A sphere of lightning gripped in his hand as he bolted towards Ace with astonishing speed. The two assaults swiftly surrounded Ace, leaving him with no escape. Flame ring, flame pillar. Ace swung his hands, summoning a fiery circle beneath him, from which torrents of flames erupted skyward, obliterating the incoming projectiles and reducing the approaching Shiojie to ash. The ascending pillar of fire once again sparked discussions among the villagers of Kokoid village, who had never witnessed such a sight and were thrown into a panic, fearing a dreadful natural disaster. Do not worry, I will lead a team to investigate the situation. Be cautious to prevent the flames from spreading to the village. Dalton, drawn to the unusual spectacle, resolved to take a few villagers with him to assess the situation, just in case. Soon, he set out with a dozen brave villagers towards the battlefield where Shiojie and Ace clashed. At that moment, as Ace's flames surged, another voice echoed from a different direction. Water release, great waterfall technique. This time, the water column poured down like a deluge, extinguishing Ace's flames and sweeping him away in the sudden torrent. The ground resembled a scene ravaged by a tsunami, water surging everywhere, while Shiojie surfaced amidst the waves, riding the current. The previous water release, 1,000 kill water wings and the Chidori that had rushed towards Ace were executed by his shadow clones. He himself had been preparing the great waterfall technique. The surrounding mist was dispersed by the shock waves generated by the sudden influx of water. The once murky battlefield became significantly clearer, revealing Ace's figure beneath a large tree. For an ability user who could not wield water, this technique was immensely powerful, forcing him to endure the tremendous impact of the waterfall and the suffocating sensation of being submerged. Few could withstand such an assault. Many would be rendered unconscious on the spot, and some unfortunate souls might even drown. With a few great leaps, Shiojie reached Ace's side. Hoisting the unconscious Ace over his shoulder and heading towards the ship, the Konoha Maru. Chapter 61. Setting sail once more at the edge of the battlefield, Dalton, accompanied by a dozen intrepid villagers, cautiously approached. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a resounding noise echoed before them, reminiscent of distant thunder or the beating of war drums. When they discerned the source of the sound, their faces turned pale, and they clung tightly to the nearby trees, barely avoiding being swept away by the flood. It must be the melting snow caused by the flames that triggered this deluge. Everyone, be cautious, something seems amiss ahead, Dalton thought gravely. Gripping the tree with one hand while holding two villagers with the other, his expression tense as he surveyed the path ahead. Is this country about to face another disaster? Unbeknownst to him, all of this chaos stemmed from the clash between a ninja and a top-tier Logia fruit user. Upon arriving at the battlefield, they found nothing but devastation and, after a thorough search, returned to Koko'id village in disappointment. Meanwhile, Chun Shiojia had returned to the Konoha Maru with Ace. Once aboard, he called for Tsunade to examine Ace's injuries. A broken rib, but nothing serious. He should wake up after a little rest, Tsunade quickly assessed, relieved that the injuries were not severe. So who is he? That pillar of fire earlier, was it you who caused it? Tsunade inquired after her examination. Looking at Chun Shiojia, well, it was indeed our doing. Merely a sparring session, a minor spectacle, Chun Shiojia smiled. That was quite the display, a towering pillar of fire and a vast expanse of mist. One could easily mistake it for a volcanic eruption, Tsunade remarked, glancing at the man lying on the bed, signaling Chun Shiojia for an explanation. This man is Portgas Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Or he can also be referred to as Gold. Ace, Chun Shiojia clarified. Gold, isn't that the surname of Pirate King Roger? Tsunade exclaimed, turning to look at the unconscious Ace. The Pirate King Roger has a son? Did the Marines fail to capture him? No, but the Marines are somewhat aware of his lineage as Roger's son. However, due to Whitebeard's influence, they will not act against Ace lightly, Chun Shiojia explained. Whitebeard? Yes. One of the four most formidable pirates of this sea, once a rival of Pirate King Roger, a true monarch of the oceans. It is largely thanks to Whitebeard's protection that Ace has not been apprehended by the Marines since becoming a pirate. So he was adopted by Whitebeard? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. No. Before he turned 17, he was not under Whitebeard's protection. Someone else raised him. Someone you have also met. Chun Shiojia smiled, prompting Tsunade to guess. I've met him? How could that be? Tsunade waved her hand, incredulous that a person from the world of Naruto could have encountered Ace's caretaker. It is true. We have both met him on Gaia Island, Chun Shiojia hinted. Could it be that man in the dog-headed hat? Tsunade suddenly recalled the dog-headed admiral. Indeed, it was he who adopted Ace and concealed this fact from the world government. Chun Shiojia recounted the tale of Ace to Tsunade, including the story of his mother, Portgas Rouge. Such an extraordinary mother. After hearing Portgas Rouge's story, Tsunade was moved to tears. Well then, I shall entrust him to your care. I will inform Dalton and the others. It is time for us to set sail. Chun Shiojia patted Tsunade's shoulder and turned to leave the cabin. As he journeyed towards Koko Village, Chun Shiojia began to reflect on his recent battle performance. Though the fight had concluded swiftly, it provided him with a clearer understanding of his own strength. He was now capable of contending with some bounty hunters valued at 1 billion, and could emerge victorious. However, he still felt lacking in encounters with those of the four emperors' caliber. Nevertheless, he could certainly evade them, even if he was not inclined to flee. It was understandable that he had triumphed over Ace, as Ace lacked any intelligence regarding him. He was unaware of the abilities Chun Shiojia possessed. In contrast, Chun was acutely aware of all of Ace's capabilities, and aside from the unexpected awakening of Ace's foresight ability, which took him by surprise, he had countermeasures for everything else. Moreover, he predominantly employed water release techniques, catching Ace completely off guard. It is worth noting that Ace still had several powerful skills at his disposal. Yet he was deceived by a mere shadow clone, leaving him entirely unprepared. Indeed, the shadow clone technique is remarkably effective. No one in the world of Naruto can see through it, and it is even less likely to be discerned in the pirate realm. Aside from its fragility, it is nearly perfect, with only the wood clone technique of Lord Hashirama surpassing it. Thus, it is not that Ace is inferior, rather, it underscores the significance of intelligence in combat. Ace suffered from this disadvantage, which ultimately led to his capture by Blackbeard and Chun Shiojia. Even in seeking vengeance, he should have brought along companions for assistance. Unlike Ace, who ventured alone from the new world to paradise, akin to a lamb led to slaughter in Chen's eyes. At this juncture, the Navy was already aware that Ace was the son of Roger. Had he not been under Whitebeard's protection, he would have been captured long ago. One could argue that Ace's predicament was entirely of his own making. Sigh. It seems Ace is incorrigible. Let him be. When the time comes, I shall aid him during the Marineford War, serving as a means of atonement for today's encounter. Chun Shiojia sighed, acknowledging that the three brothers, Ace included, shared a similar disposition, stubbornly resolute, even at the cost of their lives. Mr. Chun Shiojia, just as he was lost in thought, he arrived at Cocoa Village, where Dalton and the others had just returned. He spotted Chun Shiojia from afar and waved. "Ah, Dalton, is that you?" Chun Shiojia exclaimed, noticing Dalton and several villagers, all appearing disheveled as if they had just endured a significant attack. "Indeed, Mr. Chun Shiojia, you might have seen the Pillar of Fire near Cocoa Village. We went to investigate its mysterious origin, which led to our current state," Dalton explained. "The Pillar of Fire? I did see it. What did you discover?" Chun Shiojia inquired, scratching his head awkwardly. "When we reached the location of the mysterious fire pillar, we found nothing but chaos," Dalton replied, shaking his head. "No one was harmed, I hope?" "Fortunately, no. We were just briefly trapped by a sudden flood as we approached. Otherwise, we would have uncovered something," one villager chimed in. "That's a relief." I hesitated, but must inform you all that the fire pillar was my doing. "So it was you, Lord Chun Shiojia. I wondered how such a large pillar could suddenly appear. Your strength is truly remarkable," the villagers exclaimed, marveling at his capabilities without casting blame for the disturbance. "My apologies for causing you trouble," Chun Shiojia said, looking apologetically at Dalton. "Not at all, Mr. Chun Shiojia. No harm was done, so there's no need for concern," Dalton replied with a gentle smile. "By the way, Dalton, we are preparing to depart. Thank you for your hospitality during our stay," Chun Shiojia announced suddenly. "What? You are leaving?" a child asked, reluctant to part ways. "Yes, we must take our leave. We have spent 3 months here, and it is time to journey to our next destination," Chun Shiojia replied, affectionately ruffling the child's hair. "Will you return? If the opportunity arises, we shall return. Safe travels," Dalton called out, already aware of their plans, but having kept it from the villagers. The villagers of Cocoa Village gathered around Chun Shiojia as he boarded the ship, bidding their farewells. "We hope to welcome you back to Drum Island. I believe it will be even better by then," Dalton shouted as they parted ways. "Indeed. We will come again if possible," Chun Shiojia responded loudly. "Goodbye, Chopper." Granny Kureha, Naruto called out from the deck, waving to the figures on the shore, which included the Dr. Kureha and Chopper. "Goodbye." Chopper waved back, having enjoyed his time with Chun Shiojia and the others. He was no longer viewed as a monster, but as a friend, having played with Naruto and the others, even sparring with Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom were astonished by each other's strength, leading Naruto and his companions to naturally become Chopper's friends. "Hey, that blonde-haired kid, how rude. He's still so young." Dr. Kureha chuckled, sipping her drink. Tsunade stood on the deck, looking at Dr. Kureha. Their time together had forged a deep friendship, with both enhancing each other's medical skills. Though they often bickered, their bond grew stronger, resembling that of sisters. "I wonder when we will see Chopper and the others again," Naruto pondered, watching the diminishing figure of Chopper with a tinge of sadness. "There will be opportunities," Minato reassured him, patting Naruto's head. "But the ocean is so vast, will there really be a chance?" Naruto looked up at Minato, questioning. "Do not fret, Naruto. Although the sea is vast, it is also small. When we reach the pinnacle, we shall inevitably reunite," Chun Shiojia interjected. "The pinnacle," Naruto mused. "Moreover, parting is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Thus, let us look forward to our next encounter," Chun Shiojia added. "Yes, I will eagerly await our next meeting," Naruto declared enthusiastically. Chapter 62. Journey to Alabasta. Why do you not attempt to escape now that you are awake? Chun Shiojia entered the infirmary, finding Ace, who had previously been lying down, now sitting up, yet he made no attempt to flee. He awaited Chun Shiojia's arrival. "A loss is a loss. There is no reason to flee," Ace remarked. "Yet you intrigue me. With such formidable strength, why do you linger in the early stages of paradise?" Ace inquired curiously. "Oh, that is a long story," Chun Shiojia replied, pulling up a stool to sit beside Ace and engage in conversation. "You truly have had a stroke of bad luck, descending from Sky Island only to be blown back to such a distant place. It could be said that your prior journey was in vain. After listening, Ace burst into laughter, surprised that someone as formidable as Chun Shiojia could have such misfortune. Well, I suppose you're not so different. You've encountered a powerful bounty hunter like me, he retorted, not willing to back down. Indeed, I'm not at a loss either, huh? Ace chuckled self-deprecatingly. The two exchanged glances and laughed heartily together. I have a favor to ask of you. After their laughter subsided, Ace looked at Chun Shiojia with a serious expression. I wish to borrow my life from you for a time. Oh, what is the reason? Chun Shiojia raised an eyebrow, inquiring. You know I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but I have come here for an urgent matter, Ace replied gravely. I am here to hunt down a traitor who killed our comrade and betrayed us, and I must deal with him personally. Who are you looking for? Chun Shiojia feigned ignorance, knowing full well. His name is Teach, also known as Blackbeard, the pirate who attacked Drum Island 3 months ago, Ace stated. Oh, is it him? Indeed. So I implore you to allow me to leave. Once I have dealt with him, I shall return to you. At that time, you may do as you wish with me, Ace said, kneeling on the bed and bowing deeply to Chun Shiojia. Very well, I agree, Chun Shiojia replied, helping Ace to his feet. He actually held a deep admiration for Ace, who had risked his life for Luffy during the Marineford War, trading his own life for Luffy as survival. That bond of brotherhood made him envious, as he was an only child in both this life and the last. Initially, Ace and Luffy were merely sworn brothers, but ultimately, they were no different from true siblings. After all, being defeated by Blackbeard would not mean death. Blackbeard needed Ace's life to obtain what he desired, and the world government also sought Ace's life to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a trap. Thus, Ace was unlikely to perish before the Marineford War, and Chun Shiojia thought it best to let him pursue Blackbeard. He had no intentions of using Ace as a bargaining chip. He merely felt the thrill of the hunt and wished to engage in a contest with Ace. Now he had a ready excuse to allow Ace to depart, and in doing so, Ace would owe him a favor. Thank you so much, Chun Shiojia. After I capture Blackbeard, I will definitely come find you, Ace said earnestly, taking out a piece of paper and tearing off a section to hand to Chun Shiojia. This is my life card. With this, you can find me. All right, I shall take it. Where will you head next? Chun Shiojia inquired. I will be heading to Alabasta. As it is said that Blackbeard has also appeared there, Ace replied. Perfect. Our next destination is also Alabasta. Let us go together, Chun Shiojia suggested. During their time at Drum Island, the recording pointer had changed its course once more, now pointing towards Alabasta. Considering the timeline, the grand events in Alabasta were about to unfold, and Ace's arrival indicated that Luffy and the others were also nearing Alabasta. There was no necessity to wait for Luffy's arrival at Drum Island. They would inevitably meet again on their journey, wouldn't they? Then I shall impose upon you. Ace agreed, and after guiding Chun Shiojia and the others to his ship, they set off for Alabasta together. Meanwhile, Chun Shiojia introduced Ace to the crew on board. After 4 days of sailing, they finally reached the city of Narahara in Alabasta. Upon arriving, Ace bid them farewell, as he needed to pursue Blackbeard's trail, while Chun Shiojia and the others had their own matters to attend to, marking the time for their separation. Ace, take care. Remember, you still owe me a life. You cannot die before repaying me, Chun Shiojia remarked, gazing at Ace. Rest assured, I value my life greatly, Ace smiled, having come to understand what kind of people Chun Shiojia and the others were during their time together. They shared similar interests and quickly became friends. Off I go. Ace waved farewell and turned to leave. Let us first purchase a map in town, then proceed to Rain Base to see if we can resolve Crocodile directly, Chun Shiojia commanded, retracting his gaze. If you need anything, feel free to buy it. For now, enjoy your free time. We shall regroup on the ship in the evening. Chun Shiojia distributed 100 million berries to each member for their activities, then took Tsunade and left the Konoha Maru. Naruto clamored to explore, prompting Minato and Kushina to take him ashore to experience the unique culture of this land, distinct from the land of fire. The others also disembarked in small groups to wander around Narahara. Hand in hand, Chun Shiojia and Tsunade strolled through the bustling streets of Narahara, where the local customs and scenery were entirely different from Drum Island and Skypiea. As a desert nation, the unique landscapes were unlike anything they had encountered before. It's quite reminiscent of the Sand Country, Tsunade remarked, observing the somewhat familiar yet distinct scenery. The Sand Country? It does bear some resemblance, Chun Shiojia mused. This scent, Chun Shiojia said, leading Tsunade into a perfume shop to try some fragrances. Let us go with this one, I believe it suits you perfectly. He held up a bottle of perfume. All right, I think it fits me well too, Tsunade agreed, spraying a bit on the back of her hand, sniffing it with delight. The two emerged from the perfume shop satisfied, continuing their shopping spree, buying clothes, sampling local delicacies, and acquiring maps. They spent the entire afternoon perusing the markets, returning to the ship with an array of bags. On board, the others had also returned. Let us set off for Rainbase, Chun Shiojia declared as the Konoha Maru set sail once more, navigating the Santora River into the interior. Meanwhile, at Drum Island, a small pirate ship with a ram-s had approached the vicinity of Cocoa-Weed Village, unmistakably carrying Luffy and his crew. Nami, like in the original story, had contracted a 5-day illness, aptly named as it left her with only 5 days to live. However, there was no doctor aboard, forcing them to seek medical help at Drum Island. Before they could even disembark, they were surrounded by Dalton and the villagers, who regarded pirates with fear and disdain, brandishing firearms at Luffy and his crew, demanding they leave. Dalton recognized the blue-haired girl who seemed familiar, pondering where he had seen her before. Please, save my companion, Vivi pleaded on her knees, while Luffy also knelt on the ship, bowing his head heavily, begging the villagers to help Nami. Upon hearing their plea for medical assistance, Dalton allowed Luffy and the others to land with Nami, sensing Luffy's sincerity. Despite his status as a pirate, Dalton felt he was not a bad person. With Dalton's guidance, Luffy and Sanji set off towards Drum City to find the witch Dr. Kureha, who could cure Nami. Simultaneously, the former king of Drum Island, Wapol, returned after several months of wandering, igniting a battle for Drum Island. Upon learning of Wapol's return and his atrocities in Cocoa Weed Village, Dalton could no longer tolerate it and transformed to confront Wapol, only to be shot by Wapol's crew, exploiting his unwillingness to abandon his duty to protect the villagers. As Wapol discovered that Luffy's crew was also on Drum Island, he eagerly sought revenge, but he was intercepted by Laboon, who had been saved by Luffy. Luffy, meanwhile, pressed onward with a feverish Nami and the unconscious Sanji, heading towards the summit of Drum City. Confronted by the insurmountable steep cliff, Luffy hesitated not for a moment, resolutely beginning his ascent with bare hands. Carrying Nami on his back, he bit down on Sanji's clothing, climbing step by step, even as his hands and feet were scraped and bleeding. Despite the agony, he pressed on. After exerting tremendous effort, Luffy finally reached the summit, where he collapsed just as he laid eyes on Chopper and Dr. Kureha. Witnessing Luffy's unwavering spirit to save his comrades, both Chopper and Dr. Kureha were deeply moved. Chopper, in particular, felt a pang in his heart. He had long desired to set sail alongside Chun Shiojia and the others, but ultimately chose to stay behind to protect the legacy left by Dr. Hiralik. However, seeing Luffy's reckless determination reignited his longing for the sea. Upon awakening and spotting Chopper, Luffy's thoughts turned towards inviting him to join their crew. As Luffy and Chopper frolicked in the castle, Walpole returned to his former stronghold. After a fierce battle, Luffy sent Walpole flying, allowing Chopper to finally resolve his inner turmoil and become a member of Luffy's crew. Ultimately, with a bittersweet gaze from Dr. Kureha and the delivery of the heart medicine, cherry blossom powder, left by Dr. Hiralik, Chopper boarded Luffy's ship and embarked on the vast ocean, fulfilling the role of the versatile pirate spoken of by Dr. Hiralik. Meanwhile, Chun Shiojia and his companions arrived at Rain Base, the base of Crocodile. Chapter 63, The First Encounter with Nico Robin. After a night of sailing, they finally anchored near Rain Base. Once the ship was secured, the group headed towards the city, which was one of the few in Alabasta and not plagued by water scarcity, primarily because it served as Crocodile's headquarters. Before Crocodile initiated his ultimate plan, this place had flourished as a vibrant oasis. As they approached the city, Tsunade could hardly contain her excitement. After 3 long months on Drum Island without any opportunity to indulge in gambling, and with no casinos in sight, her patience had worn thin. Upon hearing Chun Shiojia mention the largest casino in Alabasta, her eyes gleamed with anticipation, and she eagerly urged Chun Shiojia to rush towards the city center, where a conspicuous casino adorned with a giant crocodile awaited them. You all can explore the city, Tsunade, and I will be back shortly. Chun Shiojia's voice echoed as he left behind a perplexed Minato and Kakashi, who exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Lady Tsunade, your gambling tendencies remain as strong as ever, haha. Minato chuckled awkwardly. The notorious trio of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had earned their infamous reputation in the realms of vice for good reason. One was a compulsive gambler, another was lewd beyond measure, and the last was dangerously toxic, often leaving others speechless. We must ensure Lady Tsunade doesn't lead Naruto astray. Thankfully, Jiraiya isn't in this world, otherwise there would be one more person to keep an eye on, Kushina murmured. Mom, Jiraiya-sensei has already taught me in that world, Naruto replied softly. He had previously shared this news with Minato and Kushina, leading to Kushina expressing her discontent, as no parent wishes for their child to be led astray, especially before they reach adulthood. Minato, feeling somewhat helpless, noted the tangled relationships arising from Jiraiya being both his mentor and now Naruto's. Yet he recognized that this complexity posed no significant issues, especially since Naruto remained untainted by Jiraiya's lecherous reputation. Let us also explore this city, Kakashi suggested. And the group proceeded into the bustling metropolis. After 3 months of pent-up frustration, Tsunade hastily dragged Chun Shouji to the Rain Casino, operated by Crocodile, where she intended to indulge her gambling cravings. She had brought Chun Shouji along to cover her bets, fully aware of her own propensity for losing, fearing she might end up unable to pay the bill without him. The casino patrons soon witnessed the legendary big spender in action within just 2 hours. Tsunade had recklessly wagered 30 million berries, filling the casino's coffers to the brim. Other gamblers, eager to play alongside her, were drawn in, as losing was commonplace. But the opportunity to profit from someone who simply gave away money was rare, a chance they could not afford to miss. Chun Shouji, shaking his head, sat at another table, feverishly winning back the money Tsunade was losing, attempting to cover her financial deficits. This unusual scene quickly attracted the attention of the casino management. After all, it was hard not to notice the stark contrast between one player giving away money and another winning it back. The casino manager approached a back room and knocked on the door. Sister Robin, we have a situation. The door creaked open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman in revealing attire. What seems to be the problem? Robin inquired. It seems we have 2 rather peculiar guests today. The manager hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, having never encountered such gamblers before. Peculiar? In what way? Robin's brow furrowed. Given that Crocodile's plan was nearing its final phase, any unusual occurrences could be problematic, as she would be held accountable for any mishaps. Well, Sister Robin, these 2 guests arrived together, but their behavior is quite odd, the manager continued. It appears they are a couple. However, the woman has been losing continuously, having already lost 30 million berries in just 2 hours. Isn't that a good thing? Someone coming to give us money, Robin replied, puzzled. But the man accompanying her has won steadily, without a single loss. He has already won 40 million berries. The manager added. Interesting. I'll go take a look, Robin said, her interest piqued. Very well, Sister Robin. They are at the center of the casino. Understood. With newfound curiosity, Robin emerged from the back and immediately spotted the 2 most animated tables. One was bustling with excitement, as many were eager to join the game, while the blonde beauty at the table wore a troubled expression, having lost significantly. This was Tsunade's table. Conversely, the other table exhibited a stark contrast. Only one individual was grinning, while the rest, including the dealer, wore grim faces. Upon seeing the man at that table, Robin's surprise grew. She recognized the victorious gambler. Chun Shouji, he has come here, Robin thought. Working in the Baroque works where she specialized in intelligence, she was well aware of everything that transpired on Gaia Island. And she had even obtained a portrait of Chun Shouji, allowing her to recognize him instantly. Is he here to capture me? Robin pondered, her apprehension rising regarding powerful bounty hunters, especially given her own significant bounty. Despite her current allegiance to Crocodile, her caution remained ever present. It seems I need to test the waters, Robin resolved, realizing that capturing her would require Crocodile's approval, as their agreement meant he would go to great lengths to protect her. Robin approached the gambling table where Chun Shouji was seated, taking over as the dealer. Good day, sir. I am one of the casino's managers. My name is Robin. I shall be your dealer from now on. How about a game? Robin said with a smile. Of course, Miss Robin. You may call me Chun Shouji, he replied. As Robin scrutinized him intently, Chun noticed her keen gaze. Ever since he had acquired enhanced sensory abilities, he had become remarkably perceptive, easily detecting unusual stares. Very well, Mr. Chun, let us begin. No problem at all. Nicole Robin, the last surviving member of O'Hara, was also the only person in the world capable of deciphering historical texts. Chun Shouji recalled the information about Robin. He did not regard her strength as formidable, Yet her uniqueness piqued his interest. Being the sole interpreter of historical texts made her a coveted target for many, from pirates to the world government, and even the Revolutionary Army, all of whom sought to either possess or eliminate her. Both players concealed their true intentions as they clashed at the card table, utilizing their respective abilities with great skill. In the end, they emerged victorious, leaving all others thoroughly defeated, each claiming half of the winnings. As Chun Shojia felt that the game had reached its conclusion, he stood up, preparing to take his leave. Having played for some time without encountering Crocodile, he realized that Crocodile was likely not present, possibly masquerading as a hero in Alabasta to gain the trust of the populace. Miss Robin, I had a delightful time today. I hope we can gamble against each other again next time, Chun Shojia said politely as he bid farewell. By this time, Tsunade had already lost the 80 million berries Chun had given her, and she had taken a seat beside him, watching as he and Robin engaged in their fierce competition. In truth, Tsunade felt a tinge of envy towards Chun Shojia, for he was winning while she could only lose. She too wished to experience victory once. Unbeknownst to Chun Shojia, Tsunade's thoughts were dangerous. Had he been aware, he would certainly have dissuaded her from such aspirations. For if Tsunade were to win, it would mean death for someone close to her, and in this world, that person was none other than Chun Shojia himself. Thus, it was utterly impossible for Tsunade to emerge victorious. He had ample resources to ensure her losses, for money could always be regained. Are you leaving, Mr. Chin? Robin asked with a smile. Yes, I did not find the person I wished to see here, so I shall return another time. However, it has been an honor to meet you, Miss Robin. I hope we meet again, Chun Shojia replied with a meaningful smile. Indeed, he recognized me. Was he here for me, or for Crocodile? Or perhaps he intends to ensnare both of us. A sense of unease washed over Robin. Yet she maintained her smile as she bid him farewell. As he departed, she discreetly placed an ear device in the concealed section of Chun Shojia's briefcase, hoping to gather intelligence. However, Chun Shojia simply tossed the briefcase containing the money into his system backpack, a place that nullified the powers of devil fruits, leaving Robin with nothing to overhear. This only heightened her apprehension, but fearing to alert him, she chose to remain still, observing to see if Chun Shojia would make any further moves. Yet, until the following morning, she observed no actions from Chun Shojia. After sending someone to inquire further, she learned that he and his companions had left the rain-drenched area the previous night, leaving Robin perplexed. She decided to keep a close watch on Chun Shojia's movements. Chapter 64. Just a little short. How much did you lose today? Chun Shojia inquired of Tsunade as they made their way back. I lost everything, she replied, feeling guilty. That amounted to 80 million berries, all gone within a few hours. No worries, Tsunade. I won 100 million today. If it weren't for Nicole Robin's interference, I could have won even more, Chun Shojia reassured her. Robin's abilities, especially her flower fruit powers, proved highly effective in gambling, allowing her to create eyes anywhere, making it impossible to know when she had seen one's cards. Were it not for his own exceptional skills, he would have lost a considerable amount. What is the background of that Nicole Robin? Tsunade asked curiously, recalling her first impression of the woman, which marked her as extraordinary and possessing a unique aura that did not seem fitting for a casino owner. Nicole Robin is no ordinary individual. At the age of 8, she became a target of the world government, with a bounty of 79 million berries for allegedly sinking 6 Navy ships. Chun Shojia recounted Robin's background. 8 years old? How could she possibly sink 6 Navy ships? Tsunade questioned, incredulous. That is merely the narrative presented by the world government. The true reason for her bounty is that she is the sole survivor of O'Hara, Chun Shojia replied with a disdainful smile when mentioning the world government, as he held them in low regard, viewing them as a dictatorial institution serving the celestial dragons, having lost all sense of responsibility as a government. O'Hara? Tsunade echoed, puzzled. O'Hara is an archaeological sanctuary located in the West Blue, home to great scholars who can decipher historical texts. They endeavored to uncover the truths of lost history. Yet the world government, fearing the revelation of historical truths, enacted a buster call to annihilate the island. Nicole Robin is the only survivor of that massacre and the only individual capable of interpreting historical texts in this world, Chun Shojia said solemnly. Is the world government even human? Tsunade exclaimed in anger. Perhaps they have long ceased to be, Chun Shojia replied, his gaze growing cold. Is the historical text we saw in Skypiea the same one? I remember you were able to comprehend it as well. Tsunade suddenly recalled the text they had encountered in Skypiea, remembering that Shinshojia had also articulated its contents. No, I cannot decipher it. I merely knew its meaning in advance, Shinshojia clarified, shaking his head. His knowledge of the plot allowed him to understand the text's writing. What should we do then? Should we invite her aboard our ship? Tsunade asked. No need for that. Our focus is not on historical texts or the true history, nor the ultimate treasure, One Piece. Our goal is to rebuild the hidden leaf village upon these seas, and any rewards along the way are merely incidental, Shinshojia explained. I understand now. I will support you to the fullest, Tsunade declared, patting Shinshojia shoulder, adopting a protective demeanor. Then should we quit gambling for now? Shinshojia jested. Absolutely not. Gambling is like life to me. Asking me to quit is akin to asking for my death, Tsunade protested vehemently, shaking her head vigorously. I was just teasing. With the amount you lost, I could win it back in no time, Shinshojia said, playfully flicking her nose. Hee, I knew you were the best, Tsunade exclaimed, shaking Shinshojia's hand excitedly as they playfully bantered their way back to the ship, the Konohamaru. On board the vessel, Kakashi and his companions had long since returned, bringing with them some news. Crocodile had departed from this location 2 days prior, his exact whereabouts unknown. However, it was reported that he had been seen yesterday in another city of Alabasta, a day's journey away. It remained uncertain whether he would return to Rain Base. Let us go confront him. Remaining here to wait for a chance may yield nothing, Shinshojia remarked upon hearing this news. That is feasible, but what if he returns just after we leave? Yamato questioned. It is not a significant issue. Both Minato and I can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique and leave a mark, Shinshojia replied with a smile. With the advent of the Flying Thunder God technique, traversing certain locations had indeed become remarkably convenient. Given Shinshojia's current sensory abilities, teleporting within Alabasta was manageable, though farther distances were beyond his reach. Minato's sensory range might be slightly greater, but it too had limitations. For instance, returning to Drum Island was simply out of the question due to the vast distance involved. Subsequently, Minato and Shinshojiya inscribed their respective marks on the nearby walls. As soon as they received word of Crocodile's return to Rain Base, they could instantly teleport there to execute a surprise attack. Let us wander through this country. After all, Crocodile is not here, Shinshojiya suggested. And thus they began to explore along the Santora River, immersing themselves in the local culture. Along their journey, they encountered sand pirates and witnessed the unique fauna of the desert. Upon arriving in each city, they sought information regarding Crocodile, but alas, fortune was not on their side. Each time they reached a new city, they learned that Crocodile had already departed for another. Thus, after 4 days of pursuit, they found themselves back in Narahara, the port city where they had first arrived. Shaojia, your luck remains consistently poor. You always miss him by a hair, Yamato commented, accustomed to Shinshojia's misfortunes. However, the repeated close calls over the span of 4 to 5 instances had begun to strike them as curious. Well, one could say Crocodile is merely fortunate, otherwise I would have severed his head by now, Shinshojiya retorted, though he could not refute the truth of his companion's statement. Meanwhile, back in Rain Base, Crocodile sneezed. Achu, which ant dares to bark behind my back? Do not let me catch you, he growled ominously. Soon, this country will be mine, and Hades shall ultimately fall into my hands. His deep voice resonated within the underwater office of Rain Base. Beside Crocodile stood Robin, her expression stoic and silent as she reflected on the man she had seen 4 days prior. In the intervening time, Shinshojiya had not resurfaced. Leaving her in a state of uncertainty, she was utterly confounded by his intentions. Her scouts had informed her that Shinshojiya and his companions were merely sightseeing, having explored nearly all the cities of Alabasta without incident. Now, she could only proceed one step at a time, for she could not leave until she obtained the historical texts of Alabasta, the very motivation that had driven her for so long. She would not yield until she had seen the historical documents. Miss All Sunday, have the tasks been assigned? Crocodile inquired. Yes, all have been notified. The billionaires are beginning to converge on Alabasta, and they should all arrive within 2 days, Robin replied. Excellent. What of Mr. 2? Mr. 2 reported via transponder snail that he has captured Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, and they have reached Narahara and are en route to Rain Base. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week have escaped, and Mr. 2 was unable to locate them in the small garden. Oh, they dare to flee? They must be tired of living. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Crocodile's eyes upon hearing this news. Never mind. The mission is paramount. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Indeed, all is well. The rebel army and the royal army both have our personnel embedded. That is good. We need only wait a little longer to realize our desires. Miss All Sunday, Crocodile remarked, casting a glance at Robin. I hope you will keep your promise, Nico Robin. Of course. Very well. Meanwhile, as Yamato teased Shinshoji, a small ship with a rams had arrived, carrying Luffy and his crew. After enduring numerous hardships, they had finally reached Alabasta. Vivi stood at the bow, gazing at her homeland with a mixture of emotions, anxiety about returning home and uncertainty about the future of her country, yet steadfast in her resolve to save it. All these conflicting feelings made it difficult for her to determine how to confront her situation. Moments ago, they had just endured Mr. Two's face-touching incident, and now all their left arms were wrapped in white bandages, symbolizing their camaraderie. We have finally arrived. There is no need to worry so much, though I suppose my words may not be of much comfort, Nami said, approaching to reassure Vivi. Do you have a plan to stop the rebellion? I do have one, but I cannot guarantee its success, Vivi replied, her voice lacking confidence. I'm so hungry, Luffy exclaimed, sprawled in a corner, completely consumed by his hunger. Beside him lay the furry Chopper, who was also feeling the oppressive heat of Alabasta's daytime temperatures. Please do not act impulsively, Captain. Wait for me. Vivi's gaze seemed to traverse space, reaching Katlia, one of the rebel army's strongholds, where vast quantities of weapons were being transported daily in preparation for their battle against the royal army. Vivi. Kusha lay in his tent, pondering the uprising of the rebel army when he suddenly thought of Princess Vivi. I wonder how she is faring now? Chapter 65. The completed agreement. Narahara. The bustling port city was as vibrant as ever, filled with people, locals, merchants, and travelers like Chun Shoji and his companions. After all this wandering, we have returned here. Chun Shoji sighed, gazing at the lively streets with a touch of nostalgia. What can be done? It is merely your misfortune, Tsunade scoffed. Now understanding the meaning of arriving just after someone else had departed. They had just missed Crocodile, arriving moments too late to capture him. No matter. We can consider this a tour of Alabasta, Chun Shoji consoled himself. Come, let us explore further, he urged, pulling Tsunade along as they strolled through the streets. Meanwhile, along the coast of Narahara, Luffy and his crew prepared to disembark. Is that Alabasta Street? I've never seen a desert before, Usopp exclaimed, having only encountered deserts in books prior to this journey. This was his first visit to a desert city. Food. Luffy's instincts had taken over, and his mind was solely occupied with thoughts of eating. Let it be known that everyone must refrain from acting on instinct. We must follow orders. Our faces are now known to the Baroque works, so we must proceed with caution, Nami warned sternly, though some did not heed her words. The moment the ship docked, one crew member dashed off the ship and raced toward the city. Hello, Nami-san. The cook Sanji naturally obeys Nami's commands, while Zoro, standing nearby, sarcastically remarks that the very individual who should heed her words has already dashed off. Where's the restaurant? Luffy bellows, sprinting towards the city of Roa, without a thought for his companions who may or may not have disembarked, nor for where they would regroup later. Damn it. Stop right there. Nami yells in frustration, genuinely wishing to give Luffy a good whack for being such a disobedient captain. That guy is completely acting on instinct now. Usopp adds with a hint of annoyance. What should we do? Vivi expresses her concern, fearing discovery by the Baroque works. No need to worry. Just look for the busiest spot. He should be there, Sanji responds, also disembarking. His task is daunting, procuring ingredients and stocking provisions, which are of utmost importance for their voyage. He must set off quickly. Honestly, I really hope he realizes that he's a wanted criminal. If the Navy or bounty hunters spot him, it would be disastrous. Nami sighs in exasperation, but as the thought of bounty hunters crosses her mind, she recalls that person, the one who saved her from peril. I wonder where they are sailing to now. Shinshoji, will we truly meet again? Nami gazes skyward, feeling a tinge of longing for him. If they were here, perhaps their journey to Alabasta would be much easier. Forget about him. There will always be a way. For now, let us go eat, Zoro declares as he too descends from the ship, his hunger peaked, blaming Luffy for their prolonged lack of supplies due to his insatiable appetite. Chopper, with his little backpack, jumps down after Zoro. They're all the same, making it impossible to relax. Nami fumes, at a loss for words. Karoo, and I can't go into town, Vivi suddenly states. Huh, are you feeling unwell? Nami asks, puzzled, while Usopp looks equally confused. It's because I can easily be recognized here, Vivi explains, feeling troubled. As the princess of this nation, nearly every citizen knows her, making it impossible for her to roam freely. No worries. I'll buy whatever you need, Vivi-chan, Sanji assures, taking it upon himself to handle the shopping. Serving ladies is his duty. Yura. Suddenly, Karu exclaims in terror. What's wrong, Karu? The group queries in confusion. Karu, trembling, points towards a nearby ship, Mr. Three's vessel. That bastard is still alive? Usopp can hardly believe it. Indeed, that ship seems powered by the ability of the melt fruit, Vivi confirms. This is troublesome. He recognizes us now, Zoro states ominously. It's all right. I have a clever plan. Usopp exclaims confidently. Thus, on the streets of Roa, a group draped in long sheets appears, with only Sanji and the newly joined Chopper remaining uncovered. This rather conspicuous tactic of hiding in plain sight catches the attention of Chun Shiojia and Tsunade, who are meandering through the streets. Xiaojia, that looks like Chopper, Tsunade remarks, eyeing the reindeer that closely resembles Chopper, seeking confirmation from Chun Shiojia in disbelief. Indeed, that is Chopper, and the one beside him is also familiar. He flirted with you back at the floating restaurant. Chun Shiojia recognizes both Chopper and Sanji instantly. He calculates the time and deduces that Luffy and the others are likely arriving in Alabasta around this moment. Let us follow them and see what they're up to, he suggests, pulling Tsunade along behind them. Sanji and his group eventually come to a halt in a desolate area of ruins, while Chun Shiojia and Tsunade observe from the rooftop of a nearby building, curious about their antics. What are they doing? Performance art? Tsunade questions, puzzled. Well, one could say they are hiding in plain sight. Chun Shiojia replies, somewhat bemused. All right, everyone can come out now, the timid Usopp announces, ensuring nobody is watching before stepping out from under the sheet, while the rest had already emerged. We've been out for a while, Zoro quips. It seems nobody noticed us. Usopp believes, convinced they went unnoticed. Not noticing us is a miracle. Nami retorts. Oh, there are indeed familiar faces here, Chun Shiojia remarks knowingly. Familiar faces? Who? Tsunade asks, puzzled. That girl with orange hair. We helped her with something very important back in the East Blue. One could say we are old acquaintances, Chun Shiojia smiles. Realizing that the convergence of their fates persists, for even after he dealt with Arlong, Nami still boarded Luffy's ship, and they appear to be getting along quite well. Let us go down and greet them, he says, as he and Tsunade leap down from the rooftop. It seems miracles are not happening, Nami, Chun Shiojia comments before they even land. Who? Zoro and Sanji immediately become alert, one hand on his sword, the other poised for action. We've been discovered. Run. Usopp yells, ducking behind a wall, while Vivi stands on guard, eyeing Chun Shiojia and Tsunade warily, only for Chopper to excitedly shout, it's you guys. Chun Shiojia. Dr. Tsunade. Nami, however, stands frozen, tears welling in her eyes as she gazes at the familiar figures on the wall. It's been so long. Nami and Chopper. Chun Shiojia smiles warmly. Nami, what's wrong? Sanji is the first to notice her distress, asking anxiously, though his attention quickly shifts to Tsunade standing beside Chun Shiojia. Beautiful lady, have we met before? Sanji's eyes turn starry, eliciting an annoyed reaction from Tsunade, who ultimately tolerates it for Chun Shiojia's sake. Hey, you perverted cook. If you keep ogling my girlfriend, I'll gouge your eyes out. Chun Shiojia threatens, displeased. A man's possessiveness is strong, and no one should gaze at his girlfriend for too long, especially not with Sanji's lecherous eyes. Zoro, upon hearing this, relaxes, realizing that these two sudden arrivals are likely acquaintances of Chopper, Nami, and Sanji, perhaps having seen them earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have followed them here. Furthermore, he recognizes the man from somewhere. Chun Shiojia, I finally see you again, Nami exclaims, overwhelmed with emotion, prompting Chun Shiojia to smile as he leaps down with Tsunade from the wall. Chopper excitedly rushes towards Tsunade, having just parted ways. Their reunion in this unfamiliar city alleviates his homesickness. Nami rushes into Chun Shiojia's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. We've met now, haven't we? Chun Shiojia gently pats Nami's back, offering comfort. That bastard. How dare he pat Miss Nami's back? Sanji fumes at this sight, ready to confront Chun Shiojia. But Zoro holds him back. Acquaintances? Zoro inquires, noting that Chun Shiojia only acknowledged the three of them, while the two who called out names have already embraced each other, leaving only Sanji, the one explicitly identified by his profession, to inquire. "Ah, I just recalled that I had encountered this individual at the seaside restaurant, which ultimately led to me being punished by the old man Zepp to clean the restaurant for an entire week." Sanji had a sudden realization that these two appeared familiar, especially the enchanting lady beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally remembered that detestable face. "I suppose you must have flirted with her girlfriend back then, didn't you?" Zoro pointedly remarked. "You scoundrel. I was merely expressing my admiration for beauty." Sanji immediately redirected his ire towards Zoro. "Humph, as expected, the perverted chef truly speaks the truth." Zoro disdainfully replied. "What did you say?" Sanji's temper flared, and the two resumed their bickering. "Hey, you two." Vivi, observing the commotion, felt helpless as she glanced at the group, uncertain of whom to intervene for. "So they are acquaintances. You gave me quite a fright." Usopp, who had been hiding nearby, breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped out from behind the wall. "All right, Nami, stop crying. Your friends are watching," Chun Shojia gently said, causing Nami to gradually cease her tears and look up at him with watery eyes. "Chun Shojia, I am here to fulfill our promise." Chapter 66. The first encounter with the Straw Hat Crew. "Chun Shojia, I have come to fulfill our promise," Nami said, a smile adorned with tears gracing her face. "I have found a group of like-minded companions and embarked on a journey to the Grand Line. It is truly remarkable here. We encountered a whale as massive as an island, named Laboon. Did you know? It is truly enormous," Nami exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "You have seen Laboon? Is it well? What about Crocus? Is he in good health?" Chun Shojia inquired. "You have met Laboon too? It should no longer be ramming the red line. Our captain made a pact with it. Crocus is also doing well. If he hadn't provided us with the log pose, we might never have had the chance to meet." Nami shared enthusiastically. "Then we ventured to Whiskey Peak, where we met this lady. Vivi, do not underestimate her. She is none other than Princess Vivi of Alabasta," Nami exclaimed, pulling Chun Shojia towards Vivi to introduce her with great excitement. "Hello, Princess Vivi. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Chun Shojia greeted her courteously. "The pleasure is mine," Vivi replied graciously. "After leaving Whiskey Peak, we arrived at Little Garden, where we encountered the giant tribe. Did you know that giants truly exist in this world? They resemble us, only they are exceedingly tall." Nami eagerly recounted her recent adventures to Chun Shojia, as if sharing tales with a long-lost family member. "The giant tribe, you say? I have yet to witness them," Chun Shojia remarked with a sense of wonder. "Hee. I fell ill after leaving Little Garden. If they hadn't taken me to Chopper and Dr. Kureha, I might never have seen you again," Nami continued. "What a coincidence. We also set sail from Drum Island to arrive here. We spent 3 months there." "Brother Chun Shojia, you left not long before Nami and the others arrived. Together, we drove off Wapple, and at Luffy's invitation, I became a member of their crew," Chopper interjected. "Is that so? Chopper, congratulations on finding your companions." Chun Shojia responded joyfully. "Hee, they indeed make excellent companions," Chopper said with a shy smile. "Wait a moment." Zoro suddenly recalled something, fixing his gaze on Chun Shojia. "You wouldn't happen to be the infamous bounty hunter blood butcher Chun Shojia from East Blue, would you?" Zoro exclaimed in astonishment, realizing why the name sounded so familiar. During his time as a bounty hunter, he had heard of this notorious figure, a demon feared by pirates in East Blue. "Blood butcher?" Sanji queried, looking at Zoro in confusion. "During my time as a pirate hunter, I heard of his name. He and his crew are merciless towards pirates, leaving no survivors. Every encounter results in rivers of blood, hence the title Blood Butcher. While his hunting group is known as the Bloody Leaves," Zoro recounted all he knew. "Not long ago, they vanished from East Blue, but I never expected them to arrive at the Grand Line." "A bounty hunter? He wouldn't target us, would he?" Sanji said, lighting a cigarette, his uncertainty evident. "Not certain, but we should remain cautious," Zoro advised. "Caution is always wise. Ah, by the way, Chun Shojia, I have now become a pirate as well. You won't kill me, will you?" Nami teased with a raised eyebrow. "Ha ha ha, rest assured, Nami, I abide by principles. I only act against the most heinous pirates." Chun Shojia laughed heartily, momentarily alleviating the concerns of others, aside from Nami. "Introduce your companions to me, Nami." "Oh, right. This green-haired swordsman is Zoro. He possesses considerable strength, but has a poor sense of direction." Nami clapped her hands, and, finding Chun Shojia's observation apt, pointed to Zoro. "Hello, Zoro. We should have a duel someday," Chun Shojia said as he patted the sword, Sancting, at his waist, signaling Zoro for a future match. I would welcome it. I have been eager for a worthy opponent. Zoro had already noticed the sword at Chun Shiojia's waist, sensing that his strength was formidable, making him an excellent rival. This fellow with the long nose is Usopp. Though he appears timid, he is quite reliable in critical moments. Nami continued with her introductions. Hey, Nami, how could you say that about me? Usopp protested, turning to Chun Shiojia with a serious demeanor. Hello, I am Usopp, captain of an 800-man pirate crew. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Really? Usopp? Chopper chimed in, genuinely believing it. Hello, pleased to meet you. Usopp, Chun Shiojia replied with a smile. Though he could barely believe Usopp's claims, especially given how his legs trembled while speaking. This is Sanji, our ship's cook, albeit a bit of a lecher, Nami commented. Yes, I have already gathered that, have I not, Sanji? Chun Shiojia remarked, glancing at Sanji. I am merely appreciating beauty. Sanji vehemently denied any lechery. This is Vivi, whom I just introduced. Nami gestured towards Vivi and her companion, the running duck Karu. This is Karu, a special creature from Alabasta. Hello, Karu. Quack. Karu flapped his wings in greeting. Our captain, Luffy, is currently missing. Once we find him, I will introduce him to you, Nami sighed. Finding Luffy's tendency to disappear akin to a wayward puppy, leaving them exasperated. You and Chopper are already familiar, so no need for me to introduce him. Well, this is Tsunade, my companion and girlfriend, Chun Shiojia nodded, pulling Tsunade closer for an introduction. When Chun Shiojia referred to her as his girlfriend, Nami displayed no particular reaction. Hello, Tsunade greeted the Straw Hat crew, and Zoro and the others nodded in acknowledgement. So, what brings you to Alabasta this time? Chun Shiojia asked, hitting upon the crucial question. Ah, indeed. I need to ask you for a favor, Nami said, slapping her forehead and looking earnestly at Chun Shiojia. Speak up, Nami. I assure you, I will do everything in my power to assist you. The truth is, we have taken on Vivi's request to escort her back to Alabasta in order to resolve the turmoil in her nation. However, we are currently being targeted by a group of nefarious individuals who are hiding within this country, making it difficult for us to wander freely in the streets. Nami briefly explained their predicament. Thus, I implore you to join us and help Vivi quell the unrest in her country. Nami looked at Chun Shiojia with pleading eyes, genuinely hoping for his assistance. Who are the ones targeting you? Chun Shiojia inquired. His name is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is the one who has disrupted my homeland, Vivi interjected. Although she was reluctant to burden others further, she felt compelled to share all that she knew with Chun Shiojia. He leads an organization called Baroque Works, which has been inciting the populace under the guise of establishing an ideal nation, while their true objective is to seize the Alabasta kingdom. Upon learning this, I entrusted Nami and the others to bring me to Alabasta, as I wished to reveal the truth and bring an end to the chaos. From what I see in this city, there is still time to act. As Vivi spoke, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Though she couldn't claim to feel entirely at ease, she was reassured that time was still on their side. Chun Shiojia remained silent, simply listening intently. Indeed, this city appears quite peaceful, Nami added. Hey, Vivi, you mentioned that there might be a way to stop the rebellion? Zoro asked at that moment. Well, Vivi nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, as she lacked complete confidence in her ability to thwart the insurrection. What are your plans moving forward? What should we do? Oh, if time permits, we should act sooner rather than later. Although she said this, Vivi was hesitant to involve Nami and the others in the conflict any further. Her intention was to ensure that if sacrifices were to be made, she alone would bear that burden. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. At this juncture, you still insist on such notions? Nami exclaimed, giving Vivi a light smack on the head to interrupt her. Nami, we're all here together. How could we possibly ignore you? Nami retorted. Indeed, Nami, that's the spirit I know, Chun Shiojia added. Of course. So, Chun Shiojia, what do you say? For my sake, will you lend your aid? Nami smiled at him. I can indeed, as I have been seeking Crocodile myself. What do you think, Tsunade? Chun Shiojia didn't refuse, as he had been struggling to locate Crocodile. Perhaps joining forces with the main group would prevent any more of those ridiculous coincidences where he arrived just after everyone else had left. You decide, after all. We can't seem to find Crocodile ourselves, so why not lend them a hand? Tsunade expressed indifferently. As long as she was with Chun Shiojia, she was willing to go anywhere. Yay, it's settled then. This is fantastic. Nami exclaimed, jumping for joy. With Chun Shiojia and the others' assistance, their chances of success felt significantly enhanced. What is your business with Crocodile? Zoro asked. It's nothing of great importance. I merely intend to challenge him. If I can claim his head, that would be even better, Chun Shojia replied casually. Oh, it appears our goals are somewhat aligned. Let us compare notes then, Zoro said. His interest piqued, his blades eager for action. I would be happy to oblige, Chun Shojia smiled. Chapter 67. Taking action with Nami and the others. Let us not speak of such formalities anymore. Vivi, we are comrades. Usopp interjected sagely. In any case, Vivi, please stop overthinking things, Nami said firmly, gently patting Vivi's forehead. So rest easy, Vivi-chan. We will all support you, Sanji chimed in, causing Vivi to feel a swell of gratitude. Moreover, if this country falls, who will be able to pay for your return? Do you understand? Nami suddenly said with a serious expression. Hey. Vivi was taken aback by Nami's sternness, her voice trembling slightly. I'm glad you understand. Nami's expression brightened instantly. As a money-loving individual, she would part with anything but her wealth. Ha ha ha, Nami, you remain as obsessed with money as ever. Chun Shojia laughed heartily at this exchange. May you descend to the depths of hell, Zoro remarked, somewhat exasperated. Hey, Chun Shojia, don't undermine me. And you too, Zoro. I haven't forgotten the money you owe me. You scoundrel. Zoro was about to retort when Nami interrupted him. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will seek you out for payment, Chun Shojia. You'd better help me collect when the time comes. Ah, how infuriating. Zoro never anticipated that Nami would redirect her ire toward him. Of course, collecting debts is my specialty, Chun Shojia said, backing Nami. Hee, I appreciate your support, Chun Shojia. Nami replied with a mischievous smile. Hey, Zoro was on the verge of a breakdown. How could there also be someone to back her up? Return my 400,000 berries properly, he demanded. How did it increase? If you don't hurry and repay me, the amount will only grow larger. Hey, Usopp, you need to speak up for me, Zoro pleaded, seeking assistance from Usopp. I think Nami-san has a point. Sanji chimed in, fanning the flames. What did you say? Thank you, everyone, Vivi said softly as she observed the playful banter among them. Finally, this farce ended when Nami single-handedly halted Zoro and Sanji from clashing again, and they began discussing their plans ahead. Vivi intended to journey to a city called Yuba, the stronghold of the rebel forces. However, reaching there required traversing the desert, necessitating ample supplies of food and water. Given that Mr. 3 was also in that city, the only members they could mobilize were Sanji and Chopper. Both bravely volunteered for the task, setting off together to procure the necessary provisions and essentials. Chun Shojia and Tsunade did not accompany them, having just met, so Nami and the others didn't want to trouble them with such trivial matters. Furthermore, since Nami had not seen Chun Shojia for quite some time, they stayed behind to catch up with each other. How have you all been lately? Daimao, Kakashi, Niji, Lee, and the others? Nami inquired. They are all doing well, and you might be surprised to hear that they have grown. They are no longer the 12 or 13-year-olds you remember, Chun Shojia replied. Really? We've only been apart for a year, and they've grown? Nami expressed disbelief. It's true. They are now strapping young lads of 16 or 17, he confirmed. Why? How did they grow up so suddenly? Well, just chalk it up to the special techniques of ninjas, Chun Shojia replied vaguely. All right, since you seem reluctant to elaborate, I want to pry further. Additionally, I have gained many new companions. I will introduce you to them later. Really? Are they all ninjas? Nami asked, astonished. Of course. We are all ninjas hailing from the same village, Chun Shojia said with a smile. Ninjas? Nami, what are you two discussing? What about ninjas? Could it be that ninjas actually exist in this world? Usopp, captivated by the conversation between Chun Shojia and Nami, approached out of curiosity upon hearing Nami mention ninjas. Hee, let me tell you, Chun Shojia and the others are legendary ninjas, Nami chuckled. Ninjas? Do such people truly exist? Zoro inquired, equally intrigued. Chun Shojia, show them. Nami nudged him with her elbow. Reluctantly, Chun Shojia complied and produced a kunai along with several shurikens, handing them to Usopp and the others. Wow, is this really a kunai used by ninjas? Usopp exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he held the weapon. Indeed, this is the weapon typically wielded by ninjas. Chun Shojia explained with a smile. By the way, I've heard that you can create clones, is that true? Usopp waved the kunai around, eagerly looking at Chun Shojia. Shadow clone technique. Without further ado, Chun Shojia demonstrated. He formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, an identical figure appeared beside him. What do you think? Both Chun Zayujis spoke in unison. Is this really happening? Zoro, who had previously been indifferent, was now genuinely astonished. This is unbelievable. Vivi watched in awe as the two Chun Zayujis stood side by side, something she had never witnessed in Alabasta. Wow, this is incredible. Can you teach me? Usopp was nearly fainting with excitement, desperate to learn from Chun Shiojia. Unfortunately, you won't be able to master this, Chun Shiojia replied with a hint of regret. Dismissing the clone. Why not? Zoro questioned. It's simple, you lack chakra. Chakra? Everyone asked, puzzled. Yes, only those who possess chakra can become ninjas. And you all lack this unique energy, Chun Shiojia explained, extinguishing Usopp's hopes of learning. Meanwhile, Sanji returned with supplies, but Luffy was still nowhere to be found. Wow, how beautiful. I love these clothes. Nami and Vivi had changed into the local attire Sanji had purchased for them, which was merely that of dancing girls. He had also bought an outfit for Tsunade, but kept it hidden under Chun Shiojia's threatening gaze. Zoro and Usopp, who had been starving, were devouring food with complete disregard for everything else. Isn't this wonderful, Vivi? You look lovely. Sanji, understanding what men admire, had picked a stunning outfit. Chun Shioja couldn't help but admire him for that. He had bought a similar outfit for Tsunade during his first visit to Narahara, but she had only worn it for him aboard the ship. I wanted commoner clothes. Dancing girls are commoners too, but we have to cross the desert. No worries. If you get tired, I'll carry you. That is pointless. Vivi sighed, realizing Sanji was hopelessly incorrigible. However, it must be said that in those outfits, Nami and Vivi appeared on a different level compared to Zoro and Usopp, who looked like mere commoners lost in a crowd. Now that we have gathered all the supplies, shouldn't we set off? Usopp suggested after satisfying his hunger. Our destination is called Yuba, right? Nami asked. Yes, but first we must traverse the desert, which will likely be more arduous than you anticipate. I cannot predict what lies ahead, and if we misstep, we risk perishing on this scorching land. Vivi stated with a serious tone. I'm still somewhat hesitant about taking you to such a place. I wish to restore peace to this country. So I implore you once more, please lend me your strength, Vivi pleaded, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. She knew she could not achieve this alone and needed Nami and the others. You finally said it, Vivi. I've been waiting for you to say that. Nami praised, giving her a thumbs up. Who knows what will happen? Isn't it just like the sea? Sanji smiled. Yes, it's much the same as before. Zoro chimed in, also smiling. I'm excited to see what the desert is like. Chopper added with anticipation. All right, let us head to Yuba with enthusiasm. Usopp declared loudly. Yes. Nami and the others echoed. By the way, did you forget someone? Chun Shiojia interjected, dousing their excitement with cold water. Ah, that idiot Luffy still hasn't returned. Nami exclaimed, realizing what they had been missing all along. Great, now we have to go find him. Zoro sighed, feeling helpless. After all, they had a captain like Luffy. That fool. Nami echoed his sentiment. Speaking of which, we should go find our companions, Chun Shiojia suddenly remarked. Huh, are you leaving? Nami asked. Yes, our companions are still waiting for us. We need to regroup before coming back for you, Chun Shiojia explained. Is that so? I understand, Nami said, feeling a bit disappointed but quickly recovering. So where shall we meet? Chun Shiojia inquired. Huh, Vivi looked puzzled. Earlier, Nami asked me for help, and I won't stand idly by. However, I need to rendezvous with my companions first. Let us agree on a meeting point, and I'll wait for you there. Chun Shiojia promised Nami, determined to keep his word while also wanting to avoid being pursued by the Navy. Thank you so much, brother Chun Shiojia. Vivi expressed her gratitude, a touch of emotion in her voice. It's nothing. Since you are Nami's friend, you are also my friend. When a friend is in need, I will certainly help, he replied. Let us meet here then, Vivi said, pulling out a map and pointing to the river mouth. This is the mouth of the Santora River. We will gather nearby, and then follow the river to Yuba. All right, we will wait for you there. Chun Shiojia noted the location on the map before departing with Tsunade. See you later, Nami, Chopper. Chun Shiojia waved goodbye, vanishing from their sight. See you later. Chapter 68. The encounter of Ace and Luffy after bidding farewell to Nami and the others. Chun Shiojia and Tsunade made their way back home. Along the journey, Tsunade struck up a conversation about Nami. Is she the girl you mentioned? Tsunade asked. Yes, that's her. Back then, she wasn't as cheerful as she is now. Despite her outward happiness, there was always a faint sadness lingering beneath. Chun Shiojia recalled the Nami he had met, the one under Arlong's control. She is a good girl, Tsunade remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured, I could not bear to watch Arlong's actions, and I felt pity for Nami. In my eyes, she is like a younger sister. And here, I only have feelings for you. Shinshojia reflected, unaware of the implications in Tsunade's words, and still viewing Nami merely as a neighborly sister. Humph, you better not go around flirting. Tsunade let out a huff, still believing in Chun Shojia to some extent. However, witnessing the joyous exchange between Chun and Nami stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Wow, such a potent scent of vinegar, little Tsunade, Chun teased, provoking her to pinch him hard in response. All right, I promise to refrain from flirting. Please don't be angry, he consoled, sensing the need to pacify her. Humph, I'll reluctantly accept that, Tsunade replied, turning her back towards him as she walked in the direction of the ship, leaving a beautiful silhouette for Chun to admire. Wait for me. After a brief moment of admiration, he hurried to catch up with her. Before long, the pair returned to the ship, the Konoha Maru, where Chun recounted his encounter with Nami to the others. Did you really meet Miss Nami, Brother Shojia? Asked Xiao Li, his eyes wide with excitement. Indeed, and I promised to assist them in quelling the unrest, Chun affirmed confidently. What about Crocodile? Are we still pursuing him? Niji inquired. Not for the time being. I've decided to take only a few individuals, as our large numbers would make us an easy target, Chun explained to everyone aboard. I will lead this mission, and I want Xiao Li and Niji to accompany me. Who else wishes to join? Chun began to finalize the team, wanting Xiao Li and Niji to meet Nami, but unsure of who else to select. I want to go. Naruto was the first to volunteer, having longed for action. All right, we'll include Naruto, and let us add Teacher Yamato as well, Chun concluded. No problem. Oh yeah, he continued. I have some additional tasks for you. While we proceed alongside Vivi and her group, Watergate, take 2 individuals to identify the Baroque Works members embedded within the rebel forces. Itachi, you and Kisame will scout for Baroque Works operatives within the Royal Army. Once identified, do not raise any alarms. Mark them discreetly. If a war indeed breaks out, your mission will be to neutralize them first, ensuring they cannot wreak havoc among our allies. Chun reiterated his orders. Understood, I'll take Kiba and Sasuke with me. Watergate replied. Yes, I comprehend, Master Shojia, Itachi coolly acknowledged, while Kisame nodded in agreement. The rest of you will secure our vessel and await our return. Chun made his final arrangements. Brother Shojia, chaos is erupting in the town. It seems the Navy is pursuing someone, Niji suddenly remarked. Oh, it appears they have located their captain. Let us head to the designated location. Chun observed the commotion in the town of Narahara and began directing everyone toward their destination. Meanwhile, within a restaurant in Narahara, Luffy encountered Smoker, who had come to apprehend him once more. Upon recognizing Smoker, Luffy initiated a frantic escape, causing an uproar in the town. Following behind him was Ace, who had inquired extensively in nearby cities, but found no leads on Blackbeard. Today, he returned to Narahara, determined to find Luffy, even if Blackbeard remained elusive. Today was fortuitous for him, as he stumbled upon Luffy in the restaurant. However, before he could speak, Smoker interrupted, forcing him to trail behind Luffy and Smoker. While Luffy desperately evaded the Navy, he soon regrouped with Sanji and the others. With a loud shout, he inadvertently drew the Navy's attention to his companions as well. Idiot, why are you leading the Navy to us? Zoro scolded angrily, having never encountered such a foolish captain who brought enemies near his allies. However, there was no turning back. The Navy had already discovered them, and they had no choice but to flee together. Smoker was resolute in capturing Luffy, who, aware of his inability to confront Smoker, could only run for his life. Just as Smoker's smoke punch was about to seize Luffy, a pillar of fire intervened. Ace had arrived. Ace, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to see his brother there. Long time no see, Luffy. You haven't changed a bit. Ace smiled. You've eaten a devil fruit too. Luffy exclaimed. Ah, I consumed the flame fruit. But this isn't the time to discuss that. You all need to leave first. I'll pursue you, Ace explained casually, but as more Navy personnel appeared, he insisted Luffy and the others escape. He single-handedly confronted the pursuers, aiding Luffy and his crew in their escape. Ace and Smoker engaged in a fierce battle in Narahara, creating a dramatic spectacle of flames and smoke that even Chun and his crew, far out at sea, could witness. Indeed, Ace has arrived, Chun remarked upon seeing the flames. Let us proceed swiftly to our designated location, he instructed, redirecting his focus away from the tumultuous scene in Narahara. At that moment, Luffy found himself lost again. Embodying the navigational ineptitude that had previously characterized Zoro, he sat alone in an alley, puzzled as to where his companions had vanished. Seriously, if you run away like this, what is the point? Luffy mused. Ace, still evenly matched with Smoker, discovered Luffy in the alley, prompting the brothers to engage in a long-awaited arm wrestling match, which ended in a draw as the barrel they used cracked. Afterward, they chatted, with Ace asking if Luffy wanted to join the Whitebeard pirates, to which Luffy naturally declined, aspiring to become the Pirate King instead. As the two brothers sought Luffy's ship, they were confronted by a group of bounty hunters from Baroque Works. However, these hunters proved to be woefully inadequate, easily dispatched by Ace and Luffy. Meanwhile, Nami and the others set sail towards the agreed-upon location to regroup after the commotion subsided, intending to search for Luffy once they reached the island. These bounty hunters are far too weak. They can't even compare to that guy, Ace mused, recalling the formidable bounty hunter who had previously bested him. That guy? Who is he? Luffy asked curiously. A very strong individual. I lost to him once. And he is also a bounty hunter, Ace replied candidly. Oh, there is someone even stronger than you. I'd love to challenge him. Luffy's curiosity piqued at the thought of meeting the one who defeated Ace. I think you'll meet him. He is in this country. And you might cross paths one day, Ace smiled. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Luffy replied enthusiastically. Ah, I see my ship. Luffy suddenly spotted his vessel and his crewmates, extending his arm and swiftly returning to the ship, inadvertently knocking over Sanji and Chopper upon landing. As Luffy boasted about Ace's prowess to Nami and the others, Ace joined them aboard Luffy's ship. Ace, these are the companions I mentioned. Luffy grinned. Oh, I truly appreciate you looking after my brother. Ace bowed in gratitude to Nami and the others. It was nothing, they replied in unison, bowing in return. This kid lacks manners. I'm sure he has been quite a handful for you all. Thank you for your patience. Ace chuckled. While they conversed, several Baroque Works ships closed in on them, surrounding the group. Not them again, Ace remarked. Luffy felt a bit exasperated. This group was both incompetent and overly playful. Despite their inability to win, they insisted on pushing forward, which was truly bothersome. Luffy, allow me to handle them, Ace said as he leaped back onto his small boat, which was powered by the Mera Mera Nomi. Under the impetus of his flames, he swiftly headed towards the ship of Baroque Works. Zoro and the others silently observed from their own vessel, eager to witness the prowess of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, Ace leaped high into the air, his small boat gliding beneath the Baroque Works ship. In midair, he ignited into flames, disregarding the bullets shot by the bounty hunters of Baroque Works. Upon landing on his boat, he unleashed a simple fire fist, obliterating several of Baroque Works' vessels in an instant. Meanwhile, Smoker, still on the island, deduced where Luffy and his crew were headed. Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, was their target. Smoker, who harbored a strong disdain for the warlords, decided to intercept Luffy's group in Rain Base and investigate Crocodile's activities in the country. Ace, do you truly not wish to join me as a companion? Luffy inquired, sipping his drink. I have official business to attend to, Ace replied solemnly. I am in pursuit of a man named Blackbeard, who was once a member of my crew. He committed grave offenses aboard our ship, killing a comrade and fleeing. I heard he was last seen in Yuba, which is why I came here. Then our destinations align, Nami interjected, having recognized the name Yuba. Thus, Ace temporarily boarded Luffy's ship. Nami informed Luffy that they would be meeting someone she knew up ahead, a familiar face who would assist them in escorting Vivi. Luffy readily agreed, and the group set off towards their destination. Chapter 69. The Lament of Alabasta in the underground casino of Rain Base. Crocodile lit a cigar, contemplating his upcoming plans. Robin entered, reporting, I just received news that the bounty hunters dispatched to Narahara were annihilated by an unknown enemy. I am currently verifying the details. The replacement for the bounty hunters is of no consequence. They are but a drop of water in the desert and will not affect my plans. Crocodile exhaled smoke nonchalantly. However, he quickly shifted his tone, coldly stating, but anyone who dares to disrespect me shall be crushed. Understood. Robin responded coolly. I have dispatched the sniper to establish contact. Meanwhile, near Narahara, the ships Konoha Maru and Going Merry had converged. Upon meeting, Ace was surprised to discover that Nami's old acquaintance was someone he recognized. It's you, Shinshojia. Ace exclaimed. I wasn't at all surprised when I learned that Nami's captain was Luffy, Shinshojia teased. Ace, do you two know each other? Luffy and Nami asked simultaneously. Exchanging glances, Ace began to explain, Luffy, this is the bounty hunter who defeated me. I arrived in Alabasta on their ship. Nanny? You defeated Ace? Luffy was taken aback, astonished that someone could best Ace. In his imagination, he pictured the victor as a towering behemoth. Yet Shinshoji appeared quite different from his expectations. The notion of someone capable of defeating a monster like Ace was difficult for Zoro and Sanji to fathom. Only Nami had unwavering faith in Shinshoji, believing him to be the strongest. It was merely a spar, nothing significant, Shinshoji humbly remarked. Come now. Don't be modest. Your humility tarnishes my image, Ace joked. All right, I want to be modest. Indeed, I am the one who easily defeated Ace, Shinshoji quipped. You're incorrigible. Ace shook his head, realizing Shinshoji was indeed unyielding in his modesty. Haha, let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to introduce my companions. Shinshoji waved his hand, concluding the playful banter. Excellent. Nami and the others chorused. Since my companions have other matters to attend to, it's just the 5 of us who have come to assist you. This is Yamato, along with Lee, Niji, and Naruto. Shinshoji introduced each of them. Wow, Lee. Niji, you both have changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you, Nami remarked, surprised at the transformation of the 2 young men. Despite having been forewarned by Shinshoji. Hee, it's all thanks to Big Brother Shoji, Lee grinned. Big Brother Shoji, are you all ninjas? Usopp asked, intrigued. Especially seeing the small Naruto also identified as a ninja, eliciting a tinge of envy. What? Ninjas? Luffy's eyes lit up at this revelation. Indeed, we are all ninjas. Shinshoji affirmed. Really? Luffy exclaimed, reaching out to grab Shinshoji's hand. Yes, truly. While you were away, Big Brother Shoji even demonstrated the shadow clone technique for us. Usopp confirmed. Nanny, I want to see. Luffy shouted, eager to witness the spectacle. Quiet down. Nami, who had been reminiscing with Lee and the others, was abruptly interrupted by Luffy's exuberance. She delivered a firm punch to him, silencing him instantly. My brother can be a bit rowdy. Please forgive him, Ace said, approaching Shinshoji with an apologetic demeanor. It's no trouble. If he wishes to see, let him see, Shinshoji replied with a smile, forming hand seals, which conjured another version of himself on the ship. Shadow clone. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. I see it can be done this way, Shinshoji stated, forming seals once more, and with a puff of smoke, another Luffy appeared. Shadow clone. The ship erupted in exclamations of amazement as everyone marveled at how closely the clone resembled the original. Their abilities are identical. Zoro exclaimed, astonished. I wonder whose transformation is stronger, Sanji chimed in, affirming Zoro's observation. All right, that's enough fun. Let us discuss our course of action. Nami interjected, redirecting everyone's focus to their upcoming endeavors. Vivi, Nami called, motioning for her to elaborate. Yes, our 2 ships have now entered the Santora River. Next, we will land at Alabasta and navigate upstream to Yuba, Vivi explained, pulling out a map for further clarification. Shinshoji glanced at the map. Both Alabasta and Yuba had become desolate, which meant he had not visited either location and thus had not left a flying thunder god mark there. It seemed they would have to traverse the desert on foot to reach Yuba. Nami-san, I would like to anchor the ship nearby, Vivi stated after finishing her explanation. Anchor? Why? Nami queried, puzzled. I have a request for Karu, Vivi said, gazing at him. Although Nami did not comprehend what Vivi wanted Karu to do, she halted the ship. After disembarking, Vivi produced a letter and entrusted it to Karu, instructing him to deliver it to Alabasta, the city where the royal capital resides. This letter contained vital information regarding Crocodile and the Baroque Works conspiracy, as well as the results of her investigations, her current situation, and the companions she had encountered. She meticulously documented everything that had transpired recently, and she needed Karu to convey this to her father, the king. Can you do that, Karu? Vivi asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. Karu, he resolutely replied, affirming his commitment to fulfill the mission. After securing the letter, Karu swiftly set off towards Alabasta. I know Crocodile is in this country, but the audacity of a pirate attempting a coup is truly outrageous, Ace remarked aboard the ship. While Shinshoji and Zoro listened quietly. He can't possibly be aiming to settle on the king's throne, can he? There might be deeper conspiracies behind this coup, Ace continued. Conspiracy? Zoro inquired, puzzled. I believe so. Crocodile wouldn't be interested in merely the throne. That would be rather mundane for him. There must be a more profound motive at play, Shinshoji added. What motive could that be? Zoro asked. I cannot say. Perhaps he is after something that exists solely within this nation, Shinshoji replied as they pressed onward toward Almar. Upon reaching Almar, they were met with the sight of a long-abandoned city where remnants of walls lay scattered, and much of the city had been engulfed by the desert, leaving no sign of human life. Here, Vivi recounted the events of the past 3 years. Crocodile had been smuggling forbidden substances to create dance powder, which manipulated the climate. This powder forced rain-bearing clouds that should have fallen naturally to drift towards the capital, Alabasta, resulting in 3 consecutive years of drought in other regions of the nation. Subsequently, Crocodile framed King Cobra for this calamity. The seemingly accidental exposure of dance powder at the docks and the vast quantities deliberately placed within the palace were all orchestrated by Crocodile, inciting the populace to believe that the king was sacrificing the welfare of other cities for the capital's benefit, thereby exacerbating public hatred towards the monarchy and inciting rebellion. The Almar they beheld was once a lush oasis city, now rendered desolate and reduced to ruins. Vivi led her companions through the devastated city, showcasing the catastrophic destruction Crocodile had wrought upon the living conditions of Alabasta citizens, a truth she had uncovered during her infiltration of Baroque works over the past 2 years. As they strolled through the city buried beneath yellow sands, a gust of wind swept through, causing the once silent city to emit an eerie sound, reminiscent of distant wails. What is that sound? Is someone there? Is it the rebel army? Perhaps the Baroque works pursuers? As they speculated about the source of the noise, Ace and Shinshoji simultaneously declared, "It is the wind." But it sounds distinctly human, Luffy said, gazing at Ace in confusion. "It is merely the sound produced by the wind passing through the ruins of the city," Ace asserted. "Indeed, it is merely the wind howling, aside from us. There is no one else here," Shinshoji concurred. "It feels as if the city of Almar is weeping," Vivi said somberly, momentarily sensing the city's anguish. They continued onward and soon discovered a skeleton, one of the Alabastan people who had not left Almar. Vivi gazed at the remains, sorrowfully asking, "What sin did the people of this country, the city, commit?" Luffy remained silent, walking towards the ruins nearby, accompanied by Sanji and Usopp. Suddenly, the ruins collapsed with a resounding crash, channeling their pent-up rage. Ace quietly dug a pit, and together with Vivi, they buried the skeleton. "Vivi, they have done nothing wrong. It is merely that some individuals harbor ambitions too vast to care for the lives of these people. The only way to end this is to eliminate him," Shinshoji stated, standing beside Vivi. "Let us go, Vivi. I can no longer restrain myself," Luffy declared, eager to confront Crocodile. "Come on, Vivi. Let us head to Yuba and put an end to this rebellion," Nami added. Yes. Chapter 70. The Gathering of Elite Agents. The buried Yuba after departing from Almar. Shinshoji and his companions set their course towards Yuba. Along the way, Luffy and his crew encountered numerous adventures previously unknown to them. From colossal monsters in the desert to the unique sand pirates, all of which broadened their horizons. Luffy's personality, reminiscent of Naruto's, fostered a friendship between the two. Chopper, who had initially been excited to experience the desert, succumbed to the heat during the day, relying on Zoro to pull him along. However, at night, Chopper regained his energy, as the desert's nighttime temperatures plummeted, which suited him well given his upbringing in Drum Island. Usopp and Luffy's most frequent complaints during their journey were about the heat and thirst. At one point, Luffy was tricked by a flock of deceitful birds that made off with their belongings, resulting in Naruto's mockery. Fortunately, Shinshoji and the others had carried their own supplies. Otherwise, they would have been forced to search for food and water in the desert. As they approached Yuba, they encountered an individual who claimed to be the world's greatest bounty hunter, seeking to capture Ace as proof of his prowess for his 2 children. Ultimately, he was easily defeated by Ace, who learned that the information regarding Blackbeard being in Yuba was false. Ace resolved to continue his pursuit of Blackbeard and departed, leaving Luffy with a life card. "Luffy, hold on to this. It will bring us together again," Ace instructed. "Don't worry, I will keep it safe," Luffy assured him. After their farewells, Ace embarked on his journey, while the Straw Hat crew and Shinshoji continued onward. During their travels, Zoro and the others were curious about the purpose of the card Ace had given Luffy, which appeared blank. How can this small piece of paper facilitate a reunion with Ace? Zoro pondered. That is a life card. Something that exists only in the latter half of the Grand Line, Shinshoji explained at that moment. "Oh, Shinshoji, you know what this paper is for?" Nami asked. Intrigued, Yes, I do. A life card is crafted from the owner's fingernails and some special materials. It serves two purposes. First, it can guide direction. As he spoke, Chun Shiojia took the life card from Luffy's hand and placed it in his palm. The card slowly began to move toward a specific direction, despite the absence of wind. The direction the life card points to is where Ace is located, Chun Shiojia elucidated. Now I understand why Ace mentioned we could meet again, Nami realized. And what about the second purpose? Zoro inquired. The second purpose is that it can reflect the general condition of the life card's owner. The paper cannot be set alight or soaked, but it can be torn. If the owner is close to death, the life card will spontaneously ignite. Once the card is completely burned, the owner will have perished, Chun Shiojia concluded. I see. Nami and Zoro displayed expressions of realization, while Luffy remained somewhat perplexed. After a prolonged moment, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, I understand now. This is an incredible piece of paper. The crew, bewildered by Luffy's delayed reaction, watched as Nami took his hat and stitched the paper into it, ensuring that the life card would not be lost. Meanwhile, they were not far from Yuba. Approximately half a day's journey away, and the group steeled themselves to continue their trek. In the rain-soaked Baroque Works headquarters, Crocodile reclined on a sofa, smoking a cigar as he inquired, Is the operational plan set for tomorrow? Yes. Everything has been arranged. 150 millionaires are on standby in Norara. I have also recalled Mr. 2, as he has yet to capture Mr. 3. Our elite agents will gather tonight at 8 o'clock at the Spider Cafe. Robin meticulously organized the details, and all that remained was to await the commencement of the plan. Well done. It is now 5 o'clock. They should soon arrive, Crocodile remarked. Simultaneously, the Spider Cafe welcomed two guests, Mr. 4, who spoke slowly, and the loquacious Miss Christmas, who often repeated herself. All the elite agents of Baroque Works operated in pairs, with Mr. 2 being the exception. The pairing of Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas was indeed fitting. Upon entering the Spider Cafe, Miss Christmas chattered incessantly while Mr. 4 remained largely silent. Bola, the cafe's manager, was accustomed to such dynamics and greeted them cheerfully. It's been a while. Welcome, Miss Christmas, and you as well, Mr. 4. Today, you have the place to yourselves. Your drink will be fresh orange-red tea, and Mr. 4, how about some apple tea for you? I don't like it hot. Please adjust it to a drinkable temperature. Thank you, Miss Christmas replied rapidly, tapping the table. Suddenly, a synchronized training sound emerged from outside. The arrival of Mr. 2, who, accompanied by his gang, performed a ballet-like entrance into the Spider Cafe. Bola opened the door to find Mr. 2 leading his recruits in training. Ah, long time no see, Bola. Are you foolish, Mr. 2? The four engaged in casual conversation, predominantly led by Miss Christmas, while Mr. 4 silently observed. At that moment, a figure with 3 hair strands appeared outside the window. It was Mr. 3, whom Mr. 2 had been searching for. He seemed to have secretly followed Mr. 2 to this location. As time elapsed, Mr. 2 grew impatient, and suddenly, someone broke through the wall. Mr. 1, who was dragging along Mr. 2's crew, now in a pitiful state. Hey, what happened to you all? Mr. 2 asked anxiously. What? So they are your men? Mr. 1 taunted. Just as the two were about to engage in a fierce brawl, Bola intervened, revealing herself as Mr. 1's partner, Miss Finger. It's already 8 o'clock. All the agents who were meant to arrive have gathered. We must head to Dream City in the rain to meet our elusive boss, Bola stated. In Alabasta, near Yuba. After enduring numerous hardships, Luffy and his companions finally reached Yuba just as night fell. However, the city bore no resemblance to Vivi's memories. It had been ravaged by sandstorms, mercilessly whipped like a lash against Yuba. Yet, just as swiftly as the storm had come, it receded, leaving the city largely buried in yellow sand, appearing as desolate as Almar. How could this be? Vivi lamented, observing the scene that mirrored Almar. Isn't this supposed to be an oasis? How can there be no one here? There is someone over there. Chun Shiojia pointed in a direction. Following his gesture, the group spotted a large pit, from which sounds of digging emanated. Are you travelers? The desert journey must be exhausting. I apologize, but this city has run dry. However, you may rest well, as there are plenty of inns here. An emaciated old man continued to excavate. Upon seeing this, Vivi covered her face with her veil, fearing recognition. This is the best place in the city, the old man continued without turning back. Excuse me, I heard the rebel army is in this city, Vivi queried. What do you want with the rebels? You're not looking to join them, are you? The old man asked with a gruff tone. Not at all, sir. We merely seek them for a matter, Chun Shioja clarified. That bunch of fools has already left this city, the old man replied. What? The group gasped. Due to the continuous sandstorms, this city has long since become uninhabitable for the rebels. They have relocated their base to Kateria, the old man answered, continuing to dig despite the conversation. That is quite unfortunate. Where is that? Chun Shioja remarked. Kateria is an oasis near Narara, Vivi explained. So, what have we been doing this whole time? Zoro sighed. Well, experiencing the local desert culture? Chun Shioja jested. Upon hearing Vivi's name, the old man halted his digging and slowly approached the pit. Vivi, did you just call her Vivi? He asked incredulously. Hey, old man, Vivi is not a princess. Luffy blurted, revealing the truth. Don't say that. Fool. Vivi exclaimed, it's me. Don't you recognize me? The old man grasped Vivi's shoulders, tears welling in his eyes as he continued. It's no wonder. I've lost so much weight. Vivi gazed in shock at the frail figure before her. After a moment of recognition, she covered her mouth and uttered the name, Uncle Dado. Yes, indeed. In Vivi's memory, Uncle Dado had been quite plump, but now he was nothing but skin and bones, a testament to the suffering he had endured in Yuba. Vivi, I trust in His Majesty the King. He would never betray the country, would he? Uncle Dado said, tears streaming down his face. Those foolish children have merely endured 3 years without rain. Most of the citizens, including myself, trust in His Majesty. However, I could not convince them. Their strength is nearly depleted, and they will likely make a final stand during the next attack. They have been driven to the brink, Uncle Dado lamented. Please, Vivi, hurry and stop those foolish children. Uncle Dado, do not worry. I will surely prevent the rebellion, Vivi assured, handing him a handkerchief for comfort. Thank you. Meanwhile, in Kateria, a large shipment of weapons was being delivered, and the rebel army was gathering there. Kosha lay in his tent, contemplating the future of the nation. Kosha, we have established contact with the people from other cities. It is finally time to strike, Kosha declared as he sat up. However, the weapons remain insufficient. We have no choice but to take a leap of faith. This nation shall be safeguarded by us. Chapter 71, The Utopia Combat Plan. After a long day, Luffy and his companions quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, high-ranking agents had also arrived. As the largest den of vice in all of Alabasta, this place was ablaze with light, a city that never slept, where countless individuals flocked daily, hoping to amass wealth overnight. Yet, like many before, most left destitute. The grandest casino, Rain Banquet, was owned by Crocodile. Beneath this establishment lay a clandestine chamber, the headquarters of Baroque Works, where 7 individuals sat, seemingly awaiting something. What nonsense! How much longer must I wait? At the very least, we should have an octopus as a stand-in, right? I want to dance. I want to dance. Mr. 2 could hardly contain his impatience, incessantly pounding on the table. Moreover, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, how did you end up here? Did the boss truly let you off the hook? Mr. 2 inquired, puzzled by the presence of the two alongside him. Miss Sunday informed us that the boss still has use for us, allowing us to redeem ourselves. Mr. 5 replied. TCH. Mr. 2, could you be a bit quieter? Miss Doublefinger interjected. Exactly. You foolish fool. You as well, Miss Christmas. Ha ha ha. It seems the camaraderie here is rather strained, though such matters are of little consequence. Robin suddenly chimed in. Miss Sunday. Mr. 1 cast a glance at Robin. After your arduous journey, welcome to this city where dreams of instant riches through gambling abound. Dream City, Rain Base. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence, Miss Sunday. Mr. 1 interrupted Robin. Indeed, let me proceed. Right, let us get on with it. Hurry, hurry. Miss Christmas, too, was eager, incessantly striking the table. However, before that, I must introduce you to the company's boss, whom you have yet to meet. Until now, I have commanded your operations in his stead. But that necessity is now obsolete. Robin moved to stand at the far end of the long table, while a deep voice emanated from the chair opposite her. In other words, the time has come. The operation is dubbed Utopia. No sooner had the words left his lips than the chair spun around, revealing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the current hero of this nation, Crocodile. All the high-ranking agents were taken aback, unable to fathom that their superior was none other than Crocodile. This is the final operation of Baroque Works. I trust you are all aware of his public persona. Robin stood by the window, with the massive, wandering crocodile looming behind her. Why is a pirate from the 7 warlords our boss? What a formidable figure has emerged. So we are all under the command of a pirate. You are indeed our boss, aren't you? The agents expressed their disbelief. Doubt it. Crocodile glowered at the assembly. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, as none wished to be made an example of by Crocodile. It is not that we doubt. But the 7 warlords are recognized pirates sanctioned by the government. Why establish this company? Miss Doublefinger raised her query. What I seek is not wealth, nor status, but military might. Crocodile stated in a grave tone. Military might? Allow me to start from the beginning. Crocodile lit a cigar, slowly unveiling his ambitions. His ultimate goal, along with the final operation of Baroque works, was to harness the hidden power residing within this nation, the ancient weapon, Pluton. He aimed to utilize this armament to fulfill his ambitions. Thus, seizing Alabasta was an indispensable step. Does such a thing truly exist in this nation? So, we are to conquer the entirety of this land. The excitement surged within Mr. 2, who could hardly contain himself. So, our mission is the culmination of that grand plan? Precisely. Since the inception of Baroque works, every task you have undertaken has been intertwined with this operation, and this is your final directive. Crocodile affirmed Mr. 1's words and instructed them to open the papers before them, detailing their ultimate mission. Once you complete these tasks, the Alabasta Kingdom will collapse from within, and the insurrectionists and citizens, bereft of their footing, will fall effortlessly into the hands of Baroque works. After reviewing the tasks, they incinerated the documents. Overnight, this nation will transform into our utopia. This is the final and greatest operation of Baroque works, and failure is not an option. Understood. Wishing you all success. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the conference room. The newcomer was none other than Mr. 3, who had been absent for quite some time. I hope you can postpone this utopia operation. Mr. 3, why do you appear here in this secret base? Robin inquired, bewilderment evident in the room. Mr. 3, how dare you show your face? Allow me to execute the orders and eliminate you. Mr. 2 interjected. Wait, Mr. 2. Crocodile halted Mr. 2, eager to hear what Mr. 3 had to say. I merely followed the trail from Spider Cafe, boss. It's an honor to meet you. I am here to request another chance, just like Mr. 5 and the others. Mr. 3 explained. It is only natural for you to pursue me for not completing the mission, Mr. 2. However, I did not complete the mission. What do you mean, Mr. 3? Crocodile interrupted Mr. 3. It pertains to the matter of allowing the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi to escape. Mr. 3 stammered. You let them escape? Are they still alive? Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression darkened as he crushed the teacup in his hand. That was not the response he had anticipated from the transponder snail. Did you not communicate via the transponder snail that you had dealt with the pirates and Vivi? The transponder snail? I never used one in Little Garden. Mr. 3 insisted he had not made any calls. What? Crocodile was taken aback, recalling the moment when someone had informed him that the mission was successful. Who could it have been? Forget it, but you should have taken care of at least 1 or 2, right? Crocodile looked at Mr. 3. Well, Mr. 3 hesitated, which only fueled Crocodile's anger. It was clear that Mr. 3 had dealt with none. This was due to misinformation. Subsequently, under the explanations from Crocodile and Mr. 3, Mr. 2 discovered that he had indeed encountered the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi, using his devil fruit powers to conjure their faces before the assembly. So they are our enemies, then? Indeed. They are aware of my true identity. Neglecting them would jeopardize our operation. Crocodile declared grimly, instructing Mr. 2 to capture the faces of the Straw Hat crew, intending to eliminate them on sight should they be recognized, ensuring they do not disrupt their plans. Boss, this time I will personally deal with them. Mr. 3 exclaimed anxiously, his fervent desire for vengeance palpable as he sought to demonstrate his loyalty before Crocodile. Silence. You imbecile. You have utterly disappointed me. Crocodile retorted, his patience wearing thin as he seized Mr. 3 by the throat. Do you know why I granted you this position? In terms of combat prowess, you are inferior even to Mr. 5. What I valued was your relentless determination to accomplish your tasks by any means necessary. Yet you have failed, not even managing to eliminate a single target. Your failure is disheartening. As Crocodile spoke, he utilized his powers to drain Mr. 3 of life, transforming him into a mere husk, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the other elite agents. The transformation of a living being into a lifeless shell was indeed chilling. Although Mr. 3 was not yet entirely deceased, he was perilously close. Water! Water! Mr. 3 cried desperately, yet Crocodile cast him into a water tank beneath the conference room, home to captive banana crocodiles. Before the eyes of the other agents, Mr. 3 was devoured by the creatures, rendering them speechless. Remember their faces. Their objective is to thwart the rebellion, so there is no need to pursue them. They will come to us. Yet Mr. 2 pondered aloud. But little O, despite her royal status, does she truly possess the ability to halt the rebel army? That is precisely the conundrum, Crocodile replied gravely. Intelligence suggests that the rebel leader, Kusha, and Princess Vivi share a childhood bond. Even if she cannot stop him, her mere presence will undeniably cause hesitation within the rebel ranks. I have already infiltrated the rebel army with several moles. Their silence indicates that Vivi and the others have yet to locate Kusha. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to prevent Vivi from meeting with the rebels. Upon encountering them, execute them without mercy. Miss Sunday, inform the billionaires of the Noera. They are to be treated the same. Kill on sight. Leave no survivors. Crocodile's voice dripped with menace. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately, Robin replied, rising to leave. Very well, you all should set out now. I do not wish to witness any blunders. Crocodile declared ominously. Leave it to us, boss. Chapter 72. Divided paths. Early the next morning, Luffy and Shinshojia were preparing to embark once more to Cartelia to thwart the rebel army. However, after walking for a short while, Luffy abruptly halted. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Usopp shouted. What's wrong, Luffy? Vivi inquired. Shinshojia observed silently, while Naruto approached to ask, What's the matter, Luffy? Why have you stopped? We still need to help Vivi save her country. I'm done, Luffy declared. Why? Luffy, we don't have the luxury of time to waste here. Exactly. We need to return to Cartelia and stop the rebels. This is for Vivi, Sanji insisted, attempting to pull Luffy along, only to be swatted aside. Vivi. Luffy ignored Naruto and Usopp's pleas, fixating solely on Vivi. What is it, Luffy-kun? I want to take down Crocodile. Even if we stop the rebels. Can you truly prevent Crocodile from acting? Even if we reach Cartelia, it will be futile. As we are pirates, they will not trust us. Perhaps it is better not to go. Luffy's words struck like a thunderclap, awakening the Straw Hat crew to the gravity of the situation. Luffy's clarity on the crux of the issue impressed Shinshojia. You wish for no one to die in this war, neither the citizens nor ourselves. But is that even possible? Luffy interjected before Vivi could respond. Our enemy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The lives of millions hang in the balance. And you still hope for everyone's safety? How naive, Vivi. Luffy's words pierced Vivi's heart like daggers. She had indeed harbored such thoughts, wishing for no sacrifices, hoping that no one besides herself would perish. Trembling, she stood at the center of this harsh reality. Hey, Luffy, consider Vivi's feelings. Nami interjected. Nami, just let this unfold. Shinshojia advised. This was a war of national survival. Avoiding casualties was not so simple. Is there anything wrong with that? I do not wish for anyone to die. Is that a problem? Vivi retorted. But death is inevitable. Luffy replied, gazing at Vivi. In response, she slapped him, her actions driven by her desire to prevent death. It is Crocodile who is in the wrong. Why must lives be lost? In retaliation, Luffy sprang up and struck Vivi, sending her sprawling to the ground as he proclaimed, Then why would you gamble your own life? You jerk, Luffy. Sanji prepared to retaliate upon seeing Vivi struck, while Naruto also looked ready to intervene. But Shinshojia restrained him, signaling to let the confrontation play out. Luffy's punch had not been particularly forceful, and Vivi rose, pinning Luffy down, relentlessly pounding his face. Just look at this country. What are you talking about? The very things you ought to do cannot be wagered with just your life. Then what should I wager with? What can I use to gamble? Vivi shouted in anguish. Luffy refrained from retaliating and, waiting for Vivi to vent her frustrations, grasped her hand. I have no other assets left to wager. Vivi sobbed, and as Luffy sat up, he declared loudly, at the very least, let us wager our lives together. Are we not comrades? These words struck Vivi's heart, causing tears to stream down her face as she released her pent-up emotions in a deluge of sorrow. What a crybaby. Such tears. Luffy brushed the sand off his straw hat and continued. I know you are the one who is most unwilling to accept this. The one who wishes to take down that guy the most. Nami stepped forward, embracing Vivi, offering a shoulder to lean on. So tell me, where is Crocodile? Luffy clenched his fists, reiterating his intent to defeat Crocodile. Everyone, I have made up my mind. Let us go to Crocodile. After a moment of weeping, Vivi voiced her decision. Indeed, that may be the most direct route, Nami concurred. So we need not take any convoluted detours. Actually, I have another suggestion. Chun Shouja interjected at that moment. What suggestion? Luffy and the others inquired. We can split into 2 teams. One group to confront Crocodile, and another to halt the rebel army, attacking from both fronts. This way, we can reach both objectives in a timely manner. Chun Shouja laid out his plan. Oh, that sounds quite good. Nami clapped her hands, recognizing the merit of the proposal. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. So how shall we divide ourselves? Sanji nodded in agreement, then posed the critical question. I will go take down Crocodile. Luffy was the first to declare. I shall accompany you. Zoro added. Very well, Luffy, Nami. You Straw Hat Pirates will seek out Crocodile, while my companions and I escort Vivi to meet the leader of the rebel army. Being non-pirates, we might be deemed more trustworthy, Chun Shouja proposed once more. A splendid suggestion, Luffy exclaimed, fist bumping in affirmation of the plan. It seems we have no other choice. Nami sighed, exasperated, as she rubbed her temples, lamenting her captain's reckless nature, solely fixated on defeating foes. What do you think, Vivi? Chun Shouja turned to her, seeking her input. That sounds optimal. Vivi agreed, appreciating the dual advantage, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes for Luffy and the others. Are you all certain you'll be all right? She asked, her worry evident. Rest assured, we shall manage just fine, Luffy replied confidently. Where exactly is Crocodile located? Sanji inquired. Vivi unfolded a map of Alabasta, pointing to the capital, Alyabarna. Here is Alyabarna, the capital of Alabasta, where my father is located. Currently,